The darkly charming childhood friend's gaze deepened as he held the girl tightly in his embrace, murmuring, "Ronner, please don't leave me, will you?" The usually indifferent and heartless spoke in a low, husky, and alluring tone. "Wife, you cannot abandon me." The fierce emperor smirked, his lowered gaze seeming almost deranged. "My queen, who allowed you to depart?" Bai Ran spread her hands in exasperation, pondering how she seemed to attract clingy individuals wherever she went. From the scheming childhood friend, the disabled CEO, the aloof celestial prince, to the ruthless emperor. The female protagonist, initially indifferent, merely sought pleasure and indulgence, only to find herself unwittingly stealing the heart of a formidable figure. East Street. In a narrow alley, a girl with wired hair was pinning a handsome boy against the wall. However, the boy wore an expression of displeasure. "Bai Ran, I don't like you. Don't cling to me anymore. Do you not understand?" The boy's words caused Bai Ran to furrow her brows in frustration. With a forceful shove, she pushed him away, disdainfully brushed her hands, and turned to leave the alley, leaving the boy dumbfounded in place. He watched her graceful figure vanish before scoffing and disappearing himself. The girl lifted her gaze to the towering buildings surrounding her, the streets sparkling under the stars. Yet her confusion remained unmitigated. Bai Ran glanced down at her ethereal miniskirt, showcasing her long, slender, fair legs, and her bosom quite ample indeed. A seductive smile curled at the corners of her lips as she summoned her little pet. "Xiao Yuanyuan, where is this place?" The dream-weaving divine beast in her consciousness shook its head, displaying its displeasure. "Master, am not called Xiao Yuanyuan. How can you still not remember after 1,000 years?" The little divine beast grumbled, glancing up at its master's icy stare, shivering slightly, and obediently sat down. The moment the girl opened her eyes, her entire demeanor transformed. "Beautiful. Enchantingly so. Master, this is the 3,000 worlds. You were just awakened and were thrown in here, and I followed along." Xiao Yuanyuan relayed the information it had gathered, revealing that the master, who had been asleep for a millennium, was tossed into this world just yesterday. What a tragic fate. How it pained Xiao Yuanyuan's heart. Bai Ran scoffed that person was truly ruthless, deceiving her time and again to dull her spirit. "All right, I understand. So, it was to have her undertake tasks in the 3,000 worlds." Ha! As if she would be that obedient. From the information Xiao Yuanyuan provided, she learned this was a minor world, and that the handsome boy from the alley was the male lead, Duan Ci. Regrettably, the original owner of her body was merely a side character sharing the same name, but being a foolish sycophant. The male lead, Duan Ci, was the heir of the Duan family in City A, excelling in both academics and character, and he had no interest in delicate, rule-abiding rich young ladies. Upon learning this, the original owner decided to change her image by dyeing her hair, drinking, and fighting, mingling with a group of aimless friends, believing that such transformations would catch his eye. In the end, however, Duan Ci fell for a simple countryside transfer student, Su Jiao, rendering the original owner's efforts a mere joke. Unwilling to accept that the person she had pursued for so long was snatched away by a rural girl, she began causing trouble for Su Jiao with her friends, only for Duan Ci to intervene, directly helping the female lead against her. In a bid to please his beloved, the Duan family even suppressed the Bai family's business, leading to Bai's parents' tragic downfall and their subsequent suicide after being pursued by creditors. Upon witnessing her parents' tragic deaths, the original owner sought to confront the male lead, but for reasons unknown, her car's brakes failed on a sharp turn, crashing into a utility pole. She died on the spot. Bai Ran. Goodness, this plot is utterly kitsch, isn't it? The side character was beautiful and wealthy. Why provoke someone who doesn't love her, ultimately leading to her own demise? Xiao Yuanyuan dabbed at its tears with a tissue. Wah. The side character is so unfortunate, so pitiful. The corners of the girl's eyes twitched. She was tempted to give the divine beast a good thrashing. The side character was not pitiful. She had brought this upon herself. Bai Ran twirled a strand of her hair, noticing the winered hue and wrinkling her nose in distaste, tossing it aside. What a ghastly sight. Bai Ran curled her lips. What is the client's wish? Xiao Yuanyuan picked up its little notebook, reading the client's wish aloud with precision. The original owner wishes to distance herself from the male lead, for her parents' business to not be suppressed, and for them to live well. A rather simple wish indeed. Why did she not cut her losses in time? To think she exchanged half her soul to relive this life. Humans are truly amusing. Foolish. Bai Ran squinted her almond-shaped eyes, observing a figure across the street, but upon closer inspection, the person had vanished. Xiao Yuanyuan curiously perched on a small stool, munching on seeds. Master, will you accept this task? Having been thrown into the 3,000 worlds, refusing might make returning difficult. Since there was nothing else to do, playing along could be entertaining. I accept. With that, she embarked on the path home, guided by the original owner's memories. Upon stepping through the door, a gentle voice rang out, and she raised her head, slowly following the sound. There sat a woman in an elegant cheapao on the sofa, watching television. Bai Ran, how many times has your mother told you to dye your hair back? Do you truly wish to drive me to despair? Bai's mother approached, taking the girl's backpack and gazing sorrowfully at the wounds on her face. Had she been fighting again? Bai Ran felt a pang in her heart, overwhelmed by the original owner's emotions, and rushed into the woman's embrace. Mom, he'll dye it back tomorrow, please don't be angry. Seeing her daughter like this, Bai's mother felt a surge of pity. It was all her fault for being too busy with work and not spending enough time with her daughter, leading to this predicament. Bai's mother gently patted the girl's back, soothingly saying, Mother is not angry, go wash your hands, dinner is ready. Bai Ran obediently left her mother's embrace and slipped into the bathroom, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. She nearly jumped at the sight before her. Those crooked false eyelashes, the upward sweeping eyeliner, and those blood-red lips that looked as if they had been smeared with blood. Had it not been for her strong mental fortitude, Bai Ran would have screamed. Bai Ran chuckled softly. Does the original owner have a misunderstanding about beauty? She picked up the makeup remover on the counter and cleansed her face, revealing a beautiful oval face. Beneath elegantly curled lashes lay a pair of captivating almond eyes that sparkled playfully. She was undeniably adorable and alluring. Master, Xiao Yuan also thinks the original owner might have lost her mind. Xiao Yuan used a newly learned phrase from the internet, feeling quite innovative. For some reason, Bai Ran felt as if it had insulted her as well. Rolling her eyes, she gave the divine beast a light tap on the head with her consciousness, feeling somewhat relieved. Wah wah wah, the master is bullying it again. After washing her face, Bai Ran proceeded to the dining room for dinner. As she walked in, she noticed an extra person at the table. Bai's mother, seeing her clean face, free of the exaggerated makeup, froze momentarily. Her daughter looked much more beautiful like this. The boy was equally taken aback. His fingers lightly tapped on the table as he observed Bai Ran, his lips pressed together in contemplation. Bai Ran squinted at him. The boy was clad in a pristine school uniform shirt, his slightly long hair, cascading naturally, perfectly resting above his sharp brows. His starry eyes sparkled, his features distinctly defined, especially those deep, ink-black eyes. He exuded an indescribable sense of ease in his every movement, appearing refreshingly clean. Yet there was an underlying chill about him. Bai Ran, why aren't you greeting him? This is your brother, Yin Shun. Bai's mother shook her head in exasperation. Her daughter was becoming increasingly impolite. Yin Shun? The affectionate male supporting character? What was he doing in her home? The girl was left with a series of questions. Wasn't the original world's male supporting character the one who despised the original owner? In her memories, he had never regarded her in such a manner. Even in the original plot, where he merely expressed mild disdain for the original owner, she had never seen him look at her with admiration. This left Bai Ran perplexed. Was the boy before her truly the original male supporting character? Chapter 2. The Cunning Childhood Friend, 2. Bai Jian withdrew her gaze from the young man and said stiffly, Yinshin, go. She then took a seat beside her mother. Bo Yinshin cast a fleeting glance at the girl with his dark, inky eyes, the corner of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. Little Jian, you've returned quite late. Upon hearing his words, Bai Jian felt a strange undertone, tinged with sarcasm. I do as I please. It's none of your business, she huffed, raising her chin with a touch of pride. Noticing the tension between the two, Bai Mu quickly intervened, urging Bai Jian to sit down. Silence enveloped the dining table, the only sounds being the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. Bai Mu was aware that Bo Yinshin's parents were away on a business trip, and considering that their families were neighbors and the two had grown up together, she couldn't fathom why they clashed so readily. She had never witnessed little Jian display any warmth towards Yinshin. Sighing, she recalled that the two families had once contemplated becoming in-laws, but watching the children bicker had quelled that idea. Casting a glance at her daughter, Bai Mu suddenly had an epiphany. Yinshin, since your parents are also away, why don't you stay here for a while? It would be perfect for you to help little Jian with her studies. And it would also make commuting to school more convenient for both of you. Though Yinshin's culinary skills were somewhat lacking, Bai Mu felt a pang of sympathy watching him order takeout every day. If he moved in, it would not only provide her with someone to help manage little Jian, but also assist in improving her grades. Bai Jian immediately protested, Standing up defiantly, I disagree. I want to let him tutor me. Her voice rang out loudly, her meaning unmistakable. Yinshin's expression darkened slightly, his grip on his chopsticks tightening. Was she implying she preferred that Duan Ci to tutor her? All right, Auntie, I'm willing, he replied coolly. Both adults paused in surprise at his remark. Bai Mu's face lit up with joy as she busily served him more food, while Bai Jian shot Yinshin a fierce glare, baring her teeth in displeasure, though Yinshin seemed utterly oblivious. Dinner concluded with Bai Jian consuming half a bowl more than usual. Master, why do you oppose the male lead so? Little Yuan, perplexed by human emotions, noted the fluctuation of the male lead's feelings towards the master. Bai Jian smirked slightly, licking her small canine tooth. Little Yuan, don't you think this male lead aligns more with your master's aesthetic? In terms of looks, physique, and his unblemished past, he was undeniably her type. Little Yuan responded, Master, you might as well admit you are infatuated with his appearance. Indeed, the serpentine allure of this captivating boy had revealed its true nature rather swiftly. After dinner, Bai Jian intended to retire to her room for a long sleep, but her collar was suddenly tugged by the young man. Bo Yinshin, let go of me. Where are you dragging me? She turned to scold him, only to find Yinshin silent, his pale pink lips pressed tightly together. Once seated in the study, her head spun as she realized he meant to tutor her. I don't want your help. Can't you understand human language? The girl's doe-like eyes sparkled with indignation, her lips slightly pursed, exuding a soft, alluring glow that might tempt one to kiss her. Yinshin turned his head slightly, avoiding her gaze. She seemed different since emerging from that alley. At times playful and charming, at others, captivatingly seductive. I'm eating at your house and tutoring you. It's quite reasonable. His voice was cold as he settled into another chair. If you are unwilling, you may tell Annie if she agrees. I will leave immediately. If she were to express her discontent, the outcome would be the same. Frustrated, Bai Jian pouted, Fine, I'll do it. Is that satisfactory? She hastily grabbed the mathematics textbook from the table, flipping to the assigned homework, her eyes widening in disbelief at the chaotic scrawl. Is this my handwriting? It's utterly atrocious. She closed her eyes momentarily, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, caught Yinshin smirking at her with a knowing glance. Had he been struck by the sheer horror of her handwriting? I've seen various atrocious scripts, but I wonder which school of thought produced yours? Martian script, perhaps? His sharp tongue inflicted a sting. Little Yuan burst forth, Haha, master, the male lead just called your handwriting ugly. With both of them laughing at her expense, Bai Jian muttered under her breath, Just wait until I master my penmanship. You'll see what true elegance looks like. She believed her voice was too low to be heard. Yet Yinshin caught every word, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. At least she had some self-awareness. First, finish the math homework assigned by your teacher. Identify where you struggle, and then I will assist you, he instructed. After stating this, he picked up an English book and began to read. Bai Jian glanced at the cover, the text appearing as an incomprehensible jumble. Little Yuan, why do human characters look so bizarre and convoluted? I can't decipher any of it. The girl communicated with her divine beast through her mind. Little Yuan sat down on a small stool, munching on a large watermelon. Master, have you forgotten to activate your learning mode? After sleeping for a millennium, you've become quite dim-witted, though thankfully your taste in handsome men hasn't changed. Bai Jian sighed, I really did forget. After a few minutes, she absorbed all the information about this world. It was indeed quite fascinating. Smartphones, computers, gaming consoles, cola, milk tea, and ice cream, all of which were absent in the heavens. Focus on your work. Why are you dazing off? Yinshin frowned, noticing her distraction, assuming she was daydreaming about that Duan Ci. His expression darkening. Was he truly that appealing? He certainly wasn't he better looking than himself. How tedious. Bai Jian snapped back to reality and picked up her pen, flipping open her exercise book. The first problem stumped her completely. What on earth is this? Yinshin put down his book, tilting his head to observe her as she scratched her head in confusion. He glanced at the clock. Half an hour had passed, and she hadn't completed a single problem. He honestly couldn't fathom how she had managed to get into high school. Taking her exercise book, he wrote out the solution, explaining it to her as he went. Watching her nod obediently, he allowed her to continue. Not even 30 seconds later, Bai Jian poked his arm. How do I solve the second problem? Yinshin, utterly speechless, had never encountered such a lack of comprehension before. The following exchange turned into a routine of him explaining one problem while she tackled it. After he completed the final problem, he turned to find her slumped over her desk in slumber. Her rosy lips were slightly puckered. The warm light cast down upon her made her lips resemble tantalizing candy. Bending down slowly, just as he was about to brush against Bai Jian's lips, he halted abruptly. Chapter 3. The Cunning Childhood Friend, 3. What on earth was he doing? Bo Yinshan silently exhaled in relief as he scooped the girl into his arms and carried her to her bed. Tucking her in gently, standing at her bedside, he gazed at her serene sleeping face before quietly departing. Yinshan? Bai Mu had just ascended the stairs when she spotted the young man exiting her daughter's room. Little Jian is asleep? She felt entirely at ease with the boy who had grown up alongside her daughter, not suspecting anything amiss. Bo Yinshan nodded, his expression impassive. Auntie, I'm heading back to my room to rest. You should turn in early as well. Watching him walk down the corridor, Bai Mu shook her head with a hint of exasperation. This boy excelled in every aspect, though his demeanor was rather cold. After a brief nap, Bai Jian stretched lazily as she sat up from her soft bed, a smile playing on her red lips. She hadn't anticipated that Bo Yinshan had the audacity to steal a kiss. Yet his timidity was rather unfortunate. Little Yuan, having finished its third watermelon, spit out the seeds as it observed its master's flirtatious demeanor. Master, I think it's best you keep your distance from the male lead. He is quite dangerous so far. I haven't uncovered much about him. In the original plot, he merely expressed a fondness for the female lead, Su Jiao, but never declared his feelings. Ultimately, after the original owner's demise, it seemed he never appeared again, which was indeed peculiar. Why disrupt the atmosphere? Little Yuan queried. Shouldn't the male lead only have eyes for the female lead? Why does he wish to steal a kiss from you? Bai Jian was unconcerned by its inquiries. Why should I care about his motives? She affectionately ruffled its head, a smirk gracing her lips. Your master has lived for 3,000 years and has never tasted flesh. How could I possibly let such a stunning man slip away? As she spoke, the girl licked her small, sharp tooth, her pink tongue appearing sensual and enticing, evoking an irresistible allure. Oh no, the master is using her charms again. Little Yuan thought, relieved it was merely a small divine beast. Otherwise, it too would be ensnared by her seductive tactics. It feared that Bo Yinshan might not escape her grasp. After a brief moment of silence, observing the dream-weaving beast ignore her, Bai Jian felt bored and decided to take a bath, preparing for a restful beauty sleep. The next day, Bai Jian donned a clean school uniform, tying her hair into a high ponytail without any intention of applying makeup, presenting herself in a natural state. The original owner, a great beauty, had insisted on dressing in a dowdy manner. As she ran her fingers through her wine-red locks, she resolved to dye them back to black after school. Little Jian, hurry down for breakfast. You're going to be late for school, Bai Mu called from the second floor, glancing at the time and wondering where that procrastinating nature had come from. Bai Jian grabbed her backpack and bounded down the stairs, exclaiming, coming. After a quick breakfast, she noticed Bo Yinshan had already departed on his mountain bike. Teske, he didn't wait for me. Pouting, she watched his vanishing figure. Never mind, I'll just take the bus as per the original owner's routine. Despite their considerable wealth, Mingming's family insists on conforming to the male protagonist's preferences, altering their lifestyle accordingly. Mummy, I desire a bicycle. I wish to ride it to school from now on. Bai Jian turned to Bai Mu, her eyes shimmering with a pleading glint, which instantly softened Bai Mu's heart. Previously, she had insisted on taking the bus to school, taking much persuasion to agree. Now, she wishes to cycle. How can her whims change so drastically? Isn't it more pleasant for the chauffeur to drive her to school? I'll buy you one this afternoon. Bai Mu handed her 2 insulated lunchboxes, instructing, these are the bento made by Auntie. Remember to take one to Yin Shan. With the rigorous demands of high school academics, they usually resolve their meals at school during lunch. Bai Jian found the school food unappetizing, hence she brought her own lunch daily. Gazing at the 2 lunchboxes, a smile crept onto the girl's lips. She proceeded to the bus stop, awaiting her ride. Jinjia? Why did you come without any makeup today? Just as she recalled the original owner's memories and settled into Class 2 of Year 2, a fragrant young girl approached her. With a fair complexion, heavily applied makeup, and vivid eyeshadows, her blood-red lips contrasted sharply. Bai Jian playfully nudged the girl, yawning, I woke up late this morning and couldn't be bothered to put on makeup. The girl widened her eyes, stepping back in disbelief. Jinjia, am I experiencing some form of hearing loss? Did I just hear you say you were too lazy to wear makeup? Tian covered her mouth, feeling as though she had entered a surreal world. A girl who typically woke at 5 to apply makeup was now appearing barefaced. Bai Jian, being courteous to this girl with whom the original owner had a good rapport, suggested, He Hua, why not remove your makeup? I think you look best without It's too frightening. During the day, I thought I had encountered a ghost. Bai Jian exhaled softly, calming her startled heart. He Hua scrutinized Bai Jian, acknowledging that she indeed looked much better without makeup. Nodding in agreement, she retrieved a bottle of makeup remover from her desk drawer and rushed into the girls' restroom. Bai Jian mused, does she carry makeup remover with her at all times? Xiao Yuanyuan commented. Master, you really need to get out more. It makes you seem rather lowbrow. This world's mobile phones were quite amusing. It had just learned this phrase. It is indeed the cleverest spirit pet. Bai Jian playfully pinched its head, found her seat, and languidly settled in, her slender fingers propping up her chin. A scrutinizing gaze approached from afar. She lifted her eyes to meet it. There stood a girl with glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders. A delicate oval face, rosy cherry lips, and a smile that revealed subtle dimples. She exuded an aura of fragility. The female protagonist, Su Jiao, Bai Jian confirmed upon noticing the girl avoiding her gaze, which concealed a hint of jealousy, especially as she regarded Bai Jian's face, her lips pressed tightly together. This K, such insecurity? Is she afraid of losing the male lead? Master, I believe you are misunderstanding. It appears the male and female leads are not yet together. They are still in the ambiguous phase, and you have not yet begun to trouble Su Jiao. Xiao Yuanyuan, engrossed in a game on the phone, found the human world to be incredibly rich and thrilling. Having spent the entire night playing, Bai Jian smirked, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Women understand women best. Just wait and see. She then took out her books, glancing at the schedule affixed to her desk, noting that the first 2 periods were mathematics. After digesting the night's information, she slowly grasped the intricacies of this world, except for mathematics. How could such a subject exist to torment one's soul? After 4 morning classes, Bai Jian slumped in her seat, dizzy and disoriented. Lowering her gaze, she spotted the 2 lunch boxes in her drawer. Right? She hadn't delivered one to Bo Yin Shan yet. Grabbing the lunchbox, she dashed out of the classroom, pausing at the entrance of Class 1 of Year 2. Peeking inside, a boy nudged Duan Si's arm. Old Duan, Bai Xiaohua is here to deliver something to you. Aren't you going to hurry over? Other boys who were friendly with Duan Si joined in teasing. This woman was truly bothersome. Duan Si recalled the previous night in the alley when she had cornered him against the wall. Confessing her feelings, the memory of her heavily made-up face made him feel nauseated. Chapter 4. The calculating childhood sweetheart. 4. He stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly observing the girl at the door. Upon recognizing her unadorned visage, he paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure. What a mere facade she possessed. Humph. Duan Si disdainfully regarded the pink lunchbox in her hands, stating, Bai Jian, I've told you before. I don't like bentos. Stop pestering me, for I will never develop feelings for you. He expected the girl to turn away dejectedly. Who do you think you are? Bai Jian was displeased by the obstruction in her view. Did I hear that incorrectly? Bai Jian no longer recognized old Duan. What trickery is this? You should tone it down. Duan Si glanced over, believing that soon your head would be separated from your neck. Duan Si shot her a cold glare, turning to see Bai Jian's bewildered expression. Playing hard to get? Thinking that pretending not to recognize him will draw his attention? Dream on, I say. Bo Yin Shan. Over here, here. The girl's eyes sparkled brightly, her entire focus fixated on the boy by the window. The sight of her gazing adoringly at her crush burned Duan Si, and despite the interruption, he felt no irritation. Yet, for some reason, seeing her joyfully approach Bo Yin Shan and extend the pink lunchbox toward him ignited a furious flame within him, a fickle woman, loving one at a time. Tiske, why does this annoy me so? Duan Si attempted to stride over, but his sleeve was tugged by a girl behind him. Suppressing his anger, he turned to see Su Jiao, her doe-like eyes sparkling, tilting her head. I called you several times. Why didn't you hear me? She glanced into the classroom, pouting. Have you forgotten to join me for lunch? I've been waiting for you for quite some time, if you don't want to come. Just let me know in advance. Otherwise, I'll wait too long and won't have time to eat. Her soft voice gradually extinguished the fire in Duan Si's heart. Jiao, I'm sorry. Can I apologize to you? He adored girls like Jiao, soft and sweet. She looked pitiful and evoked his protective instincts. Jiao huffed, playfully punching his chest. Then I'll punish you by making you eat lunch with me. All right. She took his hand and led him out of the classroom, intentionally casting a glance at Bai Jian, her eyes brimming with hidden triumph. The others watching this scene shrugged, finding it unremarkable. Scatter. Bai Jian rested her chin in her hand. her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Bo Yin Shan, why are you so quiet? This bento is specially brought for you. Are you really not going to eat it? Saying this, she delicately tugged at his sleeve, her fingers grazing his wrist softly. Temptation. Xiao Yuanyuan rolled its eyes. Master, he is still a minor. Please exercise some restraint. Old lecher. Silence, you know nothing. This is called romance. Bai Jian playfully knocked it. Bo Yin Shun swatted her hand away, taking the lunchbox from her and began eating on his own. Bai Jian. Ugh. This man is truly infuriating. I could just bite him. Xiao Yuanyuan laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief. Bo Yin Shan elegantly consumed the bento. Yet his deep eyes flickered slightly, especially where the girl had just touched him, feeling hot and burning. You think staring at me will fill you up? The boy turned his head, his attractive brows slightly furrowing. She had been watching him intently, making it impossible for him to eat. Bai Jian licked her lips. His lips moved enticingly. She wondered what they might taste like. Indeed, they seemed quite filling. The girl, rubbing her stomach pitifully, opened her own lunchbox and picked up a piece of shrimp, chewing and swallowing. Why does it seem that the shrimp piece in Bo Yin Shun's mouth tastes better? The two of them ate their lunch without a care. And upon returning to class, their classmates were astonished at the sight. Their aloof class monitor was actually sharing a bento with a girl. It felt as if the heavens were raining blood. Bai Jian took the empty boxes to the wash basin downstairs, preparing to clean them for home. Bai Jian, could you please stop pestering Duan Ci? He will never like you. The girl behind her tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair, delicate face. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, turning to face the little white flower before her. Yu Jiao Jiao, you are quite amusing. Did I ever admit to liking Duan Ci? If you like him, just say it outright. Don't pretend to be a white lotus in front of me. I would never even glance at a man like him. For some reason, the sight of Su Jiao Jiao feigning delicateness ignited a desire to destroy. Master, your anger levels are too high. Please calm down. Xiao Yuanyuan anxiously jumped in. It knew that the master harbored a deep-seated grudge against White Lotus types due to being sealed for a millennium by one. Bai Jian rolled her eyes. Enough with the nonsense. She was aware that in the human world, one must not recklessly destroy, or else face the punishment of 3 heavenly bolts. Su Jiao Jiao, intimidated by her icy gaze, took a step back, quickly regaining her composure, softly coaxing. Bai Jian, I understand that you may feel this way because Duan Ci rejected you, but I'm not mocking you. I merely wish for you to see reality and not cling to what doesn't belong to you. The girl continued to speak to herself, and Bai Jian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Just as she prepared to retort, she witnessed Su Jiao Jiao perform an impressive fall. Bai Jian exclaimed, what the heck? The signs of a staged performance are all too obvious. Bai Jian, why did you push Jiao Jiao? Duan Ci rushed over to help Su Jiao Jiao up, ready to slap Bai Jian, only to be stopped by Bo Yin Shun. Bo Yin Shun retaliated with a punch, vigilantly shielding the girl behind him. I didn't push her. She fell on her own. Can't you see that? Bai Jian coldly regarded the boy before her, emboldened by Bo Yin Shun's protection. How dare he strike her? Seizing the opportunity, Bai Jian delivered a swift kick to Duan Ci's calf. Duan Ci grimaced in pain, glaring furiously at the two before him. Bai Jian, you're just jealous that Jiao Jiao is more obedient and studious than you. A vicious woman like you will never earn my affection. He felt that being liked by Bai Jian was an affront. Damn it, what a typical guy. Bai Jian thought of taking a cleaver to slay this insufferable man. Huh? A man like you is hardly worthy of my attention. The girl pointed at Bo Yin Shun's face, raising an eyebrow. You're not even 1/10 as handsome as my brother Yin Shun. I'd have to be blind to fall for you. Upon hearing her words, Duan Ci tightened his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to Bo Yin Shun? The boy scoffed, confidently believing that Bai Jian would not confess at that moment. Bai Jian glanced at Bo Yin Shun, who had intervened on her behalf. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she dashed over. The girl wrapped her arms around Bo Yin Shun's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Moi, quite sweet. Xiao Yuanyuan dropped her spoon, wide-eyed in astonishment. Color snake. Chapter 5. The scheming childhood friend's sweetness. 5. Bo Yin Shun was momentarily taken aback, a slight smile creeping onto his lips as he embraced the girl around her waist. Witnessing their intimate display, Duan Ci's expression twisted with rage, as if he wished to devour Bai Jian whole. Ci, don't act like that. I'm scared. Su Jiao Jiao gently tugged at the boy's sleeve. She disliked how Duan Ci's emotions shifted solely because of Bai Jian. Duan Ci hesitated for a moment, surprised by his own sudden feelings. Jiao Jiao is mine. If I see you bully her again, don't expect to remain here until graduation. After issuing this threat, he took Su Jiao's arm and departed. TCA. He really thinks he's some domineering CEO with those clutch lines. The nearby boy released his hold on her waist, furrowing his brow as he glared at Bai Jian before turning away. The look he had cast upon her was peculiar, a mix of discontent and obsession. Had she provoked Bo Yin Shun again? Bai Jian shrugged, taking her cleaned lunchbox back to the classroom, preparing for the afternoon classes. Bo Yin Shun returned to his seat, gazing out at the swaying leaves, his thoughts drifting away. Why did it irk him so much when Bai Jian compared him to Duan Ci? Although she had complimented him over Duan Ci's looks, he wished for her to refrain from mentioning other boys' names. His fingertips brushed the spot where the girl had kissed him. This was merely a remnant of her using him to provoke Duan Ci. The boy rubbed it away with force, his anger bubbling beneath the surface until his cheeks flushed. Bo Yin Shen. What are you anticipating? At 5:30, after a day of classes, Bai Jian stretched lazily and grabbed her backpack. Intending to find a hair salon to restore her red hair, as she exited the school's back alley, she was confronted by a group of girls. You're Bai Jian? I've heard you sent my little brother to the hospital. A silver-haired girl, a toothpick dangling from her mouth, spat on the ground and shoved Bai Jian against the wall, scrutinizing her with malice. Another girl with purple hair leaned in, puzzled. Boss, how come she looks different from the picture? Indeed. Hearing this, the silver-haired girl felt a flicker of uncertainty. These were clearly two different individuals. Bai Jian's rosy lips curled into a slight smile as she clutched her chest, her eyes misty as she gazed at the group. Don't come any closer. I am Bai Jian, and, I assure you, I am quite formidable. She raised her tiny pink fist, her eyes wide, resembling a nearly crying little rabbit, which instantly amused the delinquents present. Is this it? She's so easy to bully. Is this truly the legendary Bai Jian from Mingyang No. 1 High School? The silver-haired girl smirked wickedly, folding her arms defiantly. I might let you go, but you need to hand over 5,000 yuan immediately as compensation for my little brother's medical expenses. She had heard that Bai Jian's family was quite wealthy, so asking for some money didn't seem unreasonable. Bai Jian snorted. She remembered clearly that the original person had not harmed the little brother, suggesting that this girl aimed to swindle her. How intriguing. She cast a subtle glance and noticed two figures not far away. Really? If I give you the money, you won't hit me? The girl's eyes sparkled as she prepared to hand over the cash from her bag. Observing the sizable stack of red bills, the delinquents began to drool. Hey, why do you carry cash with you? Xiao Yuan asked, puzzled. Bai Jian proudly ruffled its head. A snake's nature is to be lecherous and greedy. Don't you understand that? The pleasure of having money is utterly delightful. One can buy whatever they desire. Xiao Yuan had discovered a new quirk of its long-slumbering master. Ha ha ha, you are quite perceptive. Knowing the might of Bai Yin Hua from No. 3 High School, the silver-haired girl reached out to take the money. A long, pale finger snatched it away first. Bo Yin Shen's expression was icily resolute as he glared at the girls. Holding up his phone to show them the screen, I've already called the police. If you wish to avoid being detained, you may continue your robbery. The girls exchanged glances, then fled in disarray. Bai Jian widened her eyes, astonished by the unfolding drama. Oh, they just ran away. How unprofessional. This isn't entertaining at all. Bo Yin Shen turned, his gaze inscrutable as he regarded the girl before him. Just as a petite figure dashed into his embrace. Wah, they were so scary. I almost died of fright, Yin Shen. I'm so glad you arrived in time. The girl sobbed softly in his arms. And Bo Yin Shen swallowed the words he had been about to utter, gently patting her back. His voice was husky yet tender. It's all right. They've all left. The moment his hand touched her back, Bai Jian was taken aback. Based on her memories, Bo Yin Shen should have pushed her away. What was happening? Xiao Yuan, having just devoured a watermelon, regurgitated it all. EW Master, why are you acting like Su Jiao? It's utterly disgusting, Bai Jian. What an insufferable creature. She used her mental power to tug on the tail of the dream-making beast, tossing it into the little black room. Thus, in the alley, while the girl quietly wept, the boy comforted her gently. In another corner, two figures departed silently. I told you she was fickle. Look, just moments after confessing to you, she's already flirting with Bo Yin Shen. Su Jiao pouted, seemingly indignant on Duan Ci's behalf, wishing she could give Bai Jian a good beating. Unexpectedly, she appeared quite adorable. Duan Ci's previously sour mood suddenly lifted. The boy lowered his head and kissed the girl's soft lips. Tasting her sweetness briefly, he held her tightly, declaring, Jiao, Don't mention her again. I have only ever liked you. Remembering how Bai Jian had cried softly in Bo Yin Shin's arms earlier, the boy licked his back teeth, his inner turmoil nearly overwhelming him. He envisioned her weeping beneath him. Xiao Si I like you too, Su Jiao Jiao replied with a flushed face, nestled in the boy's embrace. Her eyes glimmering with pride. Ha, Bai Jian, you claim to fancy Duan Si, yet he has always been devoted to me. Bo Yin Shan. Aren't you going home? Bai Jian strolled leisurely ahead, holding a cup of icy milk tea. Taking a small sip, her round face puffed up. The sweet aroma of the milk tea filled her mouth, and the girl squinted her eyes in delight, her adorable demeanor captured entirely in Bo Yin Shen's gaze. The boy averted his eyes, licking his lips. Her little mouth seemed utterly delectable. It's unsafe for you to return alone. I'll accompany you. The boy crafted a rationale for himself, though he felt his actions were somewhat contrived. Bo Yin Shan concealed the hint of obsession that had flashed in his eyes. Since the girl had embraced him in the alley, the beast within him could no longer be restrained. Chapter 6. The Scheming Childhood Friend's Sweetness. 6. Bai Jian halted, tilting her head to observe him. If she hadn't misread the situation earlier, the dark aura emanating from Bo Yin Shan was almost palpable, as if he wished to ensnare her. A cunning and obsessive wolf indeed. Bai Jian's delicate lips curled into a playful smile, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with mischief, resembling a charming little deer in the woods. Elusive and enchanting, she merely smiled in silence, walking ahead while the boy trailed behind, his gaze fixed on her silhouette. Upon arriving at the hair salon, the owner exclaimed, "Oh, it's you again. What color do you wish to dye your hair this time?" His grin was wide, for she was a valued customer who frequently visited the shop. He eyed the boy sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a book, and noted his perfect jawline. "So, she's got a boyfriend now. All right, I'll prepare the dye for you." The salon owner smirked to himself, satisfied with his cleverness, chuckling softly. Little Yuan clutched her phone, tilting her head. "Master," little Yuan finds this boss quite terrifying, especially when he smiles with that toothy grin. "He's even uglier than me. Hee hee." The little divine beast seems to possess a modicum of self-awareness. Bai Ran gently rubbed its head, looking at it with a knowing smile, and said, "But you are very cute. So please don't judge others by their appearance. Looks are innate." She was not fond of superficial judgments, believing that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Little Yuan quickly nodded. Her game was about to commence. Everyone else had made their selections, and she was unwilling to play support. Boo-hoo, being treated like she wasn't human. Dyeing her hair back to black would take considerable time. The boss glanced at the boy on the sofa engrossed in a book. "Little girl, your boyfriend is tall and handsome. He looks like a good student too. He's not my—" "Oh my, you're shy now. I won't tell anyone." The two exchanged lively banter, the conversation light and cheerful. However, Bo Yinshin raised his head and caught a glimpse of the two in the mirror before quickly lowering it again. Yet, the corner of the book he held crumpled, as if betraying emotions he could not articulate. Bai Ran pressed her lips together, took a sip of hot water, and cast a meaningful glance towards the sofa. An hour had passed since they arrived. Bo Yinshin had stolen glances at her 13 times. Fleeting as they were, but the girl noticed each one. Her lively eyes sparkled with amusement. "Does he like her?" As the two were nearing home, Bai's mother had been waiting in the dining room for quite some time. Glancing at the wall clock, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. It hadn't been long, but she wondered if Xiao Ran had led Yinshin astray. Why were they coming back so late? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Bai's mother stood up, tilting her head in surprise, covering her mouth joyfully. "Xiao Ran, you still look so lovely. Don't go messing with those ridiculous hairstyles anymore." Just yesterday, her daughter had cried in her arms, insisting she would dye it back today. She cast a sidelong glance at Bo Yinshin, who, with a blank expression, nodded in her direction. Yinshin, you're back too." Bai's mother smiled. "Please. So, it was Yinshin who accompanied her to dye it back." It was nice that the two kids could get along well. Bai Ran yawned, wrapped her arms around her mother's, and playfully chided, "Mommy, I know, my stomach is growling." Bai's mother urged them to wash their hands and eat quickly. They finally had their fill. The young girl squinted her eyes in delight as she savored the last spoonful of salty soup, her delicate tongue curling to capture the droplets at the corners of her lips. Bo Yinshin's fingers trembled slightly as he picked up his chopsticks, diverting his gaze. That enticingly soft appearance was akin to a centuries-old little enchantress, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. Just a single glance would lead to enchantment. His fan-like lashes hung low, concealing the swirling darkness in his eyes. Slowly, he placed a piece of celery in his mouth, stirring it with his lips and teeth before finally swallowing. Not sweet enough, Bai Yinshin clicked his tongue inwardly, raising his gaze to the girl, only to find Bai Ran propping her chin on her hand, teasingly raising an eyebrow at him. Then, she playfully kicked his calf. Although she was a snake by nature, in that moment, it felt as though he was savoring her with each bite, relishing her essence. Bai Yinshin let out a soft grunt. Her little shoe kicks were indeed painful. Bai's mother, curious, asked, Yinshin, what's wrong? The boy pressed his lips together, catching a glimpse of the girl's triumphant gaze, his earlobes reddening, as if all his secret thoughts were laid bare. Auntie, I'm fine. I just accidentally bit my tongue. Bai Yinshin awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Bai's mother sighed in relief and gently advised, be careful. Don't follow Xiao Ran's example. Chew slowly. He nodded and continued eating, though all his thoughts and attention remained fixated on the girl across from him. Little Yuan perched on a small stool, gazing at Bai Ran. Master, am I mistaken? Or was there just now a dark aura pressing down on us? It was no illusion. The dark, entangling force truly resided within this boy before them. Bai Ran curled her unadorned lips, fingers caressing her water cup. I didn't expect things to become increasingly intriguing. The girl's inexplicable remark eluded the dream beast's comprehension, nor did it seek further understanding. After finishing their meal, Bai Ran and Bai Yinshin retreated to the study, both engrossed in their homework without uttering a word. Whenever she encountered difficulties, Bai Ran would consult him. The little snake had an exceptional learning ability but struggled to grasp mathematics. By 9:30, they finally completed the math assignments. At that moment, her pen rolled off the table onto the floor. They both bent down to retrieve it, and Bai Ran's delicate, pale fingers brushed against the boy's palm as she swiftly picked it up. Bai Yinshin's eyes darkened, his fingers slightly curling. The lingering warmth of her touch remained in his palm, the faint fragrance from her body filling his heart, entwined up burning. Bai Yinshin, why are you still bent over? Is there something interesting down there? Bai Ran, preparing to write her other assignments, noticed the boy still in his previous position. He felt as though she had been frozen in place. Hearing her playful laughter, Bai Yinshin snapped back to reality, straightening up, but in his haste, his forehead collided with the table corner. Ouch! The boy's eyes reddened as he covered his forehead. Bai Ran, momentarily stunned by the loud thud, burst into laughter before rushing over to check on him. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't hold it in. The girl stifled her laughter, regaining composure, and gently parted Bai Yinshin's hand to examine his forehead. It was red, but not severely injured. Bai Ran pouted her irresistibly tender lips and softly blew on his wound. Perhaps this would alleviate the pain. Bai Yinshin froze, his gaze inadvertently landing on the girl's collarbone. One button of her school uniform shirt was undone, and the faint outline of her collarbone, illuminated by the light, appeared rosy. Coupled with the warmth of her breath on his forehead, the atmosphere in the study thickened with an alluring haze. Unbeknownst to the girl, Bai Yinshin deliberately leaned forward, imagining her soft, fragrant lips brushing against his forehead. Her lips were soft and warm. Would they taste sweet if he bit down, just as Bai Ran was blowing on his forehead? She unexpectedly found her lips pressed against his. In a way, she hadn't intended to take advantage of Bai Yinshin. How did this happen? Neither moved, the air between them thickening with tension. The sound of high heels echoed. Bai Ran quickly pushed him away and pretended to be diligently working on her assignments. If one looked closely, they would notice her ears tinged with red. She was embarrassed. Bai Yinshin sighed in regret, wishing that soft lips hadn't departed so swiftly. He felt an unexpected sense of longing. Bai's mother opened the study door to find the two children diligently studying, a satisfied smile in her eyes. Her gaze towards Bai Yinshin grew even more approving. Ever since Yinshin agreed to tutor Xiao Ran, she had become much more sensible. You two should have a warm glass of milk, finish your assignments, and get to bed early. Bai's mother cheerfully brought over 2 cups of milk, noticing her daughter's flushed face, which was lowered. Is it that hot? Is the air conditioning broken? Thank you, Auntie. We'll go to sleep as soon as we finish. Bai Yinshin stepped forward, taking the milk from her hand and smiling politely. Bai's mother forgot the words she had intended to say, casually exchanging a few words before leaving the study, kindly closing the door behind her. The boy returned to the desk, handing Bai Ran a cup of milk, deliberately avoiding mentioning what had just transpired. After finishing their milk, Bai Ran hastened to complete her remaining assignments, so engrossed that she didn't even notice Bai Yinshin inching closer. At 10:30, she stretched her arms and yawned, her arms inadvertently resting on the boy's shoulder. Bai Ran frowned. Hey, Bai Yinshin, Why are you sitting so close to me? At that moment, she realized just how close they were. This cunning wolf had taken advantage of her inattention to inch so near. It compelled her to reconsider whether that accidental kiss was also a deliberate act by Bo Yinshin. Bai Ran. Don't you understand why I'm sitting so close? The boy's voice, now deeper, especially the lingering tone at the end, stirred something within Bai Ran. His warm breath brushed against her ear. Bai Ran pushed him away, stammering, I don't know anything. I should go to sleep now. Bye. The girl sprang up and dashed towards the door, yet her adorably clumsy demeanor unveiled her nervousness. Bo Yinshin's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile as he watched her vanish through the door. Lingering in his thoughts for quite some time, she dashed into her bedroom, swiftly locking the door behind her, leaning against it while taking deep breaths. Oh dear, that was too flirtatious. She couldn't handle it. Bai Ran patted her cheeks, attempting to calm herself. Little Yuanyu and poked her head out curiously. Master, aren't you the one who loves handsome boys the most? Why are you being so timid? The opportunity presented to her was unrealized. It remembered that the walls of her room were once adorned with various images of handsome men. Charming types, aloof types, little puppies, big wolves. Just thinking about it made the dream beast shiver with excitement. Its master was a true seductress. I have a fondness for handsome men, yet I lack experience. Have you forgotten that I have been dormant for a millennium, having never even tasted broth? How could I dare to indulge in meat directly? Bai Jian flung herself onto the soft bed, rolling over several times while embracing a pillow with a sigh. A heart full of desire but devoid of courage, a timid snake that has not fled. The divine beast was poised to suggest a dubious idea. How about Xiao Yuanyu and help the master lock him up? This proposal sounded intriguing. Alas, this world is governed by the rule of law, and it seems that imprisonment is indeed illegal. What a bother, no need. I shall amuse myself. I wish to sleep. Bai Jian declined. She turned her head and closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. This day was a Friday, marking the once-a-month weekend for high school and middle school students. Sister Jian, let us go to the Blue Moon Bar. It has been ages since our last visit, and I am positively itching for it. Are you wanting to dance the night away again? Do you not wish to? Several of her girlfriends rested their chins in their hands, all gazing expectantly at Bai Jian, awaiting her verdict. The young girl donned a pristine white dress, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, exuding an enchanting allure. Her lips curved slightly, complemented by a touch of pink lipstick, glimmering under the warm hues of the setting sun. Very well, I find myself quite idle. Bai Jian's slightly curled eyelashes fluttered as she opened her amber-hued eyes, smiling at the cluster of girls before her. Upon hearing her agreement, the girls joyously embraced one another. Xiao Yuan, perplexed, remarked, Master, today is a pivotal moment in the plot. The heroine works at the bar, unexpectedly gets drugged, but is saved by the hero, leading to their ensuing relationship. Bai Jian, with her brows arched and eyes twinkling with mirth, had no desire to join the fray. Merely out of boredom, she wished to observe the so-called purity of the love between the male and female leads in this world. In hindsight, it was merely the result of carnal desires. Rather laughable indeed. The original character had nearly sacrificed herself for the hero, which was hardly worthwhile. It was said she did not fancy soft and delicate girls, yet Su Jiaojiao belonged to that very type. The hero simply did not favor her. I am not here to cause trouble. What do you fear? Bai Jian playfully flicked its forehead. She was here for revenge. The promise of half a soul as a reward was a considerable temptation. After gathering their belongings, the group summoned a ride and set off for the Blue Moon Bar. The dazzling lights and pulsating music enveloped them, as young men and women reveled on the dance floor. With couples entwined closely, whispering sweet nothings, Bai Jian selected a booth with an excellent view, snapping her fingers elegantly. Miss, may I take your order? The dashing waiter approached with a tray, bending slightly as his gaze fell upon the girl's face. Momentarily taken aback, Miss Bai? The handsome waiter furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the small boss's prohibition against her entry into the Blue Moon Bar, uncertain of how to proceed. Bai Jian pointed toward the girls on the sofa, tapping her fingers lightly. Bring some non-alcoholic drinks and a fruit platter. After speaking, the girl withdrew her phone from her pocket, lowering her head to play with it. The waiter opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately complied, retrieving the requested items and discreetly calling the small boss. The girls exchanged glances, and Tian took a seat beside Bai Jian. Sister Jian, are we not drinking today? The girl asked. Puzzled. In the past, they had always indulged in alcoholic beverages, despite their unpalatable nature. Bai Jian affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, smiling indulgently. Little one, you must not drink. Remember, you are to refrain from alcohol while in my company. He Hua was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Jian, you are too indulgent, I love it. Yes, I shall remember, He Hua said, tugging at her friend's arms, pointing toward the dance floor. Sister Jian, will you join us for a dance? The girls lined up like chosen concubines, awaiting her favor. Bai Jian shook her head, chuckling lightly. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall sit here. Her refusal elicited disappointed sighs from the group. Sister Jian's dancing is unparalleled. Observing the youthful figures swaying to the rhythm, Bai Jian reclined against the sofa, lifting a glass of strawberry juice, swirling it as if she were a queen admiring the dancers. Suddenly, a sound of shattering glass interrupted from the adjacent booth, and Bai Jian turned to see a group of men intimidating a girl. Narrowing her eyes, she observed that the girl's helpless gaze shimmered with tears beneath the flashing lights. Teske. The heroine is being bullied. Bai Jian propped her chin on her hand, her pink lips curving into a smirk as she regarded the group in the distance. Do you know how much our boss's outfit costs? Can you afford to compensate for it? A bald man shoved Su Jiaojiao's shoulder, his demeanor menacing. However, he was blocked by a man who had stained his trousers. Donning gold-rimmed glasses, he scrutinized the girl dressed in a maid's outfit with a lecherous grin. If you wipe the drink off my clothes, I shall let you go. How does that sound? Su Jiaojiao bit her lip tightly, the pressure threatening to draw blood. She had never endured such humiliation. For reasons unknown, she had been encountering trouble today. The Blue Moon Bar was one of the more reputable establishments in City A, primarily due to its generous wages. She worked there as a temporary employee during weekends. Enough to cover her living expenses for 2 months. Lowering her gaze, she suppressed her grievances and choked out, I will wipe it. All right. Just as Su Jiaojiao reached for a tissue to touch the man's trousers, she was pushed aside. The man in gold-rimmed glasses glared fiercely in a particular direction, prompting others to follow suit. Isn't that the infamous Bai Jian? Though she had dyed her hair black and wore no makeup, it was still easy for others to recognize her. Bai Jian, our previous account is still unsettled. Are you here to apologize? The man seized Su Jiaojiao's arm and dragged her to their booth, firmly wrapping his arm around her waist to prevent her from moving. Bai Jian's slightly curled eyelashes veiled her penetrating gaze as she scrutinized the man before her. Suddenly, she scoffed. Ah, so it's Lu Chuanming, the esteemed young master of the Lu family. Have you forgotten the lesson I imparted last time? Would you like a reminder? According to the original character's memories, this man was the heir of the Lu group. Known for his extravagant lifestyle, however, he bore a grudge against the original character. Lu Chuanming had been displeased that Bai Jian possessed more followers than he and had arranged a duel in a back alley. Unbeknownst to him, it had rained that day, and Bai Jian's makeup was not waterproof, revealing her delicate beauty. Fueled by desire, he attempted to tease the original character, only to end up in the hospital instead. A humiliation he could not shake off, and no need. Lu Chuanming's expression darkened as he took a deep breath, signaling for his underlings to bring over his drink. If you drink this cup, we shall bury the hatchet. How about that? He snapped his fingers, and the bald man brought several glasses of alcohol to the table. Su Jiaojiao pursed her lips and shouted, Bai Jian, leave. I do not need your help. I would feel guilty if you intervened. The heroine adopted a righteous demeanor. Goodness, the heroine's thought process is truly peculiar. Master, I feel utterly dumbfounded, Xiao Yuanyuan exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, Lu Chuanming pinched Su Jiaojiao's delicate waist, smirking suggestively that of course, she can choose not to drink. But you may drink in her stead. The man's dry, warm hand rested on the girl's slender waist, causing her face to flush crimson. Her eyes glistened with tears, biting her red lip as she cast a pleading look at Bai Jian. As if silently begging for rescue. Bai Jian, she thought, can I simply pretend not to see this? Taking a deep breath, she stood up and lifted a glass from the table. I shall drink it. A glint of mischief flickered in Bai Jian's eyes. Xiao Yuanyuan immediately leapt up in alarm. Master, are you foolish? Why would you have the heroine drink for you? Do you not despise White Lotus types? The divine beast's tail stood on end in frustration. Master, this is sheer folly. Silly Yuanyuan, this is a pivotal moment in the plot. Bai Jian soothed its emotions, smiling gently. I wish to see whether Su Jiaojiao will still remain unscathed after drinking that cup. Sometimes, the plot truly is irresistible. Lu Chuanming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. He had not expected Bai Jian to be so straightforward, and he too raised a glass, ready to drink. However, it was snatched away by Su Jiaojiao, who gulped it down in one go. I do not wish for you to suffer. After all, I, Su Jiaojiao, am responsible for my own actions, and I do not require your unsolicited assistance. The potent alcohol filled her mouth, and her fair complexion flushed a rosy hue, adorably enticing, as if one might wish to take a bite. The bald man leaned in closer to Lu Chuanming, speaking in hushed tones. Boss, we should leave quickly. Lu Chuanming furrowed his brow, questioning why they were in such a hurry to depart. The bald man glanced around cautiously, discreetly indicating Su Jiaojiao, who was now slightly breathless. Oh no. Your drink was spiked earlier. The boys intended to surprise you, but she drank it instead. The man raised his hand and slapped the bald man, saying nothing further before hastily exiting the bar with his companions. He dared not approach Su Jiaojiao, as she was under Duan Si's protection. Now that she had been drugged, it was best to make a swift exit. Chapter 9. The Scheming Childhood Sweetheart. 9. Leave me alone. Su Jiaojiao lay on the sofa, her voice soft and kitten-like. Had it not been for Bai Jian's exceptional hearing, she would have truly been unable to discern anything amidst the pulsating music. Damn it, she muttered. Is this really Chinese medicine? The protagonist's halo is indeed extraordinary. Master, what should we do now? Xiao Yuanyuan tilted her head, gazing curiously towards the sofa. Bai Jian seized her head and tossed her into the small dark room, stating, not suitable for children, refrain from watching or listening. She turned to cast a glance at Su Jiaojiao. This situation was indeed quite troublesome. The girl exhaled softly, moving towards the sofa to check on Su Jiaojiao's condition. Suddenly, a slap struck her right cheek, causing Bai Jian to tilt her head sideways, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. She licked the blood with her tongue, her eyes blazing with cold fury. Bai Jian grabbed the man's collar and delivered 2 swift slaps, leaving Duan Si dazed, staring blankly at the girl before him. Are you out of your mind? The girl's furious shout jolted the boy from his reverie, and he pulled Su Jiaojiao into his embrace, eyeing Bai Jian warily. Just moments ago, he had received a message indicating that Su Jiaojiao had been drugged and was at the Blue Moon Bar. He had rushed there on his motorcycle. To his shock, upon arriving at the bar, he found Bai Jian gripping Jiaojiao's neck. Fury coursed through him, and without a second thought, he slapped her. Duan Si? With an air of righteousness, sneered, Bai Jian, your methods are truly despicable. If I hadn't arrived in time, were you planning to harm Jiaojiao to death? Drugging someone? How utterly vile! Bai Jian rolled her eyes dramatically, finally understanding why the original owner was an obstacle to the romance between the leads. Seriously, this male lead must be out of his mind. If you're sick, go take your medicine. I, Bai Jian, have never committed such acts. Why should I be forced to admit to something I haven't done? Are you the Jade Emperor or the Queen Mother? Bai Jian shot back angrily, clearly not one to be trifled with. You? Duan Si's expression stiffened slightly. He had never seen her like this before. Previously, she had been meek in his presence, striving to please him. Now, she exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence. The boy's gaze darkened. Flickering with an indescribable light, Su Jiaojiao bit her lip, tugging at Duan Si's arm. Si, please take me away. It wasn't her. The girl's words momentarily stunned Duan Si, realizing that Bai Jian was indeed not the culprit. But what of it? Gazing at Su Jiaojiao's flushed cheeks and her weak voice, she appeared fragile, like a porcelain doll that might shatter with the slightest touch. Duan Si, filled with concern, picked her up and wrapped her tightly in his coat. Even if you weren't the one who drugged her, you're still implicated. Carrying the unconscious girl in his arms, he turned to leave the booth. Duan Si halted, his expression darkening and threatened. Bai Jian, we shall see. After the two departed, a faint smile curled at the corners of Bai Jian's lips, resembling a beautiful rose with thorns, oddly out of place under the flickering lights. Master, are you all right? Xiao Yuanyuan cautiously poked her head out. She had sensed Bai Jian's emotional turmoil earlier. Confined in the small dark room, she could only connect with Bai Jian mentally, unable to see the outside world. Bai Jian wiped the blood from her mouth with a slender finger, her tongue brushing against her right cheek. Her face tilted up in a half-smile as she gazed at the colorful lights on the ceiling. Since you've provoked me, prepare to experience the torment of life and death entangled. The bitterness of unrequited love. After Hua and her friends finished dancing and returned to the booth, they found Bai Jian staring down, seemingly lost in thought. Sister Jian? The girl cautiously called out to her. Bai Jian lifted her gaze, her amber eyes glinting like a snake's, causing Hua to instinctively step back. Did you have fun? Bai Jian concealed her anger beneath a gentle facade, smiling. Then you should head home early. It's unsafe to stay out too late. Children shouldn't linger outside. The girls learned firsthand what it meant to have one's demeanor shift in an instant. They all nodded obediently, collecting their bags and preparing to leave. Watching the taxi disappear from view, Bai Jian glanced at the alley on her right, leaning against the glass door of the bar, waiting before long. A boy in pajamas rushed over, enveloping the girl in a tight embrace. Bai Jian's face pressed against his strong, reassuring chest, a smile slowly forming at the corners of her mouth. This feeling of being cared for was something she felt she hadn't experienced in a long time. Bo Yin Xian held her close, his shoulders trembling slightly. Had it not been for the bar manager sending him a video, he might never have realized the extent of the girl's distress. "I'm sorry for arriving late," the boy whispered in her ear. Bo Yin Xian's dark eyes appeared calm, but a fleeting madness could be discerned upon closer inspection. Bai Jian stiffened for a moment before laughing. "You didn't do anything wrong. Why apologize?" The girl pushed gently against Bo Yin Xian's chest, prompting him to slowly release her grip. He gazed at her still slightly reddened and swollen cheeks, and without a word. He focused intently on the injury, his fingers trembling as they brushed against her right cheek. A soft, heart-wrenching sound slipped from Bai Jian's lips. The boy's fingers froze, his throat constricting. Leaning forward, he lowered his head to blow gently on the wound. "Did I hurt you?" Their proximity was undeniably intimate. Bai Jian took half a step back, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had been grievously wronged. "It doesn't hurt that much." Bo Yin Xian's fingers fell, tightly clenching into a fist as he swept her up in his arms, seeking the nearest hospital. The doctor treated the girl's wound. She regarded Bo Yin Xian with the same disdain one would reserve for a scoundrel. This misunderstanding was growing. After applying the medicine, the female doctor earnestly advised, "Young lady, it might be best to break up with this boyfriend of yours. Just look at how your beautiful face has been bruised." Her mantra was to counsel against reconciliation. Bai Jian. The girl bit her lip, struggling to suppress a laugh as she observed the boy standing not far away, backlit and seemingly enveloped in warmth. "Doctor, you've misunderstood. He's my friend, and he didn't do this to me." "Well, I was just saying," Bai Jian explained, but the doctor shook her head in exasperation. "Young people these days are so impulsive." Bo Yin Xian finished settling the bill and approached, inquiring about her condition. The girl sat obediently, her face, now treated, appearing less swollen. He grasped her wrist, leading her home. The doctor watched with confusion. Could she have truly misjudged the situation? Dr. Lee, the girl in the next room has awakened. You should go take a look." A nurse rushed in. The boy in the hospital room glared fiercely at everyone, looking rather intimidating. The doctor sighed, reflecting on the state of the world, first encountering a girl who had been drugged, and now a girl with a bruised face. Were they all so crazed by love? Chapter 10. The calculating childhood friend, 10, Jiao. Was it really not Bai Jian who bullied you? In the hospital room, Duan Ci sat in a chair, his expression somewhat peculiar as he gazed at the girl still receiving 4 fluids. It was only now that he realized how intense his emotions had been. Su Jiao, clad in a hospital gown, leaned against the pristine bed's headboard, her face devoid of color, resembling shattered porcelain, fragile. She clutched a pillow tightly, striving to muster a smile. She didn't bully me." "You misunderstood." Su Jiao bit her lower lip, her damp eyes fixed on the boy. Duan Ci felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had wrongly accused someone. However, upon witnessing the girl's delicate state, he immediately approached, sitting gently at the edge of the bed and enveloping her in a warm embrace, soothing her back. After all, a girl who had been drugged would undoubtedly be terrified. His previously held misconceptions about Bai Jian were swiftly cast aside. "Don't cry. Everything will be all right," Duan Ci murmured softly. Yu Jiao nestled into the boy's embrace, her earlier frailty fading away. Yet, her gaze remained dark, fixed on the ground. She had assumed that after consuming that drink, it would only be natural for Duan Ci to spend the night with her. However, Bai Jian's interference had disrupted everything, leading to a hospital visit for a stomach pump and 4 fluids. It was all deliberate. Every event had been meticulously orchestrated by her. Even Lu Chuanming was part of her scheme. Just then, the female doctor entered, catching sight of the calculating look in Su Jiao's eyes, her brow furrowing in concern. This expression was not one a young girl should possess. After the examination, the doctor reassured them, "She's fine. Once the 4 is done, she can be discharged." "All right, thank you, doctor," Duan Ci replied. Then went to settle the bill. "What? Sister Jian has taken leave? What happened? Did someone bully her?" Several friends leaned over to He Hua's table, pleading for information. What transpired in just 2 days? He Hua sighed, pushing their arms away. Sister Jin is ill. There's no need for concern, everyone. The usually robust Sister Jin was unwell. The other girls' faces fell, and the entire day was spent listlessly in class. He Hua rested her chin on the desk, idly flipping through her workbook. Suddenly, someone stood before her, long legs visible beneath neatly pressed school uniform trousers. She slowly looked up. She was met with Bai Ran's expressionless, icy handsome face. What's your class's homework for today? The boy's cold voice snapped He Hua back to reality. He's incredibly handsome. She quickly relayed the day's assignments to Bai Ran, who then walked over to Bai Jin's desk and directly took her homework. She forcefully slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering, isn't this the bamboo horse of Bai Ran? She had been so preoccupied with admiring handsome boys that she completely forgot to inquire about Bai Jin's well-being. When Duan Ci approached Su Jiao and chanced upon this scene, he paused momentarily, gazing at the empty space beside Bai Jin. Had she not come to class? Could it be that the slap he had given her was too hard? Duan Ci realized he was concerned about the person he despised the most. His thick brows furrowed in distaste, and disdain filled his eyes. He must be losing his mind lately. How could he care for such a venomous woman? She had even slapped him twice. As Bai Ran passed by Duan Ci, holding Bai Jin's belongings, his cold gaze flickered briefly in Duan Ci's direction. It wasn't until the young man disappeared at the staircase that Duan Ci snapped back to reality. Had Bai Ran just glared at him? Surely, they had no enmity between them, right? A Ci? Su Jiao tugged at the young man's hand, shaking it. Why have you been so distracted lately? Is there another dog outside? In truth, as she uttered these words, Su Jiao felt a twinge of insecurity. Duan Ci was one of the 3 most handsome boys at Mingyang, wealthy and exceptionally good-looking. With numerous admirers, she couldn't guarantee how many were coveting her possessions. Duan Ci regained his focus, warmth flooded his gaze, and he ruffled the girl's hair. I was just thinking, isn't Jiao's birthday approaching? I want to give you a surprise. The girl's face flushed a deep crimson. She clung to his arm, resting her head on his shoulder, and playfully protested. Actually, gifts aren't that important, as long as it's from a Ci. I'm happy. Duan Ci, captivated by her perfectly timed shyness, felt his heart race. You really are sweet-tongued. He took her hand and caressed it gently. Come, I'll take you to eat. I recently discovered a restaurant with excellent Japanese cuisine. The two chatted and laughed until they reached the school gate, where they hopped into Duan Ci's car and sped away. Just then, Bai Ran emerged from the school, mounting his mountain bike. His deep-set eyes glanced at the fading tail lights of their vehicle, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, filled with nothing but mockery. Hey, Bai Ran, did you bring my homework? At that moment, Bai Jin's call came through. Upon hearing her sickly, soft voice, Bai Ran's heart skipped a beat. The young man lightly licked his lips, chuckling, I got it. But when did little Jin start enjoying studying? Teasing with a sharp tongue, Bai Jin sat up abruptly on her bed, throwing the pillow beside her onto the carpet. Humph, mind your own business. Her cute, irritated voice, tinged with a long-forgotten huskiness, resembled a little pet itching to be cuddled. Bai Ran, tilting his head back and covering his eyes, let out a soft laugh. It seemed he was intoxicated by a love potion named Bai Jin. Sitting at the edge of her bed, Bai Jin gazed out at the large tree outside the window where 2 adorable little birds chirped, their heads nestled closely together. She tossed aside the soft, thin blanket, revealing her long, fair legs. Slightly flushed due to a mild fever, dressed in a light, sheer nightgown, she tiptoed to the window, perching herself on the sill, lost in thought. She didn't even notice when Bai Ran entered the room. The boy stood there, watching her, his amber eyes misted with emotion, the last rays of the setting sun casting a divine glow upon her, as if redeeming a soul from darkness. He, too, found redemption in her. Bai Ran remained rooted, gazing affectionately at the girl not far from him. Suddenly, Bai Jin turned her head, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and flashed him a captivating smile. Slowly, step by step, she approached him. Am I beautiful? The boy concealed the depth of his feelings, his gaze turning as cold as ever. Bai Jin gently grasped his collar, slowly pulling him closer, their lips almost touching when he suddenly bent down. Bai Ran lifted her effortlessly, scolding, You're barefoot while being sick? You really don't care about your health, do you? This unexpected move left Bai Jin utterly bewildered. Really? Her charm had utterly failed to work? Little Yuan rolled on the floor, clutching her stomach, laughing heartily. How could anyone resist their master's charm? Seeing her exasperated expression made him want to laugh for some inexplicable reason. Chapter 11. The Scheming Bamboo Horse's Sweetness. 11. Bai Ran nestled against the boy's neck, obediently resting in his embrace, and softly complained, "I was just checking if you brought back my homework." "Yes, just the homework." A triumphant smile tugged at the corners of the girl's lips. This excuse was flawless. Bai Ran crouched down, retrieving a pair of slippers from the side and placing them by her feet. As her tender foot brushed against his palm, slipping into the shoe, the boy's long lashes trembled slightly, and he bit his lip. When Bai Ran asked if she was beautiful, his heart had already flipped several times. If it weren't for his remaining rationality, he might have pressed her head down and kissed her. "Yes, I brought it back." Bai Ran straightened, his deep gaze fixed on her face before walking to the desk, turning his back to her. He feared that if he continued to look, he might succumb to uncontrollable urges. Bai Ran raised an eyebrow, pulling her slipped strap back up and donning a jacket to conceal her springtime allure. Knock, knock, knock. Bai's mother entered just then, glancing at the slightly ajar door. "Little Jian, are you feeling any better?" The woman frowned, observing the girl sitting by the bed, and only sighed in relief when she saw her complexion returning to its usual rosy hue. That night, when she returned home, Bai Ran had been injured. It was unexpected that she would develop a high fever the next day. Bai Ran obediently shook her head. "The fever has subsided, Mommy, you needn't worry." Soon after, Bai's mother glanced at the desk, just in time to see Bai Ran pulling out the homework from his bag. "You child, even while sick, you don't forget your homework." "I'm just trying to study well." Hearing her teasing, Bai Ran chuckled as she approached and took the fruit platter from her hands. However, Bai's mother paused in surprise. She had merely said it offhandedly, yet she realized her daughter had become increasingly obedient, causing her to shed a few grateful tears. "Yan Shan, after you finish tutoring little Jian, come down for a late-night snack." After giving this instruction, she saw the boy nodding beside the desk, feeling satisfied as she exited the room. Bai Ran breathed a sigh of relief, glad that her earlier attempts to charm Bai Ran hadn't been noticed by her mother. Otherwise, her head would surely spin. Not focusing on her studies would lead to bad influences on the neighbor boy. Inside the room, Bai Ran's dark eyes flickered slightly as he quietly sat beside the girl, watching her profile as she diligently worked on her homework. She had just recovered from her illness, her skin still holding a hint of rosy warmth. He simply gazed at her. Bai Ran's fingers paused slightly as she felt that Bai Ran's gaze had changed recently. There was an obsessive, almost frenzied glimmer in his eyes. "Master, little Yuan thinks the person you're pursuing is a bit scary." The dream beast observed Bai Ran's eyes, as deep and dark as a bottomless well. Trembling with fright, Bai Ran gently rubbed its head with her mind, chuckling softly. "You don't understand. Don't you find this intriguing?" She relished in challenging the impossible. "Can't solve this problem?" Bai Ran leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear, his usually cool voice warmer than usual, drawing nearer. She felt that if she moved just a bit closer, his lips would touch her earlobe. Bai Ran's body stiffened, sitting upright, and declared with righteous indignation, "Yes, this is the one I can't solve. Hurry and explain it to me." Asking a question shouldn't require this level of urgency, right? Bai Ran noticed her earlobes turning crimson. Realizing the girl was shy, this adorable mix of reluctance and genuine affection made it hard for him to resist. He wanted to secretly treasure her beauty, hidden from the world. "All right." Bai Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as he grasped her hand holding the pen and began to write out the solution steps while explaining the problem. He leaned in too close. Bai Ran's mind became hazy, overwhelmed by the youthful, intoxicating scent of male hormones, akin to an aphrodisiac, making her heart flutter with shyness and the desire to draw closer. Although she often claimed to like handsome boys, the reality made it impossible for her to act on it. "Little Jian, are you daydreaming?" Bai Ran's eyes were fixed on her, inching closer, as they were about to kiss. He withdrew slightly, observing the girl with her eyes tightly shut and her lips slightly pouted. Bai Ran waited for what felt like an eternity, but she felt no kiss descend upon her. She cautiously opened one eye and found Bai Ran smiling at her, filled with mirth. "Are you looking forward to my kiss?" "Not at all." "Then why are you blushing?" "That's because my fever hasn't completely subsided yet." They exchanged playful banter, the atmosphere becoming much more relaxed, dissipating the earlier tension. Bai Ran pushed him to the door, looking up at the boy. Why was he so tall? Why did she always have to look up to speak with him? Pouting in annoyance, she huffed, "I'm going to sleep now, good night." With that, she shut the door firmly. Bai Ran stared at the door that nearly hit his nose, unable to contain his laughter. Outside the villa, a brand new bicycle was parked. Bai Jian's eyes sparkled with delight as she twirled around the new bike, unable to resist touching it. A new bike? The boy raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? Humph. Bai Jian crossed her arms defiantly, her nose pointing upward. Bo Yin Shun leaned casually against his mountain bike, smirking. Silly girl, can you ride a bike? Eh? That struck a nerve. It seemed she couldn't ride a bicycle at all. Bai Jian's sparkling eyes darted back and forth, eventually resting on the rear seat of the boy's mountain bike, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. She swiftly hopped on, clutching the hem of the boy's shirt tightly. I can study later tonight. Just take me to school first, she urged, poking him in the back. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Bo Yinshin licked his thin lips, his gaze darkening slightly. Did this little girl not realize that a man's waist should not be touched indiscriminately? With both hands firmly gripping the handlebars, the boy took a deep breath and finally pedaled away. The morning sun was warm and inviting. The two of them on the bicycle wove through several streets before finally stopping at the entrance of Dongyang. The girl jumped off, waved goodbye, and with her backpack slung over her shoulder, she walked inside. Bo Yin Shan retracted his smile, casting a fleeting glance at the girl behind him, his eyes cooling slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, Su Jiaojiao had just taken a photo of them with her phone. Delete the photo, the boy's voice was icy, causing Su Jiaojiao to nearly drop her phone in shock. She awkwardly laughed. What photo? I have no idea what you're talking about. Bo Yin Shun regarded her stubborn denial, the coldness radiating from his dark eyes potent enough to freeze someone in place. Your flash is still on. He shot her a sidelong glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. I'll give you one more chance. Su Jiaojiao clenched her phone tightly, her entire body stiffening. She had been so pleased with herself, wanting to capture the moment, only to forget to turn off the flash and get caught. Chapter 12. The scheming childhood friend Su Jiaojiao took a few steps back, her trembling steps betraying her uncertainty. Just then, Duan Ci approached from behind, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl, his eyes sparking with anger as he glared at the Bo Yin Shan. Why are you bullying Jiao Jiao? She said she didn't take any photos, Duan Ci scolded. He held a strong dislike for Bo Yin Shan, whose reputation surpassed his own in both academics and family background. Whether at family gatherings or company banquets, he often heard people comparing him to Bo Yin Shan, making him feel like a mere joke in his presence. Always the second, never the first. Bo Yin Shan casually shoved his hand into his pocket, smirking as he glanced at the two of them. I hope there are no photos, or else a lawyer's letter will arrive at your home this afternoon. With that, the boy pushed his expensive mountain bike and strolled into the school gate. Duan Ci watched him with rising frustration, feeling as though he was looking down from a pedestal. He swung his arm and followed him into the school. Yu Jiaojiao tightly clenched her fists, the pale fingers leaving distinct red marks as she seemed impervious to her own pain. Aren't you going in? Class is about to start, the security guard said, standing by the iron gate with a puzzled expression. Su Jiaojiao paused, glancing at the time before quickly tossing her phone into her backpack and rushing into the teaching building. The guard shook his head helplessly, muttering about the impatience of today's youth. Jianjia, do you want to go watch the basketball game? He Hua gently prodded the girl, who was resting her head on the desk. Bai Jian yawned and sat up, a tuft of hair sticking up adorably, her freshly awakened pink face evoking a desire to cuddle her. What's so interesting about a basketball game? It's just a bunch of boys scrambling for a ball, she said dismissively, pouting her rosy lips. Just as she was about to refuse, the classroom erupted with excited squeals from the girls. Hurry up, Jiao Jiao. Duan Ci is waiting for you to bring him water, one girl urged, pulling the soft-spoken Su Jiaojiao along. As the two girls reached the classroom door, Bai Jian noticed Su Jiaojiao smirking at her provocatively. Oh, the heroine is challenging you. Hurry up and show her your prowess, little Yuan exclaimed. Bai Jian replied, it seems the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuchs. A mysterious smile curled on her lips. Who is playing basketball? Bai Jian inquired. Upon hearing this, He Hua was taken aback, stepping back as if confronted by a monster. Jianjia, you knew all about Duan Ci's affairs before. How could you forget something so significant like the friendship match between Class 2 and Class 3? The other girls exchanged glances, staring at her incredulously. Bai Jian. Why should she remember anything about that jerk Duan? Just as He Hua was about to say something, she noticed Bai Jian's eyes cooling slightly and quickly changed the subject. Bo Yin Shan is participating too. Aren't you going to check on your childhood friend? The moment the words left her lips, Bai Jian stood up and walked towards the classroom door. The other girls burst into laughter, realizing their older sister was preparing to change her affections. Bai Jian navigated through the crowd to the basketball court, only to find it surrounded by throngs of girls. Duan Si's slam dunk is so handsome. Bo Yinshan looks even more dashing while playing. Duan Si, Duan Si, Duan Si, Bo Yinshan, Bo Yinshan, Bo Yinshan. The cacophony of cheers from the girls was deafening, more fervent than that of a fan club. Bai Jin. The world of humans is truly extraordinary. She stood on the periphery, ready to turn and leave when she spotted He Hua rushing over with 2 bottles of water, parting the crowd to reach their preoccupied spot. Jianjia, your special spot, the girl beamed, revealing a row of cute white teeth that exuded warmth. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, returning her a gentle smile. Turning her gaze back to the court, she caught sight of Bo Yinshan just in time to see him snatch the ball and dash toward the opposing hoop. With a graceful spin, leap, and shot, he scored effortlessly. The audience erupted in cheers, and Bai Jian beamed, giving the boy a thumbs dash up. Bo Yinshan glanced her way, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he waved back. The other girls, filled with jealousy, followed his gaze to the girl in the stands, her beautiful black hair accentuating her fair skin. Those sparkling eyes, filled with laughter, gazed affectionately at someone on the court. Wait, isn't Bai Jian supposed to like Duan Si? Why does it seem like she feels differently toward Bo Yinshan? A girl with short hair whispered to her friend. The girl with a high ponytail and glasses chuckled. Duan Si likes Su Jiao, while Bai Jian probably feels hopeless and has shifted her focus to Bo Yinshan. Truly fickle, the short-haired girl gaped, but I heard Bai Jian and Bo Yinshan are childhood friends. Their relationship is just close, right? Well, you might not know, but with Bo Yinshan's looks, if you were in her place, wouldn't you make a move? The girl behind them poked their backs, smirking. You two are a bit loud. She can hear you. She pointed at Bai Jian, who was sitting nearby, causing the 2 girls to flush red and fall silent. The game continued. Duan Si had spotted Bai Jian, who was makeup-free, and despite her school uniform, he recognized her immediately in the crowd. Her radiant smile resembled a fallen fairy, capturing his heart. Yet, it seemed she was not smiling at him. It irked him to see someone else intruding on his territory. Clenching his fists tightly, Duan Si intentionally bumped his shoulder against Bo Yinshan as he caught the ball, a clear provocation. Bo Yinshan, do you like Bai Jian? After uttering the question, he was momentarily taken aback, his pupils constricting as he bit his lip. Knowing this, he should keep his distance from her. Bo Yinshan's gaze darkened as he leaned closer, his voice cold as he whispered, because she is mine. The boy did not shy away from his feelings. Duan Si stiffened, then suddenly recalled something, raising an eyebrow and grinning at Bai Jian in the stands. But, she likes me, don't forget, she used to send me love letters and lunch. Looking into Bo Yinshan's furious eyes, Duan Si's smile deepened as he passed the ball to a teammate, casually tossing his hair back and blowing a kiss to the girls. The crowd erupted once more. Chapter 13. The scheming childhood friend. Are you here to bring me water? Duan Si approached, snatching a bottle from her hand and opening it to drink without hesitation. The girl, caught off guard, felt her lips twitch in confusion. What on earth was this? Bai Jian's gaze turned icy as she pivoted and handed another bottle to Bo Yinshan. I'm braving the stares of hundreds of girls to bring you this water. You wouldn't refuse, would you? The girl bit her lip, her eyes misty with unshed tears. The previously furious boy let out a sigh, accepting the water. He slowly opened it and tilted his head back. Drinking half, a faint smile played at the corners of Bo Yinshan's lips as he noticed the little girl gulping in anticipation, and he handed her the remaining half of the bottle. You seem quite thirsty, Xiao Jian. Bai Jian immediately averted her gaze, clearing her throat awkwardly. Just moments ago, as he drank, his long neck exposed, the movement of his Adam's apple was particularly alluring, captivating her for a moment. How embarrassing! She slapped her cheeks lightly, as if that would calm her down. Not quite catching what Bo Yinshan had said, she thought he was done and was about to take it back when Duan Si swatted her hand away. Glaring at her discontentedly, he turned and draped an arm over Bo Yinshan's shoulder. The second half of the match is about to start. Let's go. Watching the 2 of them pull each other into the arena, Bai Jian turned to return to the stands. The back of her fair hand was red and swollen, nearly incapacitated. Jejia, is your hand okay? He Hua asked, hesitating. She had hoped to witness the 2 school heartthrobs vying for attention, but instead, she felt pity for Bai Jian. Bai Jian pressed her lips together and smiled sweetly at her. I'm fine. You all continue to watch the match. As the second half of the basketball game unfolded, many noticed the peculiar tension between the 2 school heartthrobs. Despite being teammates, they appeared more like rivals. This predicament tormented both their allies and opponents alike, leaving both sides questioning their existence. when the game finally concluded. Both boys collapsed onto the court, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, still glaring at each other. Ultimately, Class 2 won, triumphed over Class 3 won, by a margin of 8 points. Gradually, students in the arena dispersed. Some had classes to return to, while others lingered, reluctant to leave. Their gazes locked, both pairs of eyes ignited with fierce intensity. A CI. Su Jiao pushed through the crowd, finally reaching him, her eyes brimming with tears as she clung to his arm. Softly sobbing, she felt genuinely wronged. Moments ago, she had sought a spot to join him, only to be scolded and labeled shameless for pursuing Duan Ci, despite the fact that it was Duan Ci who had been after her. Why was she the one being blamed? The thought made her eyes redden, resembling a pitiful little bunny awaiting comfort. At that moment, Duan Ci's instinctive words were drawn away by her cries. He gently patted her back, attempting to console her. When he regained his focus, he noticed that Bai Jian and Bo Yin Shun had both left. Duan Ci's eyes darkened slightly, his hidden dissatisfaction growing stronger. Meanwhile, the girl nestled in his embrace wore a strange expression, fixated on the spot where Bai Jian had disappeared. Had she not cried, drawing Duan Ci's attention away, Bai Jian would have succeeded yet again. She had heard that Bai Jian had given each of the two school heartthrobs a bottle of water. What a clever maneuver! The two of them embraced, each with their own thoughts. Bo Yin Shun, tall and leisurely, walked slowly, but Bai Jian struggled to keep up. Frustrated, she stood still, glaring at his back. Bo Yin Shun, could you walk a little slower? In truth, the moment she uttered those words, Bo Yin Shun had already paused, his dark eyes warm, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile as he gazed at the irate girl. When she was angry, her sparkling eyes widened, resembling an adorable hamster, itching to scratch him. Unfortunately, her claws were too short. Bo Yin Shen glanced toward the snack shop and asked, "Do you want some candy?" "Candy?" Bai Jian, perplexed, followed his gaze and spotted a row of beautifully arranged candies at the shop's entrance. "Do you want some?" The girl tilted her head back, her pink tongue quivering slightly beside her pearly white teeth. Resembling irresistible candy, eager to sample its sweetness, Bai Jian remained silent. She couldn't shake the feeling that Bo Yin Shen's gaze was strange, filled with intensity and suffocating warmth. If she let her guard down, she would fall into his world, trapped and unable to escape. Bo Yin Shen told her to wait there as he went to the shop to buy a few boxes of candy. He packed one for himself and handed the rest to Bai Jian to buy 2 milk candy. Why does this candy taste different from the heavenly realms? Bai Jian's eyes sparkled with surprise as she accepted it, unwrapping a piece and placing it in her mouth. The rich flavor of milk gradually melted on her tongue, soothing her as if all her worries had vanished. The girl smiled sweetly, her lively demeanor attracting the attention of several passing male classmates. Bo Yin Shen furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare at the boys. "Hurry to class. You should head back to the classroom. We'll eat together during lunch." "All right." Bai Jian nodded obediently, still lost in the sweet aroma of the milk candy. The boy, enveloped in possessiveness, approached her, lightly embracing her and brushing the leaves off her shoulder before turning to walk toward the classroom. Bai Jian unwrapped another piece of milk candy, realizing she had developed a fondness for this particular flavor. Sweet and delightful, she slurped noisily, wiping the drool from her mouth, her eyes wide with longing. "Master, Xiao Yuan wants to try some too." Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, tossing one piece to the dream beast. Such delectable candy, gifted by Bo Yin Shun, can only spare one piece. A hint of a smile, unnoticed by herself, graced her lips as she clutched 3 boxes of milk candy and dashed back to the classroom. Chapter 14. The Scheming Childhood Friend's Sweetheart. 14. In the school's small grove, a winding stone path with benches every 5 meters, accompanied by the early summer heat, was a favored spot among Dongyang students. Cool and tranquil, it was particularly popular with young couples sharing lunch together. Bai Jian felt a sheen of sweat forming on her nose. If it weren't for the power outage in the classroom, she wouldn't have chosen this place. Witnessing the couple feeding each other was somewhat hard to stomach. "What are you looking at, Xiao Jian?" Bo Yin Shun leaned closer, chuckling softly in her ear. Having noticed her glancing around as if she had spotted something extraordinary, Bai Jian stiffened, quickly donning a playful smile. "Nothing, let us eat quickly." Thus, the two of them held their thermal lunchboxes, heads bowed as they savored the delicious bento. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves interrupted the moment. "Lu Chuan Ming, I like you. Would you go out with me?" A short girl with a round, rosy face gazed at Lu Chuan Ming with misty eyes, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing that familiar name, Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding confession scene. Liu Chuanming's expression darkened. He was not fond of the diligent type. Coldly, he rejected, "I don't like you. Don't pester me anymore." Tears welled in the girl's eyes, resembling falling pearls, pitiful and heart-wrenching. Liu Chuanming, panicking, scratched the back of his head, unsure of how to respond. Though he was notorious for his fickleness, changing girlfriends as easily as one changes clothes, he dreaded seeing a girl cry. "I understand. I won't bother you again." The girl wiped her tears, her starry eyes brimming with sincerity. "This is my last confession to you. Liu Chuanming, I wish you find someone you love." With that, she tore her pink love letter into pieces and tossed it into the trash bin. Leaving with an air of nonchalance, Liu Chuanming stood there, stunned, his brows knitted tightly together, completely taken aback by her actions. He felt an inexplicable void in his heart. Bai Jian couldn't help but admire the girl's audacity, her ability to love and hate so freely. Unable to contain her amusement, she burst into laughter. "Adios you again. Why do I always encounter you during embarrassing moments?" Liu Chuanming bellowed, his cheeks flushed with frustration. He truly believed he must have been enemies with Bai Jian in a past life, for he never had good fortune when she was around. The smile on her face remained unabated. She gazed meaningfully toward the grove's exit, where the girl's silhouette had vanished. "I simply admire that girl. It's a pity her taste is poor, fixating on a playboy like you." TSK. Bai Jian's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes sparkling like the vast ocean. Liu Chuanming, rendered speechless, trembled in indignation. "You? How infuriating." Just as he was about to teach her a lesson, he noticed the boy beside her, his icy gaze piercing through him. If he dared to touch a single hair on Bai Jian's head, Bo Yinshan would surely kill him on the spot. How terrifying. What kind of person had he provoked? He mourned for Bai Jian for 3 seconds. No, wait. He was the one at a disadvantage. It was time to make a swift exit. The boy darted away like lightning, disappearing into the grove. Bai Jian watched in astonishment. Why does he look as though he is being chased by a demon? She turned to Bo Yinshan, only to find him calm, his gaze serene as a still lake, showing no signs of disturbance. So why was Liu Chuanming so frightened? For half a month, Bai Jian attended classes during the day and returned home for tutoring from Bo Yinshan in the evenings. Finally, Bo Yinshan's parents returned from their business trip. After weeks of being tormented by assignments, she felt as if she might lose her hair. Freedom at last. Bai Jian joyfully hugged her pillow, rolling around on her bed in delight. "Master, Xiao Yuan feels that one should not be too complacent, or else one might encounter misfortune." Xiao Yuan couldn't help but offer a gentle reminder. Bai Jian rolled her eyes and said through clenched teeth, "You can leave now. How infuriating that can't I have a moment of peace?" The door to the bedroom was knocked upon, and Bai Mu, beaming with a smile, looked at the girl on the bed. "Xiao Jian, hurry up. Mommy is taking you to the restaurant for a meal." Bai Mu gently entered the room, lifted Bai Jian, and softly patted her head. "Going out to eat? Something feels off," Bai Jian thought as she scrutinized her mother's face, which was adorned with exquisite makeup. Curiosity piqued, she leaned closer and wrapped her arms around her mother's. "Mommy, who else is going?" The woman chuckled softly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, as if recalling something. "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry and get ready. Mommy is waiting for you downstairs." With that, she exited the bedroom. Bai Jian sat up, glanced around, and shrugged. Almost forgot. Today was the day Bai father returned from his business trip, and surely he wanted to take the family out for dinner. The girl, donning clean slippers, approached her enormous wardrobe and selected a simple strap dress from the heap of clothes. She casually tied her hair into a bun, looking both adorable and lively. Upon arriving at the hotel's private room, Bai Jian noticed the Bo family was also present, instantly feeling a bit awkward. After all, it was her first time meeting Bo father and Bo mother. "Child, why don't you greet them?" Bai Mu gently nudged Bai Jian's shoulder, reminding her to be polite. Bai Jian smiled sweetly. "Hello, uncle, auntie, and brother Yanzhen." Bo mother approached with a radiant smile, grasping the girl's wrist and inspecting her with satisfaction, while casting a sidelong glance at her own son. "Oh dear, so cold that it's better to have a daughter. Xiao Jian has become even more beautiful after such a long time," Bo mother praised, then pulled on Bo Yinshan's arm, her tone turning stern. "Why are you so quiet when you see Xiao Jian?" Her grip was too strong, causing Bo Yinshan to stumble forward and embrace Bai Jian. The others in the room paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Xiao Jian, I'm so sorry," Bo Yinshan said, his eyes hiding a smile as he gradually released his hold on the girl. If not for the presence of their parents, he would have liked to hold her longer. Bai Jian remained silent. Her cheeks slightly flushed. If she heard correctly, just moments ago, the boy had laughed softly in her ear. Truly a cunning wolf, learning to trip people, Brother Yinshin. It's perfectly fine. Bai Jian shot him a playful glare. With both sets of parents present, she reined in her temper. Bio mother pulled Bai Mu aside to chat, occasionally glancing over at the two young people with a smile, as if this were some sort of matchmaking banquet. Meanwhile, Bo father and Bai father discussed business matters, and the two families seemed to get along quite harmoniously. Bai Jian excused herself under the pretext of needing a restroom break and found a quiet balcony to rest for a moment. She felt a slight tinge of social anxiety. Bio Yinshin quietly stood at the staircase not far away, gazing at the girl's silhouette. With her back turned, he could only see her slender waist and fair neck. Bai Jian turned her head, her starry eyes sparkling with laughter. Do you enjoy spying on others? Chapter 15. The cunning childhood sweetheart Bo Yinshin paused slightly, then chuckled as he walked closer. The dishes have all arrived. It's time to eat. Auntie asked me to call you back. All right, Bai Jian extended her small hand, looking at him expectantly. The coldness in Bo Yinshin's brows gradually melted away as he grasped the girl's wrist, leading her back to the private room. The meal was quite enjoyable. When Bai Jian glanced at her phone, noticing there was still plenty of time, she thought to visit the nearby shopping mall. As the girl stepped to the entrance of the mall, a young man closely followed behind her. Standing one in front of the other, he asked, "Shall we watch a movie? I'll treat you as a thank you for your help during this time." Bai Jian turned her head, her eyes gleaming with excitement, as she pointed to the latest film advertised on the billboard, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Bio Yinshin pressed his lips together and replied, "There's still time, so let us go together." No one could bear to refuse her radiant expression. The young man nodded and promptly bought 2 movie tickets, along with 2 cups of juice and popcorn. When it came time to pay, Bo Yinshin insisted on covering the cost, leaving Bai Jian with no choice but to acquiesce. Next time, she would find an opportunity to gift him something in return for his kindness. With tickets in hand, they found their seats. The film was a youth romance, not overly dramatic. Bai Jian munched on popcorn, thoroughly engrossed in the movie. Unbeknownst to her, Bo Yinshin had been watching her intently the entire time. His dark eyes shimmering with an unspoken intention, he slowly moved his fingers towards hers, but before he could touch her, a sudden cough from behind startled him, causing him to retract his hand abruptly. Had he been discovered? Stealing a glance at Bai Jian, he found her still captivated by the film, seemingly unaware of his earlier actions. Interrupted, the young man's expression darkened, and in annoyance, he straightened up, taking a long sip from his juice. Gradually, his frustration began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Bai Jian, hidden from his view, was secretly amused. "Want to hold my hand?" "TSK, I thought this cunning boy was oblivious." Pretending to reach for popcorn, her warm, delicate fingertips accidentally brushed against his hand. Before she could withdraw, Bo Yinshin seized her hand. Their fingers intertwined, and he nervously swallowed, completely oblivious to the movie around him. His mind was a blank, unsure of what to do next. Thus, throughout the film, they remained hand in hand, palms growing slightly sweaty. As the movie concluded and the lights came on, Bai Jian smiled and leaned closer, blowing softly at his earlobe. "Brother Yinshin, your ears are so red." Her laughter rang like wind chimes, sending a rush of warmth coursing through him, momentarily clouding his thoughts. Bai Jian slowly slipped her fingers from his palm and curiously asked, "Can you tell me what you were nervous about?" Before Bo Yinshin could respond, he noticed the girl, who had just been laughing, suddenly clutching her stomach in pain, her complexion pale as snow. "Xiao Jian, are you all right? Where does it hurt?" Bo Yinshin asked anxiously. Steadying her shoulders, Bai Jian felt a heavy sensation in her abdomen, the pain unbearable, and most alarmingly, a rush of warmth surged within her. It was over. Surely she wasn't on the verge of death, right? The small round creature holding a notebook reminded her, "Master, you have started your menstrual cycle. Human females bleed once a month." Menstrual cycle? Realizing the divine beast had enlightened her, she understood a bit more. She knew that as a snake, she would bleed monthly, transforming into her original form and experiencing extreme drowsiness. I think I have started." Bai Jian looked at him with tearful eyes, feeling quite pitiful. Bo Yinshin initially didn't grasp the situation but soon understood, his cheeks flushing crimson. He swiftly removed his jacket and wrapped it around her waist, guiding her towards the women's restroom while gently ruffling her hair. "Wait for me inside. I'll go buy you some clothes and that thing." Bai Jian nodded obediently, clutching her stomach, and found a stall to wait. In the supermarket, a group of girls immediately spotted Bo Yinshin, a tall and handsome young man, capturing their attention. However, noticing him lingering near the feminine hygiene products, they began whispering among themselves. Bo Yinshin paused, his ears turning beet red. He grabbed several packages of various brands and headed straight to the checkout. The cashier gawked at the handsome young man, her cheeks flushing as she noticed the sanitary pads in his hands, all romantic notions dissipating. Oh, so he has a girlfriend. How enviable. Hello, that will be 89 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or via mobile? Bo Yinshin expressionlessly revealed his payment code, handing it over. Ding, payment successful. Grasping the black plastic bag filled with sanitary pads, he crossed over to the women's clothing store. After selecting a simple outfit, he hesitated on how to approach the clerk. Sensing his discomfort, she approached him. How may I assist you? Do you have women's underwear? Yes. Do you know your girlfriend's size? I can help you choose. Well, she started her cycle and needs some clean underwear. Bo Yinshin awkwardly scratched his nose, his face burning with embarrassment. His mind was a blank slate, utterly confused as to why his words didn't match his thoughts. The clerk stifled a laugh, returning with a small-sized set of underwear and packaging it with his outfit. Bo Yinshin hurriedly took all the items and rushed back to the entrance of the women's restroom. Excuse me, can I ask a favor? Of course. Young man. An aunt who had just finished cleaning emerged, and he stopped her. Feeling somewhat bashful, he awkwardly said, Auntie, this is for a girl inside. Her name is Bai Ran. When you go in, just call her name, and she'll know it's for her. The cleaning lady accepted the bag, instantly understanding the situation. Don't worry, young man. I'll make sure to deliver this to your girlfriend. She looked him over, noting how handsome he was and how considerate he had been by buying such personal items. As she walked into the restroom, she thought to herself how fortunate Bai Ran was. Bo Yinshin found a long bench and seated himself, contemplating that Bai Ran would likely take a while. 20 minutes later, although the girl's lips were pale, her delicate little face was flushed. She slowly emerged from the restroom, a paper bag in hand. Bai Ran. This person buys clothes yet also purchases intimate apparel, and in pink lace no less. Fortunately, she didn't change completely. It would have been utterly embarrassing to face anyone. Chapter 16. The scheming childhood friend's sweetness. 16. What's wrong? Is the outfit ill-fitting? Bo Yinshin approached, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the girl's face. Observing her eyes flitting about like a fawn caught in mischief, she instinctively buried her face into the earth. Bai Ran touched her nose, uncertain how to respond. The boy, mistaking her discomfort for a stomach ache, squatted before her. Come on, I'll carry you home. Initially, the heaviness in her lower abdomen had dampened her spirits, yet she obediently climbed onto Bo Yinshin's back, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you, Bo Yinshin. The girl's soft voice whispered near his ear. Laced with a hint of fatigue, akin to a kitten scratching at his heart, Bo Yinshin merely uttered a soft hm, rising to his feet. The boy walked at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow. And unbeknownst to him, the girl resting on his back gradually fell asleep, her even breaths brushing against his neck. Bo Yinshin paused momentarily, but soon a subtle smile graced his lips as he continued toward home. As the night deepened, the moon hung bright amidst sparse stars. A gentle evening breeze caressed the girl's hair, a single strand delicately resting at the corner of Bo Yinshin's lips, lingering like a lover's kiss, reluctant to part. The boy swallowed hard, ignoring the lingering hair. The faint fragrance of camellia from Bai Ran enveloped him, intoxicating like a drug, penetrating his heart repeatedly. Jianer. Please don't leave me. He halted, his gaze unusually earnest and obsessive. The girl on his back seemed to dream, pouting slightly as her head turned away, leaving his plea unanswered. Bo Yinshin chuckled softly, looking up at the moon, muttering to himself, If you don't respond, I'll take it as your agreement. The warmth in his eyes enveloped him, transforming him into a soft, defenseless rabbit shedding its thorns, awaiting someone to enter his world. At that moment, he had found that person, his Jianer. Whether playful and adorable or alluring and captivating, he cherished every facet of her being. Ding ding ding, the morning alarm rang, and Bai Ran opened her eyes in confusion, staring at the bedroom ceiling. How did she end up in bed? The girl sprang up, feeling a surge of warmth rush forth. She lifted the blanket for a glance. Relieved that she hadn't tea-stained the sheets, after tidying up, she went downstairs for breakfast, only to find that familiar figure seated at the dining table. Bo Yinshin? Bai Ran stared at him in bewilderment. Why are you still at my house? I mean, didn't you move back home? How was it that she encountered him so early in the morning? She felt shy nonetheless. The serpent, by nature indulgent, had grown gluttonous. Ever since Bo Yin Xian inched closer to her, she had become increasingly restrained. Even her friend Xiao Yuan could no longer bear to watch. She truly wished to assist her. Binding the boy to the bed and allowing her to have her way with him, Bo Yin Xian rested his chin on his palm, a barely perceptible fondness glimmering in his eyes as he beckoned her with a finger. "Jian, come here." His cool voice bore a hint of warmth, akin to a soothing spring gently flowing into her heart, stirring her senses. Momentarily taken aback, the girl approached him, oblivious to the change in his address. Bo Yin Xian grasped her wrist, saying, "Hurry up and eat breakfast. I made red date and snow fungus porridge to warm your stomach. You must try it." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jian beheld a steaming bowl of porridge before her. She took asip. So sweet. Her lively eyes sparkled as she lowered her head to eat several spoonfuls. "Bo Yin Xian, have you eaten?" Bai Jian finally inquired, genuinely concerned if he would like a taste as well. After all, such good things should not be enjoyed alone. A faint smile curved Bo Yin Xian's lips as he simply gazed at her. "Jian, feed me," he teased, leaning closer, mouth agape, waiting for her to serve him. Where did this libertine come from? She missed the carefree boy from before, who resembled a gentle breeze under the bright moon, cold and aloof. This new allure was truly overwhelming. Bai Jian, too, was a fool unable to resist temptation. Much to the detriment of her aspirations to be a strong woman. The girl scooped a spoonful of porridge and fed it to him. Bo Yin Xian's pale pink lips parted slightly. Savoring the porridge with a look of sheer delight, it melted in his mouth, carrying a hint of the camellia fragrance. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. That was the very spoon the girl had used. Sweet and fragrant, stirring emotions. Bai Jian quickly averted her gaze, feeling as if Bo Yin Xian were under a spell. How terrifying. She wanted to flee. "Master, I think it's best for you to behave. Otherwise, if the male lead awakens any attributes, you might find yourself in a troublesome situation." Xiao Yuan chimed in, reveling in the drama. It refrained from disclosing to Bai Jian what had transpired the previous night. Nor did it mention how terrifying Bo Yin Xian's darkened gaze had been. After all, entangling oneself with this person could prove quite perilous. Bai Jian paused momentarily, a smile gracing her lips as she raised an eyebrow. "I am a goddess. What do I have to fear? Am I to worry he might devour me?" Her confident smile momentarily took Xiao Yuan aback. "He really might eat you," it sighed, covering its face. Bo Yin Xian frowned slightly, wondering why she seemed distracted while eating. The boy's large, dry hand gently patted the girl's head. "Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to school afterward." Oh, okay." Bai Jian nodded absent-mindedly, gradually becoming accustomed to his intimate gestures. The homeroom teacher, a woman in her 40s with black-framed glasses and her hair always tied up, faced the students of Class 2 with a suddenly serious expression. "Class, please quiet down. I have good news to share. Next week we will have our midterm exams. Are you all excited?" "Yes." As she spoke, the entire class wore long faces, especially those in the back rows, who slumped over their desks in despair. The dreaded time had arrived once more. They appeared listless, devoid of youthful exuberance. The homeroom teacher tapped the blackboard and asked again, "Everyone, study hard. If our average score lands in the top 3, I'll treat you all to bubble tea at a tea that." The classroom erupted in chatter. The usually stingy homeroom teacher was being generous. How could it not enliven the atmosphere? Yes, bubble tea. Bubble tea. Students from other classes passing by Class 2 would glance in, curious about the commotion. After the teacher left, the classroom gradually quieted down. "Jinjia, what position do you plan to aim for this time?" Hua rested her chin on her hands, grinning at her. Bai Jian replied, "Am I the type to be complacent?" Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. She truly seemed to fit that mold. Bai Jian's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed playfully as she lifted the girl's chin, alluringly declaring, "I plan to secure a spot in the top 20 of the class." The classroom fell silent instantly. One could hear a pin drop. Soon, the entire class burst into laughter as if they had heard the greatest joke. Hua covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her laughter. "Jinjia, let us not set such lofty goals. I think if you can move from last to second to last, that would be quite an achievement." After all, last month's exam scores still hung on the backboard. A total of 250 points across all subjects. Landing firmly at the bottom of the class, truly an eyesore. Chapter 17. The scheming childhood friend's sweetness. 17. Bai Jian released her chin, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Just wait and see." Do you not believe in your Jinjia? Belief is one thing. Results are another. He Hua silently scoffed at her thoughts. Yes, we all believe in you, Jinjia. Go for it. Several friends gathered around, cheering her on. The voices from the corner were soft yet harmonious. The girl in the front row glanced at the corner, her mocking smile growing more pronounced. She turned to poke her deskmate's arm, curiously asking, Jiao Jiao, do you think Bai Jian can really place in the top 20? It sounded like a complete joke. Su Jiao Jiao, still contemplating how to deal with Bai Jian, heard her deskmate's words, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Xiao Yin, could you do me a favor? The girl leaned in cautiously, whispering in her ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin's eyes widened in shock, staring at the girl before her. She covered her mouth in panic, her face paling. If others find out, how could I ever show my face at school again? Are you sure about this? Su Jiao Jiao, with tears welling in her eyes, grasped her hand. Xiao Yin, you don't need to worry. I just want to know if Duan Ci truly loves me. Please help me this once. The girl's pitiful plea softened Xiao Yin's heart momentarily. Unbeknownst to her, Su Jiao Jiao had posted this matter on the school forum, but she was unaware of the true intention behind it. Nevertheless, as her best friend at Dongyang, the girl clenched her fists, suppressing any misgivings. After all, she was the forum administrator. Handling these trivial matters was a piece of cake. All right, just this once, Xiao Yin relented. The girl smiled brightly. I knew you'd come through for me. Su Jiao Jiao joyfully embraced her shoulder, sharing half of the sweet treats Duan Ci had bought for her. During the lunch break, Bai Jian prepared to wander around but quickly noticed her classmates casting strange glances at her. Her pocket had run out of the beloved White Rabbit milk candies, prompting her to plan a visit to the small shop for a replenishment. Suddenly, Duan Ci appeared out of nowhere, grasping her arm. Bai Jian, I heard that for this midterm exam, you set a flag for me? The youth's gaze sparkled with an unusual light as he beheld the girl's delicate features, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. Bai Jian? Is he out of his mind? Instead of pursuing Su Jiao Jiao, he chooses to prance around in front of me, a flag for him. Is she mad or just foolish? Bai Jian disdainfully swatted his hand away. Sneering Duan, the campus heartthrob, I've told you before, I, Bai Jian, do not harbor feelings for you. Before she could finish her sentence, Duan Ci interrupted, Impossible. You clearly like me. Otherwise, why did you do those things in the past? Duan Ci fixed his gaze on Bai Jian, having just seen a trending post on a forum that claimed she intended to score in the top 20 of her class for his sake. For reasons unknown, the sight of that post filled him with joy, even a hint of anticipation. Upon noticing the phone he extended, Bai Jian glanced at the message revealing her account. Regrettably, it was not her doing. My account was hacked. This is not my post, she stated flatly, her voice devoid of emotion. Duan Ci assumed she was merely shy about admitting the truth, so he smiled at her, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Bai Jian, I didn't recognize your worth before. If you're willing, we can start anew. If you desire, I can pursue you. With each step he took forward, Bai Jian retreated further, frowning, as his hand approached her. A wave of disgust washed over her. From that slap onward, she felt nothing but revulsion for such a scoundrel. Suddenly, a tall figure intervened, blocking his path. Bai Yinshan, she exclaimed in surprise. The youth turned, his icy gaze meeting hers. A swirl of anger lurking within those obsidian depths. Surely, wouldn't he misunderstand? With a frosty demeanor, Bai Yinshan approached, forcefully pushing Duan Ci's arm aside. She has expressed her disinterest. If you continue to pester her, don't blame me for being rude. Though his tone was calm, Duan Ci sensed the undercurrents of fury beneath. Yet, he was unafraid. The recent success of the Duan group had emboldened him, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Bai Yinshan without trepidation. You are not someone significant in Bai Jian's life. Whom she chooses to like or be with is none of your concern, Master Bai. Such arrogance. Duan Ci had ceased to heed the opinions of others. Convinced that Bai Jian held feelings for him. Goodness, this nonsense reeks of hysteria. Master, do take care. Xiao Yuan, having just emerged from under the covers, witnessed this captivating spectacle unfold. Bai Jian scoffed, don't worry. He'll get what's coming to him. Her lively eyes sparkled with mischief as she cast a glance at the large tree nearby, where, if she wasn't mistaken, Su Jiao Jiao had just been standing. Capturing the scene on her phone. How delightful! She anticipated what might transpire next. A smile graced Bai Jian's lips as she recalled the post she had just seen. It seemed some individuals were resorting to underhanded tactics. Is this all they've got? Such weak methods were laughable. Bai Yinshan's dark eyes bore into Duan Ci, a a cold smirk gracing his lips. Who Bai Jian chooses to like is beyond my control. But I can assure you, she will not like you. You are simply unworthy. His words struck a nerve with Duan Ci, who angrily seized his collar, ready to retaliate. Ouch, that hurts. Behind the tree, the girl sat on the ground, gazing at her bleeding calf, her eyes misty with tears. Ci, am I interrupting? If you like Bai Jian, let us just pretend we don't know each other. I don't want to be the reason you two can't be together. Su Jiao Jiao began to cry, her petite face stained with tears, lips pressed tightly together, complemented by the blood trickling from her injured leg. This was the essence of shattered beauty, provoking a deep instinct in the man to hold her tightly and protect her. Jiao Jiao, I'm sorry. I don't like her. You know that I've always liked you. Duan Ci was taken aback, his heart softening as he rushed to her side, lifting her into his arms. Su Jiao Jiao nestled against him, softly weeping. But, you just said you liked Bai Jian. She misunderstand? As she said this, she deliberately glanced in their direction, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. I merely asked her if she still liked me, implying she should stop clinging to me, Duan Ci explained. Yet, after uttering those words, he paused, pondering if he truly wished for Bai Jian to cease her attachment. An inexplicable twinge of reluctance stirred within him. Soon, he was drawn back to the soft sound of the girl's sobs. Bai Jian, we'll discuss this later. I must first take Jiao Jiao to the infirmary. With that, he cradled the girl and boldly strolled through the campus. Bai Jian. Seriously? He intends to pursue her? The audacity to try to juggle two relationships. Such shamelessness. Bai Jian rolled her eyes heavenward and grasped Bai Yinshan's hand, leading him away. The longer she lingered, the more distressed she felt. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to the lakeside in the woods. Bai Jian halted, attempting to release Bai Yinshan's hand, only to find him clutching it firmly. Had I not intervened, would you have acquiesced? As he spoke, Bai Yinshan stared intently at her, awaiting her response, if not for the sight of his tightly pressed lips and the madness swirling in his deep-set eyes. Bai Jian might have believed he was indifferent. She blinked her misty eyes, pouting, Brother Yinshan, you know me well. My declaration of disinterest is genuine. How could I possibly agree to him? She distinctly felt his tense form relax slightly, warmth flooding his features. Bai Yinshan released her hand, leaning closer until their faces nearly touched, pausing just before contact. That's reassuring. Remember, your priority now is your studies. He slightly raised his chin and planted a kiss on her forehead. Noting her lack of resistance, a smile grew in his eyes. Bai Jian was momentarily stunned. Although she had eagerly anticipated such intimacy, the actual sensation sent her heart racing. Words lodged in her throat. Unsure of where to begin, Bai Yinshan tousled her hair gently, speaking softly, don't concern yourself with the form antics. I'll handle it. His gaze turned icy. Bai Jian is his. No one shall take her from him. All right, I understand. Bai Jian obediently nodded. After a brief conversation, they returned to their respective classrooms. Ignoring the probing stares of classmates, Bai Jian remained unfazed. In the afternoon, before she could locate the hacker, a new post surfaced, a recording further corroborating that she was striving to excel in her studies for Duan Ci's sake. Initially regarded as mere gossip, the students gradually became enamored with such tales, finding amusement in their monotony. Sister Jin, you aren't seriously considering pursuing Duan Ci again, are you? He Hua inquired, her phone in hand, casting a judgmental glance her way. Why do your targets keep shifting? Bai Yinshan seems far more suited for you. That Duan Ci clearly has a thing for Su Jiao Jiao. He is not worthy of you. Bai Jian turned her gaze to her, observing her fluctuating expressions, and couldn't he help but chuckle. That kind of scoundrel? You must be blind to fancy him. Isn't that the definition of being blind? He Hua pouted, her eyes glimmering. Sister Jin, what do you think of Bai Yinshan? Why not change your target? He is truly handsome, excels academically, and you two seem destined to be together. This little girl spoke without restraint, as if she were a modern-day matchmaker. Right now, I only wish to focus on my studies. Everything else can wait. Upon her declaration, the others regarded her as if she were a spectacle, yet no one voiced dissent. He Hua shrugged and departed with several friends. As the class bell rang, Bai Jian settled into her seat at the back, leaning against the window, her chin resting on her palm as she gazed at the leaves outside. A small green bird flitted by, warming her expression as she reached out to touch the glass. Bai Jian, please solve this math problem. The math teacher's stern voice interrupted, drawing the attention of her classmates. She quickly withdrew her hand, standing awkwardly as she scanned the blackboard. Fortunately, it was a problem Bai Yinshan had previously explained to her, and she answered swiftly. The math teacher nodded approvingly. Well done. It seems you've prepared in advance. Try not to daydream in class next time. Take your seat. Relieved, Bai Jian sat down, her focus now intact. Xu Jiao Jiao shot her an angered glare, her eyes brimming with resentment and jealousy. Bai Jian arched an eyebrow, offering her a dazzling smile, an overt challenge. With a huff, Xu Jiao Jiao turned away, gripping the desk tightly, her gaze falling to the bandage on her calf, her heart seething with bitterness. She had hoped that Duan Ci would explain his relationship with Bai Jian while escorting her to the infirmary. But he had said nothing, even advising her not to overthink things, especially when he smiled unknowingly at the mere mention of Bai Jian's name. Why? One after another, they all become different. Why does Bai Jian no longer continue to dye her hair, fight and skip classes? Why has she decided to start studying diligently? Why does she want to take away her Duan Ci? She has already fallen into her own madness. Jiao Jiao, what is wrong with you? Beside her, Xiaoyan raised her head and gently nudged her arm, reminding her, your lips are bleeding, quickly wipe it. Staring at the handkerchief in front of her, Xu Jiao Jiao finally came to her senses. Thank you. She took it and gently wiped her lips. She had been lost in thought and had bitten her lips without even feeling the pain as for that matter on the forum. She was trying to turn the tide. Ideally, she wanted Duan Ci to utterly despise Bai Jian. Thus, throughout that class, Xu Jiao Jiao was completely distracted as soon as the class bell rang. Bai Jian, the homeroom teacher wants to see you in the office. Just as she was about to rest her head on the desk, she heard someone call her name, and Bai Jian instantly sat up straight. The girl helplessly replied, I know, I'm going now. It seemed the homeroom teacher was also concerned about the forum incident. Bai Jian smiled sweetly, patted He Hua's shoulder, and naturally walked out of the classroom. Little did she know, at the corner of the staircase, she collided directly with someone. Ouch, that hurt. The girl frowned, clutching her nose. Bo Yin Xian was momentarily stunned. Jin Air, he immediately stepped forward to cup her face, checking for any bleeding. The two stood at the corner, their actions somewhat intimate, and passers-by merely glanced over. Bo Yin Shin looked at her slightly reddened nose and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. It must have been his hard chest that hurt her. The boy's concern made Bai Jian feel a bit unaccustomed. She took a small step back and smiled up at him. Bo Yin Shan, I'm fine. She turned to leave, but her arm was pulled back, and she turned to look at the boy in confusion. Against the light, the boy, clad in a clean school uniform, had eyes filled with her, like warm spring water that wrapped around her tightly, tenderness like flowing water. Perhaps that was the essence of it. You've been called to the office again by the teacher? Bo Yin Shin smirked mischievously, his smile somewhat wicked. All the warmth in his heart dissipated. Bai Jian, she thought to herself, he really knows how to ruin the atmosphere. Pfft, ha 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 ha, master. Just now you looked like you were in the throes of first love, completely inconsistent with your cool sister image. In her mind. A divine beast laughed uproariously, infuriating Bai Jian to the point where she kicked it mentally. Humph. Each and every one of them was driving her mad. Chapter 19. The sweetness of a scheming childhood friend. 19. Humph. Knowing yet still asking. Just here to mock me. Bai Jian angrily stomped on his foot, turned her head with a huff, and descended the stairs with her small fists clenched. Bo Yin Shun watched the figure disappear around the staircase corner, unable to suppress a slight smile. The little girl was indeed easy to tease. She would explode at the slightest provocation. He shook his head helplessly and returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, Xu Jiao Jiao had dragged Xiaoyan into the girls' restroom, handing over the videos she had just secretly recorded. Xiaoyan, edit these videos and post one on the forum. She passed over her phone, and Xiaoyan glanced at the content, somewhat shocked. This is the school prince actually kissing Bai Jian at the staircase. If this video gets posted on the forum, many will definitely scold Bai Jian. Doing such a thing is indeed quite harmful to others and oneself. Seeing her expression become troubled, Xu Jiao Jiao knew what she was worried about. She patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, coaxing, this is the last time. If you help me, I promise to get you the latest dress you like. What do you think? Initially still battling with her conscience, she was immediately swayed. That dress was something she could only afford with several months' worth of allowance. All right, I'll help you post it up later. Xiaoyan still seemed a bit uneasy, grabbing her arm. Remember to get me that dress tomorrow. Xu Jiao Jiao could barely maintain her smile. There was no dress at all. She was just deceiving Xiaoyan into helping her post the video. Understood, Xu Jiao Jiao replied impatiently, leaving the restroom. She left Xiaoyan behind, giggling with her phone. Bai Jian stood at the office door, hesitating for a moment before knocking. Come in. The familiar voice of the homeroom teacher came from inside. The girl exhaled and pushed the door open to enter. She glanced at the teacher and said, "Bai Jian, you're here." Bai Jian walked over, obediently standing beside the desk, looking into the teacher's serious eyes behind black-rimmed glasses. She calmly asked, "Teacher, did you need something from me?" The homeroom teacher glanced around at the other teachers and quietly asked, "I heard you're in a romantic relationship. Is there any truth to that?" Today, she had repeatedly heard from students about Bai Jian liking someone and wanting to be in the top 20 of the class. She certainly hoped her students would work hard and improve their grades. However, early relationships were absolutely not permitted by Jian. She hadn't expected the teacher to be so gossipy. Bai Jian shook her head, her expression calm as she said, "Teacher, I'm not in a romantic relationship. Those are just rumors." Upon hearing her say this, the teacher's lingering doubts vanished. "I heard you set a goal for yourself to be in the top 20 of the class?" Seeing her nod obediently, the teacher could no longer suppress the smile creeping to her lips. Since taking over this class, Bai Jian's grades had always been commendable now. Seeing her so ambitious, the teacher was genuinely pleased. "That is good. Now your task is to study hard, understand?" "Teacher, I understand." "All right, there is nothing else. You may return to class. Goodbye, teacher." Bai Jian waved and exited the office, closing the door behind her. The girl glanced at the overcast sky, her brows slightly furrowing. She disliked rainy days. At this moment, Class 1 of the second year was in self-study. The boy wearing glasses, Chen Liang, was typing rapidly on his phone, a series of codes flashing across the screen. Ding dong, unlock successful. Chen Liang handed his phone to Bo Yin Shan, grinning confidently. "Bro, I found the ID of the person who hacked the forum post." Bo Yin Shan rested his chin on his hand, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at his custom mechanical watch. "You're 3 minutes slower than usual. Your skills are slipping?" the boy teased, his demeanor much warmer than his usual aloofness. Chen Liang was the one closest to him. He understood well that Bo Yin Shan was merely putting on a facade, appearing cold and untouchable, but in reality, he was a black-hearted wolf, cunning and sharp-tongued. Chen Liang adjusted his glasses, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. "Well, we'll see tonight if you're still up to par." Bo Yin Shan's dark eyes swept over him, and he absent-mindedly brushed off non-existent dust from his arm. "I am afraid you won't be able to handle it. Get lost, get lost." As the conversation turned slightly risque, Bo Yin Shan's expression became serious, focusing on the ID he had found on the phone. "Xiao Yin?" The boy's eyes darkened, sending a chill down Chen Liang's spine. Chen Liang remembered something and glanced at Bo Yin Shan, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. It was rare to see him make such a fuss over someone. He leaned in curiously. "Bro, you don't have a crush on Bai Jian, do you?" Bo Yin Shan shot him a disdainful look, brushing his hand off his shoulder. "Don't act so familiar." The boy glared coldly at him, and Chen Liang immediately made a gesture to zip his lips. All right. Even the way you address her is forbidden. You're truly domineering." A new post was sent out from Bai Jian's account, depicting the moment he and Bai Jian had bumped into each other at the staircase. However, from this angle, it looked as if he was kissing the girl. "What the hell? Bo Yin Shan, you're inhuman. How could you do something like this? She is still a minor. I see she." Chen Liang jumped up, his voice rising, drawing the attention of other students in the classroom. He quickly covered his mouth. "What a commotion!" Bo Yin Shan pursed his lips and coldly chuckled. "I'm not that beastly." Someone deliberately captured it from that angle. The boy's expression was serious, though inside he was far more sinister than he appeared. Not only did he want to kiss Bai Jian, but he also wished to keep her locked by his side, never letting go, and no one would believe that. Chen Liang regarded him with a knowing smile. And then an idea crossed his mind, revealing a lewd grin. Bo Yin Shan. The boy face-palmed in exasperation. A flash of coldness crossed Bo Yin Shan's eyes as he calmly asked, "Chen Liang, do you know this Xiao Yin?" Shifting back to serious matters, the two ceased their banter. Chen Liang stroked his chin and replied, "I remember Xiao Yin seems to have a good relationship with Su Jiao. Could it be she orchestrated this?" It was hard to say. The boy's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. "Let us find a time after school to probe a bit," Bo Yin Shan said. Then he lowered his head to take out the newly purchased physics exam paper and began working on problems. Chen Liang shrugged and returned to his seat. Bai Jian returned to the classroom. Sitting down and looking at the Chinese teacher, who was passionately lecturing at the podium, a faint smile graced her lips. Her pink lips slightly curved as her fingers delicately slid into her desk. Retrieving the last piece of a white rabbit candy, she secretly unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. Just as she lifted her head, her gaze met the teacher's. "Oh no." The girl puffed her cheeks, forcing herself to swallow, and smiled sheepishly at the teacher. Then, she lowered her head to flip through her book, diligently taking notes. Chapter 20. The Sweetness of a Scheming Childhood Friend. 20. At the podium. The Chinese teacher frowned tightly, initially believing Bai Jian had improved her studies, only to find that she had now taken up the habit of sneaking snacks during class. Indeed, she showed no sign of reform. Bai Jian felt a burning gaze from afar, fixed intently on her in a rather melancholy mood. I had initially intended to savor a piece of candy to alleviate my spirits. Alas, the sweetness evaded my senses, and I found myself the target of my teacher's disdain. After school, the atmosphere turned tempestuous. Thunder rumbled and rain lashed down. The early summer weather was as fickle as a child's whims. The morning had greeted us with clear blue skies and blazing sunshine, while the afternoon descended into a tempest of dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. Observing my classmates departing the classroom, each armed with umbrellas, I felt a twinge of envy. Bai Jian rested her chin on her hand. Perched by the window, her bright eyes fixated on the ominous clouds above. Xiao Yuan, do you think the thunder god and mother of lightning that govern the myriad worlds are akin to our own world? A faint smile graced her lips as she reminisced about the divine realms of yore, a sense of nostalgia washing over her. Xiao Yuan yawned. Not quite, for our world oversees countless smaller realms. To us, they are merely distant stars. Bai Jian's fingers danced lightly across the transparent glass, her smile deepening. Yet, those stars possess their own peculiar charms, do they not? In the classroom, only a few students remained, diligently engrossed in their papers, having forgotten their umbrellas, as the light above her was obscured. Bai Jian turned to see who approached, her brow arching slightly. Bai Jian, did you not profess your affection for me? Why, then, are you engaging in such acts with Bo Yin Shen? Duan Ci stammered, his intention to scold her for kissing Bo Yin Shen faltering at the tip of his tongue, fearing such directness might bruise her pride. Moments before, while idly scrolling on his phone, he had stumbled upon a post featuring Bai Jian and Bo Yin Shen locked in a kiss at the staircase. Enraged, he had overturned his desk, feeling as though something that belonged to him had been sullied. Bai Jian rolled her eyes dramatically. What brings you back here, Duan? The school heartthrob? Allow me to clarify. I have never held any affection for you. So kindly refrain from pursuing me further. She was not blind. He paled in comparison to Bo Yin Shen in both looks and academic prowess. Hearing such callous words from her lips stunned Duan Ci momentarily. Then why? It is evident you liked me, he asserted confidently. The remaining classmates turned their attention toward them, whispers of gossip beginning to swirl. Bai Jian clenched her fists, exhaling deeply to suppress her rising fury. She felt an urge to strike him. With a charming smile, she traced her fingers over her pink lips. It was merely a lapse in judgment. I have since regained clarity and no longer harbor any feelings for you. My sole focus is on my studies, so if there is nothing further, kindly keep your distance. Rising slowly from her seat, she donned a simple blue school jacket, her innocent yet captivating visage illuminated by a gentle smile, reminiscent of an enchanting little fox. Yet he was willing to be the foolish ruler who neglects his duties. Bai Jian's graceful figure receded. Duan Ci gazed after her, unwilling to blink, fearful she might escape from his heart. A soft chuckle escaped him, and a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. But, Bai Jian, I believe I may have developed feelings for you. This declaration was as much for himself as it was for her. Casting a glance at her desk, he noticed a pink ballpoint pen and picked it up, inhaling its fragrance. It still held the delicate scent of camellias that lingered around her. Yet, this was not enough. He craved more. In a classroom around the corner, Xiao Yin appeared pallid, biting her lip in anxiety as she faced two boys, resembling a guilty party caught in the act. Qian Liang held up a photo on his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. Xiao Yin, those posts were authored by you, were they not? Are you aware that fabricating such narratives could lead to expulsion? His straightforward manner dripped with a hint of intimidation, rendering Xiao Yin speechless with fear. She glanced at Bo Yin Shen, who sat with his jacket zipped all the way up, his hair falling over his forehead as he casually swept it back with his slender fingers. Exuding a blend of charm and intensity, particularly under the ominous storm outside. I did not mean to. I was merely envious of her, so I acted out. Xiao Yin clutched her chest, her eyes darting nervously. Qian Liang, noticing her bravado crumbling, pressed on. But I heard your family struggles financially. How could you afford a lipstick that costs over 1,000? Did she dare to challenge him? Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Over 1,000? She believed that lipstick barely cost a few hundred. This revelation only intensified her loyalty to Su Jiao Jiao. Gripping the edge of the desk, Xiaoyan asserted, that is because I saved up to reward myself. If you wish for an apology, just say so, and I will delete the post immediately. Chunliang was about to retort when Bo Yinshan interjected, restraining him. Fine, delete the post now and apologize using your ID, and keep it pinned for a month. His icy tone sent shivers down Chunliang's spine, a clear sign that Bo Yinshan was displeased. Though his expression remained neutral, the chill radiating from him was undeniable. Xiaoyan's heart raced, and she obediently nodded. I understand. With that, Bo Yinshan turned and exited the empty classroom, while Chen Liang clenched his fists, pretending to feign a few gestures before following him out. Once he caught up, he cautiously inquired, brother, why not unearth her accomplice as well? We were so close to the truth. It would be a shame to let it go. She was intent on protecting that shadowy figure, and pursuing further would be futile. Bo Yinshan smirked coldly. In that case, let her await her own downfall. Chun Liang's eyes lit up with realization. He grinned, preparing to clap Bo Yinshan on the shoulder, only to see him dash into the torrential rain. The downpour created a veil of mist, yet one could still vaguely discern the delicate figure. Chun Liang chuckled with a knowing smile. Jinner, why are you out in the rain? Bo Yinshan removed his jacket and draped it over her head, his brow furrowed in concern. The rain soaked her clothes, droplets cascading from her hair. Bai Jian turned, her eyes slightly reddened as she choked out, I'm all wet and sticky. It feels awful. She despised the rain, and her emotions often spiraled out of control on such days. Perhaps she was a snake that abhorred water. Witnessing her cry openly for the first time, Bo Yinshan's heart melted. Jinner, do not cry. I will take you home. His gentle voice was soothing, and he bent down to lift her, enveloping her petite form in his oversized jacket. Chapter 21. The Cunning Childhood Sweetheart, 21. His voice was a balm, gradually calming Bai Jian's restless heart as she nestled against him, softly weeping. Bo Yinshan felt her small hands entwined around his neck, momentarily stiffening before a smile crept onto his lips. He relished her dependence on him. If only it could remain this way forever. As they neared the school gate, a sleek black Bugatti came to a halt. The window rolled down, revealing a woman with a furrowed brow, observing the drenched Bo Yinshan's mother. Her gaze, filled with concern, shifted to the girl in his arms, her lips curving into a smile. Yinshan? Is that your future daughter-in-law? Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly ushered both into the car. After a moment, the vehicle remained stationary. Mom, who are you waiting for? Bo Yinshan inquired, curiosity piqued. His mother sighed, glancing out into the rain. We're also picking up your little sister Jian. Her parents are attending a banquet and won't be back until late. Upon hearing this, the girl in Bo Yinshan's arms shivered slightly. He looked down to find her eyes glistening, wide and innocent, gazing up at him. Jinner, my mother is waiting for you. Shouldn't you greet her? He said with a smile. The car fell silent for a moment. Bo Yinshan's mother turned to look and was filled with joy upon seeing the girl in her son's embrace. She teased, little Jian, why are you hiding in your Yinshan Gij's arms and not greeting Uncle and Auntie? She was quite fond of this little girl. Bai Jian, flustered, straightened her posture and shyly smiled at Bo Yinshan's mother. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. As she greeted them, the boy beside her playfully tickled her palm. Bo Yinshan's mother nodded, smiling but remaining silent, choosing not to interfere in the affairs of the young. Having just been drenched in the rain, Bai Jian felt a chill run through her, and Bo Yinshan quickly noticed her shivering shoulders. He promptly retrieved a blanket from the car, draping it over her. The vehicle was quiet as Bai Jian began to feel drowsy, eventually resting her head on the boy's shoulder and falling asleep. Her gentle, rhythmic breathing resembled that of a small, cozy kitten, soft and fragrant. Bo Yinshan, with a smile in his eyes, tenderly tucked a wet strand of hair behind her ear. His touch gentle and affectionate, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of indulgence. Bo Yinshan's mother caught sight of her son's tender actions through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile softly to herself. Her son had finally woken up to his feelings. Upon returning to the Bo family villa, Bai Jian intended to head home but was stopped by Bo Yinshan's mother. Little Jian, go take a hot shower first. You'll stay the night with Auntie. Your parents might not be back for quite some time. Bai Jian swallowed the words that had almost escaped her lips. It wasn't her first time at Bo Yinshan's home. Thank you, Auntie, she replied, heading to the specially prepared bedroom for her. First, a shower was in order. She felt sticky all over after being caught in the rain. Bai Mu cast a sidelong glance at her son, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor not, and said, Yinshan, please prepare a bowl of ginger soup for Xiaoyan. She mustn't catch a cold after being caught in the rain. Though these tasks could easily be handled by the nanny, she wished her son to understand that girls require gentle care and attention. A thoughtful boy is most capable of winning a girl's heart. Bai Shan paused slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Mom, I understand." With that, he set about preparing the necessary items, taking the opportunity to return to his room for a shower and to change into dry clothes. In the expansive circular bathtub, the girl playfully blew at the foam cradled in her hands, joyfully engaged in her own antics. "Master, have you forgotten how you looked while crying in the rain just moments ago?" Xiao Yuan certainly had a knack for bringing up inconvenient truths. Hidden away in the small dark room, it was prohibited for it to witness the scene of Bai Yin bathing. Bai Yin huffed in response, "I, too, am a sensitive soul. Occasionally, one must express their emotions. What of it? Oh dear, I concede, I concede." Xiao Yuan promptly sealed its lips, deciding to disengage. After luxuriating in the warm bath, Bai Yin felt revitalized, finding the icy rainwater she had endured earlier quite intolerable. Emerging in fresh clothing, she was greeted by the sight of an unexpected guest in her bedroom. "Hey, Bai Shan, why did you come in without knocking?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips and lips pursed. What if she had emerged from the bathroom in the nude? Bai Shan raised an eyebrow, standing from the sofa and walking toward her. Halting a mere half-meter away, he bent down to meet her gaze, his amused eyes fixed on the girl. "Jin Air, you've learned to be shy now, haven't you? You certainly wouldn't have reacted this way before. In fact, even if I were bare, you might not have glanced my way. Oh, so now you know to blush." His pink lips parted and closed, the glistening tip of his tongue visible, reminiscent of delectable cherries awaiting her savoring. The girl gazed at his lips, unable to suppress a swallow, only to be reminded of his teasing. Instantly, her eyes narrowed in anger as she retorted through gritted teeth, "Who blushes at the sight of you? Your audacity knows no bounds." Denying it, she stood firm in her self-identity. He was indeed skilled at subtle seduction. Resisting, observing her indignant demeanor, Bai Shan ceased his playful torment and handed her the ginger tea. "Drink this. We cannot have you falling ill." As she accepted the cup, Bai Shan ruffled her hair. Noting her still damp tresses, he took her, who was about to sip the ginger tea, to the sofa. "Why did you come out without drying your hair? Would you find joy in catching a cold?" "Not a chance," Bai Yin replied defiantly, her health robust, unscathed by illness for centuries. However, she momentarily forgot that her vessel was merely an ordinary human. "Achoo!" she sneezed, covering her mouth. "Bai Yin. How mortifying!" Bai Shan's expression darkened as he retrieved a hairdryer from the bathroom. Meanwhile, the girl hurriedly finished her ginger tea. She could not afford to fall ill. That would be a slap in the face. As he approached, she grinned and reached out to take the dryer from him. "Jin Air will sit still. Big brother will dry your hair." His voice was gentle, laced with a hint of coaxing, causing Bai Yin to momentarily pause before breaking into a smile. Since someone was offering service, she might as well indulge. The buzzing of the hairdryer could not drown out the fluttering hearts of youth. Bai Shan's slightly cool fingers wove through the girl's hair, twirling slowly to dry every strand. Initially, Bai Yin relished the experience until she became acutely aware of the warmth of his touch, causing her to freeze. Was this not too intimate? She could feel herself succumbing to the moment as time passed. Bai Yin began to feel drowsy from his gentle ministrations. Noticing her head bobbing, Bai Shan swiftly caught her, her soft cheek resting in the palm of his hand. He then gently laid her down on the bed, tucking her in. Gazing at her tranquil face as she drifted into slumber, Bai Shan's smile deepened. "You truly are a good girl, aren't you?" His fingers glided lightly across Bai Yan's face before finding their way to his own lips. The voyeuristic Xiao Yuan observed. "It's over. What sort of company has the master attracted?" Quite frightening. After lingering for a moment, the boy turned off the lights and closed the door behind him as he exited Bai Yan's room. Just as he descended the stairs, Bai Mu, cradling a fruit platter in one hand and a fork in the other, regarded her son with curiosity. "Yin Shun, why are you coming down alone? Where is Xiao Yin?" Tilting her head to peer past him, she noted the girl's absence. Upon seeing the fleeting smile on Bai Shan's face, she raised an eyebrow. "Have you been up to no good?" Bai Shan rubbed his forehead, meeting his mother's gaze. "Mom, please don't look at me like that." Jin Air finished her ginger tea and fell asleep. "When she awakens, I will prepare her some supper." The intensity of her gaze made him feel as if he had committed some misdeed, though he wasn't so depraved. Bai Mu chuckled, raising an eyebrow, but chose not to press further. "Ah, the children have grown." Bai Yin stirred awake, bewildered as she scanned her surroundings, her brow furrowing as she rubbed her hungry stomach. Grabbing her phone from the bedside table, she noted the time. It was barely past 8. Just then, a knock sounded at her door. "Come in." Her voice, still laced with sleep, was soft and endearing. Drifting into Bai Shan's ears, he opened the door, his dark eyes lifting to meet the girl sitting on the edge of the bed. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. "Wake up and come eat something. You're too kind, Bai Shan," she replied with a giggle. "At this rate, I might become too reliant on you." Dashing over in her slippers, she cradled a steaming bowl of stir-fried beef with green peppers, inhaling the delightful aroma. The fragrance was intoxicating. She eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to devour the noodles, only to find them slightly too hot. By the time she finished, her lips were slightly swollen from the heat. Throughout the meal, Bai Shan's eyes were glued to her, particularly fixating on her earlier words, which echoed in his mind. Once sated, she prepared to return to sleep but was halted by Bai Shan grasping her arm. It turned out she had yet to complete her homework. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she made a face and obediently sat at the study desk to begin her assignments. I in the school's small grove. Su Jiao regarded the girl before her with impatience. "Jiao, aren't you going to fulfill your promise to me?" Xiao Yin fixed her gaze upon her for a long moment. The day prior, she had been cornered by Bai Shan and Chen Liang, and she had refrained from revealing anything. Surely, she would buy that dress for herself, right? Su Jiao's expression darkened, her voice softening. "Xiao Yin, I don't have enough money right now. I'll bring it to you in a couple of days. Would that work?" Though she had initially considered exploding in anger, Xiao Yin held back. She flipped through her phone and presented a post to Su Jiao. "Bai Shan contacted me yesterday to request I post an apology that I refrained from exposing you because I regard you as my best friend. If I do not receive what you owe me by tomorrow, you will personally apologize to Bai Yin." The girl scoffed, taking back her phone and glaring at Su Jiao. Surprised that the matter had escalated so quickly, Su Jiao's charming face paled. "I will bring it to you tomorrow. Please just go home for now." Only once Xiao Yin had disappeared from view did Su Jiao breathe a sigh of relief. She had no intention of purchasing that dress, and besides, there was no evidence linking her to those events. Under these circumstances, she would simply have to apologize. In the following days, Bai Yin learned that Xiao Yin had been suspended from school for half a month for observation. Glancing at the post He Hua had shown her, she could guess the details. However, the suspension seemed rather severe. Regardless, since the real culprit had been identified, she shrugged it off. It had little to do with her. Hastily, she retrieved her practice exam papers, sitting up. With the exam date drawing near, a flicker of anxiety crept in. "Let go. Duan Ci. Release me." Bai Yan's face flushed with indignation as she vigorously shook her wrist. But she could not break free from the boy's grip. Only upon reaching the rooftop did Duan Ci finally relinquish her wrist. Her struggles had left red marks on her delicate skin, and he looked apologetic. "Bai Yin, I've avenged you regarding the post. Shouldn't you thank me?" he said, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. He then settled onto a nearby bench. A few days prior, Su Jiao had approached him, claiming she had pinpointed the individual behind the post, and that the girl had even threatened Jiao into purchasing an expensive dress for her. In a fit of anger, he had mentioned it to the grade director, prompting action. Though a mere half-month suspension, he found satisfaction in the outcome. Bai Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as she glanced at the boy seated on the bench. She did not believe he would genuinely help her out of kindness. "Thank you," she said, licking her lips. Duan Ci waited in vain for her to continue. Was that it? Shouldn't she have joyfully thrown herself into his arms, tearfully agreeing to date him? Just a simple thank you? Wasn't that a bit too cursory? He let out a huff, his expression souring. This girl had learned to become demanding. Bai Yin rolled her eyes, chuckling coldly. "I never asked for your help with the post. There's no need for you to seek my gratitude." Rubbing her sore wrist, her delicate skin now tender and slightly swollen, she sighed in irritation. "I have studying to do. Farewell." She glanced at the time, realizing that she had wasted 10 minutes, enough to solve a challenging mathematical problem. Without sparing a glance back, Bai Jian opened the iron gate to the rooftop and immediately spotted that familiar silhouette at the corner of the staircase. A smile graced the girl's lips as she approached. "Bo Yenshin, what are you doing standing here?" Bo Yenshin, with his jet-black eyes, cast a fleeting glance behind her, then pulled the girl into his embrace, assertively pressing her head against him. His thin lips tightened, casting a displeased gaze at Duan Ci, as if marking his territory. Duan Ci gripped the railing tightly, staring intently at him. Despite the distance between them, the sparks of their locked eyes were palpable. "Jenner, your brother has been waiting for you here. Now that everything is settled, Shall we leave? Bo Yinshin chuckled softly, placing a kiss atop her head. He then took her hand and descended the stairs. In a fit of anger, Duan Ci clenched his fists and slammed them against the iron gate. His knuckles broke the skin and bled, yet he felt no pain. Damn it, Bo Yinshin, you really enjoy taking what's mine. This isn't over. Duan Ci kicked the gate several more times in frustration before heading downstairs. Bo Yinshin held her hand until they reached the corner of the staircase, then released her. With a serious expression, he gazed into her eyes. Jinner, if he bothers you again, just let me know. He had just overheard Chanliang mention that he saw Duan Ci pulling Bai Jian to the rooftop while he was in the restroom. Anxious, he hastily tossed aside the homework he had just collected and rushed to the rooftop's iron door. Just as he was about to push it open, he heard the girl's words. Bo Yinshin felt a weight lift from his heart. He knew Bai Jian no longer harbored feelings for Duan Ci. Got it, Bai Jian raised her hand, hooking her finger under the boy's chin. Playfully rising on her toes, Bo Yinshin. You're so good to me. You wouldn't happen to like me, would you? Bo Yinshin's pupils constricted, his lips pressed together as he prepared to respond. Which class are you two from? The bell has been ringing for quite some time. Didn't you hear it? At that moment, the grade's supervising principal, adjusting his glasses, approached the two students. He pulled them apart and scolded them. You two are dating, come with me to the office. I'll call your parents. Today's students are hardly focused on their studies. They either engage in fights or pursue romantic entanglements, asked the grade supervisor. It is imperative to nip such behavior in the bud. Sir, we didn't. Bai Jian and Bo Yinshin spoke in unison but were promptly interrupted by the principal. Do you take me for a fool? I've been a supervisor for decades. I can spot early romance a mile away, he snorted, lifting his thermos to take a sip of tea, only to spit it back out. Bai Jian stared wide-eyed. That's rather unhygienic, isn't it? The principal felt a twinge of embarrassment under her gaze. Rubbing his bald head, he led the two to the office. Coincidentally, the homeroom teachers of both Class 1 and Class 2 of the second year were present. They all turned to look at them. Director, what did our class leader do wrong this time? Bai Jian. What trouble have you caused again? The two homeroom teachers had vastly different attitudes towards their students. But the supervising principal paid them no mind. It seems your students have been caught in a romantic affair. The principal adjusted his glasses with an air of superiority. Impossible. Bo Yinshin has excellent grades. He wouldn't be involved in such frivolities. You must be mistaken. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 glanced at Bai Jian, her expression darkening. It must be old Li's student leading him astray. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian's homeroom teacher immediately became displeased. Not necessarily. Who says the top student can't date? Bai Jian is beautiful and charming. Who knows if he has ulterior motives? The two teachers began to argue in the office, while Bai Jian merely watched the spectacle unfold, finding it more entertaining than a drama. Finally, after much back and forth, the principal intervened. You two will each write a 1,000-word reflection to be read aloud in front of all teachers and students during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. After leaving the office, Bai Jian pouted slightly, glancing at the boy walking beside her. Bo Yinshin had remained silent throughout, seemingly lost in thought. Jinner, you should return to class and study. I'll help you write the reflection. As they reached the classroom door, he left those words before stepping inside. Bai Jian shrugged. She had indeed written quite a few reflections in the past. She didn't want Bo Yinshin to help her, considering the length required. Besides, the original protagonist often found herself in fights. Writing reflections was second nature to her. At 7 o'clock on Monday morning, all the students stood in neatly arranged uniforms under the national flag, gazing up at its steady ascent. After the principal finished speaking, he picked up a note and announced, "Now, the following 5 students, please come up to present your reflections." Bai Jian heard not just her name but also Bo Yinshin's. A smile appearing on her face. At last, she would have company in her embarrassment. When it was her turn to present, she recited her previous reflections once more. Finally, it was Bo Yinshin's turn. I am Bo Yinshin from Class 1 of the second year. Today, I present my reflection. The principal claims I am in a romantic relationship with Bai Jian. I believe love is a mutual affair. As long as it doesn't affect our grades, it should be fine. After all, youth comes only once. How can one discern right from wrong without a little madness? The other students gasped, covering their mouths in shock as they stared at the flag-raising platform. The school heartthrob is in a relationship. Indeed, youth is without regrets. What's wrong with a little madness? I'm heartbroken. The heartthrob has been taken. How enviable for Bai Jian to have such a handsome boyfriend. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Only then did the principal realize the atmosphere had shifted. quickly taking the microphone to snatch away Bai Yinshan's reflection. This reflection is concluded. I hope everyone takes this as a lesson and focuses on your studies. The students gradually returned to their classes. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, poking the boy's arm with a playful smile. You certainly dared to speak. The principal looked ready to explode. Bai Yinshan gazed at her beaming face, warmth flooding his heart. He ruffled her hair gently, saying, I merely spoke the truth. My reflection was in accordance with what he said. Indeed, but I admire your courage. Bai Jian, oblivious to the growing intimacy between them, walked ahead, laughing with Bai Yinshan. The two trailing behind wore less cheerful expressions. Have you developed feelings for Bai Jian? Su Jiaojiao tugged at his sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Hearing her quivering voice brought Duan Ci back to reality. He did have feelings for Bai Jian, but upon seeing Su Jiaojiao's distressed face, his heart softened, unwilling to see her upset. This internal conflict swayed back and forth within him. Duan Ci gently wiped away her tears, reassuring her, I don't like her. You've always known my feelings. Haven Tu. His radiant smile made Su Jiaojiao shyly lower her gaze. Then, she took his hand, saying, Tomorrow is my birthday. I want to celebrate it with you. She had to secure Duan Ci, although he verbally professed his affection for her. The shadow of Bai Jian had begun to creep into his eyes. No, absolutely not. She would not allow her possessions to be taken away. A flicker of malice passed through Su Jiaojiao's eyes. Duan Ci was momentarily taken aback before smiling. All right, I'll spend the entire day with you tomorrow. His Jiaojiao was so considerate and understanding. That was why he chose her. They parted ways at the classroom door. Bai Jian picked up her English vocabulary notebook, frantically memorizing the content. Although she was in a liberal arts class, modern English and mathematics posed a significant challenge for her, a celestial being. When she opened her eyes, she noticed Su Jiaojiao from the front row glaring at her. Most importantly, her gaze was filled with unrestrained scheming. Heh, is she plotting something again? Chapter 24. The scheming childhood sweetheart at first glance. It appears rather pitiable. Xiao Yu couldn't help but softly mutter, Oh master, are you merely looking to witness a monkey show? If it is indeed a monkey, why not bring it out for a stroll and see for yourself? The girl gazed contentedly at the delicate skin on the back of her hand, one of her favored features, and naturally, she intended to care for it well. She spent the day immersed in various examination papers. Bai Jian set down her pen, tilted her head back, rubbed her wrist, and took several deep breaths, finally feeling her body and mind relax. Bai Yinshan? The girl blinked up at the strikingly handsome boy before her. Momentarily forgetting to speak. Jenner seems to enjoy looking at me, Bai Yinshan teased, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Bai Jian instantly straightened her posture, realizing her previous demeanor was rather unbecoming. She turned to the young man and waved, Bai Yinshan, what brings you here? The boy gazed tenderly at her cheek, then effortlessly found an empty spot beside her and took a seat. He propped his chin on one hand, tilting his face as his eyes remained fixed on her since entering the classroom. Bai Yinshan's eyes were exceptionally beautiful, especially when infused with emotion. If she were not cautious, she would find herself ensnared in the web he had spun. I heard you were heading to Blue Moon Bar. I would like to accompany you, he finally spoke after a long moment of contemplation. Bai Jian let out a soft sigh of relief and languidly raised her gaze to meet his, then let us go together. I was just lamenting the lack of company. The girl tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her fingers fidgeting with it in a corner of the classroom. Hua and her friends huddled together, whispering softly in dismay. Jianjia was indeed someone who forgot her principles in the face of beauty. Soon, the two gathered their belongings, slung on their bags, and made their way to the school parking lot. Bai Jian lifted her gaze to the setting sun in the west, its warm glow flooding her heart. Particularly as she watched the boy push his mountain bike towards her, step by step. At that moment, she felt a flicker of affection for him. With a fleeting smile gracing his features, Bai Yinshan approached. Placing his cool palm over the girl's eyes. Jenner, in public, refrain from looking at your brother with such eyes. The boy's lips pressed together slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Jenner's earlier expression had been quite alluring. A blend of innocence and seduction. If she continued to gaze at him with that look, he feared he might lose control. Bai Jian felt the chill of his hand over her eyes and heard his voice. Gentle as a spring breeze, flowing through her entire being. She reached up and removed his hand, arching an eyebrow at him in a teasing manner. Bai Yinshan, I'm still young. You mustn't break the law. Precisely because you are young, I've been enduring, he replied, his dark eyes glimmering with suppressed emotions, as if on the verge of breaking free. I yearn for the day you graduate, then you can truly be mine. Enough of that, hop on, he said, ruffling the girl's soft hair before mounting the bike and waiting for her to climb on. Bai Jian noticed his attempt to change the subject and chose not to press further. With a light leap, she settled onto the rear seat of the mountain bike, clutching the hem of the boy's shirt. Her legs dangled in the air, swaying back and forth. The bike sped along. The girl feeling the refreshing breeze caress her cheeks, her long hair dancing in the wind. Under the setting sun, the boy rode the bike, carrying the girl he cherished, weaving through the tranquil alleys. This, perhaps, was what youth felt like. With a soft thud, the door to the private room swung open. Others set down their belongings and resumed their individual activities. Su Jiao Jiao approached with a beaming smile. Seizing Bai Jian's wrist, Bai Jian, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. You even brought the handsome beau along. You two truly are inseparable. Her words dripped with a hint of sarcasm. Bai Jian followed her gaze and spotted a casually dressed boy slumped on the sofa, nursing a drink. How presumptuous of her to use him as a shield. Bai Jian swiftly detached herself from Su Jiao Jiao's grip and wrapped her arms around Bo Yin Shen's. Smiling sweetly, yes, who could blame me for spending time with my childhood friend? It's perfectly normal for us to be together every day. Unlike some who are constantly on edge, fearing their man might be stolen away. A man easily taken away is not worth having. Su Jiao Jiao caught the underlying meaning in her words, her smile faltering for a moment before she quickly regained her composure, inviting the pair to join the festivities. The flickering lights accompanied by the raucous singing of several classmates filled the room. Bai Jian did not find the atmosphere particularly enjoyable. It was unbearably noisy. She casually surveyed the coffee table, laden with an array of colorful beverages and low-alcohol drinks, accompanied by snacks and fruits, quite a thrifty setup. Bai Jian smirked at the boy seated beside Su Jiao Jiao, realizing this must be the room she had booked with her own funds. Duan Cis gaze met the girl's smile, rendering him momentarily spellbound. In recent days, he had been drinking excessively. Both Su Jiao Jiao and Bai Jian shared a common trait. They were adorably charming. Su Jiao Jiao was strong and independent, yet pitiable and ambitious. Bai Jian was alluring and captivating, a princess meant to be cherished. Yet, they both left him in a state of indecision. She was not like this before. Now she had gradually begun to occupy half of his heart. She doesn't like you. You promised me you would celebrate my birthday properly. Behaving like this will only make me lose respect for you. Su Jiao Jiao tugged gently at the boy's arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she bit her lip. She had long noticed Duan Cis' changed demeanor. Previously, he would acquiesce to her every whim whenever she cried. Duan Ci diverted his gaze, a carefree smile slowly spreading across his face. I wouldn't stoop so low. You're my girlfriend. I wouldn't flirt with anyone else. Yet, the hand gripping the cup revealed his facade of nonchalance. Su Jiao Jiao shot him a glance, her smile returning to its perfect state. I'm genuinely happy that everyone could come to celebrate my birthday. Let us raise a toast? She lifted her glass, filled with a low-alcohol beverage, and everyone followed suit, the atmosphere growing lively. After finishing their drinks, her eyes scanned the room, landing on a distant corner of the sofa. Bai Jian took a cup from the table, gently shaking it before bringing it to her nose for a whiff. This cake has been spiked. With a blend of several spirits, it initially felt harmless, but it would soon render one utterly inebriated. Su Jiao Jiao approached, a calm smile on her face as she swirled her glass. Bai Jian, today is my birthday. Surely you'll indulge me, right? I specifically ordered these drinks. You must try them. Seeing Su Jiao Jiao's eager expression, as if she could not wait for her to drink, Bai Jian's lips curled into a slight smile as she raised her glass, clinking it with hers. If you are making such a pitiful request, then let us share. Su Jiao Jiao blinked in surprise before breaking into laughter. The two clinked their glasses and began to drink. The liquid slowly slid down their throats, and Su Jiao Jiao excused herself, heading off to mingle with others. Watching the retreating figure, Bai Jian's eyes glinted with a hint of mischief. Master, hasn't your spiritual power been sealed? Xiao Yuan asked curiously, tilting her head to observe the girl. Bai Jian's lips curved upward slightly. That you'll find out in due time. Little one shouldn't pry too much. It could lead to dire consequences. Though she smiled, Xiao Yuan could clearly sense the hidden threat within. The little creature quickly tucked its tail and buried its head in a watermelon, too frightened to speak. Subsequently, Bai Jian pretended to stumble, leaning into Bo Yin Shen's embrace. The boy had been engrossed in a math game when a familiar scent of camellia wafted towards him. He paused, setting down his phone to pull the girl closer, allowing her to find a comfortable spot to rest. Yet, The girl was anything but compliant. Her pink, delicate fingers glided from his throat down to his collarbone, finally resting on his sculpted abdomen, inch by inch. Big brother, you're so handsome. Would you be interested in being my boyfriend? Bai Jian's eyes sparkled with mischief as she playfully blinked at him. Bo Yinshin froze, his perfect Adam's apple bobbing in response to her teasing. He grasped her small hand, enveloping it in his cool palm. Little tipsy one, do you even know what you're saying? If you keep this up, I might take you seriously. With a sigh, he contemplated the idea of agreeing to her playful suggestion while she was inebriated. It would be unfair to her. Although she seemed a bit dazed, he wanted to provide her with the sense of occasion she deserved. Bai Jian pouted slightly, struggling to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly held by him. How difficult it is to flirt with you, she thought. Having been so forward, he should have simply acquiesced, yet he was not complying as she had hoped. As her eyes darted about, she feigned sleep. Just then, Su Jiao approached, having noticed the situation. Ive booked several rooms. Bo Yinshan, please take Bai Jian to a room to rest at IT South Dark and the road home isn't safe. Su Jiao handed over a room key, which Bo Yinshan accepted with a glance. He then bent down to scoop up the girl and exited the private room. Watching their departure, Su Jiao's eyes gleamed with calculated intent. Besides the assortment of spirits mixed in the drinks, there was also a substance that turned into an aphrodisiac upon contact with alcohol. Bai Jian, if you persist in attempting to steal Duan-ci, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Returning to the sofa, she settled beside Duan-ci, who was still drinking with other boys, her eyes filled with affection as she smiled sweetly, tugging at his arm. She propped herself against the sofa, leaning close to his ear. "ACI, I'm feeling quite unwell. Could you perhaps take me back to the guest room to rest?" Duan-ci set down his wine glass. Concern etched upon his face as he gazed at her. Jiao, are you all right? Don't worry, I'll take you there right away." He then embraced her and made his way to the pre-booked guest room. Below the third floor of the Blue Moon Bar are private rooms, while the rest are guest accommodations, which is quite convenient for many young people in the guest room. As Duan-ci gently laid Su Jiao on the bed, she promptly sat up, squinting as she surveyed her surroundings. Jiao, just wait a moment. Before he could intervene, she stripped down to merely her undergarments. Jiao, please don't do this, try to gather your senses. Duan-ci placed a hand on her shoulder, gently shaking her in an attempt to bring her back to reality. However, Su Jiao's reaction caused him to momentarily pause, just as he prepared to withdraw. She seized his icy hand tightly. "ACI, I must have eaten something wrong earlier. What should I do?" Her misty eyes gazed deeply into Duan-ci's. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, her thoughts were muddled. With a gentle tug, she pulled him onto the bed with her. On the spacious bed, the two drew increasingly closer, their clothing strewn haphazardly across the carpet. Su Jiao wrapped her arms tightly around the boy's neck and leaned in to kiss his soft lips. Under the haze of intoxication, Duan-ci could no longer discern who lay beneath him. He closed his eyes, the person before him contrasting sharply with the one in his heart. "Xiaoyan, I truly regret not accepting your pursuit back then." Duan-ci's eyes remained shut, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Su Jiao froze, tears cascading down her cheeks as she clawed at Duan-ci's back. Nothing could compare to the anguish within her heart. Meanwhile, Bo Yinshin had just laid her on the sofa, playfully flicking her forehead. Yinner, still pretending to be asleep? If you continue like this, do you even wish to improve your grades? The boy stood beside the girl. Having just held her in his arms, he noticed Bai Yin's eyes darting around, realizing that her earlier antics were entirely intentional. Had he known, he would have simply acquiesced to her whims to see her reaction. Bai Yin thought, "I'll keep pretending, just ignore me." Unfortunately, Bo Yinshin's piercing gaze detected her ruse. Even without speaking, she felt his scrutiny as she closed her eyes. Bai Yin smiled faintly as she sat up. "You really can't hide anything from you, so why didn't you expose me earlier?" The girl pouted, appearing slightly displeased. Her face flushed, likely from holding her breath too forcefully, giving her the appearance of intoxication. To her surprise, Bo Yinshin had already seen through her act. The boy did not respond but leaned closer, whispering in her ear. "Yinner, your foolish act is truly adorable." Chapter 26. The scheming childhood friend's sweetness. The boy was in close proximity, and Bai Yin could clearly see the teasing glimmer in his eyes, prompting her to push him away in irritation. "Humph, I'm not." The girl clasped her hands to her face, making a silly face at him. She then grabbed her backpack from the floor and found a desk suitable for writing. Bo Yinshin glanced down at his chest. He could distinctly feel his heart racing from her gentle shove. He smiled softly and took a seat beside her, attempting to study while the sounds of her sobbing persisted. Two contrasting scenes unfolded. One filled with joy, the other steeped in sorrow. Suddenly, a frantic knocking on the door jolted Bai Ran awake. Her expression darkened as she angrily hurled a pillow toward the source of the noise. After an exhausting night of studying that lasted until past midnight, she groggily questioned, "Who is it?" The voice outside hesitated. Then urged, "Ninjia, it's me. You need to get up quickly. Something seems to be wrong outside." Hihua's raspy voice suggested she had been singing her heart out. "Coming, disturbing my dreams so early in the morning." Bai Ran rubbed her temples, dressed hastily, and opened the door. Just then, the door next door swung open, revealing the boy, looking refreshed. Despite both having stayed up late studying, he appeared remarkably well rested, while she felt sluggish and disconnected. Hihua followed her gaze, eyeing the two of them with curiosity. "Something happened? Hurry up and tell me. With that gossiping look on your face, it's making me want to punch you." Bai Ran glared at her through gritted teeth. Immediately, Hihua put on a conciliatory smile and whispered, "Ninjia, there's been an incident with Duan Ci. A crowd has gathered outside his room. Do you want to check it out?" Upon hearing his name, Bai Ran's expression darkened. She thought to herself, "This nonsense first thing in the morning? Is it really necessary to knock so loudly?" Sensing Bo Yinshin's strange mood, she shot a cold glance at Hihua, firmly tapping her shoulder. "Listen carefully, you better clarify your words, as I'm not in a good mood right now." Though she wore a smile, a chill ran through her. Hihua discreetly glanced at Bo Yinshin. Quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, she nearly forgot how Ninjia was wary of Bo Yinshin feeling jealous. Hihua scratched her head sheepishly. "Sorry, I got too excited and only revealed part of it. It's Duan Ci and Su Jiao who got into trouble. They were found together. So that's what happened. Did last night's spiked drink take effect?" A smirk tugged at Bai Ran's lips as her mood brightened considerably. Bo Yinshin's cold demeanor gradually softened in response to her changing emotions. Their fluctuating feelings left Hihua too frightened to breathe. Bai Ran poked Bo Yinshin's side, her curiosity piqued. "Bo Yinshin, wouldn't you like to take a look? After all, such a captivating spectacle can't be missed." She was eager to witness how Su Jiao would turn the tables on others. "Since Niner wants to see, then let us go together." Bo Yinshin ruffled the girl's hair, smoothing down a rebellious strand before turning to await the elevator. His movements were effortlessly smooth. Bai Ran stood dazed. Reaching up to touch her own head, watching the boy at the elevator, her lips slowly curling into a smile. The air was filled with a rosy atmosphere. Hihua stifled a laugh, relishing the sweetness of the unfolding romance. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they were met with the sound of Su Jiao's cries and the sight of disheveled clothing scattered about. The woman, tightly wrapped in a sheet, was exposed, her arms and neck bearing numerous reddish marks. It was evident to anyone what wild events had transpired the previous night. "Ugh, I can't live anymore. What should I do?" The girl sobbed, breathless, her face flushed, tears cascading like pearls down her cheeks, soaking the blanket before her. Duan Ci, bare-chested, rubbed his head in distress, repeatedly apologizing. Jiao, I will take responsibility. Please stop crying." The specifics of the previous night eluded him, and in his frustration, he raked his hair in despair, catching sight of a familiar figure at the door. Bai Ran! A sharp pang of guilt shot through him. In stark contrast, Su Jiao, seeing this scene, clenched her fists and cried out in anguish, "Leave! Get out! Go away!" She stood and pushed Duan Ci out of the room, slamming the door behind her, leaving the onlookers stunned. Duan Ci sensed something was amiss and pounded frantically on the door, but no one inside would open it. Eventually, he managed to find the room card and flung the door open. The sight before him was shocking. Su Jiao lay unconscious, her pale face surrounded by a pool of crimson. A fresh wound marred her fair wrist, blood oozing relentlessly. "Quick, call an ambulance." Duan Ci rushed forward, gathering the girl in his arms, his emotions spiraling. The others, equally alarmed, swiftly summoned help, and she was safely transported to the hospital. Thankfully, it was merely excessive blood loss. On the day before the exam, the testing center was closed, granting everyone a day off. Duan Ci, under pressure, compelled everyone present to remain silent about the incident. Bai Ran sat expressionless in a chair, her eyes glinting with scorn. "If my senses are correct, that is not just any blood." Bored, she summoned the dream beast from her consciousness to alleviate her ennui. "Master, your sense of smell rivals that of a dog. It truly impresses me." Just moments ago, the little round creature had stealthily collected a bit of the blood that had pooled on the floor. it was synthetic, nearly indistinguishable from human blood. Learning to criticize me now? Bai Ran chuckled mischievously. Twisting the creature's head playfully, however, your acting skills leave much to be desired. When you feigned fainting, that fleeting smirk of pride was unmistakable. SK. You can't even act properly. The sight is quite pitiful, but it's all a ruse for the gullible. Chapter 27. The scheming childhood sweetheart Xiao Yuanyu and felt as though her head was about to be twisted off by the girl, incessantly pawing at her. Master, she is exceptionally clever. It would be impossible for you to outsmart her. You should flatter her quickly. Bai Ran, in a good mood, released her grip on the head and rubbed her sore wrist. Such a hard head, she mused at that moment, the light in the emergency room extinguished. The doctor emerged, removed his mask, and handed a bill to Duan Ci, instructing him to settle the payment. The others were ushered out, leaving only a few individuals behind at as for why Bai Ran did not leave. It was undoubtedly to observe what the female lead would do next. The surgery, which seemed to take no more than 15 minutes, was indeed swift in the general ward, as a few people entered. They found Su Jiaojiao weeping pitifully, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear flower. Her ability to cry on command was astonishing. Why? Why won't you let me die? One of her fists pounded incessantly against Duan Ci's chest. To allow her to vent her emotions, Duan Ci permitted her to hit and scold him. Eventually, exhausted from crying, she leaned weakly against the bedside and questioned, "Why don't you fight back? Why are you silent?" Duan Ci sat by the bed, sighed softly, and took her hand. "Jiao, I will take responsibility for you." He pressed a tender kiss on the back of her hand and solemnly declared, "I promise, I will marry you after graduation." He then drew the tear-stained girl into his embrace. Su Jiaojiao sobbed a few more times before finally quieting down. However, a fleeting expression of triumph at the corner of her mouth became increasingly difficult to conceal. Duan Ci observed her as her emotions stabilized. The two chatted for a while longer. Su Jiaojiao, her cheeks flushed, held her stomach and said that the young man should wait while he went downstairs to buy her breakfast. Upon exiting the ward, Duan Ci noticed two individuals still seated in the chairs, particularly Bai Ran, whose expression was indifferent as she cast a casual glance in his direction. His expression showed a hint of discomfort. "Bai Ran, please help out. Jiao has just calmed down. You should go keep her company while I fetch her breakfast." Hearing his words, Bai Ran raised an eyebrow. Did he truly believe that Su Jiaojiao would remain calm upon seeing her? Bai Ran stood up and walked inside, leaving the two at the door in silence. Inside the ward, the pungent smell of disinfectant made the newly arrived girl wrinkle her nose. The atmosphere was decidedly cold. Su Jiaojiao no longer bore the previous look of pathetic sorrow. She proudly raised her bandaged wrist and declared, "Duan Ci promised me that he would marry me after graduation. Bai Ran, you cannot compete with me." From beginning to end, Duan Ci belonged solely to her. Bai Ran glanced at her, as if regarding a fool. Was she truly so enamored with Duan Ci? What would happen when one day he distanced himself and married another woman? Would she remain so unperturbed? Bai Ran could not help but let out a cold laugh. She was there for revenge. None of the male and female leads who had wronged the original character would have a good outcome. "Oh, is that so? Then I wish you the best in holding on to him. I certainly can. I don't need your blessings. I will receive plenty from others." She failed to detect the deeper meaning in Bai Ran's words. Lost in the euphoria of victory. Blessings? Does this person have ears on her belly button? Bai Ran ceased conversing with her and found a spot to sit down and play with her phone, lacking the inclination to engage in a back and forth with a white lotus. When Duan Ci returned with the items, Bai Ran turned and left the ward, deliberately revealing a hint of an inscrutable smile before departing. Leaving the two in the ward, each with their own thoughts, I would like a portion of crab roe buns, shrimp crystal buns, beef-baked flatbread, hand-grabbed pancakes, and 2 servings of steaming hot douhua. The girl held the menu and ordered a lavish breakfast of over a dozen delectable items. Having spent so much time, she felt hungry enough to devour an ox. Bio Yinshin propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the girl across from him with a smile. A mischievous grin tugged at his lips. "Jenner, if you eat so much, what will I do if I can't support you?" "I don't need you to support me. I am quite wealthy," the girl retorted, rolling her eyes at him. The young man chuckled lightly. He reached out to ruffle her plump cheeks, akin to fluffy cotton candy, sweet, soft, and delightful to squeeze. Bio Yinshin seemed to have developed a habit of this, continuing until the girl's rosy cheeks flushed. Reluctant to continue his playful torment. Just then, their meals arrived. Bio Yinshin coughed lightly, covering his mouth in embarrassment as he evaded the girl's reproachful gaze, saying, "All right, Eat quickly. It's all your favorites, asked for the question of support. He merely smiled in silence. After all, who could predict the future? Bai Jian rubbed her hands together and leaned down to inhale the aroma of the assorted breakfast items before picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. The girl consumed her food swiftly, yet her movements were exceedingly graceful, resembling a delightful painting that invited others to leave their mark upon it. Observing her hearty appetite, Bo Yinshin also took up his chopsticks, lifting a soup dumpling to his lips and gently biting into it. The rich and savory broth erupted in his mouth, and the young man narrowed his eyes in pleasure when Bai Jian lifted her head. She caught sight of this scene and could not help but swallow. Why did she feel that the soup dumpling in Bo Yinshin's mouth looked more appetizing? The young man savored it with elegance. Slowly lifting and lowering it, however, a droplet of broth clung to the corner of his mouth. Bai Jian pointed at her own lip, reminding him, "Your mouth," before she could finish. The young man swiftly swept his tongue across the corner of his mouth, capturing the broth within. He had done so intentionally, especially since Jinner was watching him so intently. How could he not indulge in a little teasing, given his handsome features? After all, it was a look she favored. He had noticed before that Bai Jian often gazed at his lips and Adam's apple. Since that was the case, he might as well give her a good look. Is there anything else? Bo Yinshin leaned closer, their foreheads nearly touching, the proximity causing Bai Jian to feel the faint scent of mint mixed with meat wafting into her nostrils. Gradually, her face felt quite warmed. This was unbearable. She could not allow herself to be shy. Remain calm. Bai Jian mentally recited the calming mantra 3 times before gently pushing the young man away, maintaining her composure. All clean now. Bo Yinshin returned to his seat. And after a few simple bites, Bai Jian lost the desire to continue eating. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and the calming mantra proved ineffective. On the way home, the girl felt lightheaded, grateful that Bo Yinshin held her tightly. Otherwise, she would have collided with a lamppost for the 5th time. Observing her slightly flushed forehead, Bo Yinshin sighed. Had he been too impatient? Chapter 28. The scheming childhood sweetheart. The following day, Bai Jian sat in the spacious examination hall, pen in hand, diligently focused on her work. For subjects in literature and history, she completed the exam with remarkable ease. After the exam concluded, the results were posted in the school bulletin within half a day. The girl's lively eyes sparkled as she leaned against a small tree on the periphery, lazily surveying the crowd gathered around the announcement board. "Make way. Why are you all crowding?" Hua, using her strong arms, finally squeezed her way through and found Bai Jian among the sea of names. A brilliant smile erupted on her face. "Sister Jian, you did it. You ranked 599th in the entire school, 20th in our class. Simply fantastic." The girl's voice was loud enough to silence the surrounding crowd, who then turned to follow her gaze towards the small tree. Bai Jian slightly bent her fingers and waved at Hua before nonchalantly departing. By the bulletin board, the crowd erupted like ants on a hot pan, buzzing with disbelief at Bai Jian's results. While her performance in other subjects was satisfactory, her math and English scores were a mere 60 and 70, respectively, yet her total still exceeded 550 points. They slowly began to forget what Bai Jian had once been like, only recognizing her as a diligent student now. As for the top scorer, it was undoubtedly Bo Yinshin, who had only lost 3 points in Chinese and English, achieving perfect scores in all other subjects. What a genius! Meanwhile, the 2 prominent figures of this discussion were hiding on the school's rooftop. Bai Jian, looking dejected, clutched the test papers of the 2 subjects, her head hanging low. Bo Yinshin, could you help me analyze where I went wrong? How did I score so poorly? After the exam, she had estimated her scores and thought she could at least pass math. Yet reality had slapped her in the face. Leaning against the wire fence, Bo Yinshin sat on the bench, his long fingers shielding his deep-set eyes. A smile crept across his lips as he heard her call his name. He beckoned her closer with one hand, and she obediently approached him. Bo Yinshin straightened up, his gaze filled with warmth as he looked at her. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing the strands of hair on his forehead to sway slightly, momentarily obscuring the depth of his affection. "Jinner, you've made significant progress this time. Keep it up," he praised, lightly patting her head. Everyone enjoys compliments, and Bai Jian was no exception. Instantly, her previously drooping face transformed back to its lively self. The 2 examined their test papers as Bo Yinshin analyzed each question for her, while Bai Jian rested her chin in her hand, listening attentively. Meanwhile, Duan Ci clutched his disappointing report card, his expression as dark as ink. Su Jiaojiao, frightened, dared not speak, merely standing quietly beside him. Suddenly, the young man stood up, tearing the report card into shreds and tossing it into the trash can. A CI? Where are you going? Su Jiaojiao rushed forward to block him, fearing that Duan CI might seek out Bai Jian. Just moments ago, I heard that little wretch's grades have improved remarkably, and many teachers have been praising her. Clearly, all these accolades should belong to her. She is the obedient girl in front of the teachers, the exemplary student. Duan CI felt a wave of irritation wash over her as she cast a cold glance. Do you also need to meddle in my affairs? Ever since the incident involving her wrist, Su Jiaojiao has taken to clinging to him incessantly, questioning him wherever he goes. Were it not for the fear of her doing something foolish again, he would have truly wished to shake her off. The current her is increasingly unlike her former self, having lost her gentle, considerate nature, and her docility. No, I am simply concerned about you. Su Jiaojiao clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixated on the retreating figure of Duan CI. Why? One by one, you all seem entranced by Bai Jian. What is it that makes her so special? Time flies. The summer vacation draws ever closer. Every day after school, Bai Jian lingers in the classroom for an hour, receiving tutoring from Bo Yinshan. On the first day of the break, Bai Jian joyfully picked up her travel bag. As He Hua mentioned taking her hiking, finally, a chance to relax. She happily pushed open the gate of the villa, only to be taken aback. Bo Yinshan, did you not go abroad? Bai Jian's mouth fell open, her smile instantly fading. Just 2 days prior, after finishing an exam, the boy had informed her that he would be going to Country Age for some competition, which would take a week. He had also reminded her to study diligently, not to indulge in leisure just because of the holiday, and now, here he was, caught red-handed. You're not leaving until the day after tomorrow. Surely you misheard? Bo Yinshan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at her. Jianer? Where is it you plan to go for fun? Though the boy's face bore a smile, Bai Jian was acutely aware that he was as cunning as a fox. Haha, I simply wish to hike for some exercise. So I can study hard tomorrow. Bai Jian twirled a strand of hair around her finger, nervously fidgeting. Knowing her heart was not in it, the boy refrained from calling her out directly. Just so happens I wish to hike as well. Let us go together. Bo Yinshan strolled over, taking the travel bag from her and effortlessly slinging it over his shoulder, and so, it ended up like this. Very well then, Bai Jian shrugged, settling into the luxurious car belonging to the boy as they prepared to meet with He Hua and the others at the designated spot. Baiya Mountain, a renowned scenic area and city. The mountains are verdant and the waters crystal clear, with peaks rising dramatically. Standing atop the lofty summit, Bai Jian cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted joyfully a few times. A refreshing breeze swept across the lake, tousling the hair that fell over her forehead. Under the warm orange sunlight, Bai Jian, clad in a simple gray sports outfit, stood out remarkably amidst the crowd. Her visage, innocent yet animated and charming, occasionally veered into alluring territory. The boy, with his hands in his pockets, gazed at the girl before him with a smile. The other boys and girls, exhausted and breathless, found a large rock to sit beside. He Hua, am I overreacting? Or does it seem to me that Bo Yinshan's gaze towards Bai Jian is rather unusual? A handsome boy rested his chin on He Hua's shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. He Hua's face turned a deeper shade of red than when they had just climbed the mountain, as she swatted his hand away. That is my sister Jian's future man. Of course, he is not ordinary. Were he not the child of her neighbor, she would never have brought him along to hike. It felt akin to babysitting, a task exhausting yet unrewarding. She stood up and called out, Jian Jia. How about we have barbecue later? Upon hearing the shout from behind her, Bai Jian slowly turned around, raising her finger above her head to signal an okay gesture. When her gaze landed on the boy's face, she realized Bo Yinshan had been watching her for quite some time. The girl approached, waving her hands in front of him. Young Master Bo, could it be that you are unaccustomed to exercise and have grown weary? As she spoke, she deliberately raised her eyebrows, her eyes brimming with provocation. Jianer, are you very curious? Bo Yinshan's deep voice carried a hint of allure. He grasped Bai Jian's soft little hand, pressing it against his abdomen. 8-pack abs? One could practically wash clothes on them. Bai Jian gulped, retracting her hand and feigning calmness. Rigid and unattractive. Chapter 29. The scheming childhood friend's sweetness. 29. The girl left that remark before darting away. Leaving Bo Yinshan alone to ponder his existence, he lowered his gaze to his abdomen, a crack forming in the smile on his face. Is it truly that unsightly? Does Jianer not fancy this type? The boy's demeanor darkened, as if he were ensnared in an inescapable vortex. Bai Jian perched herself on a large rock by the grill, cradling her chin in her hands as she gazed at the sizzling meat. Glistening with oil, master, I believe it is time for you to soothe the boy's feelings. He appears to be quite affected by you. Xiao Yuan could no longer bear to watch and offered a kind reminder. The girl wiped away non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth, raising her gaze to the distant boy. He was enveloped in the warm orange sunlight, yet his mood was evidently low. Alas, what a pitiful sight! Bai Jian's melodious voice rang out, Bo Yin Shan, do not feel inferior. Your abs are indeed quite attractive. As soon as she spoke, she sensed an odd atmosphere around her. Turning to find the others stifling their laughter, regarding her with enigmatic expressions. Oh no, I in a moment of unguarded pride. She had forgotten there were others present. Bai Jian cleared her throat. Are you all idle? Go about your business. Do not linger here gawking at me like a monkey. The others chuckled awkwardly, hastily vacating the scene. After all, they had noticed Bo Yin Shan approaching, and the ensuing conversation was hardly suitable for their ears. The boy's previously cold expression bore a hint of a smile. At that moment, the girl's words had dispelled the clouds looming over his heart. It turned out that she truly had an impact on him. Jenner, I just texted Auntie, asking her for you to accompany me to country H the day after tomorrow. I shall supervise your studies. Bo Yin Shan took a seat beside her, and as soon as he finished speaking, the girl furiously leapt off the rock. Bai Jian puffed out her cheeks, pointing an accusing finger at the boy's handsome face. You did that on purpose. The boy's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling aura emanating from him as he propped his head up with one hand, raising an eyebrow and looking down at the petite girl before him. You need not go if you do not wish to. Simply call Auntie yourself to as he spoke. Bo Yin Shan handed her his phone. Continuing, if Auntie agrees, I shall let you go. The sly glimmer in his dark eyes rendered Bai Jian speechless. Bai Jian. Every time, he invokes her mother to suppress her. She had grievances she could not voice. Feeling utterly frustrated, the girl stood her ground, fists clenched tightly, her puffy cheeks resembling a hamster stuffed with food, an adorably comical sight. Bai Jian huffed. Bo Yin Shan, you are devious. Just wait until I catch you off guard in the future. We shall see how smug you remain. Bo Yin Shan also hopped down from the rock, approaching her to ruffle her hair playfully. Be why this time. Their barbecue was ready. Aren't you eager to eat? Let's go. A faint smile graced the boy's lips as he took her hand and joined in. The allure of delicious food eclipsed all grievances. Bai Jian promptly forgot her earlier discontent, bouncing over to the stone table, her eyes sparkling at the array of culinary delights laid before her, enticing her to salivate, gurgle. Her stomach joined in with a sound of its own. The group of 7 or 8 gathered together, feasting on skewers, sipping sparkling water, while admiring the stunning scenery around them. Before they knew it, they had devoured everything in sight. Ding, a message notification popped up on Bai Jian's WeChat. The girl lounged on her bed, her rosy little feet swinging in the air. Due to the vigorous motion, her nightgown had hiked up, barely covering her behind. She opened her phone, lazily blinking her eyes to find a message from Bo Yin Shan. The first round of the competition had concluded. He was downstairs at the hotel, texting her to change clothes so they could explore the nearby area together. In a flash, Bai Jian leapt off the bed, rummaging through her closet for a casual dress. There was a beach nearby, and swimming seemed like a splendid idea. Bo Yin Shan. I'm right here. The girl styled her long hair into large waves using a curling iron, applied a light touch of makeup, and donned a turquoise dress. The smile illuminating her face resembled warm sunlight, brightening his entire world. Bo Yin Shan approached from the side of the sofa, clad in a simple suit that perfectly showcased his youthful figure, exuding a blend of innocence and maturity. Particularly when he swept his bangs back, he radiated a charming sophistication. Let us go. I'll take you to eat first, and then we can shop for swimsuits at the nearby mall before heading to the beach. Sounds great. Bo Yin Shan naturally took her small hand in his as they exited the hotel in a foreign land. The uniqueness of Asian features drew the attention of some foreigners, who whistled unabashedly. However, it was not admiration directed at her. Bai Jian felt her eyelids twitching, glancing at her swimsuit, which was indeed somewhat hard to behold. During the selection process, every piece had seemed particularly appealing, accentuating her curves and tiny waist. Alas, the boy's countenance darkened, teetering on the edge of fury. Unattractive, change it. This one, too ugly. How about this one? Blinding to the eyes, Bai Jian. She crossed her arms over her chest, eyeing Bo Yin Shan with a smirk. In a huff, Bai Jian tossed the swimsuit she was holding at him. Fine, you have good taste. You choose one for me. Just because she said that, the boy genuinely stood up to help her select a piece. Gazing at the boundless sea, She felt the gentle caress of the warm sea breeze. The damp, briny water kissed her toes. Yet, this hideously unappealing swimsuit, to be precise, was even less attractive than a diving suit. Wasn't this essentially a full-body athletic costume? Bo Yin-shun appeared to be in high spirits as he smiled lightly and said, "Come on, sister, let me take you swimming." Bai Jian turned her head and shot him a glance, but soon relaxed. After all, his choice was nearly identical to hers, both being equally unflattering swimsuits. Later, she realized that his possessiveness was overwhelming. He merely wanted her to wear it for his eyes alone. In the shallow waters, Bai Jian first tested the temperature of the sea, pinched her nose, and leapt in, with Bo Yin-shun closely following behind. His darkened gaze bore a hint of palpable tension. "Jianer, slow down. Remember not to venture into the deep water," Bo Yin-shun reminded her earnestly, his expression devoid of emotion. Bai Jian tilted her head back, splashed water with her feet, ran a couple of laps around him, and seized the opportunity to pinch his waist. "Hee, you should catch me first," she teased. Then, they spotted a young couple frolicking joyfully in the shallow waters. The girls' laughter, as melodious as wind chimes, resonated across the beach. Bo Yin-shun's gaze softened, emanating warmth that surpassed the gentle spring breeze. She was playful, and he was amused. The warm sunset stretched their shadows longer. Upon their return to the country, Bo Yin-shun accompanied Bai Jian in her studies daily. The girls' academic performance improved with each passing day to ensure that students did not fall behind. The school mandated that seniors reside on campus. Bai Jian, pulling her suitcase upstairs, located her dormitory. As she pushed open the door, a strong whiff of cheap perfume assaulted her senses. Her brows furrowed in discomfort as she surveyed the room, catching sight of two girls standing by the window. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this our illustrious Bai, the campus belle?" Su Jiao handed the perfume to Xiao Yin, dusted non-existent dust off her arms, and swaggered over to her spot. Fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Bai Jian glanced at the name tag on the dorm door and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. It seemed that destiny had conspired against her. What mischief had the heavens wrought? Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, prompting several girls to peer outside. Seeing ghosts in broad daylight, Bai Jian rolled her eyes dramatically, even her inner voice. "Xiao Yuan, cautioned her. "Beware of cursing fate, or you may be struck by lightning." Bai Jian merely smiled in silence, selecting the only vacant bed, pulling out the chair beneath it, and sitting down. "Jian, didn't I ask you to wait a moment? Why are you here so early? We haven't even tidied up your bed yet," Su Jiao remarked, just as she was about to deliver another sarcastic jab. At that moment, 5 or 6 girls burst into the dorm, all of whom were Bai Jian's little followers. Startled, Su Jiao quickly shut her mouth and sat quietly in the corner with Xiao Yin. Were it not for her pretense of fragility and the loss of many possessions due to Xiao Yin, she might have genuinely distanced herself. Bai Jian smiled gently, ruffling the girl's hair. "Little Hua, your sister Jian isn't so helpless that she can't manage a bit of work," she sighed, continuing, "All right, if you want to help me tidy up, let us grab a bite afterward. Feel free to order whatever you like." The girls initially thought she was being polite, but to their surprise, she was still the same lazy Bai Jian. Hua and the others erupted into laughter. "At your service, my queen," they mockingly saluted, their faces glowing with youthful exuberance. Bai Jian couldn't help but laugh along. With so many friends by her side, how could she not choose a perfect path? Ding-ling-ling, Su Jiao's phone rang. With a blissful expression, she answered, her voice sweet as though she had just consumed 2 cans of syrup. "Brother CI, have you arrived downstairs? Come and pick me up. Not tired. The new dorm is spacious and lovely. Brother CI, wait for me a moment. I'll be right down." After hanging up, the girl picked up her newly bought handbag, her demeanor proud as a peacock. Su Jiao exchanged a few brief words with Xiao Yin before leaving the dorm. Shortly after, Xiao Yin, still harboring resentment from the incident with the post, also wished to avoid Bai Jian. After all, that incident had resulted in her being suspended for half a month. Once the two had departed, the dorm erupted into lively chatter. Hua raised her hand dramatically and exclaimed, "Brother CI, I'm feeling frisky, hurry and come ugh." Everyone clutched their chests, gagging in unison. "For heaven's sake, that's revolting." A girl with a low ponytail slapped Hua's back. "Come on, why can't you be more refined?" "If I were refined, I'd eat steel nails upside down." "All right, just you wait," as they playfully bickered. They finished tidying up. Bai Jian elegantly sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, watching the lively scene below. A smile gradually crept onto her lips. If she wasn't mistaken, Su Jiao attempted to link arms with Duan Ci but was deftly evaded by the young man, who scrunched his nose in distaste and questioned Su Jiao about the perfume she was wearing. It stinks. Ultimately, the scene unfolded with the boy walking ahead, while the girl trailed behind, looking dejected. Ah, so these are the so-called favored children of fate. It seems that love is indeed fragile. Life in senior year passed swiftly, consumed by endless practice papers. Small tests every 3 days and major exams every 5 had become the norm. With merely 3 days until the college entrance examination, Bai Jian's mother sought to ease her stress by returning home early each day to keep her company, in a bid for auspiciousness. She dug out her favorite split chong sam. "Mommy, I'm going out for a stroll." Bai Jian changed into her sportswear and waved at her mother, who was engrossed in a drama on the sofa. Before stepping out of the villa, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and a simple bow fluttering in the breeze, she walked confidently. Beneath the streetlights, a young man stood with his back to her. Tall and imposing, surrounded by the orange glow. Was this what it meant to be dazzlingly handsome? "Jenner, come here." Bio Yin Shun slowly turned around, beckoning her with a finger, his smile spreading across his face. The girl, hands behind her back, swayed her way over. "Bio Yin Shun, let us go." They exchanged no further words, running 2 laps around the park's lake until they were both panting heavily. The young man leaned against the railing by the lake, gazing up at the luminous Ferris wheel in the distance, his thoughts drifting away. Bai Jian rested her pink cheek on the railing, turning her face to admire the perfection of the young man's jawline. "Bo Yin Shun, what if I can't get into a university and can't attend the same school as you?" Her sweet voice floated in the evening breeze. Bio Yin Shun snapped back to reality. He turned, pinching her cheeks playfully and smiling. Then, "Wherever Jenner goes, I shall follow." The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes as fireworks erupted over the lake, seizing the moment while he was distracted. Bai Jian planted a quick kiss on his cheek. "Let us promise to go to a university together. Whoever doesn't go is a little puppy." With her face flushed with embarrassment, she darted away. Bo Yin Shan stood frozen in place, his heart racing more fervently than the fireworks above. Hearing the girl's laughter from a distance, he smirked and replied, "All right." He then hurried after her. Together, they vanished beneath the streetlights. Shoulder to shoulder. "Xiao Jian, don't be nervous. Read the questions carefully, write slowly, and don't think of anything else." Bai Mother's fingers trembled with anxiety, while Bai Jian appeared utterly composed. She comforted her mother with a hug. "Mommy, just relax, I'm ready to enter the examination hall. Await my good news." Seeing her daughter exude confidence, Bai Mother let out a sigh of relief. She had truly grown up. The young man beside her smiled faintly and said to his parents, "I am going in too," before following the girl inside. Chapter 31. The Scheming Childhood Sweetheart. 31. Seated in the examination hall, the girl calmly grasped her pen, diligently surveying each question. Throughout her senior year, her grades had consistently improved. As the final results were posted, her name and Bo Yin Shin's grew closer together. Although the rankings for arts and sciences were typically separate, this was a unique feature of Dongyang, reminding them that no matter the field of study, the method of ranking remained unchanged. After 2 long days, they finally emerged unscathed. Upon completing her last exam, Bai Jian felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Exiting the examination hall, she spotted the young man seated by the flower bed. Without hesitation, she dashed over and enveloped Bo Yin Shun in a tight embrace. "Let me recharge for a bit." Bai Jian nestled her head against his chest. Nuzzling back and forth, the young man looked down, chuckling at the sight of her adorable demeanor. Their public display of affection, coupled with their striking looks, drew many curious glances. Bio Yin Shin's eyes darkened as he held her tighter, casting a glare at the boys who dared to stare at Bai Jian. After a considerable while, Bai Jian pushed herself away, placing her hands on the young man's chest. "All right, I'm charged up. Let us go." Bio Yin Shan smiled lightly. "Okay." As they exited the school gates, their parents eagerly handed them bouquets of flowers. "How did it go?" "Hey, Lao Bai, let the kids settle in before asking those questions. Only you would know." Laughter erupted as the two families engaged in light-hearted banter. Bai Jian cast a glance at the youth beside her, shrugging her shoulders in a gesture of exasperation. "Mom and Dad? Uncle and Aunt, you may head back first," Bo Yinshin said. "Tonight, we have a class dinner, and Jenner and I might return home quite late." As soon as the youth spoke, both families fell silent. Bo's mother glanced at Bai Jian, then at her son, and reminded, "Though you both have just turned 18, do remember to drink less." "All right." Just half a month prior, she and Bo Yin Shan had celebrated their 18th birthdays together. as both families had decided to combine the festivities for convenience. Since Bo Yin Shan was born a day earlier, he had taken to calling himself Big Brother every day. "Mom, I understand," Bo Yin Shan said with a slight smile. "I will keep an eye on Jinner and ensure she doesn't drink. You and Aunt can rest easy now, can't you?" Bai's mother nodded in reassurance, smiling gracefully. "Yin Shin, you are always so sensible. With you looking after little Jian, I feel quite at ease." Hearing her praise for her son, Bo's mother simply smiled in silence, fully aware of her son's intentions. It seemed the children's good fortune was drawing near. "Well then, Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, Jinner and I will take our leave." After exchanging farewells, Bo Yin Shan took hold of the girl's wrist and led her to his car. He had specifically driven today, as he was now an adult, and his parents were more comfortable with him behind the wheel. Bai Jian settled into the passenger seat, her small face turned to gaze at the youth beside her, surprised to discover that he had secretly obtained a driver's license. She could hardly ride a bicycle yet. The bicycle her mother had bought her still sat in the garage at home, gathering a thick layer of dust. He had promised to teach her how to ride. Yet it had turned into him driving her to school every day. Bo Yin Shan fastened his seatbelt, and as he raised his head, he caught sight of her beaming smile. He reached out affectionately and tapped her nose. "Jinner, don't look at me like that. I might not be able to resist teasing you." The youth said this and proceeded to act on it. He placed his large hand at the nape of her neck, drawing her closer, and lowered his head to capture her sweet lips. Bai Jian was taken aback by his sudden movement, her body freezing as her eyes darted around, unsure where to look. Ultimately, she fixed her gaze on the boy who was kissing her with such deep affection. Bo Yin Shin savored the moment briefly before slowly releasing her soft lips, noticing her wide-eyed expression, filled with innocent surprise. He couldn't help but chuckle, wiping the moisture from her lips. "Jinner, remember to close your eyes and open your mouth next time." Finally, Bai Jian regained her senses, shyly pushing him away and turning her head towards the window for some air. "You rogue," she murmured softly. The young man caught a glimpse of her smile reflected in the car window, and he too chuckled quietly. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away. At Minglan Hotel, Bo Yin Shan handed the car keys to the doorman and led Bai Jian inside. Originally, the two classes were not meant to dine together, but due to the close relationship between their homeroom teachers, they found themselves united. Upon entering the private dining room they had reserved, they were greeted by the sight of a dozen round tables, all filled to capacity. As Bai Jian and Bo Yin Shan stepped in, a wave of whispers erupted, accompanied by giggles. It was said that many had confessed their feelings to their crushes after the college entrance exams. Now that they were adults, the constraints had loosened considerably. Bai Jian chose an empty round table to sit at, but the atmosphere around her felt somewhat peculiar. Opposite her sat Duan Ci and Su Jiao, while to her right were Lu Chuanming and the girl who had boldly torn up love letters. It seemed the table was filled with couples. Bai Jian smiled slightly, nodding at the girl, appreciating her boldness and love. Soon, the banquet commenced. The students from both classes raised their glasses in a toast to their homeroom teachers, creating a lively atmosphere. After the meal, some students expressed a desire to go karaoke. When Bai Jian found herself seated in a booth at the Blue Moon Bar, gazing at the flickering lights and listening to the pulsating music, her mood shifted entirely. Bo Yin Shan sat beside her, shielding her from much of the alcohol. After all, once they entered university, they would all be heading their separate ways. Some were already sobbing while clutching their bottles. "Let us play truth or dare." "How does that sound?" someone suggested. "Sounds great. Let us all have fun tonight." Eventually, only a dozen people remained seated on the carpet, gathered around a table, while the others danced and sang in the center of the dance floor. He Hua was shuffling cards when she spotted Bai Jian and Bo Yin Shan in the corner of the sofa. She immediately waved. "Sister Jian, come join us." On the sofa, Bai Jian's small hand was being held by Bo Yin Shan, who was playfully kneading it. She shot him a glance, signaling him to let go, and replied, "Sure, I have nothing else to do." As the girl's soft hand slipped away, Bo Yin Shan's expression darkened slightly as he glanced at He Hua, licking his back teeth in displeasure, not happy my wife is about to run off with someone else. The youth's eyes brimmed with resentment as he followed Bai Jian closely. He Hua shivered involuntarily, glancing at the air conditioning in the booth, which was certainly not too warm. She felt an unusual chill, wondering if she had offended someone recently. After the two joined, the game officially began. Chapter 32. The Scheming Childhood Sweetheart. 32. There were several numbered cards. Drawing a big joker allowed the holder to choose someone for truth or dare, while a direct refusal meant self-punishment with a drink. Chunliang looked at Bo Yin Shan with a knowing smile. Reiterating the game rules, The first round commenced. Bai Jian drew a card and placed it beside her, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized she had drawn a big joker. I'm the big joker. Oh, she teased, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief. I choose numbers 4 and 6 to do synchronized push-ups. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room heated up, with some even starting to cheer Xu Jiao Jiao. Blushing, revealed her card as number 4, while Duan Ci, with a dark expression, tightly clenched his number 6 card. He raised his glass and took a sip, declaring, I forfeit, self-punishment. It wasn't that he couldn't play. It was just that seeing Bai Jian so entertained by the thought of him being intimate with other girls stirred a sense of displeasure within him. Xu Jiao Jiao's smile faltered, and if not for the other students' lively banter, the situation would have grown awkward. The game continued. This time, Chunliang drew the big joker, laughing heartily. Number 9, tell us when was the last time you kissed? He had secretly caught sight of the number card in Bo Yin Shan's hand, a glint of mischief in his eyes. The youth revealed his card, and the others burst into laughter. Seizing the moment, Bai Jian took a piece of fruit to nibble on, joining in the teasing. Yes, you, kissing. When was it? Her voice trailed off as she caught sight of the number card lying before Bo Yin Shan. If her eyes weren't deceiving her, it clearly read 9. Bo Yin Shan looked at the girl's adorable expression and couldn't help but chuckle. The last time I kissed was just on the way here. After he spoke, several people erupted in laughter, shocked to learn that the academic prodigy of Dongyang had a girlfriend. Jealousy and admiration filled the air. Having secured a spot at a university since sophomore year, he insisted on finishing high school to experience life as an ordinary student. Indeed, prodigies are different. They excel academically and have girlfriends. Impressive, my friend, Chunliang exclaimed, playfully punching Bo Yin Shan's chest. You didn't take advantage of the situation and steal a kiss. Did you? He asked bluntly, and others turned their curious gazes toward him. Bo Yin Shan's lips curled into a slight smile as he glanced at the girl beside him, who pretended to eat while constantly winking at him. That's your second question. I don't have to answer, he replied. Chunliang opened his mouth, then thought better of it. Bai Jian rested her chin on her hand, arching her perfectly shaped brows, and threw a challenging smile at Xu Jiao Jiao. The girl's gaze had been fixed on her with palpable hostility since the beginning. Bai Jian's almond-shaped eyes glistened, and she licked her small canine tooth. Bo Yin Shan, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Bo Yin Shan's gaze darkened slightly as he caught a glimpse of the boy across from him. After Bai Jian left the room, Duan Ci firmly grasped Xu Jiao Jiao's shoulder, instructing her to stay put. Xu Jiao Jiao clenched her fists tightly, her long nails digging into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. Especially as Duan Ci unhesitatingly walked out the door, her heart ached with a sharp pang. After finishing in the restroom and washing her hands, Bai Jian stepped out to find the youth waiting at the door. She paused, expecting Xu Jiao Jiao to follow, but instead found Duan Ci. She had little to say to him. After more than a year of him constantly seeking her attention, she had grown thoroughly annoyed. Bai Jian, are you with Bo Yin Shan? Duan Ci blocked her path, pressing her against the wall with his arm, his face filled with anger as he questioned her. Was this person out of his mind? Who she chose to be with was none of his business. Bai Jian smiled mockingly. Who I'm with is my affair. It has nothing to do with you, Master Duan. He did not appreciate her laughter in the past. Her smiles had been filled with affection whenever she saw him. Break up with him immediately. Duan Ci's anger flared as he pressed her shoulders tightly. He believed he was the only one worthy of her. After all, the Duan family was the top company in City A. And he had the confidence to think Bai Jian belonged to him. That hurts. Bai Jian furrowed her brows tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Ha ha ha, break up, and then be with you? With a firm grip on her shoulder, she distinctly felt the pain radiate through the crevices of her bones. Unaware of the consequences, Duan Ci became exhilarated, proclaiming, indeed, being with me grants you countless advantages. I possess more wealth than Bo Yin Shan and am far more handsome. Whatever you desire, I can provide, even the stars in the sky. Xiao Jian, be with me. As he spoke, his head inched closer, preparing to kiss Bai Jian. Bai Jian, taken aback, thought, how dare he aim his foul mouth at me? Infuriated, the girl unleashed a swift kick to his lower body, causing Duan Ci to crouch in agony. Clutching himself, not satisfied, Bai Jian delivered another kick. How dare you treat me as an option? You are already with Xu Jiao Jiao and still wish to provoke me. I see you are seeking to become a eunuch. Disdainfully, she brushed off the dust from her shoulder, for the spot he had touched felt disgustingly unclean. As she turned the corner, she spotted Bo Yin Shan lurking in the shadows, his obsidian eyes glimmering like a creature from the depths of hell. Bai Jian paused, then smiled and ran towards him. Bo Yin Shun remained silent, his demeanor icy. He removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, then took her hand and led her out of the bar. Meanwhile, Duan Ci sat on the ground, pounding his fists against the wall, helplessly watching as Bai Jian was taken away by Bo Yin Shun. Xu Jiao, with tear-filled eyes, crouched beside him, offering her support. A Ci. Are you all right? Growing increasingly irritated by her weeping, Duan Ci brushed her hand away, coldly responding, "Don't touch me." After pushing her aside, he left with an odd gait, leaving Su Jiao alone in a daze. She gazed at the hand he had pushed away, her fair skin marred by small blood droplets from a button on his clothing. Instinctively, she touched her abdomen, a flicker of calculation passing through her eyes. Bai Jian stood tall, though she seemed diminutive compared to Bo Yin Shun. His long strides quickened, nearly leaving her behind. Upon reaching the parking lot, Bo Yin Shun opened the back door and pressed her into the seat. Bai Jian felt dizzy as he pinned her down, following it up with a fervent, punishing kiss. The more she struggled, the angrier he became, ultimately pinning her hands above her head. With a hint of red in his eyes, he tenderly caressed her soft lips. It was not enough. The frustration inside him sought release. Just moments ago, witnessing that scene had driven him nearly mad with fear that Duan Ci might kiss Bai Jian, and that she might not reject him. Sensing his turbulent emotions, Bai Jian sighed and slowly opened her mouth, returning his kiss with a soothing touch. Even the little wolf feared abandonment. Chapter 33. The scheming childhood friend's sweetness in a fleeting moment. Bo Yin Shun fantasized about binding her and locking her in a cage. Yet the warmth of her lips, imbued with the unique fragrance of camellias, gradually brought him back to reality. Bai Jian's gentle reassurance brightened his eyes. With one hand gripping her waist, filled with delight, he deepened the kiss. It was sweet, and his heart felt sweet as well. Minutes passed, and Bai Jian began to feel breathless, slightly biting his tongue. Bo Yin Shun experienced a tingling sensation. Opening his eyes to behold the girl beneath him, her fair complexion flushed with color, her lively eyes misty, the car filled with an air of intimacy. With a slow smile, he murmured, "Jenner, you must not leave me. Understand?" He then adjusted her clothing and enveloped her in his embrace. In that moment, Bai Jian understood everything, quietly resting her head on his chest, listening to the vigorous rhythm of his heartbeat. Bo Yin Shun. Why are you angry? Her voice trembled, likely still recovering from their lengthy kiss. After all, it had lasted for over 10 minutes. Bo Yin Shun awkwardly touched his nose, explaining, "I thought that scoundrel was going to kiss Jenner. It made my heart ache, and I felt suffocated, longing to pin you beneath me and mark you as mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he domineeringly kissed her forehead. Bai Jian pouted her slightly swollen lips, angrily pinching his side. Hearing his muffled grunt, she finally released her mischievous grip. "I like you, not him. How could I ever allow him to kiss me?" she declared with pride. The young man was momentarily taken aback, his hands resting on Bai Jian's shoulders, gazing at her with utmost seriousness. Bo Yin Shun licked his lips. "Sweet Jenner, repeat that last sentence." The whirlpool of his dark eyes spun relentlessly, and with every passing second, she felt inexorably drawn into his gaze, unable to escape. Bai Jian obediently echoed her previous words. "How could I ever kiss him?" Bo Yin Shun replied. "Not that one, the one before it." Confused, Bai Jian responded, "I like you." Not. Before she could finish, her lips were sealed once more by the young man, this time with gentleness, as if she were a treasure held delicately in his palm. After a tender yet fleeting moment, Bo Yin Shun gazed at her with soft affection. "Jenner, I like you too." He then pulled out a necklace from his pocket and placed it around her neck. He intended to surprise her, but his impatience got the better of him. Bai Jian lowered her head, touching the necklace. Unable to contain her smile, it dawned on her that human emotions could be so bittersweet. His words would make her happy for a long time. They were finally together. Their parents rejoiced, for they had never anticipated this union. Bai Mu held Bai Jian's hand gently, saying, "Xiao Jian, with your carefree nature, remember to accommodate Yin Shun more often. Understood? Truly, a mother knows best." As long as Bo Yin Shun didn't bully her, she would be grateful. Each time he did, her legs would weaken, only to be released from his lips, leaving her to believe her lips were made of honey. Enticing him further, Mommy Bai Jian stomped her feet playfully, pouting adorably. The two exited the villa amidst laughter and banter. Today marked the start of their university enrollment. Bo Yin Shun loaded their luggage into the trunk, taking the driver's seat and greeting everyone, Mom, Dad, Uncle, aunt, I'm taking Shaojin ahead. A University A is renowned as one of the top institutions. However, the start of the semester also meant enduring military training. Bai Jian wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling as if she might shed her skin. Master, recently Duan Ci has begun to plot against the Bai family's business. You must be cautious. Little Yuan rested her tiny feet in the hot spring, playing contentedly. The woman sat in the shade, gazing at the man on the distant steps, who wore a smile that seemed to mock her. A flicker of sarcasm crossed her eyes. Does he think that by targeting the Bai family's business, I will beg him to reconsider? How laughable. Her obstinate nature prevented her from yielding. Uninterested was simply disinterested. Little Yuan, curious, asked, what will you do? After all, the upcoming events would prove pivotal, marking the protagonist's darkest moment. Do you forget about the female lead, Su Jiao? She could serve as a useful pawn. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, gazing up at the sun hanging in the sky, her eyes shimmering in the light. After a moment, Bai Jian revealed a charming smile, showing her white teeth as she spotted Bo Yinshen approaching, clad in an unflattering green military training uniform, which could not overshadow his handsome visage. In fact, during his approach, several girls sought his contact information, only to stomp their feet in frustration as he gestured towards Bai Jian. Hey handsome, can I get your contact info? Bai Jian teased, picking up her phone. Bo Yinshen sighed, helpless, handing her a bowl of mung bean soup and sitting beside her on the grass. With a cool demeanor, he replied, No, my girlfriend would be upset. Bai Jian exclaimed, Your girlfriend must be quite possessive. Taking a sip of the mung bean soup, she grinned and made a playful face at him. I like her, just the way she is. Bo Yinshen ruffled her hair, then reclined, resting his head on her lap. His gaze fixed on the steps. Only after the familiar figure departed did he contentedly close his eyes, feigning sleep for a while. During military training, the two openly displayed their affection. By the start of the semester, it was already known that the new campus flower at University A was taken. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, they were in their second year. Bai Jian emerged from the changing room, donning a silver and purple evening gown that showcased her perfect figure. Her fair skin glowed, and her slender waist could be clasped with a single hand. Yinshen, how does this look? She twirled in front of him. Bo Yinshen lowered the magazine he held, gazing at her in awe, wishing to hide her away from prying eyes. He cleared his throat. It suits you perfectly. You look stunning. Today, there was a business banquet, and he intended to take his girlfriend along, though he suddenly felt a twinge of regret. After all, he couldn't bear the thought of others admiring her beauty. Bai Jian smiled brightly, linking her arm with his. You look super handsome in a suit too. The silver suit jacket concealed his abs, yet it could not hide his long legs, complemented by a stylish side-part hairstyle, exuding the charm of a domineering CEO. The youthful innocence of the boy was laced with a touch of mature allure. Especially when he is not smiling, his entire presence exudes a more formidable aura than those CEOs who are perpetually immersed in the battlefield of business. President, the car has been arranged. The assistant approached quietly to remind him. With a cold sweep of his gaze, Bo Yinshen immediately conveyed his understanding, prompting the assistant to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Miss Bai, good evening, madam. As he spoke, he shifted his tone, exhaling a sigh of relief. Bo Yinshen smiled with satisfaction, while the assistant, feeling guilty, awkwardly chuckled, having narrowly escaped a reprimand. Chapter 34. The scheming childhood friend, 34. Bai Jian caught a fleeting glimpse of the man's smile, causing her rosy lips to curve in response. Once they were ready, they set off for the banquet at the Dongi 5-star hotel. A dazzling crystal chandelier hung above the central pool, where the upper crust mingled. Glasses in hand, engaged in lively conversation, Su Jiao had deliberately donned a white princess dress, standing obediently beside Duan Ci. Clutching a champagne flute, she lowered her head, too timid to speak, exuding an air of small-town modesty. As several CEOs conversed with Duan Ci, they cast disdainful glances her way. Mr. Duan, we have an opportunity for collaboration. Indeed, an opportunity for collaboration, Duan Ci replied graciously, shaking hands with the man. He then turned to the woman beside him and reprimanded. Could you not embarrass me further? If this continues, do not accompany me next time. Su Jiao gripped her glass tightly, tears welling in her eyes, but she fought to hold them back. That I understand, she murmured. I'll step outside for some fresh air. Without a glance at the man's expression, she pouted and walked away. That moment, the grand doors of the banquet swung open once more, drawing the attention of all present. A striking young couple strolled in, hand in hand, Isn't that the president of the Mubai group from the past 2 years? People murmured. Young and accomplished, he had founded a company even more impressive than his father's before reaching 20. Hello, Mr. Bo, the host, Mr. Wong, approached with a face full of smiles and wrinkles. Bo Yinshin exchanged a brief handshake with him. Mr. Wong, I've heard you're eyeing a new piece of land. Perhaps we could collaborate. Business dealings are often straightforward. Mr. Wong burst into hearty laughter, clearly admiring Bo Yinshin's ambitious nature. Naturally, let's discuss it in detail. Mr. Wong gestured invitingly. Bo Yinshin gently patted Bai Jin's back, signaling her to remain for a moment while he attended to business. She nodded elegantly, picking up a glass of champagne and retreating to the corner sofa. Mr. Wong watched Bo Yinshin's gaze linger on the woman, quickly discerning, Mr. Bo, who is that beautiful lady? She is my fiancée. Bo Yinshin replied with a smile. The banquet felt rather tedious. Bai Jian watched as countless men approached her, requesting a dance, which only gave her a headache. Bai Jian, may I invite you for a dance? Duan Ci approached, gazing at her with deep affection, but Bai Jian offered him not even a glance. Her elegant fingers rested on her chin, her eyes sparkling as she observed a lady on the stairs, whose every smile seemed to be drawn from a painting. Duan Ci was utterly captivated. Your girlfriend is watching you. Are you sure you want to dance with me? Bai Jian turned her head, a sarcastic smile gracing her lips. She could clearly see Su Jiaojiao's seething expression, her fingers clawing at the railing in a manner that suggested she would devour Bai Jian whole. Duan Ci snapped back to reality. Following her gaze, his expression darkening as he withdrew his hand. I'll find you later. I need to handle something first, he stated, turning away to seek Su Jiaojiao. Bai Jian regarded the couple with a bemused smile. Indeed, all sorts of people existed in the world. Duan Ci had caused her family considerable trouble in business over the past year, yet he still expected her to treat him kindly. Such a naive dream. It seemed a more potent remedy was required. On the outdoor terrace, Bai Jian leaned against the railing, gazing at the cityscape, the dazzling lights illuminating the night. Bai Jian, what do you mean by that? Su Jiaojiao approached, glaring at her fiercely. Moments ago, she had received a text message from Bai Jian, prompting this confrontation. Bai Jian turned lazily, leaning against the railing, and smiled sweetly. I can help you become Mrs. Duan. I wonder if that's enticing enough? For others, this might hold little allure, but for Su Jiaojiao, who yearned for a taste of high society, it was impossible not to be tempted. She eyed Bai Jian with suspicion, questioning, are you genuinely being kind? Or is this a trap to win Duan Ci back? She was well aware of Bai Jian's disdain for Duan Ci, yet Duan Ci's heart belonged to her. Over the past 2 years, Su Jiaojiao had exhausted every effort to get pregnant, only to find no sign of success. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, retrieving a bottle of medication from her bag and handing it to Su Jiaojiao. This is an imported supplement. After taking it, it will ensure immediate results. Aren't you eager to have a child? How could she not take advantage of this leverage? Suddenly, a voice piped up, Master, where did you get this elixir? This is against the rules, the little creature squeaked. If the heavenly Tao finds out, you might be struck down. Bai Jian, irritated by its incessant chatter, instinctively grabbed its tail and tossed it into a small dark room. Su Jiaojiao stared at the medication, inhaling deeply before accepting it. Even if you help me, I won't thank you, she declared, turning to descend the stairs. A triumphant smile crept onto her face as she strolled leisurely to the poolside. Slipping off her high heels to dip her dainty, pink toes in the water, a man embraced her from behind, nuzzling against her neck, his warm lips brushing against her skin. How delightful, Bai Jian pressed his head down. Yinshin, stop it, Bo Yinshin complied. His voice slightly hoarse and tinged with alcohol. Jenner, my dear wife, I miss you so much. If I can't see you for a moment, my heart feels uneasy, despite being a powerful CEO. His playful demeanor was utterly charming. Bai Jian playfully pinched his cheeks, laughing heartily. Silly, I'm not going anywhere. We've just met. In that moment, as she turned her head, Bo Yinshin leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss. The sweet fragrance of camellia flooding their senses, the tension in his brow relaxed. She was his Jenner. Bai Jian's long, smooth arms wrapped around his neck as she tilted her head to respond. The faint scent of mint mixed with the lingering aroma of alcohol enveloped her, drawing her deeper into his warmth. Suddenly, Bai Jian felt a sharp pain on her lips and instinctively pushed him away. Are you biting me? Hee. My wife is so sweet. Bo Yinshin's dark eyes shimmered with mist, tilting his head to gaze at her. Are you drunk? It appeared so, as he was clingier than usual. Bai Jian sighed, putting on her shoes and supporting him. Yinshin, Let me take you home. Bai Jian's nurturing tone was akin to coaxing a child. Yet Bo Yinshin showed no resistance, allowing her to lead him. Upon reaching the small villa near a university, he spun around and pressed her against the door. Wife, you smell so good. Bo Yinshin's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the woman in his arms. She didn't seem inebriated at all. Bai Jian waved her hand in front of his face. Yinshin, are you sober now? He did not respond, instead pulling her hand as they ascended to the second-floor bedroom. Throughout the journey, he seemed oblivious to her words. Bai Jian let out a soft sigh. Conversing with a drunkard was unwise. Once they were in the bathroom, he still appeared somewhat dazed. Wife, I can't unbutton my shirt. Can you help me? Bo Yinshin pouted like a sorrowful puppy, grasping her delicate fingers and placing them at his collar. Bai Jian swallowed hard, her heart racing as she beheld his wet shirt clinging to his skin. Revealing tantalizing glimpses of his abs, her fingers trembled as she fumbled to unfasten his shirt buttons, her face burning crimson. All right, you can wash up now. I'll step out. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of allure and tension. As she closed her eyes, a fleeting smile flickered across the man's face. Bo Yinshin swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Wife, the buttons below are still undone. He enveloped her small hand, moving it slowly. Dante, you want to see? What do you want to see? It can't possibly be what I'm thinking. Bai Jian felt her head spinning, her thoughts muddled. She stammered, wait. I'm not ready. With a forceful shove, she pushed him away, clutching her drenched clothes as she dashed out of the bathroom. Bo Yinshin chuckled softly, leaning against the bathtub with a playful glint in his eyes. If she didn't reject him, perhaps he could push further. Bai Jian retreated to the adjacent room, quickly washing up and changing into a fresh, comfortable nightgown. Upon returning to the bedroom, she spotted Bo Yinshin swaggering out. A towel wrapped around his waist, water droplets trickling down his abdomen. She lay back on the plush bed, feeling the heat of his body press against her from behind. Bai Jian's body was tense with anxiety, and the man behind her let out a sigh, slowly drawing her into his embrace. Bo Yinshin bent down and planted a gentle kiss on her hair, murmuring, "Be good, I won't touch you. Go to sleep." Shortly after, the sound of his steady breathing filled the air. Is he asleep? Just like that, it's over. Bai Jian gazed bewilderedly at the fluttering curtains, feeling as though all her mental preparations had been in vain. Abruptly dismissed, enraged, she kicked Bo Yinshin and buried her head under the covers. Before long, she too succumbed to slumber. Bo Yinshin opened his deep-set eyes, licked his lips, and sighed. The little girl truly had a fierce temperament. His calves still throbbed slightly from her kick. Duan Si, take a look at this. Impossible. Duan Si's entire demeanor was stiff as he exited the hospital with her. He cast a glance at Su Jiao. His hands clenched tightly, grabbing the woman by the throat. Duan Si demanded, Su Jiao, did you cheat on me? The woman stared at him, shocked and incredulous. This was the man she loved, yet he suspected her of infidelity. How absurd. She never imagined he would perceive her in such a light. Recently, Duan Si had been spending all his time at the company, believing that suppressing the Bai family's business would secure his position at Duan Enterprises. Little did he know, a rival had emerged, Duan Ming, his father's other son, who also sought to claim the company. Their father merely stated, "The capable shall rise. I care not for the rest." Su Jiao clenched her fists tightly, retorting, 2 months ago, you were the one who got drunk and caused this mess. You can't even take responsibility and expect to maintain your hold on Duan Enterprises. Duan Si's face darkened further at her mockery. Oh, so both of you wish to ridicule me. As he tightened his grip on her throat, he began to strip her of her clothing. Regardless of how Su Jiao struggled, she could not break free. Duan Si seemed to have lost his sanity. By the time she obtained the red booklet and moved into Duan Si's villa, her heart was far from joyous. Su Jiao sat vacantly, staring out at the sky. Was this truly what she desired? Especially when one day, Duan Si returned home with another woman in his arms. She was utterly devastated. Xiaoyin, her closest friend, had seduced her husband. Fate had played a cruel joke. On that day, Xiaoyin provocatively approached, pinching Su Jiao's chin. Do you know why I want to take what's yours? Why should all the good things belong to you? If it weren't for you, Su Jiao, would I be struggling so? When Bai Jian found her, she handed over a voice recorder. Only then did Xiaoyin realize Su Jiao had never regarded her as a true sister. Everything had been a manipulation. Regardless of the circumstances, whether Bai Jian sought revenge on Su Jiao or not, she had no desire to see her rival live comfortably. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Jiao retreated, frantically shouting, "You shameless harlot! You seduced my husband. This isn't over." Thus, the two women clashed, while Duan Si merely observed with cold indifference. He had grown weary of this life. Without inheriting the Duan family's fortune, he now relied solely on a few small companies for survival. When the illegitimate son confronted him, he merely mocked, "You can't even distinguish between jade and stone. Do you still aspire to Duan Enterprises?" Infuriated by being ridiculed by an illegitimate child, Duan Si erupted in a fit of rage at work, ultimately being escorted out by security. For quite some time, he wallowed in despair, returning home to either hit or berate Su Jiao. She was driven to the brink of madness by his torment, contemplating divorce, yet time and again, Duan Si's abuse silenced her resolve. The man began to smoke and drink excessively, and when intoxicated, he took pleasure in beating her. Their days turned increasingly miserable. Eventually, it was heard that Su Jiao, desperate to escape Duan Si, had seized a kitchen knife one night while he was drunk and stabbed him. Blood was everywhere. In that moment, Su Jiao was utterly petrified. However, Duan Si was ultimately saved. Though his health deteriorated further, he divorced Su Jiao and had her imprisoned, even bribing the prison warden to ensure she faced daily torment as retribution. Within the prison, Su Jiao was reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, emaciated and covered in bruises, her skin marred and battered. Slap! The warden struck her across the face, sneering, "Did I grant you permission to rest? Get back to cleaning the toilets. You won't eat today unless you scrub every inch clean with that." He lashed her with a whip a few times. "No, I'll clean," she sobbed, crouching on the ground in despair. The warden, annoyed by her cries, kicked her shoulder. After he left, several guards whispered among themselves, "That woman is truly pitiful, sent to prison by her own husband, and now tortured daily by the warden. What do you know? She tried to kill her own husband. If I were her husband, I'd have her heart and liver fed to sharks. Ha ha ha, you want her to be left with nothing." Crouched on the ground, Su Jiao could no longer hear the outside world. Her vacant gaze was fixed on the foul-smelling toilet, and she felt her breathing becoming increasingly labored. Ultimately, she fainted beside the toilet in the men's restroom, with no one caring to assist her. Meanwhile, Duan Si, having been expelled from the Duan family, squandered all his small businesses on indulgences and vices, losing everything. Each day he groveled beneath wealthy women, scraping together just enough to survive. Unfortunately, as time passed, he faced issues in that regard as well, and no one was left to support him. With Bo Yinshan seeking him out, there was no place in the city that would hire him. In the end, Duan Si, beset by illness, resorted to rummaging through trash bins to sustain himself. Duan Ming handed over the contract to Bai Jian, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Miss Bai, your method is quite effective. This land shall serve as my little gift to you." The man before her, clad in a suit, was the illegitimate son of the Duan family. Sharp and cunning, I merely wish for him to receive the punishment he deserves. Since they are suffering, I have nothing more to say. Take this contract with you. Bai Jian flashed a charming smile, pushing the contract back toward him, for she had also somewhat utilized Duan Ming to suppress Duan Si. Her actions momentarily stunned the man opposite her, before he burst into laughter. Their working styles bore a striking resemblance, which was why he was willing to collaborate with Bai Jian. After their discussion, as Bai Jian stepped out of the CAF, she spotted Bo Yinshan, the little jealous pot, standing in place with a forlorn gaze fixed upon her. Without a doubt, she would soon find herself branded by him in their private moments. Chapter 35. The Scheming Childhood Sweetheart, End. Bai Jian sat in class, lazily propping her head up while flipping through her economics textbook. A smile never left her lips. He Hua, who had no classes that day, made a special trip from a nearby university to find Bai Jian, only to see her grinning by the window. "Sister Jian, I heard Bo Yinshan propose to you." She sat beside the girl, gazing at her beaming face. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow slightly and retrieved a box from her bag, handing it to her. "Your birthday gift." Bo Yinshan had prepared a grand proposal for her. Although she didn't care much for such superficial gestures, she was nonetheless quite touched. "Thank you. You truly care about me," He Hua exclaimed, covering her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Bai Jian playfully nudged her shoulder, reminding, "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid someone might get jealous?" At that moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses glared at He Hua with an unpleasant expression. Sensing the tension, Bai Jian quickly made her exit to avoid the drama. Later on, Bai Jian, passionate about jewelry design, established her own studio. Bo Yinshan faithfully accompanied her to and from work each day, and their married life was quite harmonious. "Don't worry, Dad just has gastroenteritis. On one such day, Bo Yin Shan hurriedly assisted his pregnant wife to the hospital. Bai Jian looked at her father lying on the hospital bed. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thankfully, everything was progressing in a positive direction. The Bai family had not gone bankrupt, her parents were well, and she had found her own happiness. Bo Yin Shen affectionately ruffled her hair, asking, "Are you hungry again? Stay here with Dad. I'll go get something for you." Bai Jian obediently sat at the bedside, smiling gently. On the shores of Hawaii, the family of three strolled hand in hand along the sandy beach, exuding sweetness and warmth. Bai Jian had chosen a purple-pink sheer swimsuit, both sexy and modest. It was a piece that a certain man had painstakingly selected from hundreds of options. Had she not objected, Bo Yin Shan would have insisted she wear a wetsuit for swimming. Thin Xing released his mother's hand, looking down at his feet, discontentedly kicking at the sand. "Mommy, I want a piggyback ride too." He let go of Bai Jian's hand, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. Bai Jian smiled mischievously, nudging her husband. "Hurry, squat down. Your son wants you to carry him." Observing how unyielding his wife was, Bo Yin Shun glanced at the red marks on his arms. Imagining she had mustered all her strength, he grinned at Thin Xing, squatting down and placing a hand on his head. "Tell Daddy, are you a little man?" The child looked at him earnestly, clenching his tiny fist. "Of course. Xing is a little man." Bai Jian stood by, watching the interaction between father and son, her smile deepening. Was he preparing to play tricks on their son? "Oh, since you're a little man, why do you still want to be carried? Other kids will laugh at you for it." Bo Yin Shun gently coaxed, pointing to a little girl nearby who was busily building sand sculptures. "Look, that little friend is playing all by herself. Shouldn't our little star also be able to do the same?" Bo Xing glanced at the girl and then looked up at his father, obediently nodding his head. However, as soon as he did, Bo Yin Shan mysteriously produced a small bucket and spade from somewhere and handed them to him. He then turned and wrapped his arms around Bai Jian's waist. Leading her toward the water, Bo Xing stood there, dumbfounded, watching as they left him behind. Little young master, how about I keep you company?" the assistant offered, wiping the sweat from his brow, silently mourning for the little master who had a big bad wolf of a father. It seemed unlikely that Bo Xing would receive any sweet rewards. Rolling his eyes dramatically, Bo Xing replied, "Assistant uncle, you're too old. I don't want to play with you. Why don't you focus on finding a wife instead?" With that, he grabbed the little bucket and went off to find the girl in the pink princess dress, eager to join her in building sand sculptures. The assistant watched, his lips twitching as he observed the little master easily charming the girl. Causing her to giggle uncontrollably, he slumped dejectedly beneath a nearby umbrella, watching them play in the water. Bai Jian wrapped her arms around Bo Yin Shan's, playfully nudging him with her finger as she teased. "Darling, you really know how to charm people." Feeling a ticklish sensation on his chest, Bo Yin Shan's throat bobbed slightly as he glanced down at her wet swimsuit, the purple-gray fabric clinging enticingly to her fair skin. He pulled her closer, tightening his embrace to shield her beauty from the gaze of others. Bending down, he playfully nipped at her lips, smiling as he said, "If we don't distract that little rascal, how can I enjoy some time with my lovely wife?" Ever since their son arrived, he had nearly gone mad. Each time he attempted to draw close to Bai Jian, just as the moment arrived, the little one would incessantly knock on the door. If it weren't for Bai Jian's compassion, sending Bo Xing to his grandparents' house for a while, he might have truly lost his mind during those days. Bai Jian blushed, playfully pinching his nose. All right, I'll reward you with a kiss." In the water, the couple shared a passionate kiss. Nightfall came, and the beach was illuminated by the glow of a bonfire. Bai Jian lay quietly on Bo Yin Shen's shoulder, gazing at the twinkling stars above. In that moment, her heart felt warm. "Here I am, master." Task completed. "Shall I stay here with you until the end of time, or leave a copy of myself behind?" Unexpectedly, the familiar voice of Xiao Yuan echoed in that moment. Bai Jian turned her head to glance at the man cradling their son in his arms, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Bo Yin Shan sensed her gaze and turned to meet her eyes, reflecting her image within his. In that instant, she understood what she truly desired, to stay. Bai Jian let out a breath of relief. In the blink of an eye, years had passed. Bai Jian and Bo Yin Shan remained deeply in love, a sight that evoked envy in many. Bo Yin Shan tirelessly nurtured Bo Xing, teaching him the affairs of the family business. On Bo Xing's 18th birthday, he entrusted the company to his son and took Bai Jian on a world tour. Over the decades, Bo Xing could only see his irresponsible parents during birthdays and New Year celebrations. In the old Bo residence, a woman with silver hair lay on the bed, while a man, his face lined with wrinkles, sat beside her, gripping her hand tightly. Jian, thank you for coming into my life. Bai Jian felt her heart slowing, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she closed her eyes. Bio Yin Shun leaned down, placing a kiss on her forehead before resting beside her, eyes shut. On that day, the couple departed from the world, one after the other. Bio Xing buried their ashes together in the serene garden behind the Bo residence, ensuring they remained side by side. Witnessing the rise and fall of the sun each day. Chapter 36. The Substitute Bride of the Disabled CEO. 1. Master, the soul is beginning to detach. We must leave. Xiao Yuan gently tapped Bai Jian's forehead, and together, they transformed into white light, soaring into the sky. Unbeknownst to them, a blue light followed closely behind, drifting away. Oh dear, I'm exhausted. In her consciousness, Bai Jian lay comfortably on Xiao Yuan's bed, one hand toying with the half-soul water orb from the previous world, while the other indulged in Xiao Yuan's snacks. Yet, her brow remained furrowed, tinged with sadness as her thoughts lingered on Bo Yin Shan. Xiao Yuan nibbled on her claws, feeling a pang of sorrow. Master, could you please eat a little less? These are my treasured snacks. Xiao Yuan glanced at the notebook in her paw. Noticing new text. Master, someone else needs your help. Shall we explore the next world? Feeling uneasy, Bai Jian resolved not to dwell on Bo Yin Shan any longer. She tossed her snacks to Xiao Yuan, immediately sitting up from the bed and throwing the soul orb into the spirit spring to nurture her soul. With that, the pair jumped directly into the spirit spring. A loud slap echoed throughout the room as Bai Jian opened her eyes, the heat on her face causing her to pause for a moment. The woman before her had a face full of excess flesh, smeared with an inch-thick layer of makeup, frighteningly pale. Beside her stood a younger woman, seemingly pretty, but her eyes were filled with disdain. Stop staring. Today, whether you like it or not, you are marrying. The Bai family did not raise you for nothing. It is time for you to repay your debt. The older woman commanded, and several burly women in maid uniforms swiftly bound Bai Jian and tossed her into the back seat of a car. The swaying vehicle, coupled with her sudden immersion into this body, made her feel rather unwell. Xiao Yuan, give me the plot. Bai Jian called out 3 times in her mind before hearing the trembling voice of her spirit beast. Xiao Yuan clutched her stomach, feeling nauseous. Master, I need to vomit. She hadn't anticipated that time travel would be so uncomfortable. Bai Jian frowned. Why does it feel so awful? Minutes later, Xiao Yuan finally transmitted the world S-plot to Bai Jian. Scanning through the narrative quickly, Bai Jian's frown deepened. This world was one where humans coexisted with other beings. The original body was a white cat adopted by the Bai family from an orphanage. Expecting a life of luxury, she instead found herself in a dire situation when the Bai family had twins, a boy and a girl, 3 years after her arrival. The girl, Bai Chu, was the destined one of this world. Enamored with Jing Rong, the second son of the Jing family, a prominent clan associated with the Night Wolf tribe. Bai Chu fell for him at first sight, but Jing Rong was a notorious playboy with a disabled brother. Jing Yu forged an alliance with the Jing family. The Bai family proposed a marriage, but the Jing family had insisted on Bai Chu marrying Jingyu, a man unable to perform. Bai Chu immediately refused and returned home in tears, pleading with her mother for a solution. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. Ultimately, the original body ended up marrying into the Jing family but never met Jingyu, instead being pursued relentlessly by the playboy Jing Rong. After discovering this, Bai Chu and her mother ensnared Bai Jian, leading to her kidnapping. The original body, known for her fierce spirit, chose to end her life rather than succumb to her captors. Her demise was tragic, while Bai Chu married Jing Rong and tamed the playboy, leading to a blissful life together. After reading the plot, Bai Jian felt utterly drained. The original body had done nothing wrong yet suffered immensely. While the wrongdoers thrived, it was profoundly unfair. With a slight smirk, Bai Jian inquired, "What is the task in this world?" She felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, she enjoyed the idea of punishing wrongdoers and seeking revenge. Xiao Yuan opened her notebook and revealed. The original body had 2 wishes. The first was to change her fate and find her happiness. The second was to locate her true family. The price? Half of her soul. Bai Jian grasped the fragment in her hand, waving it as it transformed into a brilliant blue light, merging into her original body. Noticing Bai Jian's silence, Xiao Yuan began to prattle excitedly. "Master, isn't this simple? Are you looking forward to it?" Observing the woman tightly bound with ropes, Bai Jian felt a surge of frustration. Clearly, bringing Xiao Yuan along was only aggravating her. With a thud, the back door swung open, and she was hoisted onto someone's shoulder, carried into an impressively large castle. Bai Jian hung her head, entirely disinterested in appreciating the grandeur of the castle. Once thrown onto a lavish bed, she sat up, glancing at the locked door, her gaze darkening slightly as she skillfully untied the ropes. This method was remarkably familiar. Xiao Yuan stared, wide-eyed, at her adeptness. This was entirely at odds with the original body's meek character. Bai Jian explored the surroundings, reaching for the doorknob, only to discover it wouldn't budge. She then peered out the window. The height was perilous enough to cause severe injury if she fell. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. The woman selected a white lace nightgown from the wardrobe and slipped into the bathroom for a hot shower. After a long day, she needed to rest well to gather energy for what lay ahead. Bai Jian had just closed the bathroom door. The main door of the room was suddenly pushed open by a man standing outside, who respectfully bowed his head. The young master and young mistress are inside, he announced. The elderly butler adjusted his glasses, casting a glance at the gray wolf beside him, a glint of sharp intelligence flickering in his eyes. Today marked the first day of the lunar month. The sensitive period for the young master had arrived, and he would soon revert to his true form. Growl. Get out. The gray wolf's eyes darkened, glaring at the butler as though he were a mere inanimate object, causing the man to retreat a couple of steps in fright before hastily closing the door behind him. Jing Yu's chilling gaze was particularly striking in the dimly lit room. He leaped onto the bed, nestling into it while fixating intently on the bathroom. The frosted glass revealed the alluring silhouette of a woman. The gray wolf extended his tongue and licked his sharp fangs. Meanwhile, Bai Jian, bathing, instinctively shivered, feeling as though a demon was watching her. She picked up a towel and meticulously dried the droplets of water from her flushed skin. Humming a tune, Bai Jian emerged from the bathroom, only to find a large, shiny gray dog sprawled on the bed. She paused momentarily, then joyfully ran over and embraced Jing Yu's neck, her delicate face rubbing against his fluffy forehead. Oh, big dog. You're just too adorable. I really like you. Bai Jian's eyes sparkled as her hands stroked his F.U.art, so soft. So nice to touch. Jing Yu, feigning sleep, suddenly opened his eyes to regard the woman before him, taken aback that she dared to ruffle his head. Never before had he been treated in such a manner, and a fleeting sense of oddity blossomed within him. Awoo! Release your filthy hands, the big dog suddenly roared, startling the woman who had been tormenting his paw. Bai Jian looked up in confusion, meeting his furious gaze and swallowed hard. Those eyes are terrifying, as if they could devour me whole. Releasing Jing Yu's paw, she chuckled. You must be my husband's pet. How utterly charming, oblivious to the fact that she stood before Jing Yu. The foolish girl remained blissfully unaware, while the onlooker, Xiao Yuan, had no intention of alerting her. After all, this made for a more entertaining scene. Oh, whoa! Attend to my rest, Jing Yu commanded. Unfortunately, the woman did not comprehend his intent. Instead, she lay down comfortably on the opposite side of the bed, wrapping herself in the blankets. Jing Yu was utterly speechless, never having felt so dumbfounded in his life. His new wife neglected to care for him and instead claimed most of the bed. Bai Jian opened one eye and playfully kicked the large dog on the bed with her delicate foot, remarking, "But your fur is really comfortable." After a little more play, she withdrew her foot back into the blankets, adding, "You sleep on the floor. The bed is too small with that." Her weary eyes fluttered shut, and she drifted off to sleep. Jing Yu propped his head up with a paw, his deep gaze fixed on the woman on the bed. So, this is Bai Chu of the Bai family? Wasn't she supposed to be spoiled and reluctant to marry him? Yet here she was, acting like a pampered mistress. The man licked his sharp teeth, and as the woman slept soundly, he too slipped under the covers. Suddenly, a warm, soft presence nestled closer, and Bai Jian burrowed into his embrace. Jing Yu kept his eyes wide open, finding her shamelessness amusing as she continuously rubbed against his chest, tickling him. He restrained her hand with his paw to prevent her from moving around too much, then closed his eyes. The following day, Bai Jian gradually awoke from her comfortable slumber, sitting up in bed and stretching lazily. "Young mistress, it's time to rise for breakfast," a maid announced respectfully at the door before turning to leave. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, her bare feet touching the carpet as she donned a striking red camisole dress. After a quick wash and applying her makeup, she admired her reflection in the mirror, her enchanting peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, a prominent nose and alluring red lips, undeniably captivating eye in the dining room. A sharply dressed man sat at the long table, elegantly savoring his breakfast. Upon descending the staircase, Bai Jian immediately spotted him. His pitch-black eyes were cold, long lashes casting shadows as his sensuous lips parted to bite into a cherry tomato, the juices staining his lips. With a flick of his pink tongue, he savored the juice with an elegance that was mesmerizing. Jing's brows furrowed slightly as he turned his head, his icy voice cutting through the air. Bai Chu. Is this how the Bai family raises its children? Staring at others? His tone was frigid, creating an aura of distance that felt celestial. That I'm not Bai Chu. My name is Bai Jian, she declared, revealing her true identity, causing the butler behind Jingyu to freeze in disbelief. She wasn't the daughter of the Bai family, but rather their adopted daughter. What a predicament! Jingyu, however, was unfazed, his brows relaxing slightly. The Bai family sends a counterfeit? Are you not afraid of my wrath towards your household? Counterfeit? Bai Jian bristled, her fists clenching. I'm the genuine article. If you want to deal with the Bai family, do as you wish. I'm your wife now. She flashed a smirk, taking slow steps towards him. Jingyu recalled how this woman had bitten his ear while he was asleep last night, leaving a faint red mark on his earlobe. She was tempting him once more. He swallowed hard, realizing that his assistant had sent him all of Bai Jian's information that morning. To his surprise, the Bai family had arranged for an adopted daughter to marry him. Originally, it seemed insignificant, but he despised being made a fool. Bai Jian was certainly more intriguing than those common beauties. Clearing his throat, Jingyu commanded, "Come eat. Later, accompany me to the company." His sudden change in demeanor surprised Bai Jian as she sat opposite him, lifting a glass of milk to her lips while stealing glances at the striking man before her. Unfortunately, he was impotent. Just as Jingyu raised his head, he caught sight of the flicker of sympathy in her eyes. His gaze darkened, disliking that look, which irritated him immensely. Bai Jian, caught off guard, choked on her milk. Cough, cough, she patted her chest until she regained her breath, then lowered her head, silently resuming her breakfast. Jingyu observed her, thinking she didn't seem very bright. The entrance of the Guangyu Group S building. The President's sleek black Wolf Cub vehicle, valued at 6 million, was parked at the entrance. The two young receptionists covered their mouths, excitedly whispering. This was the first time they'd seen the boss arrive so late. They were eager to witness his true appearance. The man's suit bore a wolf head brooch on the pocket. Bai Jian had noticed it in the car earlier and had wanted to comment on his peculiar affinity for dogs. Moreover, the large dog from last night had vanished, which was quite strange. The employees immediately formed two lines as Jingyu walked in. "Good morning, boss." They greeted in unison, the sound echoing throughout the hall. Startling Bai Jian, the spectacle was overwhelming. Jingyu nodded slightly, and his assistant pressed the button for the president's exclusive elevator, with Bai Jian following him inside. Throughout the entire process, the gazes of the employees remained fixated on her, an attention she found unpleasant. Suddenly, she remembered her purpose for accompanying Jingyu to the company. Once they reached the president's office, the assistant stepped outside, winking at her before leaving. Bai Jian wandered around the office and plopped down onto the sofa. "Jingyu, if you have something to say, just say it." Leaning languidly against the sofa, she regarded the man at his desk with a playful smile. Her voice was sweet, yet she exuded a sultry charm, which Jingyu thought suited her more than a soft and cute demeanor. Jingyu set down his pen, clasped his hands on the desk, and glanced at Bai Jian with an indifferent expression. "My wife is to be showcased. From today onwards, you will be my secretary." He wanted to assess what capabilities this woman possessed that could bring down the Bai family, and he was somewhat intrigued by the prospect of her negotiating conditions. Bai Jian stood up slowly, approached him, and leaned over to blow gently against his earlobe. "Hubby," the sultry inflection in her voice captivated him. Jingyu's eyes glinted momentarily, and he gently pushed her away. "What's with the low-cut dress? It's hideous." Jingyu's heart swirled with disdain, yet he couldn't help but steal glances at her. Bai Jian noticed his frown and followed his gaze down to her outfit. There was nothing wrong with it. Wasn't he impotent? Why did he regard her with such eyes? Jingyu's expression darkened slightly as he pulled her closer, gripping her chin tightly. "Bai Jian, remember to use your brain when speaking ill next time." The pain jolted her back to reality, and she quickly covered her mouth, chuckling. She hadn't anticipated voicing her inner thoughts. Bai Jian's eyes twinkled as she inquired, "Since I'm your secretary, what should I do next?" Her demeanor shifted dramatically, and Jingyu, without the time for idle chatter, placed the documents on the table and tapped them twice. "Print these out." His cold voice resonated as he lowered his head to continue working. Bai Jian gazed at the documents beside her, instructing her to go to the pantry and print several copies. Although she had just graduated from university, Her studies in financial management equipped her with the skills to handle such tasks effortlessly. Jingyu had not intended to assign her any significant responsibilities, yet the myriad mysteries surrounding his new wife left him feeling somewhat uneasy without her in close proximity. Last night, during a moment of vulnerability, he had expected to be overwhelmed with pain and fury, yet nothing of the sort transpired. Especially after Bai Ran had bitten him, it felt as though she had soothed him. Jingyu cast an enigmatic glance at her retreating figure, fingers brushing against his still tingling earlobe. Had it not been for the blue diamond earrings, the faint marks left by Bai Ran's bite would have been visible. A group of women in the pantry were gossiping when they spotted the subject of their chatter approaching, immediately silencing themselves. They observed Bai Ran diligently printing documents, her black professional attire and glasses exuding an air of competence that sparked a fleeting pang of jealousy. One woman nudged Xiao Hui, whispering, "Why don't you go ask her what her relationship with the boss is? A newcomer who can linger in the CEO's office for over half an hour. There must be something going on." Xiao Hui's eyes gleamed momentarily as she suppressed a smirk at the gossiping women's eagerness. She adopted a demure expression and nodded. "All right, Sister Yin, I'll go." Fang Yin'er adjusted her glasses, relishing Xiao Hui's obedient demeanor. Finding it all too easy to manipulate, Xiao Hui approached with 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee, handing one to Bai Ran. "Hello, I'm Xiao Hui." Bai Ran glanced at the coffee before looking up at the woman, raising an eyebrow slightly as she accepted the cup. Dressed in a crisp white professional outfit with a relaxed low ponytail, Xiao Hui's exquisite earrings hinted at her not being an ordinary employee. "Thank you," Bai Ran smiled. "I'm Bai Ran, Jingyu's new secretary." Addressing the boss so directly, how intriguing. Xiao Hui smiled gently. "I hadn't even asked anything yet you seem to know my suspicions." Bai Ran's mesmerizing peach blossom eyes flickered as she noticed the group of women hiding at the pantry door. "Those women sent you, didn't they? After all, I have been in Jingyu's office for quite some time. It's only natural they would be curious." With a playful flick of her luxurious waves, she winked at Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui coughed lightly, amused by how Bai Ran could enchant even women. The two conversed merrily for quite a while, their rapport reminiscent of old friends. They exchanged contact information, and Bai Ran, with her freshly printed documents in hand, waved goodbye to Xiao Hui as she exited the pantry. Once Bai Ran had departed, the gossiping women rushed over. Xiao Hui immediately concealed her smile, reverting to her previously meek demeanor. Fang Yin'er grasped her hand, feigning innocence. "Xiao Hui, do tell me, what did that woman talk to you about?" Despite her outwardly affable demeanor, Fang Yin'er possessed a deeply ingrained jealousy. If any newcomer appeared more attractive than her, she would go to great lengths to undermine them. It seemed necessary to discuss this with her cousin and ensure only suitable candidates were brought into the company. "You mean Bai Ran, the new secretary of the boss?" Xiao Hui replied, feigning surprise. "Is that all?" They seemed to have talked for at least 20 minutes. Surely it wasn't just pleasantries. As Fang Yin'er prepared to pry further, Xiao Hui swiftly clutched the newly printed documents. "Sister Yin, I must deliver these to the manager. We'll talk later." With that, she hurriedly departed, leaving Fang Yin'er with unspoken queries lodged in her throat. Bai Ran settled into a small corner of the office, a space newly allocated to her by Jingyu's assistant. After completing her printing duties, she found herself at a loose end and began scrolling through a drama on her phone. "This man is rather handsome," she murmured quietly to herself. Unbeknownst to her, Jingyu stood directly behind her, seizing her phone with an expression of disdain as he scrutinized the man on the screen. He appraised Bai Ran. "You young women are so infatuated with chasing after celebrities, aren't you? What is so appealing about this playboy?" The most irksome part was that this man happened to be his younger brother. Yet, hearing Bai Ran praise his looks stirred an unexpected twinge of jealousy within him. Jingyu was momentarily taken aback by his own thoughts, realizing that spending a night with this woman had altered him in some way. "I am not chasing stars. I simply find him somewhat pleasing to the eye," Bai Ran replied, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she tugged at his tie, drawing him closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, the office door swung open, and Jingyu instinctively pushed Bai Ran away, adjusting his tie while shooting a cold glare at the intruder. To his surprise, the man who strolled in with a swagger wore casual attire and a headband. Flaunting an audacious demeanor as he collapsed onto the sofa, Jing Rong whistled playfully. "Brother, I thought you shunned women. What is this about office play?" He squinted at Bai Ran from a distance, his gaze lingering on her alluring yet refreshing appearance. Reminiscent of a fox darting through the woods, exactly his type. Bai Ran furrowed her brow slightly, glancing at the paused image on her phone before shifting her gaze to Jing Rong. If the dramas were deceiving, She had anticipated the male lead to be a charming, bright young man, only to discover he was a carefree playboy. Jing Yu's expression darkened. He detested his brother's frivolous nature. This is your sister-in-law? By Jian. Show her some respect from now on. Jing Rong pursed his lips, his tone turning icy. Don't let your bad habits from the entertainment industry seep into my office. If he weren't Jing Yu's brother, he would have been long gone for causing endless trouble. Jing Rong uncrossed his legs, stifling his usual nonchalance. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Bai Chu sent over by the Bai family? Have they replaced her? Bold move from the Bai family. Yet, judging by your expression, it seems you are rather indifferent. This implied he might be able to, the Bai family thinking they can extract benefits from me is nothing short of a daydream. Jing Yu's gaze hardened, erasing the lewd smirk from his face. After a roundabout conversation, Bai Jian found it tedious and decided to excuse herself. Once she left, Jing Rong leaned over the desk. Feigning vulnerability, brother, just help me this once. Wu Meier is driving me insane. Even after our breakup, she is threatening me. Hearing his brother lament about his 5th girlfriend of the month, Jing Yu felt a headache brewing. Why can't you just find a decent girlfriend? Why must you create such a mess for me to clean up? He glared at Jing Rong, his dark eyes filled with frustration. Go consult assistantly. He'll have suggestions for you. And for heaven's sake, don't bother me with this nonsense again. Upon realizing his brother's willingness to assist, Jing Rong eagerly expressed his gratitude and dashed off to find assistantly. Unexpectedly, he encountered Bai Jian at the restroom entrance. Her graceful figure, curvaceous and alluring, made him envision the delightful sensations of holding her. Bai Jian, why not come with me? My brother is unwell, but I can offer you happiness, he suggested, savoring the word as if it were a delicacy. Bai Jian's patience waned. I ought to knock you down a peg, she thought, rolling her eyes just as she spotted Xiao Hui passing by. She quickly latched onto her arm. Xiao Hui, let us leave together. Suddenly pulled by someone, Xiao Hui was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Bai Jian's beautiful visage, she quickly returned the smile. Her gaze swept over to Jing Rong, and realization dawned. Cousin, I heard your ex-girlfriend is causing a scene downstairs. Aren't you going to check it out? She retorted with a mocking smile. Jing Rong grimaced at the sight of her sunglasses and pouted in annoyance. He stormed off to find assistantly, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow. Having heard Xiao Hui refer to Jing Rong as her cousin, she realized they were indeed family. Bai Jian, thank you. I would have been at a loss without you, she expressed gratefully. Xiao Hui was quite fond of the beautiful girl before her and was happy to lend a hand. No need for thanks. Now that everything is sorted, I'll get back to work. Bye, goodbye. After their farewells, Bai Jian's smile faded, her amber eyes concealing a brewing storm. That day, Bai Jian rose from her soft bed, luxuriating in the comfort of rolling around for a few moments. Though she and Jing Yu had obtained a marriage certificate, there was little emotional connection between them, making their shared living arrangement somewhat awkward. Consequently, the man had retreated to the study. This spacious and comfortable bedroom is rightfully hers. Just the thought of it brings her immense delight. Over the past few days, she has scoured the entire castle but has yet to catch sight of the large dog from their wedding night. Oh, how she longs to embrace, to caress, to play with it. Ding ding ding, the sound of her phone ringing interrupts her thoughts. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, she elegantly hooks her finger around the small dog charm on her phone and brings it closer. A glance at the name on the screen reveals a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Bai Jian answers the call, and before she can utter a word, the woman on the other end begins to flatter incessantly. Jian, could you do your mother a favor? Your father has taken a liking to a piece of land in the southern district. Could you ask young Master Jing if he is interested in a partnership? It is rare for her to receive a call regarding her status as an adopted daughter. Yet, whenever there is a matter at hand, the call arrives with the swiftness of Chow Chow. Bai Jian raises her left hand with an air of nobility, glancing at her freshly manicured nails, her alluring red lips slightly pursed as she blows a kiss to her fingers. My husband is on a business trip and won't be back for a week. I'll inquire then. The woman's ability to lie with her eyes wide open is truly remarkable. Jing Yu. Just as he entered to grab a change of clothes, he stumbled upon the sight of a woman sprawled across the bed. Utterly unrefined. The straps of her nightgown had been haphazardly pulled up to her waist, exposing her white lace panties to the air. Jing Yu felt his ears flush with embarrassment and quickly averted his gaze. She was undeniably beautiful. He walked over to the wardrobe, retrieved a black suit, and promptly exited the room. Had Bai Jian glanced at him then, she would have undoubtedly noticed the flustered pace of his retreat. Bai Mu, hearing her laughter, gritted her teeth and said, Jian, you could give him a call, couldn't you? Just help your mother this once, and in a few days, I'll bring your sister to see you. All right. Bringing Bai Chu along? One could suspect ulterior motives behind that. Bai Jian sat up, pulling down her dress, a flash of cunning dancing in her eyes. In truth, she was aware of Jing Yu's entrance moments ago, and she had deliberately left her dress undone to see if he would react. Unfortunately, there was not a flicker of response. Xiao Yu, sensing her thoughts, giggled. Master, I think it would be better if you resist the allure of the male lead and embrace the beauty of being an independent wealthy woman. Bai Jian rolled her eyes at it. If it weren't for the fact that snakes, once they develop a certain inclination, cannot help but pursue it relentlessly in this world. Jing Yu exudes a more primal masculinity than Bo Yan, his physique emanating a wolf-like wildness. What a shame and no chance to play. After waiting a considerable time without receiving a response from Bai Jian, Bai Mu was about to nag again when Bai Jian preemptively said, All right, I understand. Since there is nothing else, I shall hang up as soon as the call ended. Bai Mu was about to erupt in anger when her arm was tugged by her daughter, Bai Chu. With her sparkling eyes, looked at her mother. Mom, what is the news? The girl donned a pristine white chiffon dress, styled in an elegant manner, gazing at Bai Mu with a shy expression. Bai Mu sighed softly, fully aware of her daughter's hidden intentions. In a few days, I'll take you to the Jing family. From then on, it'll be up to you. Thank you, Mom. I will do my best. She dotingly tapped Bai Chu's nose and guided her to find the newly arrived piano teacher. The mother-daughter duo of the Bai family laughed and chatted as they linked arms and exited the villa. Chapter 40. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO. 5. Today, Bai Jian purposely donned a professional ensemble. The fitted skirt was perfectly tailored to conceal her thighs. In the dining room, a man sat engrossed in reading a newspaper. Bai Jian flicked her hair off her chest and settled into the seat beside him. Propping her chin on her hands, she blinked her misty eyes, gazing playfully at the charismatic man before her. Jing Yu, feeling her intense stare, felt his body stiffen, rendered immobile. Bai Jian's gaze was so focused it was as though she were savoring a delectable dish, taking bites of him one at a time. The man exhaled quietly. Bai Jian, if you have something to say, just say it directly. If you keep looking at me like that, I might think you've fallen for me. He covered her eyes with his hand, allowing his heartbeat to gradually return to normal. The women he had encountered before were all filled with avarice, yet her eyes were bright and pure, reflecting an intensity that was almost blinding. Indeed, I have fallen for you. Bai Jian emphasized her words, causing his hand to hesitate slightly over her eyes. Jing Yu withdrew his hand, clearing his throat softly. A young lady should not speak such things so shamelessly. His dark eyes flickered with surprise. He was taken aback by her words. Bai Jian shrugged. What is so shameful about it? As legitimate spouses, we can tease as we please. She opted not to tease him further and swiftly changed the subject. You heard that phone call from earlier? Didn't you? The Bai family wishes to leverage the Jing family to rise in status, and not long after, they expect her to act as a middleman to secure that piece of land in the southern district. If the Bai family treats her well, she might consider helping them. Since Bai Chu was born, Bai Mu had thrown her into the care of the family's nanny, with all her educational expenses covered by Nanny Wang. The original owner was also a kind-hearted child. Since entering university, she had juggled part-time jobs alongside her studies and had earned quite a bit of money through her own efforts. She once offered Wang Ma 500,000, but it was declined. Ultimately, Bai Jian secretly slipped it under her pillow, and before Wang Ma could discover it, she was bound to marry Jing Yu. Yes, I heard. Jing Yu's hands were clasped together, his lips pressed in a thin line. The competition for that piece of land was fierce, and the price the Bai family was offering was insufficient to secure it. His expression darkened, recalling how his assistant had sent the bidding range for that land to his inbox yesterday. In truth, whether he acquired that land was inconsequential to him. However, upon hearing that the Bai family desired it, he felt an unyielding determination to thwart their ambitions. Bai Jian lifted a glass of papaya milk, taking a small sip, then looked up with a smile. So, does my husband want to assist them? Her doe-like eyes sparkled with mischief, and Jing Yu's thin lips curled into a slight smile. Do you want me to help them? I do not. Very well, then I shan't assist. I am the largest shopping skyscraper in the imperial city. Bai Jian elegantly reclined on a lazy sofa, toying with a black card, her supplementary card from Jing Yu. While she believed in independence, she relished the way he spoiled her. Were Jing Yu to discover her true sentiments, he would undoubtedly regard her with disdain. He simply did not wish for his legitimate wife to be unable to afford a single garment. Bai Jian, what do you think of this dress? Xiao Hui selected a minimalist long dress from the rack, holding it up to herself for comparison. Hearing the sweet laughter of the woman, Bai Jian lifted her gaze. Bai Jian reached out to touch the fabric, smiling. The material is excellent, the design is innovative, and it suits you splendidly. Upon hearing her praise, Xiao Hui felt a surge of joy and hurried to the fitting room with the dress. The woman on the sofa stretched her slender fingers and took a sip of her coffee. The castle was filled with clothing. She had no need to purchase anything new, as Jing Yu's butler would deliver the latest fashions to her wardrobe daily. In high spirits, she absent-mindedly traced her fingers along the rim of her cup. That moment, a group of people entered the store. Bai Chuchu's sharp voice rang out, "Store manager, bring over your new arrivals." I must select something special. She was determined to look stunning for her visit to the Jing family that afternoon, hoping to captivate Jing Rong at first glance. The store manager approached with a respectful demeanor. Smiling broadly, "Miss Bai, welcome. This way, please. We have prepared all the new arrivals for you." Bai Chuchu, with an air of arrogance, strutted toward the sofa, but upon seeing the last person she wished to encounter, she exclaimed, "Bai Jian, what are you doing here?" Hearing her call her name, Bai Jian raised an eyebrow in amusement. What did it mean for her to be here? Setting down her coffee, she glanced at Bai Chuchu. The pale yellow dress paired with voluminous hair was simply unflattering. With a slight curve of her lips, she smiled. "Where I go is hardly something I need to report to you." "My dear sister." Bai Chuchu rolled her eyes in disdain. She swaggered over to the empty part of the sofa and plopped down. "Don't call me sister. I can't bear the title. Especially since you are now the wife of the eldest son of the Jing family. Quite a catch indeed." After Bai Chuchu uttered those words, a woman in purple beside her gasped in shock. Glancing at Bai Jian, "Chuchu, are you referring to that Jingyu? The #1 bachelor on the Imperial City's rich list? He married." The woman was beside herself with excitement, for he was a figure akin to a deity. Bai Chuchu's exquisitely crafted face was filled with scorn. "Wealth is of no use if one is impotent. Would you want to live such a life of solitary confinement?" The woman in purple immediately waved her hands. Recalling her own experiences with her 80th boyfriend, each one more virile than the last. "Forget it. Such a life is not for me. Ha 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 ha." The two women laughed heartily as they discussed Jingyu. But Bai Jian's expression turned icy. Rising to her feet, she swiftly slapped Bai Chuchu across the face. Staring at the clear imprint of her hand on Bai Chuchu's cheek, not a single person dared to intervene. The typically timid Bai Jian radiated an aura of fierce defiance, her fighting spirit rivaling that of 10 others, while her group of friends quaked in fear. Bai Chuchu clutched her left cheek. Staring at the woman in disbelief, "Bai Jian, how dare you hit me?" She could insult her, but not her man. "I did hit you, you've struck me plenty of times before. What's wrong with me returning the favor?" Bai Jian let out a cold laugh as she observed the woman before her, weeping with a face concealed in her hands, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. With a sudden burst of laughter, she exclaimed, "Bai Jian, my apologies, but could you perhaps cry a little more convincingly? Otherwise, I might just lose my composure." Bai Jian clutched her belly, laughing heartily, while Bai Chuchu, infuriated, pounded the sofa with her fists, yet refrained from retaliating. Were it not for their friend's presence, she would have undoubtedly discarded her ladylike demeanor and turned Bai Jian into a caricature. Bai Chuchu straightened her disheveled attire. She rose and taunted, "Just wait to be cast aside by the Jing family. After all, a hen that doesn't lay eggs is not the kind of daughter-in-law the head of the Jing family desires." Chapter 41. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO. 6. This person truly is incorrigible. Repeatedly insulting Jingyu. The matter of Jingyu's impotence is known only to the Bai and Jing families. Yet Bai Chuchu speaks of it indiscriminately time and again. Bai Jian raised her hand, poised to deliver another slap, causing Bai Chuchu to shriek in fright and crouch down to protect her face. "If I hear your filthy mouth again, I shan't hesitate to wash it out for you," she warned before striding over to Xiao Hui, handing her black card to the cashier. After settling the payment, the two departed. Bai Chuchu, in a fit of irritation, paced back and forth, while a woman in purple hurried over to console her. "Chuchu, don't be upset. Bai Jian is merely full of herself after marrying into wealth. Once you wed Jing Rong, you'll have the chance to put her in her place." The woman's words gradually eased Chuchu's fury. Fixing her gaze on Bai Jian's retreating figure, a flicker of hatred crossed her eyes. With a slight smile, she declared, "I'm fine. Let us choose our outfits. Today, I shall treat." The others were quick to grasp her intention. Silencing them was the objective. Why not take advantage of the stingy Bai Chuchu's generosity? It was akin to rain falling from the heavens. Thus, The group enthusiastically scrambled to snatch up the latest dresses, in the CEO's office. The assistant was reporting on the recent developments in various departments when he noticed the man by the desk actually smiling. The barely perceptible curve of his thin lips was not lost on him. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, the assistant stammered, "Boss, did I say something wrong? It's quite alarming. Please, refrain from smiling." Jingyu retracted his faint smile, raising his cold gaze to meet the assistant's. "Continue. Just moments ago, Xiao Hui had sent him a video." To his surprise, his little wife was quite impressive, resembling a playful kitten. However, her fierce demeanor while defending herself brought him joy. Jingyu's eyes darkened slightly, a chilling aura enveloping him, dropping the office temperature by several degrees. How dare Bai Chu insult him? As the assistant continued his report, he felt a wave of frost creep from his feet to his very core. If he lingered any longer, he feared he might freeze. Upon finishing, he exited the office, drenched in cold sweat. Upon returning home, Jingyu found a small family gathering, with nearly all relatives present. After greeting each one, he took the elevator to the 6th floor. As he opened the bedroom door, he was met with the sight of his little wife changing clothes, clad in a seductive black lace bra. "Ah, no peeking," Bai Jian exclaimed, covering her chest, her cheeks aflame, her eyes wide with shock. Initially intending to evade him, Jingyu, unfazed, stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He licked his thin lips, his gaze fixed on her face. "You are my wife. It's not illegal for me to look." This statement left her speechless. Bai Jian stuttered, "But you still can't look. Close your eyes." Her fair skin flushed a deeper shade of pink. Prompting Jingyu to refrain from teasing further, he grabbed a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. Once she heard the unmistakable sound of water running, she let out a sigh of relief. Had she not intervened in time, her bra would have fallen, leaving her exposed. Hastily, she donned a demure long dress, styled her hair into a low bun, and adorned herself with pink diamond earrings. With the Jing family downstairs, she had to maintain an air of decorum. When she shyly linked her arm with Jingyu's and descended the stairs to face the gathering, none of the guests could tear their gaze away from her. The head of the Jing family stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. Young Yu had informed him that the Bai family was sending a daughter to marry into their clan, which displeased him. Did they truly think the Jing family was an easy target? When Bai Mu and Bai Chu arrived, they found a room full of guests and immediately plastered smiles on their faces as they approached Madame Jing. "Xu Yuan, I've heard you enjoy collecting kipeos lately. Please accept this small token of my esteem." Madame Jing glanced at the qipao nestled within the box, offering only a polite smile. "Is this it? Not even a treasured piece?" The Jing family's gathering was primarily for the elders to observe their younger relatives, as they convened each month. Observing the garden, each individual was preoccupied with their own matters. Bai Mu felt less constrained and engaged Madame Jing in conversation. Meanwhile, Bai Chu's attention had already been captured by Jing Rong amidst the crowd, and seizing the opportunity, she stealthily approached him. Bai Jian was engrossed in playful games with the younger members of the Jing family, her laughter as melodious as wind chimes. The man sat in a pavilion, placing a white piece on the chessboard. Following his gaze, the head of the Jing family observed the younger generation enamored by Bai Jian's charm, the corners of his eyes crinkling in delight. "Young Yu, your wife is quite remarkable. But do you truly intend to make her your only choice?" Jingyu turned to his father, his expression serious. "Father, you know my nature. Once I set my sights on someone, I never waver. Besides, she is my antidote, and I have no desire to let her go." Indeed, she was the remedy for his vulnerabilities. Jingyu's father mistakenly interpreted his words as romantic sentiments. Shaking his head in resignation, "You decide for yourself." He stroked his beard and rapped the sandalwood table. "It's your turn. If you don't focus, you'll lose." As soon as he finished speaking, Jingyu placed his white piece down. In the glass house of the castle, an exhilarating scene unfolded, with flushed faces and fervent exchanges. After a while, the man released her lips, revealing a mischievous grin before striding to the center of the glass room. Bai Chu, her face ablaze, touched her swollen lips, the very spot where Jing Rong had just kissed her. The man, at that moment, was gracefully playing a tune on the white piano. The woman approached slowly, sitting beside him, leaning her head on his shoulder, eyes closed in blissful enjoyment of the moment. As the music ceased, Jing Rong licked his lips, cupping her chin and kissing her passionately, his fingers beginning to wander. Just as he reached for Bai Chu's bra clasp, she firmly pressed his hand down. "Young Master Jing, you truly are impatient. Is it customary to undress someone upon first meeting?" She shyly lowered her head, shooting him a glance. When a woman is bashful, her eyes shimmer with a misty allure, captivating and enchanting. Jing Rong leaned closer, stealing another kiss. Who can resist someone as enchanting as Chu Chu? What man could possibly hold back? With that, he deftly removed her hand from his, placing it atop the piano keys. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as her dress was swiftly ripped apart. Bai Chu Chu bit her lip in embarrassment. Watching as Jing Rong methodically removed her garments, the piano began to play a rhythm that matched their actions, creating a symphony of audacity. It was still daylight, yet within the transparent glass house, a scandalous scene unfolded. Behind the bushes, several men stifled their laughter, captivated by the unfolding drama. Come, let's place bets. How long until second brother is finished? A typical half hour. Second brother has been changing girlfriends too quickly recently. I reckon 10 minutes is pushing it. Our Jing men are not so weak. It must be an hour. The group found themselves engrossed in a betting game, while the two within the glass house continued to indulge in their pleasures. Chapter 42. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 7, by Jian, feeling bored, strolled through the garden, meandering along the stream until she unknowingly approached the glass house. To her surprise, she spotted the Jing family's brothers peering mischievously from the bushes. Sneaking up on them with a playful grin, she exclaimed, "Aha! Caught you! What mischief are you up to, lurking here?" The startled men, huddled together, jumped in alarmed at sister-in-law. "What brings you here?" The man with a buzz cut, named Jing Ming, was known for his boisterous nature, and his exclamation echoed through the air. Jing Rong, startled, instinctively stepped forward, causing Bai Chu Chu to freeze. She quickly grabbed a nearby garment to cover herself, but given that it had already been torn to shreds, it did little to conceal the marks adorning her body. "What should I do?" she whimpered tearfully, gazing up at Jing Rong. Having been startled, Jing Rong's mood soured, and he draped his suit jacket over her. "Stay here for a moment. I'll take you back shortly. First, I must teach this group of little rascals a lesson." With a scowl, he strode out of the glass house, his attire disheveled. Jing Ming swallowed hard, attempting to placate him. "Second brother, why are you out so soon? It hasn't even been 10 minutes. You're making a fool of yourself as a man." "You little rascal, say that again." Jing Rong gritted his teeth, rolling up his sleeves, prepared to teach him a lesson. Just then, he noticed their elder brother approaching and hurriedly led the group away, fearing that if their elder brother learned of his escapades, he would freeze his bank account. Jing Yu came over, taking by Jian's hand. "Jianer, why are you here? Mother has something for you. Let's head back." To his surprise, upon his arrival, he paid no heed to the group and simply took by Jian's hand. Leading her away, as they watched the couple depart, Jing Rong let out a sigh of relief. With a fierce glare, she turned to the group of little rascals and warned, "Forget everything you have seen. If I catch wind of it, you will be finished." They shrugged and promised Jing Rong, each bolting away in haste. After a long night, she indulged in a soothing hot bath. Finally, Bai Jian reclined on her comfortably plush bed, bringing her hands and feet together, rolling back and forth several times. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed her mind, and a wicked smile crept onto her lips. "Xiao Yuan, get me a copy of the video from the glass house. If I'm not mistaken, something must have transpired inside." She recalled how Jing Rong emerged, disheveled, with marks of a woman's claws and kisses adorning his neck. Additionally, she noted the absence of Bai Chu Chu throughout the ordeal, suggesting a direct entanglement. "Master, that might not be appropriate. The video is rather unsuitable for children," Xiao Yuan said, fiddling with its tail. Feeling shy and awkward, in truth, it had secretly watched the scenes from the glass house. Oh dear, it was quite the sight. An unsightly display of flesh that was far from appealing, leaving it with a loss of appetite. Observing Xiao Yuan's demeanor, Bai Jian chuckled softly. "Next time you encounter such a situation, just close your eyes. It's not good for your health." The Dreamweaver could view any scene, except for Bai Jian's. After blurring the images, it sent them to her phone. Irritated, Xiao Yuan dove into its bath, determined to cleanse its eyes. The woman glanced at the new email on her phone but refrained from opening it, planning to save it for later. With a slight smile, Bai Jian sat up in bed, only to be momentarily dazed as she spotted the man at the door. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Jingyu pressed his lips together and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. With the Jing family present today, he could not sleep in the study. Having already bathed, a faint scent of soap wafted toward Bai Jian, who anxiously clutched her chest, watching as he approached step by step. As Jingyu neared, he sensed the tension in her body and her held breath, A smirk played on his lips as he reclined on the other half of the bed. Don't expect anything. I won't do anything to you. Just go to sleep. His teasing tone made Bai Jian blush furiously. What did he mean by her expectations? She certainly had none. If she had the will, she wouldn't be in this predicament. Turning to look at the man lying sideways, her gaze briefly wandered to his lower body, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Are you capable? Her words ignited Jingyu's ire, and he grasped her shoulders, flipping her beneath him. Through gritted teeth, he challenged, Then why don't you try and find out? No sooner had he spoken than his cold lips met hers. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. It was merely a fleeting brush of lips, devoid of any deeper connection. Bai Jian furrowed her brows, feeling a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Just as a haze enveloped her vision, the woman on the bed transformed into an adorable little kitten. Jingyu couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pet the kitten's ears as she languidly rested on his hand. Uve come into heat. It might be like this for a few days. He gazed into the kitten's glistening eyes, sensing her confusion, and sought to reassure her. Bai Jian remained speechless. She hadn't been informed that otherworldly women would revert to their true forms during their heat cycles. This cute, fluffy appearance did nothing to align with her dominant persona. Meow, meow, meow. I want to turn back into a human. This is uncomfortable. Bai Jian mewed a few times, but alas, the man did not comprehend. Only her kind could understand their animal language, or those who had shared an intimate bond with them. Thus, Jingyu assumed Bai Jian was merely being playful. He continued to rub the kitten's belly, soothing her, just sleep. It can be uncomfortable for women during their heat. His large, warm hand gently caressed her belly. Bai Jian closed her eyes in contentment, obediently lying beside him, relishing his touch. Meow, so comfortable, the little white kitten yawned. Her breathing soon evening out as she drifted off to sleep. Jingyu propped his head on one hand, a smile dancing in his eyes as he watched the kitten nuzzle against him. Adorable, soft, fragrant, he leaned down to inhale her scent, tucking her under the covers before succumbing to sleep himself. Boss, you have a meeting shortly. Are you sure you want to bring the young lady along? The assistant awkwardly pointed to the kitten perched on the man's shoulder. Although he was human, many of his friends were of different species, and he was quite accustomed to seeing them transform into animals. Jingyu's cold gaze lifted slightly to meet the assistant's finger, causing the assistant to retract it in fright. If she's in this state and gets abducted, who will be responsible? The man's voice was icily stern. Especially today, with the little kitten feeling unwell, any encounter with ill-intentioned individuals could leave her defenseless. The assistant chuckled awkwardly, thinking such a display of affection was excessive. It was an outright flaunting of having a wife. He was not impressed. In the conference room, the sales department manager passionately reported the latest quarterly performance, while Jingyu maintained a stoic expression throughout. The atmosphere in the room was frostily silent. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing himself to finish the report before hastily returning to his seat. By the time the managers from a dozen departments concluded their reports, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Jingyu placed his palm on the table, coldly declaring, "The meeting is adjourned." He picked up his phone and exited the conference room, leaving the managers exchanging bewildered glances. Today, the boss seemed off. He had exuded an air that screamed, "Do not approach." Assistantly had not dared utter a word throughout the meeting, knowing that the young lady was still in the office. Initially, Jingyu intended to bring Bai Jian to the meeting, but the little kitten had insisted on lounging on the sofa, refusing to budge, which led to the current scene in the conference room. Pushing open the door to the CEO's office, Jingyu glanced toward the sofa, only to find it empty. What was going on? His cold gaze shifted to the assistant, who looked increasingly nervous and pale. Just as the assistant was about to explain, a video from Xiao Hui popped up on his phone. Jingyu's lips pressed into a tight line as he handed the phone to the assistant, who gulped nervously, forcing a smile. The young lady was taken out by Miss Qiao. Should we call them back? If he wasn't mistaken, the video revealed the kitten comfortably nuzzling up to a man's hand. Most concerning was the dark expression on the CEO's face throughout the clip. Jingyu lifted his obsidian eyes, icily inquiring, "Where are they now?" What a delightful turn of events. If she weren't visible soon, she might just cozy up to another man. Bai Jian, you are quite impressive. The assistant caught a glimpse of the dishes in the video and confidently stated, "Boss, that's Minglan CAF. Minglan CAF, a refined man clad in a simple white suit, adorned with exquisite dark buttons, attended to the little kitten with gentle strokes of his hand. Long time no see, Bai Jian, seems you really like my company?" Xiao Hui observed the kitten at his side. Somewhat taken aback, the man before her was none other than her university senior, Bai Musu. Aside from his name, she knew nothing else about him. He was incredibly mysterious yet oddly endearing. Meow, how fragrant. The scent of kin, Bai Musu smiled gently, understanding the kitten's mules. However, she was not a cat. He placed a finger on Bai Jian's forehead, lightly tapping a subtle mark, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable mirth. Perhaps we were family in a past life, Bai Musu mused with a soft smile. Xiao Hui, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, engaged in a lengthy conversation with the man, feeling a sense of admiration. She harbored feelings for Bai Musu, viewing him as her savior who had unexpectedly entered her life. Yet, she felt a tinge of inferiority, believing she was unworthy of him. Bai Jian, feeling comfortable, pawed at her dress, her gaze shifting between the two. Meow, meow, meow. Which scoundrel is grabbing my scruff? She flailed her limbs in the air, only to be met with an enlarged face. Jingyu? Bai Jian blinked in surprise before kicking his arm in a frenzy. Let go of me, it hurts. Bai Musu stood up, frowning. Sir, you're hurting her. His words did nothing to soften Jingyu's grip, which only elicited a cold laugh from him. Jingyu's fiery glare fixated on the man before him. While Bai Musu returned the stare defiantly, tension crackled in the air, each man emanating an aura of hostility. My wife. Even if I hurt her, she must endure. Jingyu's words were laden with double meaning. Dripping with provocation, Bai Musu rolled his eyes in response. He had thought Jingyu, the esteemed heir of the Jing family, was a chaste, aloof figure, only to discover he was a jealous type. Boring. Bai Musu had merely wanted to catch up with his junior and had no intention of engaging with this man. He turned back to Xiao Hui, offering her a gentle smile. Xiao, let us get together again sometime. With that, he picked up his suit jacket from the back of the chair and brushed past Jingyu, casting a cryptic glance at Bai Jian. Had Jingyu not noticed, he would have inadvertently exposed the kitten's face with his hand. The man sat down in an empty chair, his expression grave. Xiao Hui, is this the senior you often mention? Upon hearing his blunt inquiry, the girl's face flushed crimson as she nodded. Cousin, he is quite a nice person, Xiao Hui whispered. Jingyu pressed his lips together and shot a glare at Bai Jian, reaching out to ruffle her hair as if to warn her that if she dared to move, her head might just part ways with her body. He scoffed coldly. What good is a libertine? You ought to distance yourself from him. I wouldn't want you to be led astray. With that, he grasped the nape of Bai Jian's neck and strode out of the CAF, leaving Xiao Hui standing there, her face a portrait of confusion. Why did she feel that her cousin was especially irritable today? Who had provoked him? Upon returning to the castle, Jingyu's expression remained unyielding. He took Bai Jian into the bathroom and unceremoniously tossed her into the bathtub, scrubbing her down with his body wash 3 times until she was enveloped in his scent. Only then did he cease his ministrations. Throughout the process, Bai Jian had her eyes blissfully closed, enjoying the gentle touch of his hands despite his apparent anger. Meow, so comfortable. Here, massage this spot. As Jingyu used a hairdryer to dry her hair, he heard her contented mewls. Bai Jian, I warn you. As my wife, you had better stay in line. If I catch you being flirtatious with another man again, I'll strip you of your fur and turn you into a bald cat. The man cradled the now dry Bai Jian in his arms and descended the stairs for dinner, his earlier acidic threats seemingly forgotten. Bai Jian rolled her eyes skyward. She wasn't pursuing other men. It was just that the aura of Bai Musu felt strangely familiar, a sense of innate closeness. Most importantly, he seemed to understand her feline language, unlike the rest of the Bai family, which made her ponder if she truly belonged to the cat clan. Have you heard? Young Master Jing has a new girlfriend. She looks good and has a nice figure, but there's an air of a white lotus about her. What do you know? That's called being charming. Men adore that. Keep your voices down. They're coming over. Several gossiping employees immediately fell silent, watching as Jing Rong confidently led Bai Chu into the exclusive elevator for the president. Bai Jian had just exited the president's office when she encountered the two. Sister, it's been a while. Bai Chu smiled sweetly, linking her arm with Bai Jian's. From today on, I'll be working at Guangyu as well. We can look out for each other. Bai Jian scrutinized Bai Chu, noting the false warmth in her eyes as she smiled, feeling a wave of discomfort. The woman was obviously smiling, yet her eyes betrayed a deep-seated animosity. How exhausting it must be to feign sisterly affection while harboring such resentment. I must attend to my work, Bai Jian replied, politely detaching Bai Chu's arm from hers. If you have any questions, you may consult assistantly. She gestured to the documents in her hand and departed with a graceful air. Bai Chuchu's smile faltered, her fists clenching in frustration. Despite her pure and innocent appearance, her eyes held an unsettling intensity. Jing Rong, engrossed in his phone, looked up to find only Bai Chuchu remaining. Finished chatting? Then you should head inside. Don't speak out of turn. His words lacked any semblance of concern or support, leaving Bai Chuchu feeling somewhat aggrieved. A knock sounded on the glass door of the president's office. Come in. Jingyu's voice was cool and businesslike, evoking a hint of nervousness in Bai Chuchu as she entered. Brother, today I'll start learning how to manage the company. Which department will you assign me? The man at the desk set down his pen, lifting his gaze to the pair. If it weren't for their father insisting he familiarize himself with business alongside his younger brother, he would have preferred to ignore him altogether. You've always had an interest in acting, haven't you? I have a new entertainment company. You'll be its chairman. Jingyu tossed a contract onto the desk. Jing Rong picked it up, furrowing his brow at the revelation of the top entertainment company in the capital, which had launched numerous stars, earning billions annually. The thought of managing such a vast enterprise made him uneasy. He had merely sought a position to enjoy life, not to shoulder such responsibility. Brother, is there a smaller company? One I could manage to practice my skills. This one has the least profit in the Jing family's portfolio. Jingyu's words left him speechless, caught between options. Silently, he exited with the contract, while Bai Chuchu observed him discreetly, finding the mature and charming man beside the desk a far more appealing choice than Jing Rong. What a shame, Chuchu. Why don't you invite Jing Rong over for dinner sometime? Bai Mu suggested cheerily, holding her daughter's hand. Your father wants to thank him for his help. Otherwise, that piece of land might have been snatched by someone else. Bai Mu's gaze softened as she looked at her biological daughter, her heart swelling with affection. After all, you're his girlfriend now. It would be wise to marry into the Jing family quickly. Then you'll hold the purse strings, and no one will dare mock you. After all, Jing Rong had a notorious reputation as a playboy. Who knew when he might break up with Bai Chuchu? Leaving her with nothing? Bai Chuchu clenched her fingers tightly at the thought. Though she had employed every trick to ensnare Jing Rong, she was unperturbed by any cunning fox that might come along. Don't worry, Mom. I've already devised a plan. A sly smile curled at the corners of her lips, her eyes gleaming with scheming intent. Later that night, on the grand hotel bed, the woman clad in alluring nightwear, her enchanting gaze melting Jing Rong's heart. Little enchantress, what new tricks are you up to today? The man discarded his own sleepwear, leaping onto the bed and pinning the woman beneath him. Bai Chuchu's fingers glided over his abdomen, pausing at his chest as she playfully bit his ear. With a teasing smile, she leaned closer. Brother Rong, what's the rush? First, drink this soup. She pushed him away and presented a bowl of herbal concoction. The dark liquid wafted a faint herbal aroma. Jing Rong furrowed his brows, eyeing the soup suspiciously. What is this? Bai Chuchu shot him a flirtatious glance. It's a special soup for you, if you catch my drift, though he didn't necessarily need it. Seeing her eager expression piqued his interest, and he reluctantly agreed to play along. Let us see if you can handle what comes next. After finishing the soup, the subsequent events became challenging to articulate. Yet Bai Chuchu's triumphant demeanor indicated she was relishing every moment. However, the effects of the soup, once or twice tolerable, began to overwhelm him. Bai Jian clung to Jingyu's neck, her doe-like eyes shimmering as she playfully nuzzled against him. Darling, stop. Speak plainly, Jingyu interjected, pushing her away. He was not one to fall for such antics. The woman's lips twitched in annoyance, her expression resembling a puffed-up pufferfish as she stood defiantly on the bed. Jingyu, I'm informing you that I intend to attend the World Art Exhibition auction in the capital. While the exhibition itself was unremarkable, the fact that it was hosted by Musu darkened Jingyu's expression as he scooped her up, startling Bai Jian as she instinctively tightened her grip around his waist. Their faces were mere inches apart. Jingyu's cold gaze bore into hers. Are you intending to seek out Bai Musu? The room thickened with an air of jealousy. Bai Jian chuckled softly. Jingyu, are you jealous? He has someone Xiaohui likes. Why would I go provoke him? Jingyu, caught off guard by her teasing, sealed her lips with a kiss. Having never interacted with a woman in 30 years, the kiss felt awkward, merely resting upon her lips without movement. Bai Jian? Is that all? Just a peck, she sighed, her rosy lips parting slightly. Jingyu's pupils dilated, experiencing an unparalleled sensation. His mind went blank, and his body felt weightless as Bai Jian's giggles, reminiscent of wind chimes, brought him back to reality. Jingyu pressed his lips together, grinding his teeth. Oh, you think it's funny? Just wait. Soon you'll be begging me with that. He descended into a fervent kiss, driven by a surge of passion, swallowing her words as he sought to savor more. Gradually, Bai Jian felt breathless, pounding on his chest. Let go. I can't breathe. The softness of her voice trembled like a delicate kitten, sweet and gentle. As she appeared poised to slide away from him, Jingyu swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist and hoisted her slightly, releasing her swollen lips with a look of satisfaction. Is that all you can manage? Are you merely jesting at my expense? He chuckled with a sense of triumph. Men can be so petty. Bai Jian teased, casting him a playful glare. I take back what I said. I shouldn't have doubted your abilities. The emphasis on the words not capable made him laugh softly, noting her lingering defiance as she continued to remind him. With a swift motion, Jingyu pulled the woman onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. Get off, you're too heavy, Bai Jian protested, propping herself up on his chest, biting her lower lip defiantly as she glared at him. Unfazed by her words, he slowly let his warm, dry palm glide from her waist, pausing at the slightly open neckline of her garment. A subtle smile played at the corners of Jingyu's mouth as he observed the bashful look in her glistening eyes. A mixture of resignation and allure. One by one, he unfastened the buttons, revealing the exquisite black lace bra that enveloped her delicate form. The darkness in his gaze swirled dangerously, threatening to erupt. Bai Jian stammered, her words tumbling out in an incomplete rush. Jingyu, don't get carried away. Are you out of your mind? She frowned tightly, glancing at the soft tuft of hair at his neck. Did he bite her? His grip was indeed firm. It left her reddened. Sensing the faint fragrance of magnolia on his lips, Jingyu's eyes darkened further, and he intensified the kiss until she whimpered for mercy, reluctantly releasing her. With his hands braced on either side of her head, he loosened her restrained wrists, a satisfied expression crossing his features as he traced the marks on her collarbone. Bai Jian, you instigated this. There's no escaping now. Then, Jingyu descended from the bed, leading her to the grand mirror. Bai Jian lifted her gaze to meet her reflection, her fingers brushing against her collarbone, which bore the mark of a red flower, a symbol of their forbidden connection. It signified an unbreakable bond, a willingness to tether one's soul to another. Yet, the most significant flaw of such a connection was that if one perished, so too did the other. Bai Jian was momentarily taken aback. After all, it was rare for those of different races to adopt such a bond. Jingyu encircled her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his tone tender as he declared, Bai Jian, regardless of your thoughts, I, Jingyu, have chosen you in this lifetime. You shall belong to no one else. His domineering assertion was oddly endearing. Through the mirror, he gazed deeply into her eyes, and Bai Jian, suppressing a smile, turned to embrace him, rising on her toes to plant a light kiss upon his lips, a mere brush, like a dragonfly skimming the water. I can't ascertain if you truly love me yet, but we can nurture our feelings. I'll also endeavor to gradually fall for you, if that is agreeable. She tilted her face upwards, her doe-like eyes locked onto his, igniting an unyielding rhythm in Jingyu's heart. Her willingness to be in his presence filled him with uncontainable joy. Bai Jian, thank you. Like a youthful boy, Jingyu twirled her around, their hearts inching closer with each turn. The atmosphere thickened with warmth as he cradled her face, inching closer until their lips were almost touching. Suddenly, a knock resounded. Xiao Jian, are you in there? The voice of Qiao Hui startled Bai Jian, causing her to dip her head, inadvertently colliding with Jingyu's chin. Ouch! He winced, pressing his hand to his jaw, shooting a glare at the door. Are you all right? Bai Jian inquired, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she took in his reddened chin. I didn't realize my head was so hard. Jingyu shook his head. I'm fine. You should answer the door. Upon opening it, Qiao Hui spotted her cousin inside, glancing at their flushed cheeks and Jingyu's sulking expression. Perhaps she had interrupted a tender moment? Why are you here so early? Doesn't the auction start at 10? Bai Jian exchanged a cryptic wink with her. Instantly, Qiao Hui blushed, realizing this was a rare chance to be with her senior, and needed to prepare. She playfully tapped Bai Jian's nose, saying, I came to seek your advice. I've picked several outfits, but none seem suitable. What should I do? That's simple. Take me with you. I'll ensure you make a stunning appearance that captures someone's attention. Bai Jian replied with a mischievous smile, teasing her. You only know how to tease me. I'm still unsure of that person's intentions. Qiao Hui pouted, shooting her a mock glare. Bai Jian pondered that both seemed to harbor feelings for one another, though they hadn't yet acknowledged it. With a resigned shake of her head, she suggested, let us go pick out a dress. Hand in hand, they ventured downstairs, where Bai Jian noticed the servants displaying an array of gowns, each more exquisite than the last. Ultimately, She selected a refined evening dress for Xiao Hui, featuring a delicate laceback that exuded a hint of sensuality, a subtle touch of allure. Bai Jian herself donned a simple yet elegant lavender mermaid gown, exuding both grace and charm. Just as they were about to depart, another figure joined them in the back seat. Jingyu? Aren't you heading to the office? Bai Jian inquired, puzzled that of course not. I can't allow my dear wife to be seen by other men. I must supervise her, he declared possessively. I received an invitation as well, so I'll accompany my wife. Jingyu assertively pulled her into his embrace, securing her waist to prevent any movement. Bai Jian thought to herself, this man is insatiable. I've only just agreed to spend time with him, and he's already getting handsy. Master, your man is clearly jealous. Is it not obvious? Xiao Yuan remarked while munching on seeds. Observing the scene unfold, it seemed the master had been oblivious for too long, failing to read the signs of others' hearts. Just stay out of it, Bai Jian retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the creature. As Jingyu's grip tightened around her waist, a tingling sensation coursed through her, prompting her to spin around and pinch his ear in irritation. Jingyu remained unfazed, allowing her to tease him at will. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui had taken a seat in the front passenger seat, eager to avoid being a third wheel. They arrived at the world-renowned art auction, entering with their invitations in hand. Xiao Hui quickly spotted Bai Musu in the crowd, waving to her before making her way over. Bai Jian shrugged and draped her arm around Jingyu's shoulder, scanning the exhibition for any artworks that caught her eye. A captivating painting of deer drinking from a stream drew her attention. As she leaned in closer, her fingers just about to touch the frame, another hand reached out from the opposite side. Sister, what a coincidence! Bai Chuchu exclaimed with a self-satisfied smile. This painting is mine. If you like it, I can gift it to you without charge. After all, someone like you, lacking any artistic sensibility, could never compare to me, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Bai Jian rolled her eyes internally, questioning the source of her confidence. A knowing smile crept upon her lips as she released the frame, pointing at the deer's antlers. You've made a common error. The points of the antlers should be directed backward. It seems this gift is well-deserved. Jingyu's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of admiration shining in his eyes. The little girl's retort was simply too endearing. Upon hearing her words, Bai Chuchu's expression soured as she glanced at the spot Bai Jian indicated, her prior arrogance crumbling. With a scoff, she retorted, do you even understand art? If you don't, keep your mouth shut to avoid embarrassing the Bai family. Ah, so now you acknowledge that I belong to the Bai family? Bai Jian shot back, I may not be an expert, but I'm certainly not illiterate. I possess some common sense. With that, she withdrew her hand, using the handkerchief Jingyu had given her to clean her fingers. After all, one's art reflects one's character. She then led Jingyu to explore other displays, feeling the air quality was poor, detracting from her enjoyment of the masterpieces. Bai Chuchu stomped her foot in frustration, demanding that a nearby staff member remove her painting. The employee, looking apologetic, replied, unfortunately, since you sold it to us, its fate is no longer yours to decide. This piece had been created under the tutelage of a world-renowned master a year prior, fetching a handsome price of 1 million at the time. Now, it felt like a slap to her face. How about I buy it then? Bai Chuchu fumed, her demeanor darkening. The staff member promptly retrieved a POS machine, smiling broadly. Miss Bai, this painting is priced at 10 million. Please proceed with payment. What? 10 million? She exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief, drawing the attention of those nearby with their disapproving glances. Just then, Jingrong, having finished his business, approached the scene. Without hesitation, he produced a gold card, saying, since Chuchu likes it, I'll purchase it as a gift for you. Without a moment's hesitation, he paid, and Bai Chuchu immediately wrapped her arms around his, nuzzling against him. Ronggu, I always knew you were the best. Since you're aware of my goodness, you must repay me tonight. And let me see what new tricks my little enchantress has learned, Jingrong stated candidly, earning incredulous looks from the nearby staff members. It seemed the second young master of the Jing family had a reputation for his charm. As the auction concluded, Bai Jian had her sights set on 2 pieces, which Jingyu effortlessly secured for 80 million. The evening progressed into a banquet where Jingyu led her onto the dance floor, their elegant movements bringing them closer. Eyes locked in a profound gaze, Eye in the corner, Bai Chuchu glared fiercely at Baiyan, consumed by envy at the sight of her possessing a husband so devoted. Just look at how lavishly she spends money. Jealousy, an overwhelming wave of it washed over her. Bai Chuchu shook the champagne in her hand, surreptitiously dropping a pill into the glass before summoning a waiter. Deliver this glass of champagne to that lady over there and say it's from Jingyu, she instructed. The waiter hesitated, but upon seeing the valuable bracelet that Bai Chu pressed into his palm, his greedy gaze narrowed and he smiled. I will deliver it right away. She turned to seek out Jingrong, and as for the ensuing spectacle, it would be prudent to avoid it after the woman departed. Bai Musu's gentle gaze gradually darkened, shrouded in a veil of discontent. Such lowly individuals had no place at his auction. Bai Ran was savoring various delectable pastries when she felt a twinge of thirst, preparing to indulge in a glass of champagne. Just then, a waiter approached with a glass in hand. She delicately arched her finger, lifting it to her lips for a sip, only to have it snatched away by Jingyu. You re too young to drink, he admonished. She was 22, hardly a child, with ample curves to prove her maturity. I'm an adult now. You're being excessively controlling, old man. Bai Ran huffed, standing on tiptoe in an attempt to seize the highball glass from him. With one hand, he restrained both of her wrists, while with the other, he downed the champagne. Jingyu smirked, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. You are my wife, so I shall take charge. Gazing at the empty glass, Bai Ran felt a hint of moisture at the corners of her eyes. Her mood dampened. Jingyu casually handed her a glass of juice, coaxing, don't be upset. Have some juice. When Bai Musu approached, he caught sight of Bai Ran enjoying the juice, oblivious to the champagne. If not for being engaged in conversation with Mr. Li, he wouldn't have lingered. Have you seen a waiter with a buzz cut? Bai Musu inquired, puzzled, as he drew closer. Jingyu's countenance darkened. He disapproved of any other man approaching Bai Ran with an impassive expression. He replied, he just walked by. Walked by? Bai Musu scrutinized the hostile man, asking, what about the champagne he was carrying? I drank it, Jingyu responded with a haughty huff. Bai Musu was momentarily taken aback, preparing to explain, but chose to remain silent instead. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to face some consequences. Jingyu uttered that it was nothing and turned to leave. Bai Ran sat on the sofa, sipping her juice, when Xiaoyu erupted in a panic, exclaiming, Master, your man has been drugged. You should hurry and take him away. Otherwise, he might start dancing provocatively, and that would be quite the spectacle. Bai Ran spluttered, spitting out her juice, and quickly reached for a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. With a fierce grip, she squeezed the mythical creature's head, her expression grave. Drugged? Which scoundrel did this? Xiaoyu felt as though its head might detach from its body. Enduring the pain, it explained, it was Bai Chu's doing, but Jingyu intercepted it, and now it's a mess. TSK. The White Lotus heroine can't refrain from causing trouble for a moment. Does she feel uncomfortable unless there's chaos? Bai Ran licked her lips, crushing the glass in her hand. Master, you should focus on the task at hand. Xiaoyu pointed toward the man not far away. His dazed eyes and flushed cheeks indicated something was amiss. Bai Ran disregarded her injury and hurried to support Jingyu's arm. Jingyu, let me take you home. Just hold on a little longer. Reflexively, the man attempted to shake off the approaching woman, but upon hearing Bai Ran's voice and that familiar scent, his flushed face leaned against her shoulder. Bai Ran, am I ill? I feel like shedding my clothes, my throat is parched, and I crave ice water. Jingyu's voice was hoarse, clearly indicating the drug was taking effect. They needed to return swiftly. Once she got him into the back seat, she instructed the driver to head back to the castle at once. Jingyu furrowed his brow tightly, eyes closed, continuously tugging at his tie wife. This tie is impossible to untangle. Please help me. Chapter 47. The disabled CEO's substitute wife, 12. The man blinked with a pitiful expression, reminiscent of an adorable puppy. Bai Ran, tilting her head, became entranced for a moment, her fingers unconsciously climbing up his collar. Initially intending to assist him in loosening his attire, she accidentally brushed against his abdomen, the defined muscles causing her to retract her hand. How incredibly masculine! Jingyu, in a daze, caught a whiff of the familiar magnolia scent, nuzzling his head against her shoulder. Bai Ran furrowed her brow, pressing down on his head to prevent him from moving erratically. Throughout the ride, Jingyu had transformed into a demanding little wolf, making it difficult for Bai Ran to resist. Finally, they arrived at the castle. She helped him into the elevator, but as she opened the door to their room, everything spun. The man pushed her against the door, sealing it shut behind them, and a fervent kiss descended upon her, in a whirlwind. They found themselves on the grand bed. Jingyu, eyes narrowed, gazed deeply into the woman beneath him. Bai Ran attempted to rise, but he held her shoulders firmly, preventing her ascent. The two stared silently at one another. She belonged to him. The obsession in his eyes could not be concealed. Bai Ran clung tightly to his neck. her fingers entangled in his hair. After a moment, they released each other's lips, and Jingyu gently caressed her flushed ones and her. "You are finally mine," he smiled softly, brimming with unparalleled excitement. After 2 hours, the two figures on the bed began to stir. Jingyu carried her to the window, where Bai Ran, drowsily seated, gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, who had been repeatedly pulled down from his pedestal. He wrapped his arms around her waist. Both of them admiring the night sky outside, and I see the view from the window splendid. Bai Ran yawned, glancing at the man who held her tightly. With a dissatisfied glare, she muttered, "It's pitch black. What's so interesting about it?" Gazing at her alluring visage, her rosy lips slightly curled, glistening with allure, combined with her adorably petulant tone, Jingyu felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment both physically and emotionally. "But I wish to admire it together with you, such a rare occasion. Don't you desire that?" Jingyu lowered his gaze, feigning a pitiful demeanor, his expression filled with anticipation. Bai Ran, easily swayed, foolishly acquiesced, thus, in the vast bedroom. Until the latter half of the night, Jingyu cradled the sleeping Bai Ran in his arms. After they had bathed, he carried her through a hidden door from the bedroom into the adjoining study to sleep. The bedroom was too messy and chaotic, requiring cleaning before it could be used again. The next morning, Bai Ran slowly opened her eyes, rubbing her waist, only to discover a large hand resting atop it. Irritated, she pinched the flesh on his wrist, twisting it until a low, pained chuckle escaped the man's lips on her. "You're quite enthusiastic first thing in the morning." "It's a bit unexpected," Jingyu remarked with a smirk. Enveloping her waist and turning her face to plant a kiss on her lips, Bai Ran, after just one night, he had transformed into a lecher. Can you believe the words coming from his mouth? "Humph, all you do is bully me." Bai Ran's voice was soft, laced with a hint of petulance. Just waking, her voice was tender and sweet, akin to an enchanting little sprite. Jingyu felt a fire ignite within him, gradually intensifying. If he continued to hold her, he might not be able to restrain his desires. Bai Ran's entire body stiffened. Her mouth slightly agape, she stared blankly at the man before her. Perverted scoundrel. "Whoever acts up will be a dog." Jingyu read the unspoken words in her eyes, lowering his head to rest against her neck, his trembling shoulders betraying his suppressed laughter. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just let me hold you for a while." Breathing in her sweet scent, he struggled to calm the racing heart within him. Throughout, Bai Ran remained still, allowing him to embrace her. She truly felt intimidated. After all, she had learned that remaining docile was the wisest choice. The two lay quietly for a time before Jingyu urged her to get up. After freshening up, they shared breakfast together. He instructed Bai Ran to relax at home while he took the car keys and headed to the office. Before leaving, he didn't forget to plant a parting kiss. The man's expression darkened as he scrutinized the video his assistant had prepared. "Very well. The Bai family has thoroughly provoked my ire." Thankfully, that glass of champagne remained untouched by Ner. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of cooling off. The woman would face lifelong infertility after consuming that drug. Let us teach the Bai family a lesson. Ensuring they properly discipline their daughter, Jingyu stated coldly, his fist clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing throughout the office. The assistant offered a moment of silence for the Bai family, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Boss, I'll take care of it right away." Slap. "Look at the mess you've made." Bai Fu slapped Bai Chu forcefully across her delicate face. The girl, wide-eyed in disbelief, clutched her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. "Dad, what did I do wrong? Why are you hitting me?" She had returned home in high spirits, barely settling onto the sofa when her father struck her. "What did you do wrong? Take a look at the chaos you've caused." Jingyu has ordered that the Bai family shall never have any dealings with the childbirth business again. Bai Fu, furious, threw the documents in his hand at Bai Chu's face. She paused, recalling her recent actions of drugging Bai Ran. It must be that Bai Ran had incited Jingyu to retaliate against the Bai family. "Dad, I was wrong." Bai Chu, fully aware of her shortcomings, wiped away her tears, resolutely stating that she would apologize for the incident. With Jing Rong's assistance, she was certain he would not pursue the matter to its bitter end. The confident demeanor of the woman contrasted sharply with Bai father, who disdainfully crossed his arms behind his back and strode out of the living room. Bai mother, throughout the ordeal, dared not utter a word. After all, should such a significant issue truly result in the Bai family's real estate business being severed, the losses could easily amount to billions. Perhaps even leading the Bai family to the brink of bankruptcy. The real estate enterprise had been the backbone sustaining the Bai family to this day. "Chu, you must find a way to conceive Jing Rong's child quickly. Otherwise, our Bai family might soon be crushed by that little vixen Bai Jian, Bai mother said with concern, gently caressing her daughter's cheek, her expression earnest. Bai Chu, secretly tugging at her clothing, her eyes brimming with resentment, replied, "Mother, please procure more of that precious medicine for me. I will find a way to hasten the conception of Brother Rong's child, as long as I become the second young mistress of the Jing family. What do I have to fear from a Bai Ran Bai Jian?" Chapter 48. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 13, however. Remember to use it sparingly, lest it take a toll on your health? Bai mother sighed, clearly troubled. She then made her way to the attic pharmacy, retrieving several packets of medicine, handing them to Bai Chu, while reiterating her warnings. Bai Chu, feeling agitated, ran her fingers through her hair. "Mother, please, I understand the urgency. I won't jeopardize my future." The young woman's side profile was swollen and red, her lips bitten with ferocity. Just as Bai mother was about to say something, she swallowed her words. This daughter, accustomed to indulgence, would not relent until she achieved her goals. Perhaps it was best to let her be. "Brother Rong, you must help my father. I did not mean to provoke Bai Jian." She sobbed, her tears flowing like rain, evoking pity. Beautiful droplets cascaded down her cheeks, soaking her blouse. Jing Rong, observing this shattered beauty, felt an unusual glimmer of excitement. He approached the cabinet, retrieving a prop he had long desired to use. Tossing it at her feet, "If you are willing to play along, I might be inclined to assist you." Jing Rong's smile gradually morphed into something unsettling, a mix of thrill and anticipation. Bai Chu stared at the assortment of props, her complexion paling, resembling a pig that had been dead for 3 days. Cat ears? A whip? Candles? What were these? Did being a lady of the house mean she had to forfeit her last shred of dignity? Bai Chu bit her lip tightly, tears swirling in her eyes as she fought to hold them back, still wishing to maintain some semblance of pride. Her trembling fingers reached for the items on the floor. The next day, Jing Yu rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the earnest work of his petite wife in the corner. Suddenly, an irritating knock echoed through the office. He stifled his smile, lifting his gaze expressionlessly to the man who entered. "Elder brother, I have a favor to ask," Jing Rong remarked, glancing at the corner. "Could my sister-in-law step out for a moment?" Bai Jian raised an eyebrow. A sly smile playing on her lips. It appeared that Bai Chu was the instigator. Jing Yu had informed her of his recent efforts to undermine the Bai family's business, intending to teach Bai Chu a lesson. She stood, walking away from the desk, revealing her long, fair legs that caught the attention of the two men in the office. A flicker of dark fury flashed in Jing Yu's eyes. She could not wear such a short skirt anymore. If she wished to, it should be for his eyes alone. Meanwhile, Jing Rong's gaze was filled solely with desire. He found himself fantasizing about what it would feel like to have Bai Jian's long legs wrapped around his waist. Was it intoxicating? Tap, tap, tap. Fingers rapped lightly on the desk, and Jing Rong quickly returned to reality, looking eagerly at the man seated at the desk. He could distinctly sense that in that moment, his elder brother harbored murderous intent. "Speak plainly. If your eyes wander again, I'll have them gouged out." Though spoken calmly, Jing Rong felt the palpable threat behind the words. This was a side of Jing Yu he often concealed. Though he appeared aloof and decisive, he possessed a strong sense of possessiveness and was rather obsessive. Jing Yu had clearly noticed the forbidden flower blooming on Bai Jian's collarbone. One would perish, and the other would not escape unscathed. Jing Yu was ruthless with himself. He never anticipated that he would so carelessly put his life in another's hands because of a woman. A trace of mockery flickered in Jing Rong's eyes. He had always feared his elder brother, who received all the accolades, while he could never quite catch up, no matter how hard he tried. Gradually, he transformed into a reckless youth, stirring trouble and relying on his exalted brother to clean up after him. A process that gave him a sense of accomplishment. Jing Rong snapped back to reality, grinning sheepishly. "Elder brother, please don't be angry. It's just my nature, so don't take it to heart." The man remained unmoved by his cavalier demeanor. "The Bai family's business is struggling. Could you show some mercy? After all, Chu is my girlfriend. If I cannot protect one woman, what would that say about us Jing family men?" Jing Rong, ever the silver-tongued, invoked the dignity of the Jing family. Observing his brother's nonchalant attitude, Jing Yu felt a chill in his heart. "This time, I'll let them off for your sake, but you'd better manage your woman. She must not provoke anyone." With that, Jing Yu returned to his work, leaving Jing Rong with no further business, who promptly exited the office. After his departure, the man, pen in hand, lifted his dark eyes, a fleeting smirk gracing his lips. Did he truly believe he was unaware of Jing Rong's thoughts? a mere illegitimate son daring to boast before him. He could elevate him to the heavens or let him wallow in the mud. Unable to rise again, Bai Jian was in the tea room, preparing coffee when a figure approached, seemingly about to embrace her. The woman sidestepped to the left, evading the advance. "Second young Master Jing, please show some respect," she coldly retorted. Despite her alluring appearance, her demeanor was frigid, leaving one to wonder if she maintained such an icy disposition in more intimate moments. Jing Rong swept back a lock of hair, revealing a mischievous grin. "Xiao Jian, you smell delightful. Stop chasing after my elder brother. I can satisfy you. I'll show you what it means to be in ecstasy." His words dripped with innuendo. How utterly revolting. Little Yuan exclaimed, "Master, I want to hit him." Upon hearing the little creature's complaint, Bai Jian raised an eyebrow, affectionately ruffling its head. "This is why I say the heavens must be blind. Anyone can become a child of destiny, which is an insult to the divine." Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed outside, causing little Yuan to hide away, terrified of offending the heavens. "So timid," Bai Jian remarked, her lips twitching as she splashed her coffee at Jing Rong. "Since second young Master Jing is feeling frisky, let us see how you fare when you cool off." Dominance radiated from her. This was Sister Jian, assistantly, secretly observing from a corner, silently gave Bai Jian a thumbs up, while Xiao Hui disdainfully swatted his hand away, continuing to enjoy the spectacle. Jing Rong wiped the coffee from his face, his eyes fixed on Bai Jian with an undeniable determination. A woman with such fiery spirit. "Bai Jian, you shall surely be mine." After speaking, he disregarded her expression and swaggered down the stairs, covered in stains. Meow, meow. Such peculiar characters abound this year, more than ever. What misfortune? Bai Jian turned to the two spectators, her smile thinly veiled as she asked. Xiao Hui, assistantly, was it entertaining? The two stood, waving their hands in unison. "Ha ha ha, we saw nothing. We didn't see you splash coffee on second young Master Jing." As they uttered the last part, they immediately clasped their mouths. Bai Jian chose not to respond further. After all, it was better to avoid trouble at work. She prepared 2 cups of coffee at a perfect 52 degrees and entered the CEO's office. She recounted everything that had transpired, word for word, to Jingyu. He pulled her onto his lap, facing him, and praised, "Jianer, you did wonderfully." Chapter 49. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 14. The woman wrapped her arms around his neck, revealing a row of charming white teeth as she joyfully lowered her head to nuzzle against Jingyu's nose. "Aren't you angry? That's your brother," she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Having done what she did, it was evident Jingyu welcomed her assertiveness. After all, there were many villains in the world, and being capable of protecting oneself was a virtue. There's no need to be angry. If you happen to incapacitate him next time, it's no concern. I'll always be here to support you. Jingyu's words momentarily stunned her, prompting her to observe the seemingly cordial relationship between the brothers. Yet, it was far from harmonious. Their noses nearly touched, gazes locked, as Jingyu's lips parted slightly, poised to move forward. Bai Jian, with a playful giggle, turned her head aside, her fingers playfully tugging at his tie, spinning it twice in her grasp. "Focus on your work. Don't get distracted." She pointed to the documents on the desk, stifling a laugh. With things as they were, how could he concentrate on work? The fire within her simmered like a pot of broth, caught in limbo, causing her discomfort. Jingyu playfully pinched her nose, chuckling softly. "All right, I'll heed your words." His dark eyes brimmed with affection, allowing her to remain perched on his lap, his hands resting on her waist, occasionally giving her a gentle squeeze. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Jian felt his tender touches, her eyes fluttering closed in comfort as her head nestled against his chest. After a while, he sensed her head tilt, the rhythmic sound of her breathing indicating she had fallen asleep. Jingyu gently set aside the documents, cradling his little wife as he carried her into the office's rest area, where soft, elegant classical music played, and the ambience was reminiscent of a uniquely styled tea house. The delicate fingers of the young woman caressed the rim of her teacup, gliding back and forth, before she lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. A sheen of moisture glistening on her crimson lips. "Sister, I invited you out today simply to ask for your assistance." Bai Chuchu's gentle, almost fragile expression, reminiscent of a delicate flower, was indeed captivating. Yet, Bai Jian was not swayed by such charm. It was laughable to think she would help without cause. Setting her white porcelain teacup down, Bai Jian intertwined her fingers beneath her chin, regarding the person before her with a bemused smile. "Bai Chuchu, do you truly believe I would assist you?" Who granted you such audacity? However, Bai Chu returned with an inscrutable smile, producing a document from her bag, exuding confidence. Sister, do not be hasty in your refusal. Within this lies the mystery of your lineage. Are you certain you do not wish to uncover your true family? After a roundabout conversation, it became evident that she possessed leverage. Bai Chu gazed intently at Bai Jian, noticing the flicker of curiosity that passed through her eyes. Clearly, she was intrigued. Oh, how am I to ascertain the veracity of your claims? Bai Jian replied, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Was the White Lotus truly so benevolent? Nevertheless, it was worth the game to discover her true intentions. You may verify one of them. Bai Chu extracted one document and handed it over, her demeanor suggesting sincerity. Bai Jian's enchanting starry eyes briefly scanned the paper before she confirmed its authenticity. After such a protracted exchange, she inquired, now, do tell, what assistance do you seek from me? A light chuckle escaped her lips. Observing Bai Chu's agreement, she inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Had it not come to this juncture, she would have preferred to avoid striking a deal with Bai Chu, whom she found insufferably condescending, her flawless visage only adding to her disdain. Bai Chu repressed the jealousy that flickered in her eyes, a mist forming therein as she articulated her request. I wish to marry Brother Rong. Could you perhaps speak to Jingyu and the head of the Jing family on my behalf? After all, the Jing family was prominent, and any matrimonial arrangements would necessitate their patriarch's consent. Moreover, given her prior insistence that Bai Jian marry Jingyu, it had surely ruffled some feathers. Over the past few days, she had broached the subject with Jing Rong, who had responded with evident discomfort. Thus, she had no choice but to implore Bai Jian for aid. Very well, I shall assist you, Bai Jian replied without hesitation. Catching Bai Chu off guard. Instantly, Bai Chu's face brightened, and she handed the document to Bai Jian, exchanged a few more words, and promptly exited the tea house after settling the bill. Master, how could you possibly agree to her request? The small, round-faced companion exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. What if she bullies you after marrying Jing Rong? After all, that woman did not appear virtuous in the slightest. Foolish Yuan, to ensure she experiences the helplessness of despair. One must first elevate her high. Does she not wish to marry Jing Rong? Then I shall grant her desire and observe whether the love between two sheltered individuals can remain unwavering as in the original tale. For the original protagonist had suffered grievously at Bai Chu's hands, ultimately succumbing to humiliation by taking her own life. How could she allow Bai Chu an easy path? Yuan's eyes lit up with understanding, and she raised her thumb in admiration. Master, you are indeed astute and learned, with talents that surpass the ordinary, beloved by all, and as enchanting as the most exquisite flowers. Enough, Bai Jian interjected, her lips curling in disdain. The flattery was becoming increasingly irksome. She picked up the document in her hand, preparing to enlist the help of a detective. Having glanced through it earlier, she noted it contained limited information, yet it was of some use. Are you truly going to assist her? Chu, do not be deceived by that little vixen. Bai Mu grasped her daughter's hand tightly, disdain flooding her thoughts as she recalled Bai Jian's beautiful face. What of her beauty? She remains nothing more than a lowly adopted daughter. Bai Chu gently patted her mother's hand, assuring her, Mother, do not worry. I possess the means to negotiate. To her astonishment, she had handed over the information regarding Bai Jian's orphanage. A lead she could have pursued herself. She had not anticipated Bai Jian would be so easily swayed, saving her mother the trouble of intervening. Very well, during this period, your conduct must be impeccable. I have heard that a new batch of stunning models has arrived at Jing Rong's company. Bai Mu advised. Dio not allow anyone else to seize the opportunity. Bai Chu clenched her fingers tightly, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Mother, are you not aware of your daughter's capabilities? Once pure like a white lotus, she was now growing increasingly alluring, yet with an air of vulgarity. Her seductive gaze was tinged with greed. But alas, she was merely a hollow shell. Upon arriving at work, Bai Chu pushed open Jing Rong's office door, only to be met with a line of beautiful new models. Jing Rong, akin to a sovereign, appeared to be selecting a suitable candidate. Bai Chu's expression darkened as she strode confidently into the room, settling into the man's embrace. Brother Rong, who are these individuals? She cooed, her tone laced with allure. Drawing his attention irresistibly, his eyes deepened with a hint of crimson, a sign of rising irritation. The man tenderly lifted Bai Chu's chin. These are the new models at the company. You shall be responsible for their training. Are you not pleased, my dear? Noticing her jealousy, he leaned in and kissed her without regard for the others present. his hands beginning to wander, eager to unfasten her collar. Brother Rong, others are watching. Chu might feel embarrassed. She protested, playfully pressing his hand down while casting a triumphant glance at the array of beautiful models nearby. In Chapter 50, the substitute bride of the disabled CEO. The man smirked mischievously. Isn't this all the more thrilling? Bai Chu playfully pouted. How utterly vexing. Without hesitation, he captured her lips once more, inciting a flurry of crimson faces among the newly initiated models, who averted their gazes in embarrassment. Bai Chu made no move to stop him. She desired everyone in the company to recognize her as Jing Rong's legitimate girlfriend and the future mistress of the Jing family. In that moment, one unremarkable model raised her gaze, captivated by the scene. Particularly mesmerized by Jing Rong's flawless profile, she too desired this man. Moving forward, she resolved to dress more conservatively at the company, cautioning against any indiscreet advances. Should she discover any reckless flirtations, those involved would face immediate contract termination, with double the penalty for breach. Seated at the center of the conference room, Bai Chu surveyed the array of striking women before her, her countenance brimming with hostility. She struck the table with force, asserting, "Is this understood?" It was imperative to establish her authority. Otherwise, they might soon find themselves overshadowing her. The models exchanged glances, quickly acquiescing, understood. After a few more admonishments, she dismissed them. Bai Chu retrieved her phone, discovering a message from her mother, informing her that the Jing family had arrived with a dowry and urging her to return home with Jing Rong immediately. The situation was progressing more swiftly than anticipated. Bai Jian was proving somewhat useful after all. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, she found Mrs. Bai seated in the living room, her demeanor brimming with joy as she chattered incessantly. "Mother, I am back," Bai Chu greeted with a soft smile, turning to Mrs. Jing to offer her polite salutations. "Good day, Mrs. Jing." Mrs. Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, elegantly adjusting her shawl, her expression cool and maintaining an air of distance. "You may call me Mrs. Jing. I prefer not to be addressed too familiarly, especially regarding the marriage of an illegitimate child, which is not something I wish to oversee personally." Nonetheless, as the matriarch of the Jing family, she recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances. Bai Chu's charming smile faltered, and her gaze shifted towards Bai Mu before landing on Jing Rong, who seemed oblivious to her presence. Jing Rong clenched his fists, unwilling to utter a word in front of Mrs. Jing. He vividly recalled the image of his mother begging at her feet, prostrate and desperate, while she remained unmoved. Had it not been for Jing Yu's intervention, he would never have returned to the Jing family. One played the villain, while the other assumed the role of the savior. Their performance was commendable. Mrs. Jing did not spare Bai Chu a second glance, her indifferent gaze flicking over to Jing Rong. "Jing Rong, your father has approved the marriage to the Bai family daughter. It is set for the end of next month." With that, Jing Rong's expression remained largely unchanged, while the Bai mother-daughter duo beamed with delight. Jing Rong raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the elegant and noble woman before him, a flicker of derision crossing his features. "The steward will provide you with further details. I have no other matters to attend to." With a gentle touch to her shawl, she exited the Bai residence. After the steward had conveyed all necessary information, he turned to Jing Rong, inquiring, "Second young master, is there anything else you require? Everything has been arranged flawlessly. What more is there to say? Have you not made all the arrangements?" Jing Rong replied, his eyes narrowing in irritation. The steward scratched his nose, recognizing the unpredictable temperament of the second young master. Mrs. Jing had not prohibited him from preparing additional items. "If there's nothing else, you may continue with your business." Mrs. Bai's face radiated joy as she led the steward out of the Bai residence. Bai Chu, momentarily taken aback by Jing Rong's fierce expression, soon dissolved into tears. "Brother Rong, do you not wish to marry me? If so, I shall promptly call off the engagement." She dared to voice such sentiments, knowing that Jing Rong was particularly susceptible to her tears, as anticipated. The moment she began to weep, his heart softened. Sighing, he pulled her into his embrace, soothingly murmuring, "Of course I wish to marry you. Do not overthink it. Just be at ease as my future second mistress." Jing Rong gazed at the somber gray ceiling, a fierce resolve brewing in his eyes. If the Jing family regarded him as insignificant, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Bai Chu's rosy cheeks glowed with happiness. Oblivious to the unsettling change in Jing Rong's demeanor, in the bustling airport of Country F, two individuals stood in an affectionate embrace. Yet each harbored their own thoughts. A young couple, adorned with sunglasses and intertwined fingers, emerged from the terminal, followed closely by a perspiring assistant who struggled with their luggage. The woman, draped in a comfortable long dress, had half her hair casually tied up, complemented by a vibrant red bow. She resembled a princess escaping from a castle. Jingyu removed his sunglasses, affectionately tousling by Jian's soft, fragrant hair. The aroma wafted gently, captivating him. Boss, madam, the hotel car has arrived, announced the assistant, who loaded the bags into the trunk before returning to witness a scene that tugged at his heartstrings, a poignant reminder of his own yearning for a sweet romance. Jingyu playfully intertwined his fingers with Bai Jian's, gently caressing her palm until her laughter rang out, prompting him to cease. Shall we go? You must be utterly exhausted after that long flight. Just as he grasped her hand to depart, Bai Jian unexpectedly pulled away, leaving Jingyu momentarily perplexed. However, he soon found himself bending down in resignation as she leaped onto his back, cheerfully wrapping her arms around his neck. Jingyu, you're so wonderful. Thus, the man carried his petite wife from the airport to the parking lot, attracting the attention of many passers-by, particularly couples who envied such displays of affection. This business trip to Country F was primarily to oversee a new pharmaceutical venture for the Jing family. And he could not afford any mistakes. He had chosen to personally visit the branch office, unwilling to be separated from his beloved wife for too long, hence her presence alongside him. At the base of the branch office stood an upscale CAF, whereby Jian leisurely indulged in music, desserts, and coffee. A sudden commotion at the cashier's counter caught her attention, and she lifted her enchanting eyes to investigate. I'm sorry, we do not accept mobile payments. Please pay in cash, the cashier, a fair-skinned woman, explained in her halting Chinese, reflecting the country's preference for cash transactions. The woman, holding a paper cup of coffee, appeared distressed, unsure of what to do. Their eyes met, and an unspoken recognition passed between them. Bai Jian hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to assist her with the payment. The woman gazed at her intently. Would you like to sit down and chat? Bai Jian observed her well-maintained complexion, momentarily uncertain. The woman smiled sweetly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Dear, you may call me Aunt Lu. Hello, Auntie. My name is Bai Jian. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bai Jian replied politely. The woman returned her smile. I am Lu Qinyan. You may call me Aunt Lu for a more familial touch. As they settled into conversation, time slipped away, as if they were old friends with endless topics to discuss. Bai Jian learned that Lu Qinyan was accompanying her son on a business trip, eager to experience the local culture of Country F, but had not prepared adequately, leading to the earlier mishap. Mom, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere, thinking you'd return after getting a cup of coffee. A gentle voice, laced with concern, resonated behind them. Bai Jian slowly turned her head. Recognizing the familiar tone, the man, upon seeing her face, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Bai Jian, what a coincidence to find you here in Country F. Bai Musu adjusted his golden glasses and greeted her. Lu Qinyan stood and approached the man. Musu, you know little Jian? Her son, nearing 30 and still single, made her contemplate the charming young woman before her. Was she available? Bai Musu sighed, sensing his mother's matchmaking intentions. I've met Bai Jian a few times, he explained. I see, but that's no issue. Relationships can be nurtured over time, Lu Qinyan remarked, her fondness for Bai Jian growing, especially as she perceived a familial resemblance. Yet, observing her son's cold demeanor, she curbed her thoughts. Little Jian, I don't have much to offer, but please accept this bracelet as a token of our newfound friendship. Bai Jian gazed down at the exquisite piece in her palm, resembling a white tiger rather than a mere cat. Aunt Lu, this is far too generous. I cannot accept such a valuable gift. Bai Jian hesitated, feeling overwhelmed. However, Lu Qinyan had already fastened the bracelet onto her wrist. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Please, it's not an ordinary bracelet. It symbolizes our bond, she insisted earnestly. Eventually, Bai Jian relented, accepting the gift. Just as Jingyu completed his business discussion and descended to the CAF to meet them, he was met with a scene that extinguished his earlier mirth. Bai Jian and the woman were engrossed in animated conversation, while Bai Musu gazed at her with a tenderness that ignited a pang of jealousy within Jingyu. Bai Jian, come here, he called, his voice taut with tension. The coldness in his tone pierced the air as Bai Jian turned, puzzled by his apparent anger. Had something gone awry in his dealings? At times, her reactions were slower than expected, and even her friend, Xiao Yuan, felt compelled to intervene. Yet, she held her tongue, allowing the moment to unfold. As she prepared to approach him, she realized her hand was still held captive by Lu Qinyan. I must go. My husband has arrived. Bai Jian smiled apologetically at Lu Qinyan. The older woman paused, realization dawning. Let us have a meal together next time. I truly enjoy your company. Bai Jian nodded, waving goodbye as she embraced Jingyu's arm and exited the CAF. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Qinyan cast an inquisitive glare at her son. Why hadn't he mentioned that Bai Jian was his wife? Did he wish to see her embarrass herself? Mom, please let go. Others are watching, Bai Musu protested, embarrassed as his mother playfully tugged at his ear. Once released, his ears burned crimson. Lu Qinyan's smile faded. A melancholic air enveloped her. Musu, do you think if our dear Nuan Nuan were still alive, she would be just as vibrant and beautiful as little Jian? Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking her collar as she reminisced about her lost daughter. Bai Musu, his heart heavy, approached to comfort her with a gentle hand on her back. Jingyu, with a firm grip on Bai Jian's hand, opened the car door, ushering her inside. The assistant, sensing the tension, discreetly stepped back. The door shut with a decisive thud, and Bai Jian instinctively shivered in the confined space, where only their breaths filled the silence. Jingyu remained motionless, his gaze locked onto her, the intensity of his dark eyes drawing her in. Jinner, did you flirt with another man while I wasn't watching? He queried, his forehead resting against hers, his eyes searching hers for answers. Bai Jian felt utterly wronged. Had she truly been unfaithful? I haven't. You cannot accuse me unjustly, she pouted slightly, her lips glistening, inviting his attention. Jingyu's gaze fell upon her tempting lips, and he swallowed hard. If you claim you haven't, then prove it, prove. How can I demonstrate something that isn't true? She protested, her words faltering as he captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Swift and insistent. What began as a reprimand spiraled into an irresistible passion, and by the time the assistant resumed driving, half an hour had slipped away unnoticed. The local cuisine in Country F was delightful, though Bai Jian found it somewhat unpalatable. After a few bites, she eagerly pulled Jingyu towards nearby attractions, having spotted thrilling activities, particularly the cave exploration, which piqued her adventurous spirit. Jingyu rubbed his slightly aching temples. Seemingly unfamiliar with the games played by the children, Tio accompanied his young wife. He was willing to engage in anything. Greetings, this is a distress signal device. The cave is vast and deep, designed to prevent you from becoming lost. When the time comes, rescue personnel will locate you based on the distress signal. A staff member handed the device to the man, who glanced at it briefly before stowing it in the small backpack given to him by Bai Jian. Thank you, Jingyu replied, his voice cool and distant, exuding an air of aloofness despite the conversation. Nearby, a few female tourists covered their faces, gushing over his striking appearance. He is simply too handsome. Indeed, Huagua is abundant in charming men. One young lady, fluent in Chinese, wiped the corner of her mouth and approached him with her phone in hand. Handsome, may I add you on WeChat? Jingyu furrowed his brow, glanced at her, and shook his head. I am sorry, I don't have a phone. His expressionless demeanor and unapproachable attitude left the girl momentarily stunned. However, she did not give up, leaning closer to point at the device in his hand. Then what is this? A wallet, Jingyu, unwilling to engage further, bluntly fabricated a response. The girl was left speechless, muttering under her breath about never having encountered such a situation before. With a huff, she sulkily returned to her original spot. Indeed, in this vast forest, one encounters all sorts. Bai Jian had just gone to the supermarket. Upon her return, carrying a bag of snacks, she immediately noticed the scene and pouted her lips like an adorable pufferfish. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes glared at the man as she approached and tossed the items in her hand at Jingyu. I leave for just a moment, and already a woman is trying to flirt? The man paused at her words, then chuckled softly, bending down to peer into her misty eyes. Is my dear Jenner feeling jealous? HM? Jingyu's voice was low and alluring, laced with a hint of amusement. Bai Jian immediately resembled a puffed-up kitten, retorting, I am not jealous. If you hadn't spoken to her, would she have even asked for your WeChat? She pushed the man, who was standing too close, away and placed her hands on her hips. Glaring at him, TSK. What to do if my little wife is too formidable and I can't win an argument? Jingyu let out a quiet sigh, affectionately ruffling the woman's hair. All right, my fault. Next time someone asks for my WeChat, I promise to maintain a cold expression and not say a word. His willingness to concede left her slightly bewildered. Bai Jian bashfully touched her nose, muttering, just as long as you understand, let us hurry inside. She nudged Jingyu's back, and the two of them entered the pitch-black cave, laden with their belongings. Drip, drop, hoo, crackle. Crackle. The tranquil cave was filled with various sounds, resembling water trickling or unknown insects chirping on the ground. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. The two relied on the scant light from their flashlight as they cautiously ventured deeper. Upon reaching a corner, Bai Jian spotted a box lying in the shadows. Jingyu, let us take a look. Perhaps there are treasures within. She tugged at the man's shirt, peering curiously to investigate. Jingyu followed her gaze, squinting at the box. In a place like this, a box likely means someone has left it here. Let us proceed with caution, he gently advised her. The two made their way to the box, with Bai Jian, believing herself brave, bending down to prepare for its opening. A ghostly figure leaped out, covered in blood. Startling Bai Jian, who instantly jumped into Jingyu's arms like a koala, shutting her eyes tightly and clinging to him. Jingyu, equally startled, realized this was no cave exploration but rather an upgraded haunted house. He swiftly carried her away to another location. The man soothingly patted her back, attempting to calm her fears. It's fake. It's just a person in disguise. His gentle voice provided comfort, and gradually, Bai Jian felt her heartbeat steady before sheepishly releasing her grip on him. I wasn't scared. It was just a reflex. You mustn't laugh. She looked up at him, scrutinizing his expression for any hint of amusement. Jingyu pressed his lips together, suppressing the smile that threatened to emerge. I didn't laugh. I was frightened. If another ghost appears, will you protect me, Jianer? He gazed earnestly at her. Although Bai Jian was indeed frightened, hearing his admission of fear filled her with confidence. She resolutely patted her chest. Don't worry, I will protect you. After affirming their pact, they continued onward, accompanied by the sounds of wailing and shrieks. Jingyu felt as though his eardrums might burst. He sat on a large rock and rubbed his temples. The girl, clearly terrified, still insisted on opening every box they encountered, predictably getting frightened time and again. At that moment, Bai Jian crouched beside a box devoid of any ghostly presence, retrieving a piece of paper with writing on it. She waved it in the air. I told you there would be treasures. Look, this indicates the location of hidden riches. She gleefully bounced over to Jingyu, eager to show him the paper. The actual treasure was secondary. Bai Jian merely wished to discover what it was, feeling the prior scares were not in vain. Jingyu's eyes glimmered with a faint smile. Jianer, you're truly clever. Let us set off to see what this treasure might be. He leapt off the rock, dusted himself off, and took her hand, heading toward the location indicated on the paper. Mom, there really is any treasure. I've been searching for over half an hour. Bai Musu felt a headache coming on as he observed his mother rummaging through a pile of stones. How can she be more childish than the kids? Insisting on dragging me into this cave adventure, claiming there are great treasures within. Ideas clearly a tactic to lure tourists. Oh no, a ghost. Amidst a faint glow, two heads floated in the air. Lu Qinwan gasped and screamed, her voice echoing throughout the cave. Bai Jian shook her nearly depleted flashlight, hearing a long echo and feeling a chill travel from her feet to her core. Terrified, she dove back into Jingyu's embrace just as the flashlight illuminated the faces of the two figures, causing Lu Qinwan's screams to continue unabated. Bai Musu approached, peering in that direction and recognizing the familiar faces, which brought him a sense of relief. There are no ghosts in this world. It's just us scaring ourselves. Mom, it's not a ghost. It's Bai Jian and Jingyu. He gently tapped Lu Qinwan's shoulder to remind her. The woman immediately covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling, and approached Bai Jian, pulling her arm in a friendly manner. What a surprise to see you, Xiao Jian. You nearly scared me to death just now. Having parted ways only a few hours prior, their reunion felt like fate's design. Auntie Lu, it truly is you. But your scream was rather impressive. Bai Jian responded with a smile. It was amusing to realize that they had only scared each other. I didn't expect it to be people scaring people. Thank goodness. Little Yuan secretly commented, the master is just a silly, oversized snake. She pondered whether to voice her thoughts. Lu Qinwan took her hand and walked toward the pile of stones, chatting as they went. I've been practicing my singing lately for an upcoming charity performance. You must remember to come and watch, Xiao Jian. The excuse was top-notch. Bai Musu could not help but give his mother a thumbs up. Absolutely. I'm certain Auntie's singing will be wonderful. Bai Jian chimed in with praise. Wonderful? It's like a demon singing. If my father hadn't insisted that my mother was talented and arranged a charity performance for her every year, I would have been left speechless. After one listening session, I couldn't sleep soundly for 3 days. Not at all. It's just average, Lu Qinwan replied, feeling slightly bashful from the flattery. I heard there are treasures here. Let us search together. Bai Jian glanced at the note in her hand. This is the place. She nodded eagerly. The two of them instantly lit up with excitement, their eyes sparkling with determination. They crouched down, picking up small stones, examining each one before discarding it, oblivious to the bemused expressions of the two men nearby. Eventually, when the four of them emerged, they were covered in dust. Bai Jian linked arms with Lu Qinwan, skipping over to a nearby bench, pulling out two halves of a jade pendant to admire. They exchanged knowing smiles. Sometimes, friendship blossoms over the simplest of experiences. During their half-month stay in F country, Bai Jian often wandered around with Lu Qinwan. On the eve of their departure, Bai Jian and Aunt Lu returned with numerous purchases, only to find Jingyu seated on the sofa, silent and wearing a forlorn expression. Without waiting for Bai Jian to greet him, he took the paper bag from her hands, tossed it onto the carpet, and swept her off her feet, carrying her to the bathtub filled with warm water. He set her down gently. The man's arms encircled her waist from behind as he nuzzled his head against her shoulder, inadvertently causing one of the buttons on her collar to pop open, exposing her delicate collarbone. Especially upon seeing that flower of the other shore, the smile on Jingyu's face could no longer be concealed. Jinner belonged solely to him. She could only be his. Darling, it's been ages since we've shared a bed. Have you found another? Jingyu's voice, tinged with a sense of grievance, dropped to a sultry whisper. The warm breath escaping his lips brushed against Bai Jian's earlobe, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. That earlobe grazed past the man's fervent, soft lips. Bai Jian blushed, her voice sweet and soft. Jingyu, stop teasing. Didn't we just what? Wrapped in a bedsheet and merely sleeping. Jingyu's eyes dimmed slightly, feeling somewhat wronged as he overlooked the passionate kisses from the previous night. That doesn't count. I want to reclaim everything. All the compensation for the past half-month you've neglected me. He slightly parted his lips, teasingly biting Bai Jian's earlobe to vent his frustrations. Noticing the slight tremor of the woman in his embrace, his lips curled into a subtle smile as he kissed her slowly. Before they knew it, their clothes lay scattered on the floor. Bai Jian, in a daze, sank into the bathtub, her misty eyes gazing at the man before her. Strands of damp hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her profound gaze, yet she could still sense the wildness lurking in his eyes. My Jenner is truly sweet, so addictive, my love. Promise you'll never leave me. Jingyu's voice was low and hoarse, laced with an almost imperceptible possessiveness. He longed for her to remain by his side eternally. Should he bind her? Or perhaps lock her away? But that would be far from beautiful. Bai Jian obediently lowered her gaze, tracing his chest to the perfect contours of his abdomen, instinctively licking her lips. She had to admit that Jingyu had an exquisite physique. All those rumors were false. Talk of congenital disabilities and impotence were baseless, especially after experiencing 3 days of bed rest with him. She would never dare utter a word of inadequacy before Jingyu again. In the misty bathroom, she slowly wrapped her arms around the man's neck, closing the distance between them. Unable to resist, he kissed her lips, the kisses growing increasingly fervent, particularly when he saw her pounding her fists in playful indignation, much like a drenched kitten, fierce yet adorable. Jingyu chuckled softly. Bai Jian, in a huff, splashed the water and turned her head away defiantly. The man wiped the droplets from his face, the scent of his bath mingling with a hint of bitterness yet sweetness. Jingyu squinted at her before lifting the woman effortlessly into his arms. After a considerable time, as the water turned cold, they finally emerged from the bathtub. Jingyu, could you perhaps let me go? She looked up in exasperation, weakly biting his arm in a playful display of irritation. Jingyu's gaze darkened further, his long lashes casting a shadow as he glanced at his arm. The wound bore traces of blood, tingling yet painless. Jenner, your bite is quite strong, drawing blood, he chuckled softly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Tell me, how should I punish you to replenish this blood? Unexpectedly, he had also begun to act playfully. If the wound was left untreated, it might have already scabbed over. Was such a small amount of blood truly worth replenishing? Bai Jian shot him a glare, gritting her teeth. You seem to be in need of a nourishing tonic, indeed. Absolutely. A thorough replenishment. Chapter 54. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 19. Upon returning, Bai Jian heard that Bai Chuchu had moved into the left wing, settling in. With their wedding date fast approaching, she wondered if any mishaps would occur. The woman lounged on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with mischief, especially as her delicate feet swung playfully in the air, a striking shade of pale pink. The man couldn't help but soften at the sight of her petite feet. When Bai Jian attempted to sit up, she discovered a hand caressing her foot, sending delightful shivers up her spine. Ha ha ha, I'm ticklish, let go. Her exquisite face lit up with laughter, though her misty eyes held a hint of allure. Jingyu ceased his playful teasing, releasing her foot and drawing her into his embrace from behind. In a low, slightly spoiled tone, he murmured, Wife, I wish, before he could finish, Bai Jian swiftly popped a grape into his mouth from the coffee table, preventing him from uttering anything that would leave her flushed. No, you do not wish. Bai Jian raised an eyebrow in playful defiance, her expression brimming with pride, undeniably adorable and truth. Jingyu had not intended to voice anything risque. He relished the sight of her blushing face. Slowly, he bit into the grape, the sweet and sour juice bursting in his mouth, yet it paled in comparison to the sweetness of his little wife. Little Yu, observing the affectionate scene, could only sigh in exasperation. It had become clear to it that in every world, the male lead was not merely pursued by the protagonist. He was the one pursuing her. Witnessing Bai Jian's budding understanding of love, it doubted she truly grasped the essence of genuine emotion. For a moment, it felt a pang of sympathy for the male lead. After dinner, while the sky was still bright, Jingyu retreated to the study upstairs to work. His assistant had just called about an urgent issue with an important project requiring an emergency meeting. Bai Jian noticed his furrowed brow and refrained from interrupting, opting instead to stroll through the garden. As she wandered, she found herself by a clear stream, where small fish swam joyfully. Lifting her skirt, she removed her heels and stepped into the cool water. The little fish quickly swarmed around her calves, their vibrant colors captivating her, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Initially feeling vexed by Bai Chuchu's incessant chatter, Jingrong sought solace in a leisurely walk, only to stumble upon this breathtaking scene. The woman donned a flowing gown of pale azure, her exquisite, cascading curls draped casually over her shoulders. A soft pink ribbon adorned her head, swaying gently in the breeze. She bent down, cupping water in her hands, and flung it skyward, tilting her face upwards to catch the glistening droplets that trickled down her cheeks, creating a breathtaking sight. This scene, a blend of innocence and allure, sent a rush of blood coursing through Jing Rong's veins, igniting an impulse deep within him. Glancing around to confirm their solitude, he shed his shoes and dashed forward. Who? Bai Jian's cold gaze swept over, landing on the man now before her, her beautifully arched brows knitting together tightly. In an instant, her good mood evaporated. Jing Rong reached out, intending to embrace the woman before him, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Sister-in-law, it's me. It has been far too long, and you've only grown more captivating. As he extended his hand, she sidestepped, making her way back to the shore. Get away, she retorted icily. Yet, Jing Rong seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace with a forceful tug. The more you resist, the more I'm drawn to you. Gazing at the furious woman whose eyes blazed with indignation, he felt the fire within him surge uncontrollably. Leaning down, he aimed to capture her enticing red lips. Bai Jian thought furiously. How dare he take advantage of her? With a swift motion, she pushed him away and, taking advantage of his distraction, delivered a few sharp kicks to his lower body. Thud. The man knelt in the water, clutching himself in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Consider this a warning. Do not provoke me, or you shall learn why flowers bloom so vividly. Bai Jian picked up a stone from the water, hurling it at his face in a fit of rage. Fuming, she slipped on her shoes, preparing to leave. Jing Rong touched the blood trickling from the cut on his face, his eyes ablaze with a feral intensity. Bai Jian, you are mine. I will make you aware of my prowess, he whispered darkly, a sinister smile twisting his features. He consumed the blood from his wound, then charged toward the delicate azure figure. Feeling a whirlwind approach from behind, Bai Jian quickened her pace, just as she was seized by the wrists, her mouth covered. MMM? She glared at him in fury. Jing Rong, consumed by lust, paid no heed to their surroundings, dragging Bai Jian into a nearby glass room. Bai Jian, rolling her eyes in disdain, muttered, Xiao Yuan, find a way to message Jingyu and Bai Chuchu. Hurry! This was the first time she had ever endured such humiliation. What a wretched world, sealing away her powers. Ever since the first world ended, her abilities had diminished. Master, you must hold on. Do not let this beast defile you. Xiao Yuan will be back shortly. The divine beast burst into tears, turning and vanishing. Bai Jian felt an unexpected longing for divine beast soup. This creature, aside from alleviating her boredom, proved utterly useless. Xiao Yuan felt aggrieved. Aside from assisting her master in traversing 3,000 worlds and hinting at crucial plot points, its powers had been sealed as well. Jing Rong observed her cease her struggles, mistakenly believing she had surrendered. A triumphant smile graced his face. Xiao Jin, perhaps my brother cannot satisfy you, but I certainly can. He rubbed his hands together, ready to touch her attire, leering, I have been through many battles, You will undoubtedly enjoy it. As his fingers approached the hem of Bai Jian's dress, she coldly swatted his filthy hands away. I know my own man. I do not require outsiders to pass judgment. She despised having her possessions sullied by others. Unsure if she loved Jingyu, she was certain he belonged to her. Bai Jian, and no one else had the right to speak against it. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes, seemingly smiling, radiated a chilling aura akin to that of the depths of hell. Jing Rong hesitated momentarily, then burst into laughter. How could he be intimidated by a defenseless girl? Just wait. Soon I shall no longer be an outsider. He lewdly licked his lips, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth as he advanced step by step, cornering Bai Jian against the glass wall. Suddenly, the previously defiant woman crossed her arms, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. Woo-woo. If you dare lay a hand on me, Jingyu will not spare you. Bai Jian bit her lip, tears glistening like exquisite pearls, cascading down her cheeks and pooling at her collarbone. Jing Rong, seemingly hearing a grand joke, grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Jingyu, that impotent waste, what does he have aside from a good lineage? He pales in comparison to me, he continued, fueled by his fervor. Even if I take you in front of him today, he would not dare utter a word. Oh, you think he would be drawn to a mere foster daughter of the Bai family? Jing Rong's words became increasingly fervent, his wicked thoughts expanding as he gazed at her tear-streaked face. He longed to capture her unforgettable lips, but was interrupted by a punch to his cheek. Jingyu's face darkened, his furious gaze fixed on the man on the ground. He seized Jing Rong by the collar, relentlessly pummeling his face until it was a bruised, bleeding mess. You dare lay a finger on what is mine? It seems you have grown weary of life. The battered man spat blood, instantly adopting a pitiful expression as he knelt at Jingyu's feet. Brother, it wasn't me. Bai Jian seduced me, claiming you wouldn't provide her with happiness. Jing Rong's absurd excuses were laughable. Bai Jian observed the scene with a cold smile. She had deliberately provoked Jing Rong upon seeing Jingyu approach, never expecting him to speak so indiscreetly. Though part of her was displeased by his words, Jingyu's fury rose exponentially. He protected his own with utmost care, yet this beast dared to claim otherwise. Jingyu's stern visage broke into a smile as he stepped on Jing Rong's shoulder, glaring down coldly. Do not forget your place, Jing Rong. Should I catch wind of any inappropriate thoughts again, I will have your limbs severed and fed to the sharks. As he spoke, his expression remained unyielding. However, Jing Rong recognized his brother's resolve and immediately began to plead for mercy, bowing his head repeatedly. Jingyu turned to the still stunned woman by the glass wall, his heart aching. He had failed to protect her, but thankfully, nothing had transpired. The man embraced her with tenderness, planting a kiss upon her forehead. I am sorry for arriving late. Bai Jian, mentally exhausted, fainted in his arms. Before departing, Jingyu kicked Jing Rong once more, then carried the unconscious woman away. Watching their retreating figures, Jing Rong collapsed in frustration, pounding the ground with fury. Concealed behind a tree outside the glass room, Bai Chu felt a surge of hatred. Had Jingyu not intervened, Jing Rong would have succeeded in his vile intentions with Bai Jian. It must have been that little vixen, Bai Jian, who seduced her man. Just wait and see. Bai Chu, filled with concern, rushed into the glass room to comfort Jing Rong, only to be met with his unrelenting advances as he stripped her bare and pinned her to a white piano. Initiating a vile act, and no matter how she begged for mercy, he grew even more vicious. Her arms, neck, and shoulders bore the marks of his brutality, bloodied and raw. She was consumed by resentment. Chapter 56. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 21, in the bathroom. Bai Chu scrubbed vigorously at the bloodstains on her skin, remnants of humiliation. The man disregarded her feelings, biting her until it drew blood. Each wound throbbed painfully, a stark contrast to his usual gentleness, which she now recognized was a result of Bai Jian's influence. After her shower, she searched for a contract killer on her phone, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Jingyu watched as the woman in his arms slowly regained consciousness, his heart aching as he caressed her face. Jianer, do not fear. It's all over now. His voice trembled as he spoke, while his fingers gently stroked her hair. Bai Jian's gaze shimmered, the depths of her eyes reflecting a stormy sea. She had never known Jingyu could be so fearful. In that moment, her heart ached. She cupped his face, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Jingyu, I am sorry for worrying you. In truth, his anger stemmed not from her actions, but from his inability to protect her properly. Thankfully, she was unharmed. Jianer, you must never stray from my side again. I cannot endure such events. I would go mad. Jing Yue's hand found its way to the back of her head, continuously stroking her hair. His dark eyes were ominous. Should Bai Jian dare to shake her head? The tempest brewing within them would erupt. Bai Jian sighed inwardly. How did she end up with another madman? She slightly pouted her glistening lips. Jing Yu, kiss me. She wished to convey everything through action. Aware that Jing Yue's emotions were precarious, teetering on the edge of darkness. Should he descend into that abyss, it would be her who suffered. Jing Yu pressed his lips together, his fingers tracing the outline of her soft mouth, kneading until her lips turned red and swollen. Only then did he lean down to capture her sweet mouth, savoring her essence. The man devotedly kissed the woman before him, leaving his mark on every inch of her skin. His love is fierce, intense, and utterly maddening. Bai Jian can sense the emotions of the person beside her, and she finds herself unwittingly plunging into a hell of despair with him in recent days. No matter where she goes, Jing Yu insists on following her, even accompanying her to the restroom. Bai Jian rubs her temples, feeling that if he continues to gaze at her with such intensity, her sanity may shatter. Fortunately, after sacrificing a bit of her allure, she manages to persuade him to relent, though she is still trailed by 2 bodyguards, making her movements significantly restricted. On this particular day, Bai Jian employs a clever ruse to shake off her 2 bodyguards. She changes into casual attire and dons a cap, striding confidently out of a clothing store. What should we do? The young mistress has slipped away. The boss will have our heads. One burly bodyguard squats in a corner, drawing circles in the dirt with a twig. The other bodyguard kicks him in annoyance, suggesting they should call the boss immediately. Either way, they are doomed. Bai Jian weaves through several narrow alleys and finally stops at an inconspicuous detective agency. She knocks on the door, and a scruffy-looking man grins as he ushers her inside. They sit on a sofa, and Bai Jian crosses her legs, her expression impassive as she inquires, "Where is the information I requested?" The man retrieves a folder from a drawer, glancing at the young woman before handing it over. "Miss Bai, the information is nearly complete, but I have uncovered that your disappearance at the age of 1.5 was orchestrated. Here are some photographs taken near the orphanage, which I painstakingly retrieved from old surveillance footage." Bai Jian opens the folder and examines several blurry images. One depicts a middle-aged woman cradling an infant and leaving her at the orphanage's entrance. She furrows her brow, noting a birthmark on the woman's hand. A faint smile crosses her lips as she places the photo on the coffee table, pointing at the woman in the picture with her slender fingers. "Help me locate this woman with the birthmark on her hand. Upon completion, I will reward you with 10 million. This card contains 15 million, 5 of which is your advanced. Oh my. Miss Bai, you are too kind." The man responds eagerly, wiping his hands and greedily accepting the card, breathing on it several times and polishing it with his sleeve. Bai Jian does not linger, leaving his office promptly. During this time, her phone remains eerily silent. She glances at it only to discover that the secluded alley has no signal. It also seems likely that the detective agency is equipped with a signal jammer. Someone must be frantic with worry. She twirls a strand of hair at her chest, a half-smile playing on her lips as she gazes at the distant alley, sensing someone's presence waiting for her. Upon receiving a call from the bodyguards, Jing Yu abruptly sets aside his work. He hurriedly drives to the vicinity of the alley where Bai Jian has gone missing. Among the throngs of passers-by, none resemble his beloved Jian'er. At one moment, a dark aura emanates from Jing Yu, nearly overwhelming him. "Guess who I am?" A familiar fragrance of magnolia envelopes him, soothing his fraying nerves. He reaches for her tiny hand that obscures her eyes, gently lowering it to place a kiss on her lips. "Jian'er, please don't run off again." He is unaware of the terrifying actions he might take. The man turns, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Bai Jian rests quietly against his chest, her gaze drifting to his bulging biceps, lost in thought. Who is this man? Why does he exude an aura of darkness similar to the one who once deceived her? Her eyes are filled with a cold detachment. "Xiao Yuan, find out who the male lead truly is," Bai Jian commands coldly. Xiao Yuan, sensing her expression, swallows nervously. Is the mistress upset? Didn't she quite fancy the male lead? Xiao Yuan hastily flips through records, searching for a while but ultimately finding nothing. Its eyes dart around before it concocts a fabricated story. "Mistress, the male lead is nobody special. He's merely a person from the 3,000 realms." "Are you being overly sensitive?" Bai Jian presses her lips together, contemplating the matter. Could it be that she is indeed overly cautious? Jing Yu senses the woman in his arms drifting into her thoughts and sighs softly. It appears that having bodyguards shadow her daily is not to her liking. Jian'er, if you dislike being followed, I can teach you some self-defense techniques. How does that sound? His gentle voice breaks her reverie, and she lifts her gaze to meet his smiling lips. Jing Yu's concession surprises her. Bai Jian's face lights up with a radiant smile as she wraps her arms around his neck, standing on tiptoe to plant a firm kiss on his lips. Moi Jing Yu, you are the best. I adore you. The woman joyfully rubs against him, but the smile fades from Jing Yu's lips. His fists clenching as he gazes at the woman in his embrace. Jinner, what am I to do with you? At the entrance of the narrow alley, the two remain locked in an embrace. Bai Jian suppresses all her negative emotions. It seems she has sealed herself away for far too long, easily manipulated by that person. Jing Yu's hand rests gently on her back, soothing her with light strokes, and he instantly senses her emotional turmoil. After what feels like an eternity, they finally exit the alley hand in hand, the two bodyguards trailing behind as if they were mere shadows. Meanwhile, by the corner of a trash can, fresh footprints appear, yet no one is in sight. What did you say? Repeat that. Jing Rong stands up from his desk, slamming his palm against the surface in anger, startling the assistant reporting on the company's situation. The assistant hands over the documents. Boss, the company is experiencing severe financial losses. We have terminated contracts with over a dozen top-tier celebrities. If you do not devise a plan, the company will go bankrupt. He bluntly reminds Jing Rong, noticing the man's increasingly grim expression. I understand. You may leave now. Jing Rong slumps into his chair, defeated. He never expected his elder brother to be so ruthless, completely disregarding him. The man clenches his fists, striking the desk in frustration. The assistant, witnessing the scene, merely sighs before exiting the room. Jing Rong picks up his phone and dials his mother. Hello, Mom, it's me. The woman on the other end hesitates for a moment, tears streaming down her face as she covers her mouth. Xiao Rong, you finally called your mother. You needn't worry. I'm doing well in the Li family. She sobs quietly. Hearing his mother's weeping only heightens Jing Rong's agitation. He suppresses his anger. Mom, I need you to send me some money urgently. All his cards have been frozen by Jing Yu, and not a single one of his siblings in the Jing family has come to his aid. They all seem to regard him as a mere stray dog, taking pity on him only because of Jing Yu. The woman touches her newly purchased handbag, contemplating her son's future, and finally decides. Xiao Rong, how much do you need? I will find a way. For the sake of ensuring her son inherits a portion of the Jing family's wealth, she has endured countless years of humiliation, unwilling to let it all go to waste. Jing Rong is well aware that his mother married the head of the Li family, who was older than his grandfather. Nevertheless, she has managed to captivate the old man completely, wielding significant financial power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this call. Mom, the company is in dire straits. Please wire me 30 billion to alleviate my immediate crisis. Jing Rong boldly demands, and as his mother prepares to respond, he senses her hesitation. Mom, once I become the head of the Jing family, I will bring you back. At that point, you can freely squander the entire Jing family fortune and trample Jing Yu and his mother underfoot. Jing Rong's words leave her momentarily stunned, but she feels a surge of elation, dazedly transferring all the money the old man from the Li family had given her. Had it not been for her scheming against the head of the Jing family, Jing Mingqiang, she wouldn't have conceived Jing Rong, thinking that man would notice her. Yet, she never anticipated that with a single word from Xue Shuyuan, that man would obediently follow the wretched woman, leaving her to kneel at the Jing family's doorstep for 3 days and nights before Xue Shuyuan would deign to allow Jing Rong to remain in the family. Everything that should have been hers, that she had first laid claim to Jing Mingqiang, was now unjustly taken by Xue Shuyuan, allowing her to occupy the position of the matriarch of the Jing family. Xiao Rong, I have a slow-acting poison. You must find a way to slip it into Xue Shuyuan's medicinal soup. The woman cackles coldly. Jing Rong pauses, replying simply, understood, before ending the call. Now, with no retreat, he must seize the Jing family to continue enjoying the life of the elite. In the third-floor bedroom of the left-side building, a woman clutches a teacup tightly before hurling it to the ground in frustration. What? We nearly had her. What are you all being paid for? It's been a week, and you still haven't managed to capture her. Bai Chuchu's powdered face twists in rage, her features contorting as the makeup begins to crumble. On the other end of the line, the man frowns deeply. Miss Bai, as you know, Bai Jian has been under constant surveillance by bodyguards, making it impossible for my men to approach her. She is well aware of that, to her astonishment. A forsaken orphan has been treated like a treasure by one person after another. I will double your pay. Find a way to take care of her, and be sure to record a video to send me. Upon successful completion, I will add an extra million. Bai Chuchu bit her lower lip tightly, feeling a pang of regret for the money in her hand. Upon hearing that the man had agreed to the money, He promptly hung up the phone as Bai Chu turned around. She saw Jing Rong standing at the door, staring at her with an inscrutable expression. The woman immediately swayed her hips, barefoot, and walked towards him in a sultry manner. Grasping his tie, "Ronggu, you're back?" she giggled, covering her mouth, deliberately omitting whether the man had heard anything. Jing Rong, having patched up the company's financial woes thanks to money transferred by his mother and secured 3 significant contracts, was in a good mood. He murmured a soft HM, lifting the woman in front of him by her waist as they moved inside. Bai Jian was comfortably lounging in the bathtub, indulging in a milk and petal bath. A few petals rested delicately on her fair skin as she half closed her eyes, gazing at the twinkling stars outside. The wedding of the male and female leads was imminent. Time seemed to accelerate in the unfolding drama. If she was not mistaken, Bai Chu had been frequently appearing before her these past few days, showing concern for her well-being, seemingly eager to discern her plans. Given this opportunity, she was curious to see what ripples she could create. "Master, be careful not to play too recklessly. After all, one who often walks by the river is bound to get their shoes wet," Xiao Yuanyuan reminded her, observing her confidence. Bai Jian playfully pinched its cheek, chuckling, "Silly Yuanyuan, I'm merely avenging the original owner against these people. How could I allow them to marry so easily?" The grand surprise was already prepared. Xiao Yuanyuan shivered and stepped back several paces. After all, one should never offend a woman. Otherwise, they would not know how they met their demise. Early the next morning, Bai Jian donned a comfortable set of casual sportswear, waiting for Bai Chu to seek her out. Sure enough, just as she mentioned it, Bai Chu appeared. Shyly, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and linked her arm with Bai Jian's. "Sister, I knew you were the best. I didn't expect you to really agree to go shopping with me." The girl's voice, which twisted and turned, sent chills down Bai Jian's spine. "If I didn't agree, how would I know what tricks you have up your sleeve?" Bai Jian silently scoffed. Then, she flashed a radiant smile, revealing a row of pearly whites, and said, "Who told you that you are my dear sister?" She felt quite displeased for uttering such insincere words. Bai Chu released her arm and scrutinized her outfit, a hint of confusion crossing her face. "Sister, why are you dressed so plainly for going out?" she inquired. Hearing Bai Chu call her sister repeatedly made Bai Jian slightly irritable, yet she maintained her smile. "Shopping requires stamina. One must be comfortable to endure longer," she replied, her amber eyes concealing a glimmer of murderous intent. However, she maintained her composure, and Bai Chu remained oblivious. The two ventured to the largest shopping mall in the city, spending a considerable amount of time there, during which Bai Chu purchased numerous items. Notably, they were unaccompanied by bodyguards. After their shopping spree, Bai Chu glanced toward a distant alley. She grasped Bai Jian's arm and pointed. "Sister, I heard there's a century-old shop in that alley, which should have some antiques. Shall we take a look?" Had she concealed the fleeting calculation that flickered in her gaze, Bai Jian might have been more inclined to trust her. Bai Jian turned her head to scrutinize the woman before her, chuckling lightly. "Are you very keen on me joining you?" The woman before her wore a smile, yet for some inexplicable reason, the joy did not reach her eyes, which seemed to harbor a cold glint. "Of course," Bai Chu replied with feigned cheerfulness, linking her arm with Bai Jian's again. Bai Jian glanced down at the hand gripping her arm tightly, as if afraid she might escape. The deeper they ventured into the alley, the quieter it became, which was peculiarly unsettling, as not a single soul was in sight. Bai Jian's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as she cast a sidelong glance at the woman beside her. Her shifting eyes had already betrayed her intentions. "Stop! Are you Bai Jian?" A burly, scar-faced man brandished a weapon, flanked by 4 or 5 men with fierce expressions. Bai Jian took a step back, pointing at Bai Chu. "She is Bai Jian. What business do you have with her?" This maneuver left Bai Chu momentarily stunned, and she quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not. She is Bai Jian." Bai Chu was on the verge of tears. To kidnap Bai Jian, she had merely described what the original Bai Jian looked like to the kidnappers, and seeing the scar-faced man before her, who did not recognize her, made her realize she had miscalculated. "Enough! Stop the noise. Bind them both." The scar-faced man, lacking patience, gestured for his men to secure both women. Bai Chu struggled fiercely, inadvertently scratching the scarred man's face with her nails. In retaliation, he slapped her, knocking her unconscious. Observing the woman lying on the ground, Bai Jian maintained a cold demeanor, devoid of any sympathy for her. This elicited a surprised reaction from the scar-faced man, who sneered, "You're quite fearless. It's rare to see a woman not crying in front of me." Bai Jian raised an eyebrow but remained silent as they blindfolded her and shoved her into a van. However, The assailants were cautious. A faint fragrance wafted through the van, and as soon as Bai Jian caught a whiff, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she regained consciousness, she squinted at her surroundings. They were in a dilapidated warehouse. The group of men gathered around a fire, feasting on roasted chicken. One man glanced over and noticed Bai Jian had awakened. He approached, chicken leg in hand, and as he reached out to touch her cheek, his consciousness blurred, as if he were lost in a sea of flowers. "Untie me." Bai Jian's sultry voice was as enchanting as a siren's, leaving no room for resistance. The man obediently untied the ropes binding her, and Bai Jian smirked slightly, tossing him a vial of pills. "Feed these to the others, and remember, do not harm that woman." The man, like a zombie, chuckled foolishly as he walked back to the fire, leaving Bai Jian's figure nowhere to be found. Before Bai Jian could exit the warehouse, a woman's piercing scream and the sound of raucous laughter erupted behind her. She braced herself against the nearby door, covering her chest with one hand. With a soft splatter, she coughed up blood. "Master, I told you your spiritual power is suppressed. You cannot use it frequently," Xiao Yuanyuan fretted, pacing anxiously at the sight of the blood at the corner of Bai Jian's mouth. Bai Jian raised her slender fingers to wipe away the blood, her cold gaze fixed on the sky. "What of the heavenly path? What does it matter if I am tossed into the myriad worlds? I shall defy fate." When did she become so different? It seemed that in her previous life, to maintain her facade, she lived too constrained. Now she was resolute in her defiance. The more her divine power was suppressed, the more she yearned to rebel. Xiao Yuanyuan, baring its sharp teeth, gnawed on a nearby stick. Afraid to speak, Bai Jian wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling a bit relieved in her chest, and glanced curiously into the depths of the warehouse. This was also where the original owner had committed suicide by biting her tongue. Yet everything was now transformed. She intended for Bai Chu to experience the feeling of being trampled by thousands and abandoned by the male lead. What of the child of destiny? Wasn't she still the one tearing apart couple after couple? "Please spare me. I will give you a lot of money. Don't come any closer. Didn't you forget that you took my money?" Bai Chu, awakening from her daze, felt something amiss in her body as she saw the group of men approaching her. Each wearing a lewd and repugnant expression, and no matter how she pleaded, they seemed to be under some control, relentlessly tearing at her clothes. Why? She shouldn't be suffering like this, especially upon seeing a man with a phone aimed at her. Capturing the moment, her eyes widened in terror. Please." The scar-faced man, irritated by her noise, covered Bai Chu's mouth, his hands roaming. By the time Bai Jian obtained this video, Xiao Yuanyuan had already pixelated it to prevent it from tainting her master's eyes. In the castle, a man tightly gripped a ring in his hands, his icy gaze fixed on the distant entrance of the mountain gate, the entrance to the castle's front yard. Even from several kilometers away, he still recognized that familiar, charming silhouette. She had returned. Jingyu felt an immense weight lift from his heart. For a fleeting moment, he feared that Jian'er would vanish forever from this world. Especially today. That premonition grew increasingly potent. Bai Jian clutched her still slightly aching chest, taking a deep breath, gazing at the expansive garden where vibrant roses bloomed abundantly. She felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Plucking a flower, she brought it to her nose for a sniff. "Jian'er, you have returned." Jingyu walked towards her, backlit by the sun, and as he reached Bai Jian, he enveloped her in his arms. Holding her tightly, he was afraid in Bai Jian's beautiful peach blossom eyes. An unusual glimmer flickered. She wrapped her arms around his waist, her hands brushing against his well-defined abs, feeling her heart heal. As she caressed his white shirt, the tiny thorns from the rose pricked her fingertips, staining the fabric with droplets of crimson. Bai Jian felt a metallic taste in her mouth and weakly murmured, "Jingyu, I'm tired. Will you stay with me while I sleep?" Jingyu approached the window, picked up his phone, and gently stroked its surface with his fingers. "Boss, do you have any instructions?" The assistant, who was in the midst of a meal, nearly choked upon seeing Jingyu's call and hurriedly pounded his chest with his fist until he caught his breath. Hearing some strange sounds, Jingyu furrowed his brows and spoke in a cold tone, "Help me find out what happened to Rwana this afternoon." He had a foreboding sense that it was not good news. Yes, I'll take care of it right away." The assistant wiped his mouth, leaving his meal untouched to seek answers. After all, she was the apple of the boss's eye. If he couldn't find out within an hour, he felt he might as well pack his bags and leave. The man hung up the phone and slowly turned around, only to find a delicate woman curled up on the bed. Her pale lips bore an ethereal, fragile quality, reminiscent of an angel's painful descent. Jingyu approached, crouched by the bedside, and gently tapped her with his fervent fingers. "I want to let anyone who dares to harm you go unpunished," he murmured to himself in a voice cold and bloodthirsty. The morning sunlight poured softly onto the carpet, the warm glow dancing in harmony with the pristine white of the RUGI and the silence of the room. The woman's shallow breaths were soothing and melodious. Suddenly, she turned over, feeling something on her leg, furrowed her brow, and kicked it away. A loud thud echoed through the room. Bai Ran sat up abruptly, rubbing her bleary eyes, and stared blankly at the man sitting on the floor, covering his lower body. "Jingyu, why are you sitting on the floor?" she asked, her voice soft and drowsy. Jingyu, suppressing the sharp pain coursing through him, rose from the ground and sat on the bed, pulling the woman into his embrace. "Ruaner, you finally decided to wake up? If you hadn't, I might have lost my mind," he choked out, resting his head against her collarbone. Inhaling the familiar scent that calmed the turmoil within him, the fog in his heart began to dissipate. Bai Ran had learned from Xiao Yuan that she had been asleep for 2 days. She hadn't expected that using her spiritual energy would leave her so weak. As she reached out to touch Jingyu's head, gently ruffling his medium-length hair, a smile crept onto her lips. The sensation of being so cherished captivated her, making her feel entranced and unable to pull away. The two embraced in a room suffused with pink bubbles, the atmosphere just right. Suddenly, an untimely sound interrupted the tender moment. Ruan's stomach growled pathetically. "Jingyu, I'm hungry." The man chuckled softly. "Be good. Wash up first. Your favorite meals are all prepared." He then lifted her up and carried her into the bathroom. Throughout the process, Jingyu took care of everything, making Ruan feel almost useless, as if she had to do nothing at all. As he scooped up a spoonful of bird's nest soup, ready to feed her, Ruan reached out and pressed her hand against his wrist. "Jingyu, I can do it myself," she said, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Seeing her shy demeanor, her cheeks slightly pink and her eyes shimmering with mist, Jingyu felt that if he continued to feed her, she might become too bashful to eat it all. Thus, it became Ruan feeding herself while Jingyu gazed at her with deep affection. The atmosphere was perfect. In the distance, several maids stifled their laughter, watching the young master and mistress display such love and harmony, evoking envy in their hearts. The old butler, dressed in a suit, adjusted his reading glasses and entered. Upon seeing the couple at the dining table, he opened his mouth to speak, but then swallowed his words. Once Ruan finished her meal, she patted her small belly and closed her eyes contentedly. The casual gesture made her appear both adorable and alluring. Jingyu couldn't help but lick his lips, a faint smile curving at the corners. He leaned forward to wipe away a drop of juice lingering at the corner of her mouth. "Young master, the person outside has been kneeling for 3 hours, the butler quietly remarked after the meal. Should we let him rise?" Jingyu's dark eyes lifted to meet his gaze. The butler wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. "Let him rise. Tell him to manage his own people," Jingyu replied coolly. After saying this, Jingyu took Ruan's hand and ascended the stairs. It turned out that Jingyu had uncovered Bai Chuchu's plot to hire someone to kidnap her, intending to commit unspeakable acts against her. Unexpectedly, Bai Chuchu had suffered the consequences of her own actions and was mistakenly abducted by the very kidnappers. The subsequent events seemed to have been erased, leaving no trace. Upon hearing this, Ruan's well-formed brows arched slightly. She hadn't anticipated that the female lead would possess such cunning, managing to bring Jing Rong to kneel outside for 3 hours, pleading for Jingyu's forgiveness. Originally, she had intended for the two to dissolve their engagement and eliminate the Bai family from the imperial city. However, now that the situation had become so amusing, she eagerly anticipated the expressions of those two when they saw the videos. Jing Rong, supported by servants, limped back, his legs unsteady. He shook off their support angrily, shouting, "All of you, get lost!" At that moment, freshly showered Bai Chuchu descended the stairs, swaying her hips enticingly as she approached him. "Ronggu, don't be so angry. Once you become the head of the Jing family, it will be a mere word from you to decide Jingyu's fate." Bai Chuchu covered her mouth with a mischievous smile, her sharp laugh reminiscent of a terrifying demon. After being defiled by those men 2 days prior, she had gone mad, her methods becoming ruthless. Yet, Jing Rong was unaware of her entanglement with those men. He merely thought she had suffered a scare and changed her temperament. If it weren't for Bai Chuchu's methods earning him over 100 billion, he would never have considered such disgraceful acts. "Ronggo, why are you in such a hurry? Go take a shower first. I'll be waiting for you in the bedroom," she purred. "I'm on my way." Jing Rong drooled at the thought, rubbing his hands together unconsciously. Bai Chu cast him a flirtatious glance and sashayed up the stairs. Once she turned, her smile vanished from her face, her expression replaced by a murderous intent as she gazed out the window at a distant figure in the garden. Chapter 60. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 25. Tomorrow marked the grand wedding of Jing Rong and Bai Chu. The castle was bustling, filled mostly with relatives from the Jing family. Known for their low profile, the Jing family didn't want to hold an overly extravagant affair, especially for a child born out of wedlock. Bai Ran reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing the numerous young men and women in the house. Relishing the vibrancy, she raised her freshly manicured fingers and picked a grape from the coffee table, elegantly popping it into her mouth. Just as she was about to bite into the skin, savoring the sweet and sour juice within, someone tapped her shoulder. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she gently patted her chest, feeling her breath steady a bit. "Xiao Hui, you startled me," Bai Ran pouted, shooting her an annoyed glare. Xiao Hui awkwardly scratched her nose, having seen Bai Ran indulging in her meal alone and thinking to scare her a little. She hadn't anticipated being so heavy-handed. "Sorry, the air outside is nice and quiet. Let us take a stroll in the rose garden, shall we? It's too crowded in here," she suggested, feeling a bit self-conscious and wanting to have a private conversation with Bai Ran. Bai Ran glanced at Xiao Hui, noticing her shy and evasive gaze, and assumed she might have social anxiety. The two strolled through the garden, surrounded by a sea of flowers, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping them. Bai Ran, feeling a bit lazy, found a bench after a few steps and sat down. She casually plucked a red rose, cradling it in her palm. The contrast between her fair fingers and the vivid red of the flower was striking. Xiao Hui turned to see this beautiful scene and lingered for a few seconds, before tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Bai Shuozhang confessed to me. Should I accept?" she asked, approaching and taking Bai Ran's hand. Sharing her feelings about Bai Musu's confession, Bai Ran raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "Then why not agree? Bai Musu is a good guy. Be careful, or you might miss your chance." Seeing Xiao Hui's shy demeanor, Bai Ran could tell she likely already knew the answer in her heart. "I'm ignoring you." Hearing her playful tease, Xiao Hui covered her face and ran away. Bai Ran chuckled softly to herself. If she guessed correctly, Xiao Hui was preparing to accept Bai Musu's feelings, and the two indeed seemed well matched. Feeling a bit bored since Jingyu was busy at the company with several significant overseas deals and hadn't had time to accompany her, Bai Ran decided to wander around nearby to clear her mind. As she entered a bamboo grove not far away, she overheard a woman's voice. "I know your mother urgently needs money for surgery. If you handle this matter well, 50,000 from this card will be yours." Bai Chu's voice rang out, and a maid across from her gripped her clothes tightly, her gaze fixed on the card. Although a maid at the Jing family earned a decent salary, the urgent need for money pushed her to take a shortcut. "Second young mistress, I agree." The woman bit her lip, reaching for the card in Bai Chu's hand. So cooperative, Bai Chu thought to herself, feeling elated. Moreover, with her wedding to Jing Rong tomorrow, she would soon be the legitimate young mistress of the Jing family. The maid let out a sigh of relief after watching her depart. Just as she was about to tuck the card away, she spotted Bai Jian not far off. The woman stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Clad in a form-fitting, spaghetti-strap dress, she approached with a semblance of a smile. Step by step, the red rose in Bai Jian's hand, though merely a flower, bore the ominous aura of a silent weapon. "Madam young master, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please, I implore you, do not expel me." The woman, terrified by Bai Jian's smile, sank to her knees and crawled over, clinging to her legs. Bai Jian was taken aback by how quickly this person had crumbled. She hadn't even had the chance to intimidate her. "What did Bai Chu tell you? Speak plainly, without omission." Bai Jian's smile vanished, replaced by a frigid glare directed at the woman's pallid face. The maid, trembling with fear, gulped several times, her hands gripping Bai Jian's calves tightly, unwilling to let go. Within this castle, aside from the head of the Jing family and his wife, it was the young master and Bai Jian who held sway. Now that the truth had been uncovered, should she dare utter a single lie, she would find herself with no chance of survival in the imperial city. "Madam young master, Bai Chu instructed me to administer slow-acting poison into the drinks of the head of the family and his wife tomorrow, promising to reward me afterwards." As she recounted these chilling details, Bai Jian's expression grew increasingly cold, her fists clenched in silence. How terrifying! This malicious heroine actually intended to murder Jingyu's parents. Xia Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in outrage. Bai Jian gently rubbed its head, urging it to remain calm. "I can assist you with your mother's medical expenses and provide an additional 1 million to ensure her well-being." Bai Jian spoke with an air of tranquility, casting a glance at the kneeling woman before continuing. All I require is for you to lace her daily meals with the poison she provided you. An eye for an eye. This is excessive. Is it? The maid stiffened, incredulity etched on her face as she gazed up at Bai Jian, unable to fathom that she was not being dismissed, but rather being offered assistance with her mother's medical bills along with 1,000,000 more. This felt like a dream come true. When she finally received the money, she found herself in a daze. Ha ha ha, it tickles, Jingyu. Please let go of my little foot. Ha ha ha, Bai Jian's eyes sparkled with moisture. Her gaze misty as she looked at the man before her. Upon arriving home, Jingyu insisted on giving her a bath, leading to this rather intimate scene in the grand bathtub. The two of them were bare before one another. With Jingyu tenderly washing her small feet with a towel, it is said that feet are sensitive areas. The moment his warm hands made contact, she felt as though she had been struck in her laughter spot. Bursting into giggles, Jingyu released her foot and gradually moved closer, preparing to wash other areas. Nyener has grown up and still smells delightful, he chuckled softly, cupping her chin and kissing her crimson lips with deep affection. Bai Jian thought, is this really a bath? It feels more like the antics of a lecherous rogue. She contemplated biting down on the man's lower lip to express her dissatisfaction, only to realize how foolish that would be. Opening her mouth would merely give him an opportunity to seize the moment. A strategic miscalculation. The gates had fallen. Bai Jian's eyes shimmered with mist, fully draped against the man, allowing him to take advantage of her. Before long, they had transitioned from the bathroom to the grand bed. On the pristine white sheets, her exquisite form lay sprawled, especially enchanting when she smiled, resembling a captivating sprite. He couldn't hold back any longer. If he did, he would no longer be a man. Jingyu flipped onto the bed, wrapping his arms around her waist. Nyener, come and tease me. Chapter 61. The substitute bride of the disabled CEO, 26. Her misty eyes gazed at the man within arm's reach. He truly was quite wicked. Bai Jian pouted, playfully protesting. May I decline? She wouldn't he take the initiative. Upon hearing her soft, pleading tone, Jingyu's heart skipped a beat, the corners of his mouth curving upward. No, you may not. His throat subtly bobbed as he kissed her lips again. Nyener, hold onto my arm. Before she could react, at that moment, the flower of the other shore seemed to dance just beneath her collarbone. Wait, let me catch my breath. Bai Jian propped herself on his chest, seizing the opportunity to enjoy the moment. His chest felt nice. She could practically scrub clothes on it. The next second, however, the man offered her no respite. In the expansive bedroom, a warm atmosphere enveloped them. Finally, all that could be heard was Bai Jian's indignant, childlike voice protesting that she wouldn't do it again. Only then did Jingyu, feeling refreshed, carry her into the bathroom to cleanse her body. Upon returning to the bedroom, they lay down, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, the castle's garden was bustling with activity. The Jing family was a large clan, with hundreds of relatives mingling, glasses in hand, as they navigated the wedding venue. The ceremony had yet to commence, but the younger generation had gathered to engage in their preferred games. Jingming waved at Bai Jian. Sister-in-law, come over. We're playing checkers. Would you like to join? Bai Jian, feeling a bit bored, noticed a group of young people, including Qiao Hui, among them. Politely nodding in their direction, she gently tugged at Jingyu's arm. Jingyu, I want to go play. Sensing the softness in her grip, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Go ahead. I'll keep watch here. He affectionately ruffled her hair. As she walked away, Jingyu felt a warmth in his heart. Though the wedding was modest, as the eldest son of the Jing family, he still needed to oversee things. As Bai Jian approached, a spot was readily vacated for her. She sat down without hesitation. What are the rules of the game? She inquired, reaching for the black pieces, perplexed. It was supposed to be a casual game, but seeing the excitement radiating from the children, they had added a little incentive. The loser had to transfer 100,000 yuan to each person. The game commenced, and as a novice, Bai Jian lost 10 consecutive rounds. With over a dozen participants, each receiving more than 100,000, the total losses amounted to over 2 million. Bai Jian pouted as she stared at the endless transfer records on her phone. Was her luck really this abysmal? Xiao Hui stifled a laugh. Xiao Jian, stop playing. At this rate, you'll drain your cousin's secret stash. As her words fell, a chorus of laughter erupted among the boys. Bai Jian's face flushed with embarrassment as she contemplated playing a few more rounds. Suddenly, the wedding bells chimed, accompanied by melodious music. Everyone returned to their seats. Bai Chu, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown and exquisitely made up, gracefully approached Jing Rong, who stood in a white suit with a bow tie. His face etched with despondence as he regarded the advancing woman. If one were to overlook everything else, they truly made a fitting pair. Bai Jian toyed with a strand of hair, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue as she observed the couple on stage. The wedding host, microphone in hand, announced, "Now, let us take a moment to relish the beautiful moments shared by this couple." The screen showcased an array of their sweet memories together. Suddenly, the image shifted, accompanied by an odd sound. On the screen, two unclothed figures were engaged in intimate acts within the glass greenhouse in the garden, and it was broad daylight. While such youthful exuberance could be excused, the subsequent images were even more shocking. Ha ha ha! The woman lay on the warehouse floor, laughing uncontrollably, while the men were in a frenzy. Oh my! Second brother's head is a whole prairie. It was evident that this playful display had been pixelated. Otherwise, one might need to cleanse their eyes. Ugh, how disgusting. This woman looks pure and charming, yet acts like this in private. Below, the clamor intensified as Bai Chu stood frozen, horror-stricken. How could those images be here? Someone must be plotting against her. Bai Chu's gaze shifted to Bai Jian, only to find her lips curved into a radiant smile, as bright as a blooming flower. Ronggu, this is fake. It's obviously been edited. Someone is deliberately framing me. She covered her mouth, crying out loudly, while Jing Rong's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such filth from his own wife. He pushed her away. Only you know the truth. The man, feeling utterly humiliated, stormed out of the wedding venue. Bai Chu became the subject of scorn. Her heart shattered as she transformed into a black cat, collapsing on the stage. The head of the Jing family stepped forward, glaring at the younger generation, knowing it was one of their cruel pranks. The wedding concluded there, and Bai Chu was escorted to the left wing, while the rest dispersed. With a single command, no one dared to jest. They hurriedly packed up and returned to their respective paths. This uproar was known only to the Jing family and Bai Chu's parents. Bai Fu and Bai Mu, feeling humiliated by the displayed images, left the Jing family without staying for a meal, retreating in disgrace. Jing Yu's gaze flickered momentarily as he pinched the woman's small nose, leading her to the gym on the 6th floor of the castle. "Nyener, next time, let me handle matters like this." The man stopped, his expression serious as he looked deeply into her eyes. He didn't want his Nyener to be sullied by those scoundrels. He would take care of it. Bai Jian, surprised by his accurate guess, drooped her head. "Jing Yu, I was wronged." In the presence of someone she cherished, she wished to portray only her best side, but the truth was that she was far from perfect. Sensing her faintly melancholic mood, Jing Yu pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. He whispered into her ear, "Nyener, you are not at fault. It is those people who are wronged. I merely wanted to say that you were too lenient. Let me handle it." His dark eyes, swirling with intensity, gazed coldly out the window. His Nyener, he would protect her well. Upon hearing the man's icy, bloodthirsty tone, Bai Jian paused momentarily, only to have her eyes curve into a smile. She reached out to embrace the man's waist, pressing her small face closely against his chest, listening to the powerful, rhythmic beating of his heart, a satisfaction blooming within her that was ineffable. After a while, Jingyu released the woman and led her to an empty area nearby, insisting on teaching her a few grappling and self-defense techniques. Bai Jian shrugged her shoulders, casting him a resigned glance. Truly disinterested in the lesson, feeling exhausted, Jingyu, with a pitiful demeanor, nuzzled against her collarbone, occasionally planting kisses, coaxing her for quite some time before she finally relented on this day. As Bai Jian rose to go for a morning run in the garden, she was intercepted by someone. She halted, crossing her arms over her chest and regarding the woman before her with a smile that danced between amusement and mockery. Bai Chu, seeing her smug expression, trembled with anger and strode forward, preparing to slap Bai Jian. However, her wrist was seized. With a resounding smack, Bai Chu found herself seated on the ground, clutching her swollen left cheek, incredulously staring at the woman who had struck her. "Bai Jian, what gives you the right to hit me?" she bellowed. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on Bai Jian. Why was it that she could strike others without consequence? Bai Jian sauntered over, bending down to lift her chin, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I simply dislike your face and felt the urge to hit you. Do I require a reason to strike someone? Especially someone like Bai Chu. I hit one as I see one." Bai Chu was taken aback. When did Bai Jian become so sharp-tongued? Grasping the grass beneath her, she fell into contemplation, observing the colors of Bai Chu's face shift from pale to purple and finally to black. Bai Jian found it akin to a comical palette, shifting and changing. Bai Jian, did you have a hand in those videos? Bai Chu scrambled to her feet, demanding, you must be jealous of my impending marriage to Ronggu. Trying to embarrass me on purpose. Who doesn't know that you married a man devoid of character? Are you attempting to steal my man? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, verging on madness. Bai Jian rolled her eyes dramatically. Surely this woman couldn't be mentally stable. Jing Rong, that playboy, paled in comparison to her Jingyu, unless she was truly blind to prefer him. Bai Jian playfully examined her nails. Smiling sweetly. What you covet, Bai Chu, I, Bai Jian, have no interest in. Refrain from prancing about in front of me. If you wish to continue living comfortably within the Jing family, remain obediently in your left-wing residence. Should you dare to commit any further misdeeds, you shall not escape unscathed. Bai Chu clenched her fists tightly, yet could not question whether the videos were indeed Bai Jian's doing, though she felt an undeniable connection. Bai Jian, this isn't over. I shall see how long you can revel in your triumph, she declared, covering her face in anger as she stormed away from the garden. The few maids nearby silently nodded in approval of Bai Jian's actions. Clearly impressed by the boldness displayed by the young mistress, Bai Jian shrugged and continued her run, feeling her physical condition had improved significantly after days of exercise. Particularly, after that slap, her hand bore no pain, while Bai Chu's face was left swollen. The mayor of the imperial city, Bai Yuan, was celebrating his 55th birthday, inviting numerous high society figures. The birthday banquet was splendidly organized. Bai Jian donned an elegant light purple mermaid dress. Lounging lazily in the car, the man beside her playfully toyed with her small foot. Bai Jian mused to herself, sensing Jingyu's recent penchant for pampering her feet, even personally washing them daily. Her delicate fingers traced upwards from his suit to his earlobe, lingering on the blue gemstone earring. A matching blue gemstone necklace adorned her neck, a gift from him during a tender moment they shared. Darling, it's the beginning of the month, and your sensitivity hasn't flared up, turning you into a big puppy. What's going on? Bai Jian inquired, batting her eyes in confusion, occasionally pinching his earlobe. Her soft, supple hands ignited a fire within Jingyu with the slightest touch. He captured her wandering fingers, rubbing them gently in his palm. That, of course, it's all due to you, my dear wife, he replied, raising an eyebrow with a knowing smile. Bai Jian instantly comprehended his implication, her cheeks flushing crimson. Indignantly kicking his thigh, perverted rogue. When she felt shy, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glistened with moisture, her long lashes fluttering. Her lips, pouting instinctively, shimmered enticingly, captivating anyone who gazed upon her. Does my dear know what a true rogue is? Would you like to see me refrain from being one, so you can truly observe? He teased, his voice low and alluring, as he leaned in closer, their lips nearly touching. The car abruptly came to a halt. Young master, young madam, we've arrived. In his excitement, he turned his head, only to be startled by the scene before him, speechless for 3 seconds. I'll step out first. Young master, please continue, please continue. Ha ha ha. The driver hurriedly exited the vehicle, having caught a glimpse of Jingyu's menacing gaze, which nearly chilled him to the bone. Bai Jian erupted into laughter, playfully smacking Jingyu's chest. See? You were caught doing something naughty, weren't you, Jingyu? Exasperated, rubbed his forehead. This little imp was truly a fiery sprite. He suppressed the flames of desire within him, concealing the chaotic whirlpool of darkness in his eyes. Tonight, I shall ensure you are adequately punished for your teasing, he declared, then squatted to assist Bai Jian in putting on her high heels, wiping his hands clean before taking her hand as they exited the car. The driver, standing 3 meters away, instinctively glanced at his wristwatch. 3 minutes this time. Was young master finished already? As Bai Jian walked arm in arm with Jingyu, she noticed the driver's sympathetic gaze directed her way. What in the world? At the entrance of a 5-star hotel, Jingyu presented the invitation to the ushering attendant and entered with Bai Jian. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by an expansive space adorned with long, elegantly set tables draped in exquisite tablecloths, laden with an array of delicacies and beverages. Gorgeous crystal chandeliers illuminated the entire area. Xiao Jian, you've come? Aunt Lu, dressed in a deep-colored, handcrafted qipao, approached with a kind smile, grasping Bai Jian's hand and reluctant to let go. Bai Jian smiled politely at Lu Qinwan. Aunt Lu, it's been a while. You look stunning in your qipao. Such sweet words. The more I see you, the more I like you. Xiao Jian, you look beautiful today. You certainly bring joy to Aunt Lu, she replied with a grin. The two engaged in pleasant conversation for a while a few men standing nearby fell silent. It was then that Bai Jian noticed the man beside Lu Qinwan. his demeanor stern yet filled with affection as he gazed at her. "This is my husband, Bai Yuan. You should be acquainted." Lu Qinwan smiled as she introduced him. To her surprise, Bai Musu's father was none other than the mayor of the imperial city. Jingyu extended his hand to shake Bai Yuan's. Observing their conversation, which revolved around politics and economics, Lu Qinwan lost interest and pulled Bai Jin away to introduce her to the other young ladies. Bai Chu, having finally procured an invitation, entered to find Bai Jin laughing and chatting with the socialites. Jealousy ignited within her, her eyes burning red as she stomped her foot in frustration. Then, a wicked smile crept into her eyes. The banquet was progressing splendidly, with clusters of men either discussing business or dancing with their partners in the center of the ballroom. Bai Jin had just finished dancing with Jingyu, lifting her skirt as she descended from the dance floor when a disheveled woman seized her hand. "My dear daughter, I've finally found you." The woman was unkempt, her face aglow with excitement as she grasped Bai Jin's hand. Drawing the attention of a circle of onlookers, Jin, how could you not recognize your mother? I am your real mother, searching for you for over a decade. You can't deny me just because you've become a foster daughter of the Bai family. The woman's fervor only escalated. The surrounding crowd, captivated by the unfolding drama, began to murmur amongst themselves, "Isn't Bai Jin the eldest daughter of the Bai family? I heard she was a foster child, neglected and unappreciated. What a pity. No matter how beautiful she is, she's still regarded as an object to be traded to Jingyu. You all better stop gossiping. You might not know how you'll meet your demise." In the raucous hall, a group of gossips fell silent as Jingyu shot them a fierce glare. Suddenly, his arm was tugged by the woman. Bai Jin cast him a calming glance, and Jingyu restrained his fury, fixing his gaze on the disheveled woman with a steely resolve. Should she dare to harm Bai Jin in any way, he would not hesitate to end her. Bai Jin, maintaining a stoic expression, scrutinized the woman before her, her brows slightly furrowed as her gaze shifted to a woman in the corner raising a glass in her direction. With a subtle smile, she remarked, "If you claim to be my biological mother, do you know where my birthmark is located?" The woman paused momentarily, stammering as she struggled to find the words. Bai Jin's cold gaze bore into her. "Is it on the sole of my right foot?" To her surprise, the woman followed Bai Jin's lead and answered affirmatively. Jingyu halted momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young girl is remarkably clever, her soles as white as jade, devoid of any blemish, let alone birthmarks. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled momentarily as she nodded eagerly. Yes, it is indeed the sole of her right foot. Dandan, you are truly my biological daughter. This is absolutely correct. This foolish woman truly believes that those present are simpletons. Some have already cast disdainful glances in her direction. Indeed, everyone seems eager to claim kinship. Bai Musu observed the chaotic scene, preparing to intervene, only to be halted by Lu Qinwan grasping her arms. Is Xiao Dandan the adopted daughter of the Bai family? Lu Qinwan inquired excitedly. Yes, Bai Musu, typically astute, found herself momentarily perplexed. Mother, why are you asking this? They have never been fond of prying into others' affairs. However, upon noticing her mother's eyes glistening with moisture, he instinctively patted his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Mother, do you mean? Before Bai Musu could finish, Lu Qinwan nodded, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. Previously, they had sensed an aura around Bai Dandan that was not from the Bai Cat clan, but rather from the Bai Tiger clan. At the time, they were quite astonished but had not delved deeper into it. Now it seemed plausible that she might indeed be the sister they had lost. After all, aside from their family, no other Bai Tigers had ever existed in the imperial city. Bai Musu clenched his fists tightly, prepared to defend his sister, yet Lu Qinwan held him back, advising him not to rush. Let us see if Xiao Dandan can handle herself. You should send someone to investigate the Bai family. Lu Qinwan cast a cold glance at the woman gripping Bai Dandan's arm, scoffing, Fear not. I shall ensure that Xiao Dandan remains unharmed. The man glanced at the woman in the crowd, nodded towards his mother, and proceeded to seek out a professional detective agency. Lu Qinwan gazed at the familiar features, her smile deepening and her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Is it truly you, my darling? Bai Dandan withdrew her hand and coldly replied, Unfortunately, I do not have a birthmark on my soul. The woman stood there stunned, her eyes brimming with tears as she anxiously regarded her. Perhaps my mother, in her old age, has forgotten. At that moment, in the corner, Bai Chu sauntered over, positioning herself protectively behind the woman. Sister, this is your biological mother. How heartless you are, denying your own mother for the sake of your position as a wealthy lady. Bai Chu said mockingly, her eyes filled with blatant provocation. The larger the commotion, the better, given the number of onlookers. Just as Jing Rong returned from the restroom and witnessed this scene, he attempted to pull Bai Chu away, only to find himself unable to squeeze through the crowd. That foolish woman never considers the occasion. She's only stirring up trouble. Jing Rong cursed inwardly, realizing that had it not been for his leverage over Bai Chu, he would have long since dealt with this troublesome woman. He needed the medicine she held. Without it, he felt utterly miserable. Meanwhile, Bai Dandan cast a sardonic glance at her, calmly stating, "Whether she is your biological mother." Bai Chu, I believe you are well aware. What do you mean? The crowd watching began to feel increasingly confused. I cannot say. Sister, you, Bai Chu halted, her words cut short as a recording suddenly played. The familiar voice was unmistakably Bai Chu's. Yes, I need you to pose as Bai Dandan's biological mother, tarnishing her reputation in front of all the media, painting her as cold-hearted and greedy for the riches of the Bai family. The latter part of the recording became inaudible to Bai Chu. Her expression twisted in rage, she lunged to snatch the phone from Bai Dandan, only to be shoved back by Jingyu, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Who would have thought that the Bai family daughter could be so malicious? It was rumored she had employed numerous underhanded tactics to marry Jing Rong. Given her cruelty toward her sister, one could easily imagine the hardships Bai Dandan had endured in the past. If even the flamboyant Jing Rong could be subdued by her, it would be wise to keep a distance in the future. The surrounding voices echoed incessantly in her ears as Bai Chu, now resembling a madwoman, scrambled to her feet, intent on attacking Bai Dandan. Lu Qinwan's expression turned icy. Someone, throw this troublesome lunatic out. Bai Dandan watched as Aunt Lu assertively commanded for Bai Chu to be ejected, playfully winking at her. Lu Qinwan smiled gently in return before pulling Bai Yuan aside to discuss matters. The farce had come to an end. Others began to disperse. Such spectacles were not uncommon in high society and merely served as entertainment. Jing Yu's expression grew cold as he took Bai Dandan's hand and led her to the balcony on the second floor. Enveloping her tightly in his embrace, "Dandan, why did you not step aside? What if that woman had harmed you?" The mere thought of Bai Chu's hand striking out sent a dark shadow across the man's face. His eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity, Bai Dandan nestled quietly in his embrace, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she gazed up at the man's chiseled jawline. Asked the little wolf, turning dark again. She tiptoed to plant a kiss on the corner of his lips, soothingly saying, "Because I have you." Chapter 64. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 29. These words from Bai Dandan reflected her immense trust in him, causing the man to pause, a smile breaking forth that he could no longer suppress. Especially as he saw his own reflection mirrored in her enchanting peach blossom eyes, Jingyu felt his heart soften. He wished to envelop her completely, not allowing her to slip away even a fraction. Were it not for the inappropriate timing and setting, he would have acted upon his desires without hesitation. Meanwhile, individuals continued to pass by the floor-to-ceiling balcony, and the couple simply shared a brief embrace before parting. Bai Chu, having been thrown out of the banquet hall, sat on the ground with disheveled hair and smeared makeup, kicking the ground in frustration. "Have you no shame? Get up and go home." Jing Rong emerged from inside, spotting the woman on the floor resembling a raving lunatic, his face darkening immediately. Was this truly the Bai Chu who had once been so pure and alluring? Why did she seem so unfamiliar? Bai Chu wiped away her tears and stood up, yanking Jing Rong's ear. "Why didn't you help me? Everyone is laughing at me, and you just stood by watching." This was the most useless man she had ever encountered. "You shameless woman, let go of me. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am." Jing Rong, prideful as he was, pulled her hand away and hurriedly led her away from the scene. The servants at the entrance had been laughing at him, which left the typically haughty Jing Rong feeling utterly humiliated. Upon reaching the car, Bai Chu flung his hand away and slapped him sharply. "Useless fool." With a cold sniff, Bai Chu opened the car door and climbed inside, wishing to see nothing of this worthless man. She sat in the back seat with her arms crossed, legs crossed, exuding an air of superiority akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Jing Rong tightly gripped the car door, tempted to yank her out and slap her once more. Sensing his intent, Bai Chu sneered. "Not in need of your medicine anymore?" The mere mention of it made Jing Rong feel an overwhelming thirst. His throat parched. "Of course, I want it. You are the best, my dear wife." He promptly obediently got into the car, attentively massaging Bai Chu's shoulders and legs, resembling a dog eager to please its master. Bai Chu remained silent, closing her eyes in contemplation of how to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Outside, The lark chirped incessantly. Bai Ran hummed a cheerful tune, selecting her favorite clothes from the wardrobe. The man emerged from the bathroom, drawn by his wife's melodious voice. He approached her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Resting his chin on her shoulder in a low, husky voice, Jingyu asked, "Wife, where are we off to?" As he spoke, he occasionally pressed kisses along her neck, gradually moving upward. The man slightly parted his lips, his tender tongue brushing against her rosy earlobe, so ticklish Bai Ran bit her lip, recoiling slightly. "Jingyu, stop it. You know I'm most afraid of being tickled." Her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her playful tone only served to entice the man further. Jingyu released her, his deep-set eyes fixated on her flushed earlobes. Only then did Bai Ran let out a sigh of relief. The little wolf was becoming increasingly adept at seducing her. Each time, she found herself losing control. Xiao Yuan, gnawing on 10 chicken legs, muttered, "Master, don't you always enjoy it so comfortably? A serpent's nature is lecherous. You should indulge a little to justify your kin." Bai Ran felt her temples twitch at the incessant munching sound. She enjoyed that sort of thing, but each male lead across worlds was far too formidable for her to handle. "Eat your food and keep quiet." Bai Ran vented her frustrations, turning to pick up the dress in her hand. With a beaming smile, she asked the man before her, "Does this dress look good?" Jingyu glanced at the dress, its simple yet elegant design exuding sophistication. "It seemed there was no garment Bai Ran could not wear beautifully. It looks lovely." The man bent down to match her height, chuckling softly. "You look best when not wearing anything at all." Jingyu's captivating eyes sparkled with mirth. Bai Ran exclaimed, "You old lecher." When the woman was angry, her lips would slightly pout, glistening with allure, making one unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Bai Ran quickly covered his mouth, saying, "I'm going shopping with Aunt Lu today. You go to the company and work diligently, and remember not to flirt with those little employees." "Flirt? Aside from you, there are no other women in my life. Such jealousy." Jingyu affectionately pinched her nose, laughing, "Hubby will work hard, turning in the black card to let my wife spend freely." Originally, the driver could have taken her directly to the shopping mall, but a certain man, filled with concern, insisted on witnessing her meeting with Lu Qinhua before reluctantly departing. Glancing back multiple times, Lu Qinhua cast a fleeting gaze at Jingyu's vanishing silhouette, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Xiao Jian certainly had a knack for selecting men. This Jingyu was not only handsome but also considerate. Although Musu had yet to uncover anything, there were subtle hints suggesting that Bai Jian was indeed her daughter. Bai Jian, linking her arm with Lu Qinhua's, smiled gently, "Aunt Lu, I know of a high-end beauty salon. How about we indulge in a spa before heading out for some shopping?" Looking at Lu Qinhua before her, she felt a warmth in her heart, appreciating the comfort of their companionship. Coupled with the information from the detective over the past few days, she sensed that the mystery surrounding her original identity would soon be unveiled. "That sounds splendid. Xiao Jian truly thinks alike," Lu Qinhua replied with a radiant smile, adjusting her silk shawl. The two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the beauty salon, resembling a harmonious mother-daughter duo. After a day of shopping, they found themselves resting in a CAF within a nearby mall. Just as they stepped outside, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, plunging the entire mall into chaos. Bai Jian grasped Lu Qinhua's arm, shielding her behind her as her cold gaze swept over the frenzied crowd. The tumultuous throng screamed in panic, while a group of assailants scraped iron rods against the ground. Sparking ominously, the leading man glared menacingly in their direction. "This is bad," Bai Jian thought to herself. Lu Qinhua's dozen or so bodyguards had already engaged in combat with them. Evidently, these assassins were targeting them. "Aunt Lu, this place isn't safe. Let me escort you out," Bai Jian urged. "All right, but be careful," she replied. Bai Jian took hold of Lu Qinhua's wrist, cautiously moving towards the exit when suddenly, two burly assassins blocked their path. Bai Jian picked up an iron rod from the ground and attacked them. Fortunately, her agility allowed her to quickly subdue the two men. Shaking off the dust from her hands, she grasped Lu Qinhua's arm, ready to flee. Abruptly, she felt a forceful shove on her shoulder. Bang! "Aunt Lu!" Bai Jian's eyes widened in horror as she caught Lu Qinhua's falling body. Chapter 65. The substitute bride of the disabled CEO, 30. A bullet had struck her chest, blood oozing profusely from the wound. Lu Qinhua coughed, enduring the pain as she managed to smile. "My dear girl, as long as you're safe." The moment her words fell, she collapsed into Bai Jian's arms, her lips devoid of color. Tears streamed down Bai Jian's face as she gently laid Lu Qinhua on the ground. Grabbing a shard of glass nearby and gripping it tightly, she advanced towards the assassins. With a swift, spinning kick, she knocked one down, then seized his hair, slicing at his throat. Blood splattered like a blossoming flower, staining Bai Jian's arm. The glass had also cut her palm. Bai Jian hurriedly called for an ambulance and informed Bai Mu-su. At the entrance of the largest hospital in D-City, Bai Jian sat despondently on a chair, staring at the door. Why did her heart ache so? She clutched her chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bai Mu-su placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, "This is not your fault. Mother saved you, I believe she has no regrets. After all, you are my biological sister, I'm so sorry. It's my fault that Aunt Lu got hurt." Bai Jian lamented, clenching her fists as blood continued to drip from her palm, starkly visible against the white floor. Seeing the drops of blood, Bai Mu-su furrowed his brow, urging her to tend to her wound. Just then, Jingyu arrived, pushing Bai Mu-su aside and enveloping Bai Jian in a tight embrace. "Xiao Jian, are you all right? I heard there were robbers in the mall. Did you get hurt?" He anxiously scanned her, his gaze landing on her blood-soaked arm and the dripping wound on her hand, his eyes glistening with concern. "Your hand. Let me take you to see a doctor." He scooped her up in his arms and rushed to find help. Bai Jian lay quietly against him, shaking her head. "Jingyu, I'm fine. It was Aunt Lu who saved me. I'm just worried about her." Having heard bits and pieces of the earlier events, Jingyu glanced at her hand. His lips pressed tightly together. "First, let's treat your hand. Then we'll check on her," he insisted stubbornly. Although Bai Jian was already feeling down, she acquiesced and allowed him to treat her injury first. As the doctor cleaned her palm with antiseptic, she bit her lip tightly from the pain. Noticing the beads of sweat on her forehead, Jingyu gently offered his hand to her lips. "If it hurts, just bite my hand." Bai Jian looked at his outstretched hand with her tear-filled eyes and unceremoniously bit down. The doctor couldn't help but feel he was witnessing a romantic scene. Once her wound was treated, Bai Jian released his hand, glancing at the nearly bruised skin where she had bitten him, feeling a twinge of guilt. "The girl is quite resilient. This wound is a bit deep. Until it scabs over, avoid getting it wet. Here are some anti-inflammatory medications. Remember to change the dressings daily." Jingyu accepted the medication, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." Upon returning to the emergency room entrance, they found Bai Mu-su anxiously pacing. His peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Jian approaching, and he hurried over. "Bai Jian, can you help mother? She's lost a lot of blood and urgently needs a transfusion. But the blood from the Baihu clan is rare. And since mother has the rare AR blood type, my blood can't be used for her." Bai Jian paused in surprise. She knew her own blood type was also the rare AR type, but she wasn't from the Baihu clan and didn't know if it would work. "Don't worry. I'll get tested right away. Aunt Lu saved me, and I will find a way to save her." The doctor took her for a blood test, and to her astonishment, her blood type matched Lu Qinhua's almost perfectly. Standing beside another hospital bed, Bai Jian looked at the needle in her arm and then at Lu Qinhua, who was still undergoing surgery, a small smile creeping onto her lips. "So, Aunt Lu truly is my biological mother." Warm blood flowed steadily through her veins, and in this moment, she felt an unexpected sense of peace. When Bai Jian awoke again, she found Jingyu sitting by her bedside, his brows furrowed in worry as he gazed at her intently. "Xiao Jian, you're awake?" He gently propped her up, allowing her to lean against the bed. He brought a bowl of nourishing soup to her lips, checking its temperature. "Drink this. It'll help replenish your blood. You've lost so much. Your complexion is pale." Bai Jian reached for the bowl. She suddenly remembered her injured right hand. With no other option, she allowed Jingyu to feed her. Meanwhile, Lu Qinhua remained unconscious on the adjacent bed, thankfully out of immediate danger. Bai Mu-su sat nearby. Lifting his head to glance over, rising, he approached Bai Jian, handing her a document. "This is the paternity test between you and your mother. It states that the probability of you sharing a blood relationship is 99. 99. Bai Mu-su presented the document that the detective had just delivered. Bai Jian did not reach for it, but instead looked up at Jingyu. "Brother, I know she is my mother." In that moment in the emergency room, she had understood. The shared blood, warm and close. Bai Mu-su embraced her excitedly. "Sister, we've finally found you. When mother wakes up, she will be overjoyed." Beside them, Jingyu clenched his fists tightly. Even though he was her biological brother, he couldn't embrace her. Bai Jian narrowed her enchanting eyes slightly, noticing her man was on the verge of jealousy. She nudged Bai Mu-su's shoulder, signaling him to release her. "Brother, have you found the woman with the birthmark on her hand? The one who abandoned me at the orphanage?" Bai Mu-su nodded. "Yes, I found her and had her arrested on charges of child trafficking." Upon discovering the woman with the birthmark, he had immediately ordered her detention. With the detective tracing the information to the orphanage, ultimately leading to Bai Jian. After discussing for a while, Jingyu observed Bai Jian's pale lips and interjected, "Xiao Jian needs to rest. We can talk later." His demeanor towards Bai Musu was less than cordial, as if he feared that with the discovery of family, Bai Jian would drift away from him. Bai Musu shot him a glance, smiling smugly, before gently ruffling Bai Jian's hair. "Sister, you should rest. Once father deals with the assassins, our family will be reunited." Bai Jian obediently nodded, "All right." Throughout the encounter, Jingyu glared at Bai Musu until he returned to his previous spot. The man looked at Bai Jian with a pitiful expression. "Dear, even if you found your family, you can't abandon me, understand?" With that, he unceremoniously kissed her collarbone. The matching flower of the other shore seemed to sense their closeness. Becoming increasingly enchanting, "Don't worry, I won't leave you." Bai Jian affectionately stroked his hair, smiling widely, "But don't get too handsy. I need to rest." Just as Jingyu was about to embrace her, he caught the latter part of her sentence, and his smile faltered, his arms hanging awkwardly in midair. Chapter 66. The substitute bride of the disabled CEO, 31. Observing her comfortably lying in the hospital bed, Jingyu swallowed the words he had been about to say, adjusting her blanket instead. Sitting in a nearby chair, he took the notebook handed to him by his assistant, returning to work. The company's new development project was set to launch, and he had been in a meeting when he heard the news of the mall riot. Alarmed, he set aside his work and rushed over. A man devoted to his work exuded a certain charm. Jingyu rubbed his temples, glancing at the slumbering woman in the bed, feeling considerably lighter. "Xiao Rong, please assist your mother. She truly lacks the funds for her surgery." The woman, her face streaked with tears, clutched Jing Rong's arm tightly. The last time, he had deceived her out of all her money, leaving her with no means to treat her cancer. Just as she had transferred the money to Jing Rong, the old man from the Li family discovered it and insisted on divorcing her. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. Yet, fate played a cruel trick on her, and she was diagnosed with cancer. Jing Rong, gaunt and hollow-eyed, gazed at his mother, letting out a cold laugh. "I am also out of money. All of it is in Bai Chuchu's hands. I feel like a wild dog at her mercy, utterly powerless to retaliate." His eyes were filled with self-mockery. Could a man live more pitifully than he? "Ask her for some. I am her mother-in-law. She shouldn't turn a blind eye to my plight," the woman pleaded desperately. Jing Rong hesitated, his heart softening slightly, and decided to discuss it with Bai Chuchu. A woman clad in silk pajamas descended the stairs, swaying her alluring hips. She smirked sarcastically. "I am not one to play the role of a mother-in-law." Bai Chuchu approached, surveying the mother and son with the disdain of a queen. "You shameless wretch! Is it you who has bewitched my son?" Jing Rong's mother flushed with anger and raised her hand, prepared to slap Bai Chuchu. Soon, the two women were embroiled in a fierce struggle in the living room, tearing at each other's clothes and hair, their mouths spewing curses. Ultimately, Bai Chuchu found herself at a disadvantage. "You crazy woman, let me go!" Bai Chuchu cried, tears streaming down her face. She glanced at the man nearby. Jing Rong quickly pulled her away, warning, "Beware, I might just cut off your medication." That threat was catastrophic. Jing Rong forcefully grasped his mother's arm and led her away. The woman crouched at the door, staring at the closed entrance. In that moment, she finally comprehended the gravity of her situation, her weary body dragging her away from the Jing family. In the hospital room, Lu Qinwan slowly awakened, sitting at the bedside and reluctantly letting go of Bai Jian's small hand, her entire being radiating joy. "Nuan, your room is all ready, and once I am discharged, you can come back to stay with me for a while, all right?" She had longed to move back in and spend quality time with her family after their reunion. However, a certain man's resentful gaze had been fixed upon her. Bai Jian wiped the sweat from her brow and nodded. "All right, I want to stay with mommy too." The mother and daughter shared laughter, while Jingyu, sitting nearby, felt a pang of sadness. His wife was about to abandon him. Just then, the door swung open as Bai Musu entered, and Bai Yuan hurried over with a worried expression. He sat by the bed, tightly grasping Lu Qinwan's hand. Bai Jian quickly stepped aside to give her parents some space. "I am so sorry, Wan. If it weren't for my recent presidential campaign, those people wouldn't have sent assassins after you." He felt responsible for her troubles. Bai Yuan appeared somewhat guilty, his weary eyes shadowed by dark circles, indicative of several sleepless nights. Lu Qinwan tenderly reached out to touch his face, gently shaking her head. "Darling, I am fine. You need not worry." They conversed for a while, and Bai Jian, standing by, was at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Qinwan beckoned to Bai Jian, who approached hesitantly. "Nuan, this is your father," Lu Qinwan said with a smile. Bai Jian lifted her gaze to meet Bai Yuan's, her eyes glistening. Father. Ive returned. The man paused at the sound of father, his body momentarily still, as he excitedly grasped her shoulders and affectionately ruffled her hair. Bai Yuan smiled warmly. Welcome home, my dear. The four of them gathered together, filling the hospital room with a joyous atmosphere. At this point, Bai Yuan turned his attention to Jingyu, speaking coldly. Mr. Jing, if there is nothing else, please take your leave. His precious daughter had been abducted and casually married off. Rumored to be a substitute bride, asa mayor, how could he allow his child to suffer such indignities? Father-in-law, I wish to stay and accompany Jinner. You should not mind, should you? Jingyu replied calmly. Unaffected by Bai Yuan's demeanor, he understood that Bai Yuan's actions were simply to protect Jinner. Bai Yuan haughtily interjected, I do mind. The atmosphere grew tense. Lu Qinwan, darling, Bai Jian. Father, Bai Musu, Dad. The three spoke in unison, attempting to intervene, only to be interrupted by Bai Yuan. Do not speak. As the head of the family, my word is final. He stepped closer, assessing the man before him, his eyes flickering with a hint of satisfaction. While you may possess a marriage certificate with Jinner, there remains a need for further scrutiny. If you pass, she may return to the Jing family from the mayor's residence. Jingyu's dark eyes brimmed with confidence, accompanied by a glimmer of delight. He felt happiness for Jinner. Knowing she had such a family, Jingyu declared, it is only natural for a father to be concerned for Jinner. I shall prove to you that I am her one and only confidant. Among the younger generation, Jingyu was someone Bai Yuan held in high regard. Bai Yuan patted his shoulder with satisfaction. I look forward to your performance. Ultimately, Lu Qinwan spent a few days in the hospital before moving directly back to the mayor's residence, with Bai Jian accompanying her. The mayor's residence was vast. Indeed, it was more than twice the size of Jingyu's castle. The security measures were exceptionally robust. After a refreshing bath, Bai Jian, clad in a pale blue silk nightgown, settled by the bed and noticed a video call from Jingyu. She tossed her long hair back and lay on the bed. Her figure teasingly revealed, as the video call connected. The man, seated at his desk, lifted his gaze and was immediately met with an enticing scene. He couldn't help but press his lips together, his throat instinctively tightening. Wife, I miss you so much, Jingyu said, his tone filled with longing. The depth of his dark eyes glimmered with yearning, as he had not shared any intimate moments with his beloved in 2 long days. Bai Jian twirled a lock of hair around her finger, her red lips curving into a playful smile as she cast a flirtatious glance at the man. Darling, do you like it? As her words fell, she deliberately traced her shoulder strap with her finger, causing the man's cheeks to redden slightly as he gripped his phone tightly. Jingyu glanced down at his pants, internally lamenting, what a tantalizing little temptress. Chapter 67. The substitute bride of the disabled CEO, 32. I do like it, very much. My wife is beautiful, and I long to hold her close. Jingyu suppressed the fire within him, crossing his legs to shield a certain area. The woman on the screen, her eyes sparkling with mischief, fixed her gaze on him. You old lecher, Bai Jian chuckled softly, amused by his reaction. Meanwhile, the little creature, Xiao Yuan, who was devouring a newly purchased durian pastry, couldn't hold back any longer and chimed in. Master, you look utterly smitten. It's quite scandalous. Scandalous, indeed, Bai Jian teased, pinching its head playfully. Rephrase that. The creature immediately adopted a servile smile, wrapping its tiny paws around her arm. My master is like a celestial being descended from the heavens, stunningly beautiful, adored by all, and causing flowers to bloom and tires to burst. Bai Jian realized why it was so gluttonous. It possessed a silver tongue that could charm treats from even the most stubborn of beings. She released Xiao Yuan's head, raising her gaze, her long, curled lashes batting alluringly. In a couple of days, father will host a banquet, and you will get to see me then. Bai Jian recalled her mother's insistence on throwing a lavish event to announce to the city that the beloved daughter of Mayor Bai had been found. With her family glowing with joy, she felt compelled to agree to such a grand celebration. Hearing her sweet voice, Jingyu felt his heart soften. Nearly melting away, he tugged at his tie, a flash of surprise crossing his features. I know. We can finally meet again, my dear wife. He was so eager to reunite. It felt as if he might burst. The two continued their video chat for quite some time until a knock at the office door interrupted Jingyu, who reluctantly asked Bai Jian to hang up first. Come in. His mood soured, his gaze dark as he fixed it on the frosted glass door. As the assistant entered, he was taken aback by the boss's demeanor. Nearly causing him to jump from the 66th floor, he approached, handing over the contract, his voice trembling. "Boss, here are the documents you requested." They detailed Jing Rong's alleged tax evasion activities, and it seems he might be involved with drugs. Each of these accusations alone could land him in prison for years. "Leave it here." "You may go," Jing Yu instructed, his hands steepled beneath his chin as he contemplated the documents before him. It was time to reap the rewards. "Impossible. I am my father's legitimate son." "Jing Yu, are you afraid I might usurp your position, fabricating these facts?" The man's face twisted with rage as he lunged toward Jing Yu, only to be subdued by a bodyguard and pinned to the floor. Jing Yu approached, looking down at the man as if he were a king surveying a defeated foe, his eyes filled with derision. "Your mother drugged my father to climb into his bed, but she mistakenly approached the wrong man. While your father was incapacitated, she secretly slipped in from another room, pretending he had slept with her. Little did she realize, she hit the jackpot and bore you in her greed for the Jing family's wealth. She desperately pleaded with my mother to let you return to the Jing family." Jing Rong sat dejectedly on the floor, staring blankly at the imposing figure before him, especially those predatory, wolf-like eyes that were utterly terrifying. He remarked on why his true form resembled that of a dog rather than a wolf, revealing that he was indeed not a member of the Jing family. "Ha ha ha. How ruthless he is." Jing Rong suddenly felt a spasm in his heart, his complexion paling, suffering from excruciating pain. He crawled at the man's feet, grasping the hem of his trousers. "Medicine, medicine, give me medicine." The drug addiction had struck again. Jing Yu furrowed his brow tightly, kicking the person at his feet aside, instructing the bodyguards to toss him into the police station, along with all the relevant documents. He wouldn't dare to think of being released for decades. Ever since he began harboring such thoughts about Bai Jian, Jing Yu had wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he feared getting his hands dirty. His beloved wife would disapprove. Meanwhile, the left wing of the building was in disarray. Upon hearing that Jing Rong had been sent to prison, Bai Chu hurriedly packed her belongings, preparing to flee. Fortunately, she had managed to take some money from Jing Rong back then. "Young madam, you cannot leave." A maid grasped her suitcase, obstructing her path. Bai Chu glared at the maid, who cared for her daily, a flash of hatred crossing her face. She advanced to seize the maid by the neck, demanding, "Why didn't the two old fossils of the Jing family suffer any consequences from the drugs you administered back then? Otherwise, I would be the mistress of the Jing family now, and the entire Jing family would belong to me." The maid gasped for air, frantically slapping at the hand gripping her throat. This woman had turned into a madwoman, acting recklessly that I did administer it. Perhaps your drugs had expired. She felt that if she claimed she hadn't administered anything, but instead had given her the drugs, Bai Chu would surely strangle her on the spot. Bai Chu glanced around the chaotic room, lacking the time to ponder the drug issue, and directly threw the maid to the ground, hastily dragging her suitcase away. When the people left, the warmth of their presence dissipated. The bodyguards from the castle did not stop her, merely watching as Bai Chu exited through the main gate. "Master, that should suffice." Xiao Yuanyuan relayed the current state of affairs regarding the protagonist to Bai Jian. The woman sitting on the swing, her long skirt and flowing curls swaying gracefully as she soared, lightly jumped off the swing and chuckled. "Bai Chu has escaped. It is time to prepare a grand gift for her." Bai Jian sent the recordings of Bai Chu's attempts to harm her, along with the financial transaction data, to the police using an anonymous account. In the future, she would spend her life in prison. The drug administered by the maid only contained a special ingredient that would not lead to death, yet it would ensure that Bai Chu would dream daily of the various tortures in the depths of hell. Subjecting her to mental and physical torment, death would merely grant her relief. How could she easily let her go? Xiao Yuanyuan glanced at the contents on her phone, silently mourning for the female protagonist for a moment. At that moment, Bai Musu approached with Xiao Hui, who leaped forward to embrace Bai Jian. "Xiao Jian, I've missed you so much." After releasing her, Xiao Hui looked her up and down. She had just returned from a business trip abroad and had heard that Bai Jian had found her family, who happened to be the younger sister of her boyfriend. The events unfolded dramatically. Bai Jian's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Sister-in-law, I've missed you too." This remark caused both individuals present to blush. Bai Musu touched his nose, stealing a glance at Xiao Hui, who, coincidentally, raised her eyes to meet his gaze. Xiao Hui's face flushed red as she linked her arm with Bai Jian's, playfully chastising, "Xiao Jian, please don't tease me. If you keep this up, I won't speak to you anymore." All right, I won't say anything more. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Being angry doesn't make you beautiful. You?" Bai Musu gazed at the two playful young women, a gradual smile forming in his eyes. He stood quietly to the side, watching them. Chapter 68. The substitute wife of the disabled CEO, 33. At that moment, the butler approached and whispered in Bai Musu's ear. Young Master Jingyu has arrived. He didn't expect him to come so soon. It had barely been 2 days. Could he not contain himself? Bai Musu smiled lightly. You go prepare. We will head over shortly. The old butler nodded. I will arrange it right away. The man watched the 2 women still frolicking in the distance, shaking his head helplessly as he stepped forward. After their playful antics, both were slightly flushed, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Your Jingyu has arrived. Do you not wish to see him? Bai Musu glanced at his sister, noticing her eyes brighten with excitement. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm off to find Jingyu. Before she finished speaking, she lifted her skirt and dashed towards the house. So eager? The 2 left behind couldn't help but chuckle as they prepared to return. You truly have a keen eye. This antique has been around for at least 1,000 years. Bai Yuan, donning white gloves, caressed the antique lovingly. Jingyu smiled slightly. I'm glad you like it, father-in-law. I have 2 more at home. I'll bring them over another day. In his efforts to please his father-in-law, he had unearthed some of his grandfather's hidden antiques. Bai Yuan glanced at his son-in-law, realizing his passion for collecting antiques. Evidently having put in considerable effort. This one is enough. If you bring over any more, I fear old Master Jing will be driven mad. He laughed heartily, for everyone in the imperial city knew this antique belonged to Jingyu's grandfather. Jingyu rubbed his nose, simply smiling without speaking. Meanwhile, Lu Qinwan could no longer bear to watch. She shot a glance at her husband, gently addressing Jingyu. Xiaoyu, come sit down and have some tea. Nuan will be here shortly. Tea had been ages since the son-in-law had been invited to sit down for tea. He only knew how to play with useless antiques. Thank you, mother-in-law. Jingyu sat on the sofa, picking up the hot tea that the maid had just poured, taking a gentle sip. The delicate fragrance of the tea gradually unfurled in his mouth, refreshing and crisp, truly of the finest quality. Just as Bai Jian returned from the garden, she spotted the familiar man seated on the sofa. Ecstatically, she leaped into his arms, tightly hugging his neck. Jingyu, I missed you so much. You finally decided to come see me. As she spoke, she leaned her face against his neck. Jingyu, his eyes crinkling with laughter, was just about to wrap his arms around her waist when a series of dry coughs interrupted him. Bai Fu looked displeased as he regarded his precious daughter. Jingyu released a quiet sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't touched her. Otherwise, his father-in-law would have surely lowered his impression of him. Dad, Mom. Bai Jian lowered her head shyly, quickly extricating herself from the man's embrace. Lu Qinwan elegantly covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Seeing her daughter with such a wonderful partner brought her great joy. When Xiao Hui and Bai Musu entered, the group had already engaged in animated conversation. Ultimately, they all enjoyed lunch at the Bai residence. The next day would be the banquet. Lu Qinwan suggested that Jingyu stay overnight, allowing him to spend quality time with her daughter, especially since newlyweds shouldn't be separated for too long. Bai Fu opposed the idea of them sharing a room, but Lu Qinwan must have said something persuasive, for he sulkily lowered his head and was directly pulled into the bedroom. Witnessing her parents' affectionate interaction, Bai Jian couldn't help but smile. We will be just like Mom and Dad. Forever happy. Jingyu wrapped his arms around the woman's waist from behind, gently nibbling on her earlobe. Soft, warm, fragrant, and sweet. Bai Jian felt the heat against her earlobe, nearly scorching her heart. She playfully pouted. You're all talk? Prove it to me first. Hemph. Actions speak louder than words. The woman's slightly pouted lips shimmered enticingly. Jingyu's dark eyes deepened, and he swept Bai Jian into his arms, striding toward the bedroom while shutting the door behind them. He pressed her against the door, locking her wrists above her head with one hand, descending to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. So sweet. He seemed to be addicted to her lips. Never satiated. Wait, Bai Jian, overwhelmed by the sudden fervor, felt disoriented, losing her sense of place. As she spoke, the man seized her lips once more, deepening the kiss that had been longed for. Jingyu squinted at the enchanting woman before him, her misty eyes captivatingly beautiful. With a flick of his finger, her strap fell away. Bai Jian paused slightly, sensing a chill at her front. It seemed he had removed her inner garment. Unbeknownst to her, her skirt had slipped down to her waist. Thankfully, the room had good soundproofing. The two began to passionately kiss behind the door. Husband. Bai Jian supported herself on his shoulders, tilting her face up, her long, fair neck exposed to his gaze. He lowered his head to gently nibble at her neck, leaving behind a trail of red marks, finally satisfied as he embraced her waist. slowly making his way toward the bed. Fearing she might fall, Bai Jian clung tightly to his neck, wrapping her legs around him. On the pristine bed, Bai Jian lay blushing, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. Wife, it's been 3 days since I've seen you. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Did you miss me? Shouldn't you be giving your husband a little surprise? Hee hee, I'll do my best. Hearing Jingyu's words, Bai Jian felt too bashful to refuse. After all, during their video chats these past few days, she had nearly set his desires ablaze. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night in the garden. On the double swing, the two nestled closely together, gazing at the twinkling stars above. Xiao Hui nervously gripped the swing-s ropes, her heart racing. Xiao Hui, could you please close your eyes? Bai Musu tilted his head. A gentle smile gracing his face, exuding elegance in the dim light. The girl was enchanted by his handsome visage, obediently closing her eyes. Xiao Hui, feeling anxious, clenched her fists against her chest. Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt something warm and moist upon her lips. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, but Bai Musu promptly grasped the back of her head, causing their lips to press together. It was a simple kiss. Bai Musu released her lips and enveloped her tightly in his embrace, whispering softly, Xiao Hui, I have liked you for 3 years, ever since the first moment I laid eyes on you. I was captivated by your serene and charming demeanor. His words floated like feathers, gently brushing against her ears. Xiao Hui nestled quietly in his arms, warmth welling in the corners of her eyes. Bai Shuozhang had liked her for 3 years. It turned out she was not the only one harboring a secret affection. She too had cherished feelings for Bai Musu for 3 years. With her cheeks flushed, Xiao Hui lifted her gaze to meet Bai Musu's eyes. Bai Musu, I have liked you for 3 years as well. Thank you for coming into my world. The man held her tightly, lowering his head as his eyelashes trembled slightly, excitement coursing through him. This mutual longing felt like a revelation. Bai Musu gently pinched her chin and leaned down to kiss her lips once more. Infused with tenderness and care. Sister-in-law, why are your lips swollen? Bai Jian, freshly dressed in her gown, caught sight of Xiao Hui through the mirror, her face a picture of shyness. Particularly, her tender lips appeared red and swollen. Xiao Hui cleared her throat softly and replied, there were too many mosquitoes in the garden. So the mosquitoes bite the lips, not the arms. Bai Jian chuckled enigmatically, her laughter circling around. Don't laugh. Hurry up and get your makeup done. Guests have arrived, and they are eager to see the little princess from the mayor's family. All right, no more laughing. Xiao Hui playfully stamped her foot and pulled Bai Jian to the makeup table, where several makeup artists assisted in her preparation. In the grand hall below, romantic and elegant piano melodies accompanied the graceful movements of the guests, creating a perfectly delightful atmosphere. As the dance concluded, everyone gathered around the stage, and Bai Yuan, holding a microphone, addressed the crowd with a gentle smile. I am delighted to see all of you at today's banquet. I am here to announce the return of my daughter. Bai Jian, as his words resonated, applause erupted, and all eyes turned to the gracefully descending figure clad in a resplendent gown. Bai Jian beamed as she reached her father, taking the microphone he offered. Hello, everyone, I am Bai Jian. She exuded confidence and elegance, a noble aura that was beyond the reach of ordinary folk. How beautiful. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Are you foolish? Don't you find her familiarity striking? She's Jingyu's wife, the adopted daughter of the mediocre Bai family, now the newly recognized daughter of Mayor Bai. Upon hearing these words, others suddenly realized the truth upon gazing at Bai Jian's visage. The banquet progressed fervently, and Bai Jian rushed off the stage to Jingyu's side, her lips slightly pouting, as if displeased. It's all your fault. My back still hurts, she playfully complained, playfully tapping his chest with her small fist, which felt more like a gentle caress. Jingyu grasped her delicate hand, gently rubbing her fingers, chuckling. Yes, blame it on me for being unable to resist my wife's beauty. Time and again. In a corner, 2 individuals sat on a sofa, their heads leaned towards each other as the woman blushed from Jingyu's teasing. Xiao Hui observed this beautiful scene, her eyes filled with joy. Xiao Hui, may I invite you to dance? Bai Musu, clad in a light gray suit, brushed his bangs aside, revealing his fair forehead, exuding the charm of a mature man. With her cheeks aflame, Xiao Hui obediently replied with a soft mm. The two made their way to the center of the dance floor, where Bai Musu led her in a dance. The Bai household was bustling with excitement, while the other side of the Bai family was in utter chaos. Look at the trouble you've caused. The police have come looking for you. Bai Chu covered her face, her lips bruised and swollen, tears brimming in her eyes as she glared at her father. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should they arrest me? Bai father, witnessing his daughter's obstinacy, furiously picked up a broom, preparing to strike her. Choo-choo, it wasn't intentional. As her father, can't you think of a solution? Bai mother tightly protected by Choo-choo, preventing her husband from laying a finger on her. Observing his wife's excessive indulgence towards their daughter, Bai father understood perfectly why Bai Choo-choo engaged in such antics. He slapped the air in exasperation. It's all your fault. I will no longer manage this household. Upon hearing his declaration, Bai mother sprang up from the ground, clutching his sleeve, refusing to let him leave. Are you going to see that vixen again? Have you forgotten that when you were still a poor boy, my family supported you? Is this how you repay me, by fooling around outside? The man, devoid of any attachment to the family, shrugged off her grip and turned to leave. Bai mother sat on the floor, kicking and sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, the police arrived, presenting an arrest warrant, and took Bai Choo-choo away. Staring at the content of the warrant, she sat dejectedly on the ground, allowing the police to place handcuffs on her. Haha, it turns out I am the real joke. Attempted murder for hire, failed poisoning. Embezzlement of Jing family's assets. Each charge could imprison me for half a lifetime. Ming Long Grand Hotel. The Bai family and the Jing family gathered around a grand dining table for their first private meal since the two families became in-laws. The elder Mr. Jing, your grandson, has sent me a cherished antique, and I truly appreciate it. Bai Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Elder Mr. Jing's heart skipped a beat as he shot a glare at his grandson, recalling that when he mentioned it, he had taken 3 heart-saving pills on the spot. Unfilial grandson. Why pick the most expensive and valuable one? Elder Mr. Jing stroked his white mustache, bursting into laughter, for the sake of my granddaughter-in-law. This is nothing, as the two discussed antiques, the others engaged in lively conversations of their own. Bai Jian gazed at both families, a smile slowly forming on her lips. Happiness, it seemed, was this simple. Jing Yu placed his hand beneath the table, gently entwining his fingers with hers, caressing her palm. The sensation was delightful. Bai Jian briefly glanced at their tightly clasped hands before raising her gaze to the handsome profile of the man beside her. They exchanged smiles, their eyes reflecting only each other, leaving no room for anyone else. Bai Jian moved out of the mayoress residence. Were it not for her mother and brother's assistance, Bai Yuan would have insisted she stay an additional 10 days or even half a month. The couple, having been separated for more than 10 days, reunited with fervor. At the resort, in a private hot spring, they sat face to face, the warm waters reddening their skin. Bai Jian smiled sweetly as she wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Leaning down to plant a soft kiss on his warm lips, the man's strong arms lifted her slightly before gently setting her back down. The sound of her dainty voice, as soft as a kitten, filled the air. Darling, can we not go again? Playing too hard isn't good for your health. Although she feigned refusal, her sparkling eyes brimmed with allure. Be good. It's rare for us to have a vacation together. Don't you want to enjoy it? Jing Yu's smile held a hint of mischief. One hand resting on her waist, the other grasping her chin. He leaned in for a kiss. Playing? Is that not what we're doing? They had not stepped foot outside the hot spring hotel for 3 days upon returning from their vacation. The couple began showcasing their affection in the office point. One worked diligently while the other lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a drama or video game. Each time the assistant entered, they would find the young lady blushing, while the boss gazed at her with a cold, unfulfilled longing. He wished not to intrude. But these urgent documents required his signature. The assistant felt as though his job was anything but humane. "BBB boss, could you please take a look at these urgent documents?" The assistant stammered under Jing Yu's icy gaze. Trembling in fear, Bai Jian. Why is this little assistant still a stutterer? Upon catching a glance at the assistant, Jing Yu's expression darkened, and he tapped his fingers on the desk, each tap sending a jolt to the assistant's heart. Bring them here. The man appeared calm, yet his swirling dark eyes hinted at an impending storm. The assistant, forced a smile, hastily placed the documents on the desk and fled, closing the frosted glass door with care. Jing Yu's gaze shifted slowly to the woman on the sofa, his irritation rising as he noticed her long, fair legs exposed. He tugged at his tie in frustration and moved away from the desk. Before Bai Jian could react, he had pinned her down, his warm palm pressing firmly against her thigh. Jenner, you must not look at other men. Am I not enough for you? He licked his lips, leaning down to fiercely nip at her collarbone. The mark of the red spider lily blossomed beautifully, a symbol of their love. As he beheld the flower on her collarbone, his eyes brimmed with possessiveness. Bai Jian shrugged, lightly tapping his forehead. You mustn't wrong me. Do you truly believe there exists a man more handsome than you in this world? If I don't look at you, who else should I? At present, there is nothing, but he cannot guarantee that there will be nothing in the future. In a way, she can only depend on herself from now on. Then, Nyener kissed me. Jing Yu's affectionate gaze was filled with mirth as he awaited his little darling's kiss. The jealousy had spilled over. He had no choice but to coax her. Bai Nyen, feeling helpless, let out a quiet sigh and cupped his face to kiss him. Unfortunately, her movements were too delicate, leaving Jing Yu somewhat unsatisfied. Prompting him to deepen the kiss, his Nyener was simply too sweet, and no matter the occasion, he could never get enough of her. Thus, an impassioned performance unfolded in the president's office, in the visiting room of the police station. Bai Chu clenched her fists tightly, glaring at the confident, radiant woman before her. I heard you wanted to see me. Bai Nyen's red lips curled into a smile as she regarded Bai Chu, who appeared gaunt and haggard from nightmares, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Seeing her smug expression, Bai Chu seethed with rage. Then, with tearful eyes, she began to cry. Sister, I beg you to help me. I don't want to spend my life here. If you bail me out, they will surely release me. Hearing her feigned sobs, Bai Nyen remained unmoved. How amusing that a villain seeks to have the victim bail her out? Where is the dignity in that? Bai Nyen stood, leaning on the table, gazing at her with a sardonic smile. You are the one I sent in. Do you think I will let you out? With that parting remark, Bai Nyen elegantly left the visiting room point. One could only imagine the splendid expression on the woman's face behind her. Bai Nyen, may you meet a terrible fate. I curse you. The woman clutched the prison bars, screaming madly, her noise irritating the other female inmates, who, annoyed by her decent looks, took their frustrations out on her, beating and kicking her. Bai Chu, battered and bruised, curled up in a cold corner, glaring defiantly at the women before her. Later, in order to eat even a morsel, she allowed the male prisoners to bully her, compounded by the torment of nightmares. Bai Chu began to lose her sanity, repeatedly muttering her mistakes, yet no one showed her any sympathy. On the bed lay a charming white tiger, lazily sprawled out, its lively eyes gazing at the man before it. Jing Yu, with a smile in his eyes, sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to stroke her head. Nyener, have you awoken? The fluffy sensation in his hand was becoming quite addictive. Bai Nyen sighed weakly, rubbing her soft paw against her belly. Awu, 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 I crave fried chicken, cola, ice cream, milk tea, and pizza. Ever since she became pregnant, she had been feeling a bit lethargic, occasionally reverting to her original form. Jing Yu's hand moved to her belly, gently caressing it. Be good. I will take you to eat other delicious foods, ones I personally prepare, and you will surely love them. It would be best to avoid those junk foods. He had learned numerous nutritious and delectable recipes solely to ensure his little darling enjoyed a variety of culinary delights each day. Bai Nyen suddenly sat up in bed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, a suspicious drool lingering at the corner of her mouth. Awu, I want to eat. Jing Yu's cooking is absolutely delicious. She adores it. The man bent down and cradled the little white tiger in his arms, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. At the dining table, one fed while the other ate, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. In the hospital, outside the delivery room, the families of Jing and Bai were anxiously waiting, their eyes fixed on the closed door. Inside, Jing Yu knelt on the floor, his heart racing as he watched his little darling, her face glistening with sweat, feeling as though he might cry from the pain she was enduring. It hurts so much. Jing Yu, I can't bear to give birth. Okay, we will never have another child. Jing Yu felt as though Bai Nyen had nearly pulled his hair out, and he dared not utter a word, continuing to comfort his little darling. The doctor glanced over, reminding, breathe deeply, push, breathe deeply. Push. Bai Nyen grasped the man's palm and bit down hard. Wah, the sound of a baby's cry echoed. The doctor emerged from the delivery room, looking at the line of people outside, smiling. Congratulations. It's a boy. The two families exchanged warm glances at the woman on the hospital bed and the infant in her arms. Ever since Jing Mubai was born, Jing Yu had transformed into a doting father, especially when it came to comforting and caring for the child, while Bai Nyen simply enjoyed her meals and occasionally played with her son. Wah, Bai Nyen frowned, her delicate foot kicking, causing the man on the bed to fall to the ground. Pouting slightly, the woman murmured, Your son is hungry. Go prepare some formula. With that, she turned and fell asleep once more. Jing Yu glanced at her, shaking his head in resignation as he stood up. His wife had kicked him, yet his heart was filled with sweetness. After changing Jing Mubai's diaper, he cradled him gently, only to find the little one blinking up at him, smiling away, refusing to sleep. Once he finally lulled the baby to sleep, Jingyu sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze tenderly fixed on Bai Nian's slumbering face, his smile deepening. He lowered his head and placed a reverent kiss upon her forehead. Thank you, my Nianer. Chapter 72. Extra. Xiao Hui X by Musu. May I inquire, how does one get to the girls' dormitory? Xiao Hui, pulling along her suitcase, had secretly enrolled in her desired university without consulting her family and had come alone to Nanchur University. The girl donned a pair of casual overalls, her shoulder-length hair framing her face, adorned with a light purple headband that fluttered gently in the breeze. Particularly on this hot summer day, beads of sweat glistened on her face, resembling beautiful pearls sliding down. Bai Musu turned around and was instantly captivated by the stunning junior. He pointed to the right behind him. Continue straight down this road, turn left at the third intersection, past the library intersection, and then turn right at the second intersection. That will lead you to the girls' dormitory. Upon hearing how far it was, the girl's face fell, the scorching weather making her reluctant to move. Bai Musu also noticed her thoughts, which were clearly written across her face. I'll help you carry your things. It's a long way, and you, a young girl, shouldn't carry so much. He took the suitcase from her hand and strode ahead. Xiao Hui then got a good look at the tall, handsome boy before her, exuding an air of scholarly charm, with warm eyes that seemed capable of healing all. She pressed her hand against her racing heart, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, following closely behind him. The two slowly arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Thank you, classmate. Xiao Hui accepted the suitcase from his hands, smiling brightly. Shall we exchange contact information? Next time, I'll treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude for your help. She had built up quite a bit of courage to voice this. Bai Musu looked at the girl before him, teasingly replying, I am a first-year graduate student of the physics department. You should call me senior. The little junior, it's scorching hot. Hurry inside. Xiao Hui obediently nodded and entered the girls' dormitory. Only after she realized it did she remember that she hadn't added the senior's contact information. She tapped her forehead, chiding herself for being distracted by a handsome boy at such a crucial moment. She had yet to properly express her gratitude. This little episode quickly slipped from Xiao Hui's mind, as she thought that in such a large campus, the chances of running into each other would be slimmed. To her surprise, that day, while delivering water to her roommate's crush, she spotted Bai Musu playing basketball on the court. In a moment of impulsiveness, she handed him the water she was carrying. Senior, thank you for your help last time. The girl blushed as the other boys began to tease her, leaving Xiao Hui feeling embarrassed. Unsure where to look, Bai Musu immediately stepped in to alleviate the awkwardness, smiling lightly. The junior merely thanked me for helping her carry her luggage. Please don't cause a stir. The others shrugged and promptly retreated. Old Bai was famously known as the aloof god, with no girl daring to approach within 3 meters. Simply helping to carry luggage? No one present believed that. The youth turned to the junior before him, smiling gently. You already thanked me last time. I'll accept this bottle of water. Xiao Hui softly murmured in agreement, looking up just in time to see him tilt his head back to drink. A droplet of sweat slid down his flawless jawline, tracing the elegant curve of his throat before disappearing into his t-shirt. She instinctively swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on him with a misty gaze. Perhaps the intensity of her stare was too heated, causing Bai Musu to almost choke on the water. He lowered the bottle, shifting his gaze toward her. Bai Musu curiously asked, Would you like some? No, I'm fine. Xiao Hui quickly shook her head, nervously tugging at her shirt. Senior, you go ahead and continue. I'll be cheering for you. Her voice was quite loud, drawing the attention of nearby teammates, who burst into laughter. She insisted it was nothing. They simply wouldn't believe it. The girl's clear and melodious voice caught Bai Musu off guard. He merely chuckled softly, his gaze lingering on the girl in the white dress. This little junior is quite interesting. A teammate draped an arm over his shoulder, beginning to tease him, while Bai Musu shrugged off the arm with disdain. Xiao Hui returned to the audience area, where her roommate tightly grasped her arm. Shall we? You are truly impressive. I asked you to deliver water to my crush, and you ended up directly serving your unforgettable aloof senior, the campus heartthrob, Bai Musu. Her roommate couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Bai Musu was notorious on campus for being indifferent to women. Most importantly, during his combined undergraduate and master's program, there hadn't been any rumors of him having a girlfriend. Some even joked that he was only interested in his studies, so, his name is Bai Musu. What a lovely name. Xiao Hui's lips curled into a subtle smile as she whispered his name. Her roommate watched her with a look of exasperation, shaking her head at it. Seemed this was the 8,888th girl to fall for Bai Musu since the start of the academic year. From that day forth, She frequently encountered Bai Musu at the library, and gradually, the two became well acquainted. They engaged in discussions about their studies and beloved books. Unbeknownst to them, 2 years slipped by yet, Xiao Hui lacked the courage to confess her feelings. That day, watching Bai Musu depart the academy in his family S-car, her unrequited love reached its conclusion. After graduation, she left Nan City and returned to D City, where she began working at her cousin's company. To her astonishment, at a subsequent banquet, she crossed paths with Bai Musu once again, the very person she had resolved to forget. "Long time no see, Junior," Bai Musu said, approaching her with 2 glasses of champagne in hand. Offering her 1. In truth, he was equally surprised to see Xiao Hui. Before graduation, he had been recruited by the D City Research Institute and had left Nan City in haste without the chance to bid farewell to his junior. Believing he would never see her again, with a gentle voice tinged with a hint of emotion, Xiao Hui looked up at the mature and composed man before her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled faintly. "Senior, it's been a while." This unexpected reunion felt as though they were long-lost friends, with endless topics to discuss. "Hey, sister-in-law, what are you thinking about?" Bai Jian waved in front of her, noticing Xiao Hui lost in thought. Her face adorned with a silly grin. "I wasn't thinking about anything," Xiao Hui replied, snapping back to reality and smiling at the woman before her. Observing her bashful expression, it was evident whom she was thinking of. Bai Jian helped drape her veil over her shoulders, grinning. "The wedding is about to begin. Let us go." After 3 years of unspoken love, a mutual journey of affection unfolded amidst the romantic melodies narrating their tale. Clutching a bellflower, Xiao Hui stepped forward, inching towards the end of the red carpet, where a man gazed at her with deep affection, taking measured steps towards her. The bellflower symbolized tender love, as they rushed towards each other, expressing their feelings in their own way. "Congratulations on your marriage, my junior." "Congratulations on your marriage, my senior." After exchanging rings in the presence of family and friends, they slowly leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 73, The Cold Master and the Adorable Troublemaker, 1. Bai Jian had spent a blissful lifetime in the previous world alongside Jingyu, and before she could fully comprehend her situation, she was whisked away into a new world by Xiao Yuan. Rubbing her temples, she recalled the moment when Jingyu held her in his arms, lying in the cold coffin. That moment stirred something within her. This time, she wished to avoid an early demise and didn't want the male lead to suffer because of her departure. Though a lifelong partnership is beautiful, the pain of life and death separation is particularly heartbreaking. Bai Jian felt her body plummet downward, and she promptly fell into a deep slumber. "Have you heard? This year, the Tianqiong sect is recruiting 1,000 disciples, and the top 50 can choose their masters. Potentially becoming direct disciples of the 18 peak masters, I aspire to be the disciple of the first peak's sword immortal. I've heard his swordsmanship is unparalleled. The third peak's poison immortal is far more formidable. He is my utmost idol." As Bai Jian opened her eyes, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Her icy gaze swept over the unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily feeling ill at ease. Having just recovered from the shock of her and Jing Yu's demise in the previous world, she found herself thrust into this new realm. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her unadorned face, with its flawless complexion, stood out among the crowd. Several male disciples frequently glanced her way, stealing furtive looks. After observing for a while, Bai Jian noticed that everyone wore matching white silk garments, and the gentle breeze gave them an ethereal quality. Summoning her companion, Xiao Yuan, from her consciousness, she disdainfully remarked, "Give me the plot of this world." Having traversed into a third world, was she truly still feeling queasy? "Ugh, master, please wait a moment. I will provide it to you shortly." Xiao Yuan, propped against a large stone, struggled to suppress the urge to vomit as it transmitted the plot to Bai Jian. While some experienced motion sickness from cars or planes, this one suffered from world-hopping nausea. This was a cultivation world, where everyone revered cultivation, yearning to attain immortality. Thus far, only the 11th peak master of Tianqiong sect had reached the transformation stage, with a few others achieving the late Yuanying stage. This explained why disciples were recruited every 5 years, with many vying desperately for a place. In this world that revered cultivation, talent was essential. But so was having a good master. The original host was the daughter of a minor official named Bai Yuan, sharing the same name, Bai Jian. She was beautiful but obsessed with cultivation, aspiring to achieve immortality. This was the second assessment of Tianqiong sect, a contest in the misty forest. Within 15 days, whoever captured the most magical beasts would be ranked among the top 50, earning the right to choose their master. As Bai Jian continued reading, her lips twitched, especially at the part where the original host attempted to slay magical beasts in the misty forest, but, due to her low spiritual power, was devoured by one. Meeting her demise. The plot ended there. She stared at Xiao Yuanyuan with confusion, gritting her teeth. You've chosen for me a character who doesn't even survive 3 episodes. How was she supposed to navigate this? The unadorned lips of the girl turned red and alluring as she lightly bit them. Such a beautiful girl, yet she doesn't survive beyond 3 episodes. How unfortunate. Does it matter whether she is a cannon fodder or not? A half-soul as compensation is still a bargain, Xiao Yuanyuan replied, gazing at the stunning girl before it. Bai Jian delicately plucked a small white flower beside her, bringing it to her nose for a gentle sniff. With a slight upward curve of her lips, she asked, what were the original host's wishes? Xiao Yuanyuan quickly retrieved a small notebook, flipping to the 3rd page. The original host had 2 wishes. First, to attain immortality. Second, to attain immortality. After reciting this, it struck Bai Jian as utter nonsense. How fixated she is on cultivation and immortality, Bai Jian sighed, shrugging her shoulders as she found a clean stone to lazily sit upon. At that moment, several paper cranes flew down from the sky. The misty forest represented the second trial. Those who survived and captured the most magical beasts among the top 50 would have the freedom to choose their masters. After the first paper crane delivered its message, it transformed into wisps of green smoke. The second one fluttered its wings, announcing, the misty forest is fraught with peril. You may perish at any moment. You have 1 incense stick's time to ponder. There are 2 doors ahead. The left leads down the mountain, and the right leads into the misty forest. The meaning was clear. Those who feared for their lives should exit the competition immediately. As time passed, one by one, disciples began entering both doors, though more chose to enter the misty forest. Bai Jian leapt off the stone, brushed off the dust from her clothes, cast a glance at the white figure behind her, and stepped through the right door. Just as Bai Jian discovered several grade 3 herbs and was about to collect them for future use, she was confronted by a 5th-tier magical beast. For someone with her meager spiritual energy, it was akin to walking into a death trap. Her lips trembled slightly as she cautiously moved aside, her hands tightly clenched against her chest. Bai Jian chanted softly, you can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. Perhaps her self-deceptive antics were too comical. A man lounging against a large tree sat up, chuckling softly as he looked down at the girl below. He plucked a leaf and flicked it at the magical beast's forehead. In an instant, the beast's head exploded, and the magical crystal fell at Bai Jian's feet. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she prepared to look up at the branches, only to glimpse a graceful white silhouette. However, the jade hairpin shaped like a white serpent seemed somewhat familiar. Thank you, brave hero, for saving my life, Bai Jian called out loudly, cupping her hands around her mouth, startling the wild fowl in the forest. The man, who had not flown far, landed on the treetops, nearly losing his balance. Brave hero? It had been centuries since he heard such a term, and he found it amusing. With a slight smile, the man turned and uttered a spell, vanishing from sight. Bai Jian crouched down to collect the magical crystal at her feet, stowing it in her pouch. She patted her pouch, which was already filled to the brim. Utilizing her wits, Bai Jian devised traps to capture several low-tier magical beasts. Though they were few, they accumulated over time. During the day, she caught low-tier magical beasts using her traps, drank from mountain springs, and ate wild fruits, while at night, she rested in a cave she had discovered. Before beginning her cultivation, she still needed sustenance and rest. The 15 days were neither long nor short. At last, the assessment in the misty forest concluded. All surviving disciples were teleported to the main hall of the Tianqiong sect. The sect master and 18 peak masters stood on the high platform, gazing down at the 400 surviving disciples. The sect master's eldest disciple, along with other disciples, began tallying the magical crystals they had collected. Within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the list was compiled. The sect master, holding the list, stroked his beard in satisfaction. This time, the first place is Qi Qing, the second is Wan Sisi, the 49th is Ahu, and the 50th is Bai Jian. Finally, Bai Jian heard her name. She had unexpectedly secured the 50th position. Yet, she was grateful to that brave hero. The 5th-tier magical crystal was worth more than everything she had collected in those 15 days. Chapter 74. The Cold Master and the Adorable Troublemaker, 2. Wonderful. I made it into the top 50. A charming girl beside her exclaimed, excitedly grasping Bai Jian's hand, her face alight with joy. Bai Jian recalled the girl named Wan Sisi, who was the distinguished second-place winner. She offered her a faint smile, saying, "Congratulations." Only then did Wan Sisi realize she was holding someone else's hand. Feeling embarrassed, she released it and smiled awkwardly at her. Masterly of the Tianxiong sect cleared his throat, his fist resting at the edge of his skirt. "Disciples, please be quiet. Next, we will select our masters. The cultivation methods among the 18 peaks vary. Remember to choose one that suits you. As soon as the words fell, the 50 individuals eligible for selection moved towards their desired peak masters. Wan Sisi silently murmured, although the 11th peak Yi Yuan is the only one in the transformation stage and has the potential to transcend and become an immortal, no one knows the methods he practices. The unknown indeed presents the most difficult choice. If it does not suit her, she might fail in her cultivation and risk falling into madness. You seem quite knowledgeable about the 18 peak masters. Bai Jian inched closer, casting a curious glance her way. After all, she was merely a minor character destined to perish within 3 episodes, completely unaware of the plot beyond the misty forest. Surprised that her soft muttering had been overheard, Wan Sisi nodded apologetically. Her voice, gentle as a spring, began to flow. "I know a little. The cultivation methods of the 18 peak masters are sword, blade, poison, bayonet, long whip, and hidden weapons." Such modesty was indeed commendable. Bai Jian secretly gave her a thumbs up, while Wan Sisi stared at her in confusion. Wasn't this common knowledge? Surely everyone present was aware. Bai Jian chuckled awkwardly. What did she know? The insufferable Yuan explained everything to her. "Master, it's unfair. I also don't know the subsequent plot, but I do know that the lady before you is the child of heaven, the heroine of this world, and one of the few who have cultivated to immortality." It had only glimpsed this with the little spiritual power it possessed, just enough to gather such tidbits of information. Bai Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed its head. 3? Who are the other 2? If one is among the 18 peak masters, I must become their disciple. One is the world's male protagonist, Qi Qing, and the other is the 11th peak master, Yi Yuan, who has yet to take on a disciple. After relaying this, little Yuan coiled its tail, preparing to retreat to its little dark room for a rest. It quickly understood the pain of forcibly using sealed spiritual power. Bai Jian cast a glance at it, her amber eyes dimming slightly, before she turned her gaze skyward, concealing all her emotions. "Thank you. I was just too excited and forgot." After expressing her gratitude to Wan Sisi, she ascended the steps in search of her target. Too excited? Observing her calm demeanor, there was no trace of excitement at all. Wan Sisi glanced at the figure not far away, donned in white attire that seemed tailor-made for him. She was filled with admiration, having encountered such a formidable opponent for the first time. The intensity of her gaze was so fervent that Qi Qing turned his head to look at her. Catching sight of a delicate girl with an enigmatic smile, her eyes radiated only admiration, devoid of any excessive infatuation. He exhaled a sigh of relief, nodded in her direction, and then turned to join the first peak under the sword immortal. Wan Sisi was momentarily stunned. She finally discerned Qi Qing's features, elegant and aristocratic, with striking brows and starry eyes that nearly captivated her. Clenching her fists in determination, she too headed towards the first peak under the sword immortal. Bai Jian climbed step by step, pausing briefly at the 10th peak master, a bewitching woman whose gaze towards her was decidedly unfriendly. She thought little of it and continued her ascent until she stood before the 11th peak master. Yi Yuan, bowing her head and only catching sight of his immaculate robes, Bai Jian clasped her hands in greeting. "Disciple Bai Jian, pays respects to master." The man set down the wine flask at his side, lazily wiped his lips, and raised his cool, indifferent gaze to the one before him. Reclining on a bamboo couch, Yuan's long black hair cascaded down his back, with a simple white jade hairpin adorning his hair. Clad in flowing white, he appeared as ethereal as snow. When Bai Jian lifted her gaze, she was momentarily entranced. The man before her resembled a deity, untouched by the mortal realm. "Rise." Yuan's voice was as cold as ice. Yet Bai Jian found it oddly familiar, especially as she gazed at the familiar hairpin in his hair, and his voice echoed the tone of the savior who rescued her from the tree. Once the peak masters had acquired their desired disciples, the remaining 200 individuals would be assigned to different peaks as inner disciples, while the rest would become outer disciples. Holding her bundle, Bai Jian stood before a dilapidated bamboo house, gazing at the worn bamboo door, her lips twitching. "Master, can this house house anyone?" She turned to see the man by the lake, fishing and basking in the sun, and her patience nearly snapped. Yuan picked up a white jade cup from the bamboo table and took a delicate sip of tea. "Disciple, please tidy up." Soon the 11th peak will have a living person to accompany this old man. And I am quite satisfied. Where's the old? You look only 17 or 18. Truly, cultivation can preserve one's youth. Bai Jian glanced at her own underdeveloped figure. She was merely 12, still awaiting maturation, aside from her pretty face. Her physique left much to be desired. Bai Jian scampered over. Master, could you perhaps cast a spell to assist with the cleaning? After all, she was still a child. How could she manage such strenuous tasks? What if she didn't grow tall? Yi Yuan rested his chin on his hand, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he observed her. I seem to have forgotten. Henceforth, besides cleaning, you must also take care of your meals at the 11th peak. As soon as the words left his mouth, he cast a spell, soaring to the center of the lake, gently seated upon the water's surface, entering a meditative state. Bai Jian was left speechless. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Old monster! She gritted her teeth, muttering. Suddenly, a drop of water splashed onto her forehead. A cold voice echoed in her ear, "Little girl." Bai Jian covered her forehead and made a face at the lake, then huffed and dashed into the bamboo house. Inside, the space was utterly empty, making it easy to clean. As dusk approached, the sky gradually darkened. Wiping the sweat from her brow, the girl surveyed her tidy room and smiled with satisfaction. When she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, bright as stars, exceptionally lovely. Not be a doubt Yi Yuan, appearing behind Bai Jian unbeknownst to her, casually cast a spell. Suddenly, the room was furnished with a bamboo bed, a round table, and 2 chairs. Bai Jian face-bombed, slightly exasperated. Master, could you at least conjure a bathtub for me? Did she not need to bathe? After working, she was on the verge of smelling. Chapter 75. The Cool Master X the Adorable Troublemaker, 3. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment. His dark eyes turning towards the little girl beside him, he pointed to the calm lake behind her. This lake's water is rich in spiritual energy, perfect for bathing. Bai Jian tilted her head to follow his finger. Glancing over, her lips twitching again. Master, did you forget that your disciple is a girl? Taking a deep breath to prevent herself from losing her temper at the old monster, she was taken aback when the man narrowed his eyes and glanced at her chest. Yi Yuan's gaze held a barely perceptible hint of amusement. Quite flat. The insult was minor, yet deeply hurtful. Bai Jian. When she was angry, her amber eyes glistened with unshed tears, and raising her voice even slightly might lead her to burst into tears. Yi Yuan, observing her distress, felt somewhat at a loss. After all, he had spent 200 years here alone, and suddenly having another person around left him unsure of how to interact and crying. Yi Yuan's voice was stiff as he waved his hand, conjuring a bathtub along with a dressing table. With his hands clasped behind his back, he slowly exited the bamboo house. Before he could step outside, Bai Jian muttered under her breath, "Old monster, just you wait. I will grow up." He nearly stumbled, clearing his throat and summoning his life sword to soar away from the 11th peak. He could no longer remain. Having never taken on a disciple, he found it quite unsettling. Well, he would leave the cultivation methods to her and retreat to seclusion. The following morning, Bai Jian awoke from the hard bamboo couch, groggy as she sat up and noticed a large stack of books on the table. She donned a snow-white garment, slipped on her shoes, and approached the table, casually picking up a book. Cultivation methods? The girl murmured softly, her lips twitching. Could someone explain to her what all these different cultivation methods were? Did Master not fear that she might lose her way in her practice? Indeed, the 11th peak master was a madman, learning everything and excelling at it. A paper crane flew in from the window, landing on Bai Jian's shoulder. "Dear disciple, study the methods well. I shall enter seclusion for cultivation and won't be out for 3 to 5 years. Take good care of yourself." With that, the paper crane transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Bai Jian. Just after becoming a disciple, he was off to seclusion. Truly, he was an excellent master. From this day forth, the Tianqiong sect became lively. Who has roasted and eaten my celestial crane?" An enraged roar erupted from the back mountain of the 15th peak. Bai Jian nearly choked, patting her chest to ease her discomfort. The girl took a silk handkerchief from her pocket, wiping her mouth before hurriedly burying the remains of the roasted celestial crane in the ground. The 15th peak master landed before Bai Jian, glaring at the pile of white feathers at her feet. "Bai Jian, what is this beneath your feet?" Bai Jian glanced down at the feathers, kicking them aside. Then she chuckled, "Good evening, 15th uncle. Out here enjoying the moon so late?" A man approached, pulling Bai Jian aside as he crouched down to pick up a feather from the ground. "Oh, my little flower fairy, How tragically you have perished, which heartless soul has devoured you. Gazing at his sobbing master not far away, Bai Jian suddenly hiccuped, turned, and tiptoed up a tree. She retrieved a spiritual stone from her pocket and tossed it to the 15th master. Master, please accept my condolences. The man's weeping ceased as he stared at the solitary stone lying on the ground. Bai Jian. His furious roar sent tremors through the back mountain in a women's hot spring. Behind a screen, a woman stealthily slipped in, reclining on a large stone, admiring the beautiful scenery in the water. Look at those long legs, that skin like snow. Oh my, such ample bosoms, Bai Jian exclaimed, prompting a chorus of shrieks from the nearby female disciples. Bai Jian, you lecherous scoundrel, leave this instant. They hurled objects in her direction. Fortunately, she was nimble and executed 3 backflips to land gracefully on the ground. Sister fairies, why be so shy? I am merely complimenting your beauty. With a mischievous whistle, she swaggered out of the hot spring house, unimpressed by their antics. How dull! The woman cast a spell and soared to an expansive meadow, comfortably lying amidst the grass while gazing at the starry sky. Master, if you continue this way, your reputation will only worsen. Do you not know what the disciples of the Tianqiong sect call you in private? Troublemaker. Xiao Yuanyuan watched her master with envy, unable to tear her gaze away from the few well-endowed female disciples. Were it not for her own gender, Xiao Yuanyuan might have thought her master had changed preferences. Over the past 5 years on 11 peaks, Bai Jian had rarely spent a day on her own peak. Constantly flitting between others, today, she spied on female disciples bathing. Yesterday, she had poisoned the food of the poison immortal master. The day before, she had broken the newly forged sword of the sword immortal master. For 5 years, the Tianqiong sect had endured turmoil. Bai Jian shrugged nonchalantly, finding the cultivation life exceedingly dull. She merely sought amusement. Lazily lying on the grass, her delicate hand caressed a small flower nearby. Troublemaker? That title rather suits me. Xiao Yuanyuan, observing her masteress' indifference, had nothing further to say and picked up 2 cantaloupes to eat. Bai Jian crossed her hands behind her head, reclining on the grass. Her eyes, filled with mirth, gradually closed. Now 17, she had reached the stage of fasting since beginning her cultivation, yet among the direct disciples, she was the slowest to progress. Indeed, a free-range upbringing was far less effective than a focused one. The 5th day of the coming month marked her birthday, and she wondered if her master would emerge from seclusion in time. After 5 years, she found herself quite missing him, unbeknownst to her. Bai Jian had drifted into slumber, finding herself in a misty bamboo grove. At the end of the grove stood a stone-sealed cave. Curiously, she approached and, upon a gentle touch, was drawn inside before she could react. Suddenly, a man pinned her against the cave wall, his hands tightly securing hers above her head. Bai Jian lifted her gaze to meet his, momentarily stiffening to master. No sooner had she spoken than her soft lips were captured by his. Before she could utter another word, her garments were effortlessly torn apart like paper. Bai Jian clutched her remaining red undergarment, retreating desperately. Night Yuan cast a spell, rendering her immobile, and with a swift pull, she found herself seated in his embrace. His dark eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, as if he had succumbed to madness, especially when he lowered his gaze to the girl in his arms. A wicked smile graced his lips, contrasting sharply with the usual icy demeanor of her master. Realizing she could not move, Bai Jian stammered nervously, Master, please, don't. Are you not aware of who I am? Chapter 76. The Cold Master X the Adorable Troublemaker. 4. Her words did not halt his advances. Instead, he tightened his embrace. What master? Little beauty, have you mistaken me for someone else? He wickedly caressed her lips, turning them a vivid red, seemingly satisfied as he released her. His icy fingers grazed his own lips, filled with delight. Oh sweet. Bai Jian stared at him, perplexed. Despite the same face, the aura was entirely different. A flicker of anger crossed her mind. You had better release me, or my master will not spare you. Her words fell on deaf ears, merely provoking a more reckless smile from him. He needed her softness before leaning down to steal another kiss. Little girl, don't you find it tiresome that your master always puts on an act of restraint? Night Yuan disdainfully tore away his white garments, casually conjuring a bed within the cavern. Before long, both lay upon it, Bai Jian trembling with rage. She shouted, You shall not speak ill of my master. Oh? Is the little demon upset? He retracted his smile, snapping his fingers, leaving Bai Jian unable to speak. her meager spiritual power insufficient to break free from his confinement. "Hush, do not mention him, little demon. You must behave." As his words faded, he lowered his head, claiming her sweet, honeyed lips, unable to detach from her warmth. Bare of any clothing, his cool hands glided across her cheek and to the nape of her neck, effortlessly loosening her undergarment. So beautiful, snow meets crimson plum. Sweetness fills the heart. Knight Yuan's dark eyes could no longer conceal his overwhelming possessiveness as he leaned down, invading her space. Bai Jian bit her lower lip, her hands clutching the fluffy blanket, gazing vacantly at a luminous pearl in the distance. Am I truly about to be taken by a man? Remaining still felt utterly humiliating. Little demon, have you spaced out? His voice, sultry yet raspy, nibbled at her earlobe. This is an affront to me. You must not cry later. With a wicked grin, he pushed her further into the abyss. Bai Jian jolted upright from the grass, staring at the crimson horizon as the sun began to rise. Had she just dreamt? Or was it a spring dream? Master, why are you shouting so early? Xiao Yuan, still in a dream of sweet melons, rubbed her eyes and looked at her master, who was blushing furiously. Eh? Master, are you unwell? Upon hearing the little divine beast's words, Bai Jian struggled to articulate the nature of her dream. She glared at it fiercely. Humph, little one should not be so curious with that. She shoved Xiao Yuan into a small black room to prevent it from asking any embarrassing questions. Bai Jian summoned her spirit sword, preparing to fly back to 11 Peaks, intending to bathe first to calm herself. Meanwhile, in the cave, the man meditated, sweat dripping from his forehead, soaking his white robe. Knight Yuan clenched his fists, slowly opening his eyes, his cold gaze fixated on the luminous pearl before him. Why had that dream felt so real? It was as if he had been immersed in it. Moreover, the version of himself within the dream seemed enchanted, yearning for worldly love. This left Knight Yuan perplexed. Though he appeared disciplined, he was, in truth, the most carefree among cultivators, practicing a myriad of spells. He had anticipated that 5 years of seclusion would lead to a breakthrough, yet he found himself unable to advance. Could this dream hold the key? Knight Yuan whispered to himself, rising to cast a cleansing spell, donning a fresh white robe before opening the stone door and soaring into the sky. I love bathing. My skin feels wonderful. La la la. Bai Jian lounged in her tub, heating several buckets of lake water and adding the herbs she had gathered from the medicine Immortal's garden a few days prior. So soothing. The superior herbs paired with the spiritually enriched lake water left her feeling utterly relaxed, causing her to gradually forget the dream from the previous night. Suddenly, the bamboo door swung open, and Bai Jian stiffened, staring at the entrance where the man still stood, hand poised to push the door. Their eyes met. Master, could you at least knock before entering? I am a woman. Realizing her exposed state, she quickly covered herself. Perhaps due to her nervousness, combined with her shrill cry, Knight Yuan caught a glimpse of her alluring form. His lips pressed tightly together, he awkwardly replied, My apologies. He turned to leave, but remembered to close the door, only to find Bai Jian standing, having just risen from the tub, frozen in place. Go out? Leave! She hurled a water ladle at him. Knight Yuan glanced at the ladle on the ground, kindly picked it up, and departed. Though he appeared calm, the slight awkwardness in his movements revealed his nervousness. Knight Yuan sat on a small bed by the lake, staring at the ladle in his hand, somewhat lost in thought. The lingering droplets of water on the ladle exuded a faint floral fragrance, akin to a mischievous spirit entwining his soul, rendering him restless. The thought that the woman inside was his disciple, still merely a young girl, gradually suppressed the tumultuous feelings rising within him. Bai Jian cast a spell to evaporate the water on her body and donned a newly fashioned light blue garment. Disliking the monotonous white attire, she found it unflattering. Furrowing her brows, she contemplated how to face her master after being seen in such an embarrassing state. As she emerged from the bamboo house, she beheld a man by the lake, reclining comfortably on a small couch with one hand propped under his chin, a fishing rod in the other, exuding a sense of leisurely tranquility. It turned out that her anxiety was unfounded. Bai Jian approached angrily, cupping her hands in a gesture of respect, and inquired, Master, how is it that you have emerged from seclusion so quickly? Should you not remain in retreat for another 10 or 20 years? Yi Yuan turned his gaze to appraise her pale blue robes, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes as he replied, I wish to see whether my disciple's magical prowess has advanced in these past years. He was indeed an unreliable master. As if questioning her skills, she thought to herself, All her achievements in magic and martial arts were the fruits of her own labor. Then, Master, shall we engage in a spar? Bai Ran huffed, summoning her spirit sword and lunging forward. Her hair danced in the wind, and as she soared, her skirt billowed like a twirling celestial umbrella. A sight to behold. Yuan's lips curled into a faint smirk as he effortlessly caught the thrust of her sword between his fingers, declaring, "Your movements are too slow. Try again." Having released her sword, he languidly resumed his gaze upon the lake while Bai Ran pivoted and unleashed hidden projectiles in another direction. He caught them with ease, his expression turning serious again. The girl retrieved a long whip, striking at him, but he deftly countered each attempt with grace. "Ah, this is infuriating. I'm done with this," Bai Ran exclaimed, flinging all the weapons in her hands onto the ground and sulking like an irate little hamster. Yuan found her inexplicable anger baffling. Had they not just agreed to spar? With a resigned sigh, he conjured a new sword, crafted from ancient black iron, elegant and perfectly suited for a woman. "Rise," he commanded, tossing the sword to her, which she caught deftly. "This is a gift from your master. Your martial skills are commendable, yet there is room for improvement." Bai Ran cherished the sword, its exquisite quality making it a delight to wield. Capable of slicing through iron with ease, she performed 2 backflips to regain her footing, brandishing the sword towards the lake. With a thunderous roar, the water exploded into a 10-meter-high spray, startling the fish and shrimp within. The power was formidable. Bai Ran's delicate features lit up with a sweet smile as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." Petals adorned her pale blue dress, fluttering to the ground as she approached. Yuan's gaze lingered on her dainty feet, momentarily entranced. "Aha! Who did I think it was?" It turns out to be Little Bai causing a ruckus in the fish pond again. Before he could see her, he heard a voice from the sky behind him. A man clad in white, his hair flowing freely, soared towards them on his sword. Though both wore white, Yuan radiated an icy demeanor, his attire impeccably arranged, while this newcomer exuded a more devil-may-care charm. His clothes draped casually. "Greetings, Master Yaoxian," Bai Ran beamed, having just used herbs from his garden. Yuan gave a slight bow, his expression unreadable as he regarded Yaoxian, who shrugged playfully. 11th junior brother. "You ought not to always wear that stern expression. A smile would do you good." Yaoxian approached, but Yuan stepped back, clearly unimpressed with his lack of decorum. "Little Jinner is far more endearing," he remarked, casting a playful glance her way. Bai Ran felt a surge of annoyance at being compared to the roguish man. "Keep your distance from me, you lecherous peacock," Yuan retorted, positioning himself to shield her from Yaoxian's gaze. Yaoxian rolled his eyes at the display of possessiveness. Why had he left little Jin to fend for herself at 11 peaks while he secluded himself? Had he known she would prove to be so entertaining, he would have claimed her as his disciple himself. "You misunderstand, my dear junior, for I am simply a charming and irresistible figure," Yaoxian boasted, blissfully unaware of the eye rolls he provoked. Bai Ran shot back. "What an audacious senior you are!" Yuan, unamused, cut straight to the chase. "Speak plainly. If you continue this frivolity, I shall set up a barrier and prohibit you from approaching within a foot." Realizing that Yuan meant business, Yaoxian ceased his antics. "The sect leader has summoned everyone for an important matter and wishes for you to join us." Yuan turned to leave, only to find Bai Ran and Yaoxian exchanging glances, which darkened his expression further. Bai Ran. Upon hearing her master's frosty tone, she instinctively retreated a few steps, nervously touching her nose. "Master, what is your command?" She was seething inside. Yaoxian had just demanded she repay him 80,000 spirit stones, yet she had only managed to save up 50,000 in recent years. Was it not reasonable for a disciple of Tianqiong sect to utilize its resources without charge? Although she had engaged in some mischievous antics over the past 5 years, she had always compensated for the resources she used. "Next time you encounter your uncles or seniors, remember to bow and maintain a distance of 3 meters. Do not recklessly approach certain individuals." Yuan's words earned him an exaggerated eye roll from Yaoxian. "You might as well have just said my name." Bai Ran blinked in confusion. Had she ever barged into anyone's space? She was certain she had kept a respectful distance from Yaoxian. "Understood, Master." Yet, sensing his displeasure, she quickly added, "Master, just now 9th senior brother demanded I repay him for the herbs from his garden, amounting to roughly 100,000 spirit stones. What should I do?" Her hands cradled her face, her eyes sparkling like stars. Yuan's fingers curled slightly as he paused, glancing at Yaoxian, who nodded in acknowledgement of the situation. "Here, take this 100,000 spirit stones. I will cover your debt, but remember to repay me." Wai Yuan produced a bag from his storage and tossed it to Yao Xian. He then summoned his spirit sword and soared towards the Tianxiong sect's assembly hall. Just as Yao Xian was about to depart, Bai Jian seized his arm. "Ninth senior brother, give me the extra 20,000 spirit stones." She extended her hand, narrowing her eyes at him, as if daring him to withhold what was rightfully hers. Yao Xian sensed her determination and sighed, realizing that both Yi Yuan and his disciple shared a penchant for cunning. Once Bai Jian secured the additional 20,000 spirit stones, she hurried back to her bamboo abode. From beneath a wooden plank on the ground behind her bed, she revealed a large chest filled with spirit stones. With the addition of the 20,000, she now possessed a total of 70,000 spirit stones. A veritable fortune, master. Why not store your riches in your storage bag for safekeeping? Wouldn't that be wiser? Xiao Yuan, having just finished devouring 5 large carp, wiped the grease from her mouth and watched Bai Jian's puzzling actions with curiosity. Bai Jian flicked its head playfully, chuckling, "If I carry them with me, what if someone robs me? I would have no place to weep over the spirit stones I painstakingly collected over 5 years. Hiding them was undoubtedly the safer option." Xiao Yuan thought to herself, what a clever excuse for her greed. After all, she only offered 1 spirit stone for every meal, and one might think she was merely feeding a beggar. Beauty has its privileges, Xiao Yuan muttered, retreating to her small kitchen to continue preparing grilled fish. Once Bai Jian had concealed her treasures, she stepped outside, only to find another figure by the lake. A woman clad in flowing white silk, her hair tied in a simple high ponytail, yet adorned with a stunning red plum blossom hairpin. Wan Sisi greeted her gently with a nod, smiling softly. "Junior sister Bai, may I trouble you for a moment?" This morning, the most esteemed disciple of the poison immortal rushed over to inform her, prompting her to make a special trip to the 11th peak. Eager to uncover the truth, Bai Jian stroked her chin, casting a profound and inscrutable gaze upon the woman before her, the second-ranked beauty, Wan Demiran, who had come to interrogate her based solely on another's words. How intriguing! Or perhaps she was simply utterly foolish. Senior brother Qi, with his striking demeanor, stood as the most exceptional among our group of disciples, attracting the admiration of countless female disciples within the sect. Do you truly discern the veracity of what they say? A faint smile curled at the corners of Bai Jian's lips, though the mirth did not reach her eyes, imbued instead with a palpable mockery. The woman momentarily faltered at her words, only to realize her mistake. Wan Sisi, overwhelmed by shame, uttered an apology for the disturbance before soaring away on her sword, departing as swiftly as she had arrived. As she gazed into the distance, watching the figure shrink in the sky until it resembled a mere speck, Bai Jian let out a scoff. Just days prior, she had refrained from visiting Qi Qing's quarters. Yet she had witnessed a woman entering. Concealed beneath the window, she had even heard the sound of the woman's weeping dismay. How many female disciples had it been now? Though she outwardly maintained a distance, it seemed she was quite the flirt behind closed doors, and to think, this was the senior brother of the Tianxiong sect. Time to pack her belongings. Tomorrow, she would descend the mountain with her master. Bai Jian was indulging in a deep slumber, nearly reaching the threshold of the inner sanctum of her fellow female disciples, when the chilling voice of her master, Yi Yuan, startled her awake. She sprang barefoot onto the wooden floor, her face a portrait of terror as she looked up at Yi Yuan. Bai Jian shook her head like a rattled drum, playfully pleading, "Master, must I truly go?" The last time she had sneaked down the mountain, intending to visit the legendary Chuanxiang Tower, she had nearly been devoured by those high-level magical beasts. Although that incident occurred years ago, it had left a lingering shadow in her heart. The female disciples within the sect, however, were far more appealing. Wai Yuan's dark eyes lowered slightly, his icy gaze landing on the delicate feet of the girl before him, white as snow and reminiscent of jade. His fingers curled slightly, brushing gently against his fingertips. Ever since that dream, he had felt uncharacteristically abnormal, especially when observing his disciple's small feet, which evoked an unusual warmth within him. Stirring his desires, he found himself reciting the Qingxin formula multiple times. With his hands clasped behind his back, he glanced at the girl's pouting lips, his expression remaining indifferent. This time, the sect leader has decreed that all newly initiated disciples of the Tianxiong sect must participate in the descent. Prepare yourself and ensure you rest early. A surge of magical beasts had appeared in the southwest, wreaking havoc upon the populace and causing untold suffering. They must be eradicated. With a soft thud, the door swung shut, leaving Bai Jian standing amidst the swirling winds, inhaling the lingering aroma of bamboo leaves, releasing a soft sigh. Rest early? though she had reached the stage of fasting, no longer needing food or sleep. She relished the earthly pleasures. Cultivators only drank dew, which felt rather monotonous. Bai Jian conjured a spell, donning a set of lightweight male attire, transforming her coiled hair into a high bun, simply adorned with a redwood hairpin. With a swift change, she became an elegant young man. After gathering her belongings into her bag, she prepared for the following day. At dawn, aside from the elders in seclusion, only 5 accompanying disciples descended the mountain with her. All told, there were 200 to 300 disciples, a considerable number indeed. Ultimately, they divided into 5 groups, each led by an elder to different locations for training and the extermination of demons. After what felt like an eternity of flight, Bai Jian began to feel both weary and hungry. Casting her gaze downward, she spotted a dwelling. She stealthily approached Yi Yuan's side, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Master, shall we land here? I sense a heavy demonic aura. There may be a formidable monster lurking." When she smiled, her voice was as light and refreshing as a spring, especially with the dimples at the corners of her mouth that appeared and disappeared, rendering her exceptionally charming. Yi Yuan cleared his throat, averting his gaze. His disciple had indeed matured, transforming from a mere girl into a graceful young woman. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening as he surveyed the town below. Just moments ago, a flicker of dark energy had flashed past. "Prepare for landing. We will stay here for the next few days. Qi, take a few disciples and scout the area for any unusual occurrences in the town." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Bai Jian descended, followed closely by the other disciples. Qi clenched his fists, staring intently at Yi Yuan's retreating figure. Why should the esteemed 9th prince heed anyone's orders besides his masteress? This Yi Yuan was merely slightly more attractive and had been born 200 years earlier. What else distinguished him? "Senior brother, may I accompany you to investigate?" A gentle voice broke the silence. And Qi turned to find Wan Sisi, her brows elegantly arched. Was this not the same Wan Sisi who had persistently sought to outshine him? After years of not closely observing her, she had grown increasingly enchanting. He recalled how, upon their first meeting, her gaze had been filled with admiration for him. Qi picked up a nearby paper fan, opening it slightly to fan himself. "With such a beautiful junior sister accompanying me, I am utterly delighted." A rare smile graced the handsome face of the young man. Wan Sisi's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Senior brother, do not jest. I shall certainly capture more magical beasts than you during this expedition." She sought to strengthen herself, proving to Qi that she was unlike any other woman, the sole partner capable of standing alongside him in battle. "Oh, it is rare to encounter someone so brazenly challenging me." Qi gaze shifted to the girl, scrutinizing her once more. "Junior sister, do not let your ambitions soar too high. Should you lose, you might end up in tears. And your senior brother would have to console you." He burst into hearty laughter, employing his magic to send his sword soaring toward the mountains behind the town, with a dozen other disciples trailing closely behind. Wan Sisi watched his graceful figure, her smile deepening. It was the first time she had engaged in such a lengthy conversation with senior brother Qi. She pressed her hand against her chest, delicate fingers clutching her garments to prevent her heart from racing too audibly. After casting a spell, she hurried after him. "Young man, do you have any spare rooms?" Bai Jian inquired, holding a candied hawthorn in her left hand while tapping the wooden table with her right. The innkeeper, roused from his slumber, wiped the sleep from his eyes and approached with a broad smile. "Esteemed heroes, our inn has many vacant rooms available. How many would you require?" Observing their white garments and the fine weapons they carried, he surmised they were cultivators from the vicinity, and he felt a rush of excitement. Business had been abysmal for over a month. Bai Jian cast a sidelong glance at the grinning innkeeper, her lips twitching in amusement. Why did he appear so eager to swindle money from them? Noticing the silent man beside her, her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Master, this inn is spacious and vacant. Shall we make it our base for a few days?" As she spoke, Yi Yuan took a sip of tea, observing his disciple's greedy expression, and sighed inwardly. He produced a pouch of spirit stones from his bag and tossed it to Bai Jian. Stating calmly, "You arrange the accommodations for the other disciples. I shall step out for a moment." With that, he gracefully flicked his clothing and, with his right hand behind his back, exited the inn. Bai Jian clutched the pouch of coins as though it were a treasure. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth before paying the innkeeper for 20 days' lodging and preparing to select a room to her liking, she surveyed her surroundings, pleased to find the room spacious and bright, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust. Bai Jian brushed her fingers over the dust on the wooden table and grabbed the innkeeper by his collar. How long has it been since anyone stayed here? She demanded, her cold gaze locking onto him, causing him to tremble. The innkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow and confessed, "My esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but ever since the Zui Xiang Lu opened last month on Nanshang Street, nearly every inn in the town has suffered a decline in business." As Bai Jian listened to the innkeeper recount the recent peculiarities, her well-defined brows furrowed slightly, her slender, delicate fingers gently caressing the spirit stones in her palm. How could a newly opened establishment overnight attract all the patrons from such a large town? There was something amiss. She was determined to investigate the place that had captivated those men in a drunken stupor. "Have you considered the reason behind this?" Bai Jian asked. Upon hearing her question, the innkeeper sighed deeply, stepping back and wiping the sweat from his face. His earlier fright at Bai Jian's imposing demeanor was now overshadowed by the realization that this striking youth possessed a terrifying gaze. His expression grew somber, and he lamented, "Have we not considered? We did go to investigate, but the Zui Xiang Lu has a rule. Only handsome men without wives or children are allowed entry." He gestured to his own less than appealing features, with his beady eyes, flat nose, and round face. Thus, they had utterly failed to uncover the truth. Bai Jian followed his gesture, momentarily at a loss for words. The fellow was indeed rather unfortunate in appearance. "Very well, I understand. Thank you," Bai Jian replied respectfully, preparing to head to the so-called Zui Xiang Lu for an investigation. In the alley, a man stood with his fingers resting against his chest, silently reciting several incantations. With a swift motion, Yi Yuan glanced at the wall that had previously obstructed his path, and it vanished into thin air. Such a powerful barrier existed in this small town, though it was trivial for him to dismantle. He felt it necessary to inform his disciples to prevent them from falling into the clutches of malevolent spirits. He conjured several paper cranes for communication and scattered them into the sky, watching as they transformed into starlight and vanished. Continuing deeper into the alley, the crowd grew increasingly dense, with men wearing blissful, intoxicated smiles. However, there was a captivating fragrance that enveloped them, almost overwhelming in its intensity. Following the alluring scent wafting through the crowd, Yuan found himself at the entrance of the Zui Xiang Lu, his brow furrowed as he observed the women at the doorway, clad in revealing attire. How disconcerting! Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed a swirl of dark purple smoke glide past, entering the establishment. Yuan clenched his fists, contemplating a foray inside to ascertain the situation. The alluring woman at the entrance shyly concealed her face, gazing at the ethereal figure of the man before her. "Young master, please come in," with a playful smile. She swayed her curvaceous form, leading the way while Yi Yuan scrutinized the opulent decor and layout of the Zui Xiang Lu. The patrons within were predominantly men, suggesting it was no ordinary tavern. A matron clad in red descended from the upper levels, her face beaming as she approached with a small fan in hand. "You seem unfamiliar, young master. Might you be interested in one of our lovely ladies?" As she spoke, she attempted to draw closer to Yi Yuan, but he promptly took 2 steps back to evade her. "Please maintain decorum. I am here in search of someone," he replied, his voice as cold as ice, prompting a few nearby women to stifle their laughter. "What a charming lad. Are you still shy?" The matron laughed heartily. "Is there any young master who visits here that is not in search of someone?" She gestured to a nearby maid, instructing her to escort him to the 2nd floor. "Miss Ziyin happens to be free. Perhaps she is the one you seek." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," the maid replied, gesturing for him to follow. With a furrowed brow, Yi Yuan flicked his sleeve and ascended the stairs. This celestial-like figure was entirely out of place in the indulgent, hedonistic atmosphere. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the maid stood outside a guest room. "Young master, please, Miss Ziyin is inside." With that, she turned and departed. Yi Yuan cast a glance at the closed wooden door, pondering for a moment before ultimately deciding to enter. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a familiar fragrance of hibiscus, which was distinctly different from the cloying peony scent of the Zui Xiang Lu, causing him to pause momentarily. "Young master," a white figure lunged towards him, clinging to him like an adorable koala. The man's expression darkened as he swiftly pulled the girl down, lifting the veil from her face, and coldly inquired, "Who permitted you to enter such a place of vice?" His voice, laced with anger, startled the girl before him, momentarily silencing her playful remarks. Before Bai Jian could respond, her exotic attire, which revealed her midriff, was magically transformed back by Yi Yuan. "If the master can come, why can't I?" Bai Jian huffed defiantly. She had clearly seen her master lingering at the entrance of the Zue Xianglu for quite some time before he unhesitatingly stepped inside, surrounded by so many beautiful women. Thus, she had stealthily slipped into the establishment, changing into a seductive outfit in anticipation of his arrival. Just as Yi Yuan entered the room of Miss Ziyin, she had already infiltrated, leaping into his arms to gauge his reaction. Little did she expect that Yi Yuan would immediately recognize her. Observing her pouting visage, he swallowed his words and gently patted her head. "Did you block the message from the paper crane I gave you?" he inquired, softening his tone. "The message crane?" Bai Jian tilted her head in confusion, gazing up at the tall figure beside her. "I didn't receive anything from the master. Did you send me a message?" As soon as she spoke, Yi Yuan sensed something was amiss. He grasped her wrist, pulling her closer, inhaling the faint hibiscus fragrance emanating from her, and glanced once more around the empty room. "Disciple, when you entered. Was there anyone else in this room?" Releasing her wrist, his expression turned serious in that instant. The overpowering peony scent of the Zue Xianglu vanished entirely. Bai Jian recalled that when she had slipped inside, there had been no sign of the so-called Miss Ziyin, only a purple garment lying on the floor. She promptly approached the bed, retrieving the garment. "Master, this is all that's here, nothing else?" Yi Yuan cast a glance at the garment in her hand. "This is bad," he thought to himself. Exiting the room, he surveyed the scene below, where the once vibrant atmosphere of song and dance had been replaced by a chaotic array of garments littering the ground. With no sign of life, just as he turned to warn Bai Jian to be cautious, he saw her seemingly enveloped by swirling purple-black smoke. "Bai Jian, be careful." He leaped forward, attempting to grasp her wrist, but found only air. The surroundings began to distort, and the familiar sights morphed into something unrecognizable. The sound of drums and firecrackers erupted outside. Just as Yi Yuan prepared to step out, a servant blocked his path. "Young master, today is your wedding day. Even if you do not fancy the daughter of the prime minister, you cannot defy the emperor's decree, can you? This is the emperor's command. Should you refuse, be wary. For the entire Yi family may find themselves imprisoned." Yi Yuan's brow furrowed as he caught sight of the wedding garments laid upon the bed. Grabbing the servant by the collar, he demanded, "Where am I? Who am I? And who is this Miss Bai you speak of? How can the young master have gone mad overnight?" The servant surveyed him anxiously inside, explaining, "You are Yi Yuan, the eldest son of the Grand General. And that Miss Bai is the third daughter of the Prime Minister. Today is your..." Before the servant could finish, Yi Yuan strode out of the room, observing the surroundings adorned with red lanterns and celebratory fabrics. "Bai Jian? Disciple?" Yi Yuan murmured to himself, preparing to cast a spell only to find his powers suppressed. It appeared he must first locate his disciple to break this illusionary barrier. With a swift motion, he re-entered the room, casting a glance at the servant. "Change my attire." The servant's eyes lit up, grinning as he hurried to fetch the wedding garments from the bed, assisting Yi Yuan in donning them. While Miss Bai may have been haughty, she was indeed one of the most esteemed ladies in the capital, coveted by many wealthy suitors. Yet, the eldest son of the Grand General had dedicated himself solely to scholarly pursuits, without even a concubine in his quarters, much to his parents' dismay. Now, the young master finally seemed willing to entertain the notion of marriage, much to their relief. Clad in resplendent red wedding attire, Yi Yuan mounted his steed, preparing to head to the Prime Minister's residence to fetch Bai Jian. He surveyed the vivid scenes surrounding him, each detail remarkably lifelike, as if he belonged to this world. After the wedding and the ceremony, Yi Yuan sat at the table sipping tea, occasionally glancing at the woman seated on the bed. Though her face was obscured by the red veil, he was certain it was his disciple. "Bai Jian?" Yet, something felt amiss. "Darling, why don't you lift my veil?" The woman's voice was soft and enchanting, imbued with a playful allure that would surely send shivers down any man's spine. In this illusion, did her essence truly alter so drastically? Yi Yuan approached, lifting the veil, only to freeze in place, entranced by the beauty before him. Her eyes sparkled with life, her delicate features framed by graceful brows and a refined nose, with dimples forming as she smiled, radiating beauty. Against the backdrop of her crimson attire, her complexion appeared even more luminous, delicate as jade, particularly her eyes, which glimmered with a hint of oceanic moisture. "Bai Jian? My lord, it is I." The woman slowly rose from the edge of the bed, her slender fingers gently resting on Yi Yuan's shoulder. He cast a fleeting glance at her hand, his dark eyes flickering with uncertainty. Just as she leaned in to kiss him, Yi Yuan waved his sleeve. "Demoness, Reveal yourself at once. The woman, unable to evade in time, spun around and settled back onto the bed. Ha ha ha, the immortal lord is indeed clever. Even with your powers sealed, you can still recognize me at a glance. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed back into her true form. Her fox-like eyes shimmered with mischief as she licked her crimson lips, casting a wicked smile at Yi Yuan. The man regarded her with a chilling stare, his expression darkening. Which, swiftly return my disciple, or do not expect me to show mercy. In truth, the moment he had lifted the veil, he had known the figure before him was not his disciple. The overpowering peony scent was far too cloying, starkly contrasting with the subtle hibiscus fragrance that belonged to Bai Jian. Immortal lord. What merits does that little girl possess? She is neither as beautiful as I nor as knowledgeable about men. Should you wish to cultivate together, we could become a pair of blissful immortals. The woman's voice was melodic, enticing, likely rendering any man speechless. A cold smile curled at Yi Yuan's lips as he reached out, gripping her throat. Say that again, and return my disciple to me. Ziyin had not anticipated that this man would be so impervious to her charms, and that he would act so ruthlessly, nearly choking her. Her face flushed, she could barely manage a cough. Yi Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain as he released her, grabbing a clean cloth from the table to wipe his hands. If the illusory mirror were to shatter, then your obedient disciple would truly never awaken. Ziyin gazed at him with fiery eyes, the smile at the corners of her mouth deepening. Do you not wish to know who resides in your disciple's heart? The more angered the man became, the more raucous Ziyin's laughter grew. Observing his tightly clenched fists, she detected a hint of hesitation in Yi Yuan. Indeed, no man can escape the entanglements of love. It was unexpected that even after cultivating for over a century, reaching the divine transformation stage, Yi Yuan, who was 500 or 600 years older than the peak lords of the Tianqiong sect, turned out to be a romantic at heart. Yi Yuan remained silent, his fists tightly clenched, staring intently at the image within the mirror. Oh? Why have we returned to the Tianqiong sect? Bai Jian murmured softly, surveying the spirit-rich mountains surrounding her. Had she not just been in the Zuexiang building? How had she suddenly found herself at the entrance of the secluded cave on the 11th peak? Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she regarded the familiar stone door, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the scene from that dreamlike night. With a thunderous sound, the stone door swung open from within, revealing a man in flowing white robes, one hand resting behind him, a tender smile adorning his face, while the other beckoned her closer. Jinner, come here to your master. The smile on the man's face deepened. Appearing more approachable than usual, Bai Jian, with a charming smile, skipped over and greeted, Master. The man merely smiled faintly without speaking, taking her wrist and leading her into the cave illuminated by the luminous night pearl. He slowly sat on the stone bed, pulling Bai Jian to sit beside him. Jinner, your master is pleased with you. I wonder if you feel the same. Bai Jian met his earnest gaze, feeling the large hand resting on her shoulder tremble slightly. She hadn't expected her master to be so forthright. A shy smile crept onto her lips as she nodded. I do have feelings for you, master. The man's hand gradually moved to her chin, gently tilting it upward. Bai Jian's delicate face lifted, her misty eyes shimmering with an array of colors, as if awaiting his affectionate kiss. The space between them narrowed, their lips nearly touching. Suddenly, a cold smile curled at the corners of Bai Jian's mouth as she swiftly drew a dagger from her sleeve, plunging it into the man before her, only to find him transform into a wisp of violet-black smoke, vanishing into thin air. Exiting the cave, she looked up at the bright moon above, accompanied by a particularly radiant star. Ah, so this is the exit. Bai Jian's lips curled upward as she flicked her dagger toward the luminous point, causing the entire barrier to warp. She leaped out of the mirror. Oh, is that not master? And a beauty too. Bai Jian brushed her lips, gazing with a sly smile at the darkened expression on Yi Yuan's face. It hadn't been long since she last saw him, yet he had already attracted a beautiful companion. Ziyin, using her voluminous sleeves to shield the shards of the shattered mirror, glared angrily at Bai Jian. You impudent girl, how dare you shatter this immortal's illusory mirror? As her words fell, she revealed her long, black-purple nails, preparing to attack Bai Jian, only to be thwarted by Yi Yuan. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ziyin let out a shriek, crashing onto the round table. Bai Jian covered her eyes but peeked through her fingers. That fall looked quite painful. She bit her lip, admiringly giving Yi Yuan a thumbs up. Seeing Bai Jian's lively demeanor, Yi Yuan's previously downturned lips began to curl upward, only to be quickly reined in as he shot her a disapproving glare. Bold fox demon, daring to commit such an atrocity here. Today, I shall capture you. Wai Yuan's expression turned frigid as he summoned the demon-catching bag, tossing it skyward. Xian's eyes widened, instantly transforming into a thick plume of purple smoke to make her escape. Bai Jian shrugged and approached, reaching to assist Yuan with the demon-catching bag, only to be rebuffed. You must bathe immediately. You are tainted with foulness. It is unbearable. Wai Yuan cast a spell, and they emerged from the barrier. Still in the room on the second floor of the Zuexiang building, the man walked past her, and Bai Jian distinctly noticed the coldness in his gaze, tinged with discernible anger. Pouting, she glared at her small hands, which had turned red. She wasn't even angry yet. Master, your reaction is truly slow. Your esteemed self is sulking. Little Yuan knew and seemed to guess her thoughts and couldn't help but interject. Why is he sulking? Bai Jian asked curiously. The moment they exited the illusory mirror, she sensed that her master appeared quite upset, as if he were suppressing something. Little Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Your master saw you in the illusion, embracing and kissing another man. With no choice, little Yuan had to help this oblivious girl analyze the situation. While admiring handsome men is one thing, lacking practical experience is quite another. Bai Jian. Please keep your exaggerated tone to yourself. Bai Jian focused on the white figure that had already descended the stairs, lost in thought. She hadn't truly done anything with that demon, so why was her master so furious? Unable to reason it out, Bai Jian decided not to dwell on it and cheerfully followed 3 paces behind the man. Eye in the streets. The two of them belonged to that category of strikingly handsome individuals. However, they maintained a distance of 3 meters apart, the man ahead exuding a cold, lofty demeanor, while the youth behind was charming and bright, his eyes crescent-shaped when he smiled, truly captivating. In contrast, the two formed an unexpectedly harmonious pair. A few women passing by glanced at them from time to time, their cheeks flushing as they stifled giggles. Wai Yuan slowed his pace, waiting for Bai Jian to catch up however, lost in her thoughts. She bumped her head against his back. The man turned around, casting an unreadable glance at her, his lips pressed tightly together. Why did you kiss him? Yuan's voice was icy. Such cryptic words were unsettling to hear. Bai Jian, confused, blinked at him. Master, I didn't kiss anyone, did I? The man looked at her, increasingly perplexed, his expression darkening. He clenched his fists tightly, a breath of pent-up frustration trapped within in the illusion. Why did you let him hold your hand? Why did you allow him to touch your shoulder? Why did you let him kiss you? Yuan's rapid-fire questions left Bai Jian momentarily speechless as memories of the illusion flooded back. They hadn't kissed, it was merely a brush against her shoulder. Moreover, she had changed into clean clothes. Suddenly, she grasped something and approached him with a mischievous grin. On tiptoe, she leaned against his shoulder. A sly smile gracing her lips. Master, could it be that you are feeling jealous? Chapter 82. Cold Master X Adorable Troublemaker. 10. Yuan cast a glance at the small hand resting on his shoulder. His soft gaze fleeting, especially upon hearing Bai Jian's teasing laughter, which caused his earlobes to turn an unnatural shade of red. He stepped back, leaving Bai Jian without support, nearly causing her to tumble. Fortunately, Yuan caught her arm just in time, his voice remaining seemingly calm. At such a young age, it is better to focus on cultivating. Do not let these mundane affairs hinder your progress. Bai Jian's lips twitched slightly as she regarded her arm still firmly held by him. If he didn't remind her, she might very well be in trouble. He clearly had feelings but stubbornly refused to admit it. Bai Jian gently removed his hand from her arm, smiling sweetly. Master, cultivating doesn't mean one cannot engage in love. So many immortals seek partners. How do you explain that? Her words left Yuan momentarily at a loss for words. You quite insightful for your age. Yuan pressed his lips together tightly, his dark eyes fixed on the little girl before him. The turmoil within him began to swell, awaiting a fitting moment to unleash a tempest. Your spiritual roots are unstable. Focus on cultivation now, and we shall discuss other matters later. He flicked his sleeve, a hint of irritation evident, especially when Bai Jian had brushed his hand away from her arm. He felt a heaviness in his heart. In the illusion, that man could touch her. Why could he not? Thus, he had spoken those harsh words earlier. Bai Jian half squinted at the figure that had not moved far ahead. A sly smile creeping onto her lips. Her master was indeed a stubborn, prideful one. Though he spoke thus, his heart must surely think otherwise. Little Jian, there you are. It was quite a task for your senior brother to find you. Bai Jian had no intention of rushing back to the tavern. She planned to stroll around the town and gather tales of the peculiar happenings within. However, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder from a fan. Turning around, She was met with Qi-Ching's smiling face, adorned in ethereal white robes and a golden headdress, radiating an air of nobility. Senior brother. Though she had a charming and endearing visage, having just been laughing with a street vendor selling flower beads. She was now met with his frigid demeanor. Qi-Ching fanned himself gently, his gaze never leaving her face. Although Bai Jian had stirred up quite the commotion at the Tianqiong sect, he found her to be an intriguing individual. Among the many junior sisters, she was the only one who had never shown a hint of infatuation in his presence. Little Jian, we've been siblings for 5 years. Calling me senior brother feels too distant. From now on, just call me Qi-Gu. Upon hearing his words, Bai Jian felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Aside from a few sparring matches over the years, they had hardly exchanged words. Wasn't it perfectly natural to feel distanced? Call me Qi-Gu. I will love you dearly, little Yuan mimicked in a high-pitched tone. Bai Jian, for heaven's sake, go ascend to the heavens already. This is utterly revolting. She shivered at the goosebumps on her skin. At that moment, Qi-Ching took a step forward and purchased a plum blossom jade hairpin from a nearby stall. I was about to present a gift to Bai Jian. A white shadow suddenly darted from behind, seizing the hairpin from Qi-Ching's hand. Brother Qi, how did you know I have a fondness for plum blossoms? Wan Cici, blushing and shy, gazed at the man with her eyes sparkling with joy. All her belongings had been snatched away. The words that Qi-Ching had on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, replaced by a gentle smile. As long as Sister Wan is pleased. Chapter 83. The Reclusive Master and the Adorable Troublemaker, 11. Standing aside, Bai Jian observed the interaction between the two with a sense of tedium, prompting her to discreetly slip away. Wan Cici's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, especially her joyful eyes, twinkling like stars, causing Qi-Ching to become increasingly lost in thought. A smile crept across her lips as she watched Bai Jian's forlorn figure vanish at the alley's end. This scene held no significance for her, so she chose not to remind Qi-Ching that someone had already departed. Although Brother Qi was exceptionally talented and handsome, he was, in Wan Cici's eyes, solely hers. With a gentle smile, she caressed the hairpin and said, Brother Qi, thank you for your gift. Qi-Ching cleared his throat, gazing into her smiling eyes, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his lips. Sister Wan hasn't been shopping in quite some time. Has she? What catches your fancy today? Brother will treat you. Thus, the two engaged in cheerful banter as they strolled through the market. Upon returning to the tavern, Bai Jian found a group of fellow disciples gathered. Engrossed in discussion, her natural curiosity ignited, and with a mischievous grin, she joined in. Brother Who made space for her, and she promptly seated herself, resting her chin on her hands as she listened to their tales of the day. You won't believe it, I saw a girl in purple on the back mountain. She had a visage that was both celestial and demonic. Just as I focused on her, she vanished. So strange. Are you sure you weren't hallucinating? Perhaps it was some malevolent spirit casting an illusion? Recently, rumors have spread that numerous young men in town have turned white-haired overnight. Surely, it must be the work of some lurking evil. I concur. Bai Jian raised her eyebrows slightly, suspecting that the evil spirit they spoke of was indeed the girl in purple. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Wang Yuanwai's residence in the small town, a mass of purple-black mist began to coalesce. Master, the essence of the fresh young men was interrupted by those cultivators, and we failed to collect it. Please punish us. The woman knelt on the ground, palms pressed to her forehead, bowing deeply. From a seat on the steps, a figure cloaked in black waved a hand, signaling for Ji Yin to rise. It seems these cultivators possess considerable spiritual power. Here is a magical artifact. Find a way to acquire a few cultivators for me to refine my secret techniques. The figure in the black cloak performed a hand gesture, and Ji Yin found another magical artifact in her possession. She hesitated, recalling how easily that little girl had shattered the previous illusion. Could this be beautiful but useless? What of the master? Bai Jian chatted with them for a while before deciding to consult Yi Yuan about swiftly apprehending the malevolent spirit and restoring peace to the town. Brother Who pointed towards the guest rooms upstairs. Uncle Yi seems to be in his room. He went upstairs as soon as he returned. He vividly remembered the icy demeanor Yi Yuan had upon his return, which nearly frightened him into weakness. Bai Jian thanked him and leisurely made her way upstairs. Just as her fingers brushed against the wooden door, she heard the sound of water splashing from within. Is master bathing? Her lively eyes sparkled with mischief as she deliberately pushed the door open and dashed inside. Wei Yuan had just emerged from the tub when he heard a noise, and instinctively grabbed a nearby garment to cover himself. Master. Ah, I didn't see anything, Bai Jian exclaimed. covering her eyes while stealing glances through her fingers at Yi Yuan's bare upper body. Chapter 84. The Reclusive Master and the Adorable Troublemaker. 12. Yi Yuan felt a fiery gaze slowly descend from his chest to his abdomen. How unfortunate! His lower half was obscured by clothing, leaving the most anticipated parts unseen. Bai Jian sighed inwardly, and before she could steal another glance, a veil of white mist enveloped the room, obscuring her view. After a brief moment, the mist dissipated, allowing her to see clearly again. Bai Jian withdrew her hands from her eyes, her lips curling into a grin. Yi Yuan had donned a crisp white robe, his expression emotionless as he regarded his mischievous disciple. He had not tied back his hair, and his languid demeanor seemed to soften his usual coldness. Such recklessness! A woman should embody grace, Yi Yuan stated calmly. Yet beneath his flickering gaze lay an unexplainable fervor and restraint. Seeing him revert to his usual lecturing tone, Bai Jian pouted in displeasure, sulking over to the table to pour herself a cup of cool tea. She huffed, "This is just my nature. If you don't like me as I am, master, just say so. I cannot transform into the refined lady you desire." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a large sip of tea to quell her frustrations. Yi Yuan. When did I ever express a preference for refined ladies? Yi Yuan regarded her inexplicable anger with confusion, having never had a disciple before, let alone interacted with a woman. The unique nature of Bai Jian left him somewhat bewildered. A momentary lapse in attention could easily lead to his heart being swayed. "I do not dislike you. I merely hope you will focus on your cultivation and refrain from being entangled in worldly affairs, so you may ascend to immortality." Yi Yuan suppressed the momentary flutter in his heart, transforming back into the caring master. Old stubborn, proud and aloof, Bai Jian mentally berated him, feeling somewhat relieved after venting her frustrations. "Master, I understand now." She hurriedly interrupted Yi Yuan, continuing, "The brothers are preparing to capture the malevolent spirit. Do you have any clever plans?" Recalling her initial purpose for seeking him, she brushed aside her earlier irritations. The malevolent spirit in question was likely the elusive girl in purple, a centuries-old fox spirit that, despite possessing celestial roots, had fallen into the demonic path. A pity, indeed. Yi Yuan glanced at her small face, noting that she was no longer angry, and inexplicably felt a twinge of disappointment. When the little girl clung to him, her beautiful eyes sparkled with stars, gradually captivating his heart. Before he could contemplate further, a sharp pain pierced his heart, as if something were about to break free within him. Yi Yuan performed a hand gesture to suppress the faint discomfort. "Coward! Who is it?" A voice echoed in his consciousness. But when he attempted to probe with magic, he found nothing. Bai Jian set her cup down and looked up to find Yi Yuan's expression unusually gloomy, unlike his typical self. "Master?" she approached, tugging at his sleeve. "Are you all right?" Her voice was like a glimmer of light in an abyss, pulling him back from the darkness. Yi Yuan lowered his gaze at his hand, clenching it tightly. "I am fine. Let us go downstairs to discuss capturing the malevolent spirit." Once he spoke, he produced a white jade hairpin from his sleeve, securing his hair up and adorning himself with a seldom-seen azure and white headband. Bai Jian watched the figure disappearing at the doorway. Lost in thought, if she wasn't mistaken, Master seemed to have an issue. In that fleeting moment, she distinctly sensed something amiss in Yi Yuan's gaze. The enchanting yet bloodthirsty glint in his eyes resembled that of the Master from her dreams. Oh dear, things seemed to be getting more complicated. They deliberated and ultimately decided to split into two teams. Who would lead one group to the back mountain to search for the malevolent spirit's lair, while Yi Yuan would take Bai Jian and others to investigate within the town. Bai Jian observed the two ahead, walking side by side like a couple on a casual outing, feeling somewhat exasperated. They were here to capture a malevolent spirit. Could they not take it more seriously? Bai Jian felt her throat nearly give out, yet she couldn't even inquire about the whereabouts of the girl in purple. This town was indeed peculiar, seemingly shrouded in a heavy aura that suppressed all demonic energy, rendering it impossible to detect. Otherwise, employing a spirit-seeking technique would have easily led them to Jiyan long ago. Sigh. Was this the 12th time? The county magistrate demanded we uncover the culprit within half a month. Currently, we have no leads whatsoever. Why is it always young men with some cultivation that perish? It truly is quite strange, a few soldiers muttered, their words clearly audible to Yi Yuan and Bai Jian. Bai Jian approached with a smile. Excuse me, young sirs, where are the bodies stored? May we take a look? Already stressed by the case, they were further burdened by an influx of onlookers. The leading soldier's face darkened, and he coldly refused. We are investigating a case, young master. You should refrain from meddling, as the soldier drew his weapon. Yi Yuan swiftly pulled Bai Jian behind him, shielding her. His expression was icy as he produced a wooden token from his sleeve. The county magistrate has issued orders for us to participate in this investigation. I ask that you kindly lead the way. Bai Jian blinked at the wooden token in her master's hand. It was unusual for him, who typically despised deceit, to resort to trickery. The token looked obviously fake. The leading soldier examined it closely, initially skeptical, but upon realizing it was indeed authentic, his expression brightened. The county magistrate had mentioned that any cultivators passing through would assist in eliminating dangers. He immediately smiled broadly and gestured. Please follow me, esteemed immortals. The soldiers led the way, with the others following behind, soon arriving at the mortuary where the bodies were stored. A pungent stench assaulted their senses, in the sweltering summer heat. Corpses cannot be left to linger for too long. Bai Jian pinched her nose, her brow furrowed tightly as she prepared to step inside, only to be gently restrained by Yi Yuan, who took hold of her arm. You and the female disciple shall remain outside. The rest will accompany me inside to investigate. He then released Bai Jian's arm and cast a glance at the disciples behind him. Without a flicker of emotion, Yi Yuan strode into the room, his expression unyielding. The foul stench was unbearable, yet Bai Jian couldn't help but feel a modicum of admiration for his fortitude. Senior brother Qi, this is a sachet I made. You might find it helpful to cover your nose with it. Oh, thank you, junior sister Wan. Wan Sisi produced a sachet embroidered with plum blossoms from her sleeve and handed it to Qi Qing. Before shyly darting away, Qi Qing glanced at the sachet in his hand, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his thoughts. The craftsmanship was indeed rather difficult to describe. Had he not known that Wan Sisi had an affinity for plum blossoms, he would have assumed it was meant to depict morning glories. Chapter 85. The Cold Master X the Adorable Troublemaker, 13. The men ventured inside to examine the corpses, while the women stood outside, keeping watch. The surroundings were eerily silent, occasionally disturbed by the flutter of crows overhead. Bored, Bai Jian picked up a small stone and lazily sat upon it, twisting a blade of foxtail grass between her fingers. Do you prefer senior brother Qi or Uncle Yi Yuan? A figure approached, casting shade over Bai Jian as she shielded her eyes and squinted at Wan Sisi, who stood with her back to the light. Is that question truly significant? Bai Jian scoffed upon hearing her laughter, which caused Wan Sisi to pause. Pressing her lips tightly together, she glared at the girl sitting on the stone with ill intent. If it weren't for having witnessed Bai Jian barging into Yi Yuan's room earlier at the tavern, along with the unmentionable sounds that followed, she might have thought of her as merely a lively young girl. However, it was clear now that Bai Jian possessed a depth of cunning. While enticing Qi Qing, she was also seducing Yi Yuan. Junior sister Bai, as a woman, you must learn self-respect. One cannot be so fickle. This is merely a kind reminder from your senior sister, lest you find yourself empty-handed in the end. Wan Sisi's words nearly made Bai Jian burst into laughter. Had the world's leading lady truly lost her mind? She was almost unfazed by such audacity. Bai Jian leapt off the stone, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and shot a cold, yet playful glance at Wan Sisi. There is no need for you to worry about this. She had expected the leading lady of this world to devote herself to cultivation, pairing with the male lead as a celestial couple. Yet, she appeared rather petty. One must cultivate not only their skills but their heart as well. Glancing at the mortuary, she flicked her sleeve and prepared to enter, only to be stopped again by Wan Sisi. You cannot go in, Uncle Yi said that women must remain outside. Wan Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice quivering with unshed tears, especially with her lip bruised and bloodied, creating the illusion of being wronged. The other two female disciples, witnessing their quarrel, rushed over to mediate. Bai Jian nonchalantly swiped her thumb across her lips, elegantly brandishing a dagger and spinning it effortlessly in her hand. I am currently disguised as a man. You cannot stop me. It dawned on Wan Sisi that Bai Jian had always presented herself in male attire since she arrived from Tianqiong sect. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Bai Jian dismissed her entirely, stepping over the high threshold and entering. The other two female disciples exchanged glances, offering gentle words of consolation. Junior sister Wan, do not take it to heart. Our junior sister simply enjoys playing. It's nothing to worry about. Wan Sisi was furious, her teeth grinding in frustration. Each of them sided with Bai Jian, despite her being the most gifted female disciple of Tianqiong sect. Observing Bai Jian's icy demeanor, the other two fell silent, shrugging their shoulders as they resumed their watch. These 12 corpses shared a common trait. They were young men, practitioners of the way. Their manner of death suggested they had their essence and cultivation forcefully extracted. The group stared at the decaying bodies, each one emaciated and bearing gruesome signs of their demise. Wai Yuan furrowed his brow, preparing to cast a spell to divine the events that befell them. When a white figure darted past, crouching beside the corpse, Bai Jian, "What brings you in here?" he exclaimed, his tone tinged with severity. After all, such a scene of decay was best left unseen by her. Regrettably, she paid him no heed. Bai Jian scrutinized the corpse, pointing to a dark scythe mark behind its right ear. "Master, each corpse bears a black scythe mark behind the ear." The other disciples gathered around, craning their necks to examine the marks, confirming the scythe-shaped insignia. Indeed, it seems the women's attention to detail surpasses that of the Emian. Wai Yuan cast a glance at the marking, his frown deepening. Recently, the Demon Moon Tower has been wreaking havoc. This is likely their doing. They collect the essence and cultivation of numerous practitioners to refine their dark arts. It appears we must act swiftly to eliminate this threat. Just as they exited the mortuary, a paper crane soared down from the sky. "This is bad. Something has happened with junior brother Ahu." Qi Qing recognized Ahu's voice. As the eldest brother, it was his duty to rescue him. This was also an opportunity to prove himself. Wai Yuan shot him a cryptic look, sensing his overzealousness. "All disciples, heed my command. We shall now set out to rescue our fellow disciples. Should we encounter any difficulties, do not panic. This is merely your first step in your journey of training. Disciples obey." The group summoned their weapons and flew towards the back mountain. "Haha, I never expected the spirit-locking mirror of the master to be so effective. These cultivators were effortlessly captured by me." Ian caressed the mirror's surface, her smile growing increasingly wicked. Should this mission succeed, she would become the master's right hand, gaining access to the secrets of the Demon Moon Tower and cultivating to become an immortal. She extended her hand, revealing her black-purple nails, ready to extract the essence and spiritual power from Ahu and his companions, when her hand was suddenly sliced by a dagger, blood flowing profusely. Who dares to obstruct this immortal?" Ziyan's face contorted in rage, half of her grotesque visage exposed as she bellowed in fury. "Little beauty, we meet again." Bai Jian leaped down from her sword, covering her mouth in feigned surprise. "Oh my, why are you such an eyesore?" The mockery from the woman was akin to a waking nightmare. Ziyan trembled with fury, her fists clenched tightly, on the verge of exploding. "Master, be cautious of the mirror in her hand. Anyone who is reflected will have their spiritual power sealed." Xiao Yuan quickly replayed the events that befell Ahu and his companions, providing a timely warning to Bai Jian. "Ha! What kind of entity is the Demon Moon Tower? The spiritual power of cultivators cannot simply be sealed at will. You seek death." Ziyin brandished the mirror in one hand while preparing to attack Bai Jian with the other. Intent on capturing her reflection, "I will not rest until this little girl is turned into soup." Bai Jian shielded her face with her sleeve, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes as she effortlessly dodged Ziyan's assault. After spinning twice, she adorned her face with a veiled, and no matter how many times Ziyan attempted to reflect her, her spiritual power remained unsealed. This spirit-locking mirror has an obvious weakness. With a flick of his hand, Yi Yuan freed the disciples bound by chains. As he approached, he heard Bai Jian's voice. "Master, put on the veil." The others donned black veils, which only deepened Ziyan's sullen expression. With a wave of her hand, she summoned over 100 minions. "Kill! I want the head of that blonde girl." The clash between the black and white factions erupted. Seeing her minions falter, Ziyan prepared to make her escape. Yet, before she could take 2 steps, she felt a whip wrap around her calf. Bai Jian observed the purple-clad woman curled on the ground, glaring at her with venomous eyes. "Run, why don't you run?" Chapter 86, The Cold Master X the Adorable Troublemaker, 14. Hearing Bai Jian's laughter, Ziyan pounded the ground in frustration. Suddenly, her eyes glimmered with a sinister light, a malevolent smile briefly flickering across her lips, which Bai Jian caught sight of. Ziyan reached out, intending to tear off Bai Jian's veil, but before her hand could reach, she found herself utterly immobilized. The immobilization technique I just learned is quite effective. Bai Jian blew gently on her pale fingers, her smile brightening further. At this moment, the trapped woman could only glare at her in rage, her face contorted with fury. "You little wretch, you had better release me. Otherwise, the master will not let you off lightly." Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, Ziyin was sent rolling 3 times across the ground, the spirit-locking mirror slipping from her grasp and shattering upon impact. "Huffed!" The woman curled on the ground braced herself with one hand, while clutching her chest with the other, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Upon hearing the demoness insult by Jian, he wasted no time in unleashing a whip of spiritual force that struck her viciously. "Ah, just kill me. It hurts so much, damn you, priest." Her words became increasingly pained, laced with curses, as Yi Yuan's dark eyes glinted with icy resolve. Poised to strike again. Yi Yuan, stop. Is this not a bit too cruel? Wan Cece, appearing from nowhere, positioned herself in front of Ziyin, arms outstretched, as the whip was about to land on her face. Yi Yuan's fingers twitched, redirecting the whip to strike the ground nearby, creating a small crater. Wan Cece breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it hadn't struck her face. Otherwise, her beauty would be ruined. Yi Yuan lowered his gaze, coldly regarding the woman before him. "Oh? You claim my methods are cruel? What of this demoness, who has slain over 10 people? Fool, can you not discern the weight of actions? It is astonishing what kind of disciples the eldest brother has taken under his wing. Each one seems more incompetent than the last." Wan Cece stammered, at a loss for words. "Why must Uncle Yi be so aggressive? Wan Simi simply refrains from wanton slaughter, wishing for you to release this female demon." Qi Qing approached, pulling Wan Cece behind her, to offer an explanation. Aggressive? Wanton killing of innocents? A hint of derision appeared on Bai Jian's delicate, fair face as she conjured a demon-catching bag in her palm and tossed it skyward. A beam of light enveloped Ziyin, who clung tightly to her form, transforming into a purple fox and darting into the bag. Ultimately, it landed in Bai Jian's hands. The others exchanged glances, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. If one aspires to be a sage, they should take a left turn and refrain from prattling nonsense before my esteemed master. Bai Jian pointed toward the left, coldly regarding them without any hint of politeness. Qi Qing and Wan Cece followed her gesture, their faces turning ashen. Observing his disciples' steadfast defense of him, Yi Yuan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. He softened his usual chill, a gentle smile gracing his face as he affectionately ruffled Bai Jian's hair. "Returning to report to your lord, I have captured the malevolent spirit." Yi Yuan addressed the guards who had just arrived. Then took Bai Jian's wrist and departed, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. "Is that it?" A few guards, having witnessed the capture of the demon, prepared to return for their own reports. Unbeknownst to them, a wisp of dark energy had slipped away from the backyard of Wang Yuanwei's residence, seemingly heading toward the capital. Under the sparse moonlight, the night was as cool as water. Bai Jian lay on her bed, engrossed in a picture book she had cunningly acquired from Xiao Yuanyuan since childhood. For reasons unknown, her eyelids felt increasingly heavy. She yawned and succumbed to sleep atop her bed. At that moment, a man materialized within the room, stepping closer to the bedside, his enchanting eyes gleaming with amusement. He reached out, gently caressing Bai Jian's soft lips, which felt tender to the touch. "Little fairy, you have become even more charming during our brief separation." The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the man's features. It was indeed Yi Yuan. Yet, something felt amiss. Although it was the same face, his entire demeanor was utterly transformed. "Master, wake up quickly. Your man is acting strangely." Xiao Yuanyuan, in a flurry of anxiety, kicked her several times with her consciousness. The slumbering girl, however, remained unresponsive. Yi Yuan's lips curled into a wicked smile as he shed his outer robe and lay down beside her. He extended his arm, pulling Bai Jian into his embrace, their faces mere inches apart. Xiao Yuanyuan, however, found herself confined in a dark space. "It's over. The master is about to be devoured." Yi Yuan's obsidian eyes sparkled with a ghostly light. Gazing intently at the woman before him, she was breathtakingly beautiful, her delicate, fair visage akin to polished jade, and in slumber, her cheeks were rosy, especially her flawless skin, tempting him to leave his mark. "Little fairy, may I kiss you? If you remain silent, I shall assume you consent." Yi Yuan murmured to himself. Unable to suppress the smile that graced his lips, he grasped the nape of the girl's neck. And their warm, sweet, and soft lips met, as delightful as their previous encounter. Unbeknownst to him, his greed intensified, yearning for more of this sweetness. He released her swollen lips, instinctively licking his own, just as he prepared to lean down once more. He chuckled softly, realizing she had remarkably broken through his restraint. Casting a glance at the girl in his arms, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "My little fairy, until we meet again." With that, he vanished into thin AI or die in another room. A man meditating awoke from a nightmare, propping himself up on one hand, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He lifted his gaze to the starry sky. where a few scattered stars twinkled in the inky darkness. Wei Yuan stroked his lips, his eyes filled with suppressed turmoil. He had never anticipated developing a heart demon, let alone engaging in such matters with his disciple. While he could empathize, an inexplicable heaviness lingered in his heart. Was he truly envious? The heart demon was indeed himself, yet he was reluctant to admit to even a twinge of envy. Having practiced for 2 centuries in the Tianqiong sect, he was the youngest among his peers, initially believing he could ascend to immortality swiftly. Yet, he never fathomed that the final hurdle would be an emotional tribulation, the very thing that could lead to his transcendence. Bai Jian, could it be that you are indeed my calamity? He silently repeated her name, his hand clenched tightly as if making a resolution. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon Bai Jian's face. She slowly opened her eyes, stretched lazily, and sat up. Today, everyone was preparing to set off for the capital, so it was wise to rise early and gather her things. After a quick wash, she approached the dressing table to change back into her female attire, only to be startled by her reflection in the copper mirror. She pointed at her own image and screamed, "What? Why is my mouth so swollen? It's red and puffy. This is utterly unappealing." Chapter 87. Coldmaster X Adorable Troublemaker, 15. As luck would have it, a man passing by Bai Jian's room, preparing to descend the stairs, nearly slipped and fell. Wei Yuan glanced back at the door. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he feigned calmness as he adjusted his sleeves, regaining his frigid demeanor before heading downstairs. In the room, Bai Jian stared at the mirror for some time. With her current appearance, she would surely be the subject of ridicule among her peers. Downstairs, the others had a light snack of tea when they heard footsteps descending the staircase, all eyes turning in unison. Bai Jian hesitated slightly, feeling quite awkward under the scrutiny of dozens of gazes. It's not as if she had never worn women's clothing before. Why did they look at her as if they had seen a ghost? Qi Qing slowly rose, staring blankly in her direction. Time passes, yet beauty remains. Captivating is the fair maiden. The white veil subtly revealed her radiant, jade-like face, her eyes shimmering with allure, and her delicate steps moved gracefully like a dragon in flight. She was beautiful. It was the first time he had seen such an ethereal, yet captivatingly enchanting woman. Both qualities were perfectly embodied in her. Meanwhile, Wan Sisi clenched her fists tightly, glaring at the woman on the staircase. "I knew she was trying to seduce men." Ahem. Bai Jian coughed lightly twice, and the others immediately snapped back to reality. They chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. "Little junior sister, with this attire, you exude the essence of a refined young lady." "Quite splendid indeed, a refined young lady." Upon hearing those 4 words, Bai Jian felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She deliberately shifted her gaze to the placidly sipping tea man, who, unlike the others, had not glanced her way. Fuming, she descended the stairs and stood beside Yuan, glaring at him. Wei Yuan's fingers, which held the porcelain cup, unconsciously rubbed the rim as he lowered his gaze, unable to meet the eyes of the girl beside him. In truth, the moment Bai Jian descended the stairs, he had seen her and was captivated for quite some time. His heart, still racing, had yet to settle. "Since everyone is present, let us set off." Wei Yuan put down his teacup, rose to his feet and passed by Bai Jian, murmuring, "Beautiful, it suits you well." Only the 2 of them heard this statement, yet it filled Bai Jian with joy. It was rare for her master to praise her. Throughout the journey, Bai Jian remained in high spirits, even engaging in conversation with Qi Qing. In Wuyue village, Bai Jian and her companions planned to settle there. They soon discovered something amiss. Despite the village's size, there was not a single young woman among the bustling crowd, only elderly women. Take a few people to investigate the surroundings. The rest of you find a suitable family to stay with. Yi Yuan instructed. He intended to seek out Bai Jian, who had stealthily slipped away when everyone had gathered. Wei Yuan felt somewhat uneasy and followed her. The village was orderly, with rows of houses, and ahead were several elderly women chatting together. Bai Jian leisurely approached, politely tapping one of the old women's shoulders. "Excuse me, madam, have there been any strange occurrences in your village recently?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but the old woman placed her hand to her ear, looking at her in confusion. What did you say? I am not an old woman. I am the youngest girl in the village." With that, she picked up a mirror to check her reflection while simultaneously combing her hair with a brush. The other elderly women followed suit, humming a tune that was rather eerie, something about blood. Decidedly unsettling. Little Jian, Bai Jian, already on edge, was startled when someone suddenly called her name from behind, causing her to perform several backflips in surprise. Once she steadied herself on the ground, she hurriedly adjusted her facial veil. Raising her eyes, she recognized the newcomer and her demeanor instantly cooled. "Why are you here?" she exclaimed. How could they not know that scaring someone could be fatal? Chapter 88. Cold Master X Adorable Troublemaker, 16. Seeing Bai Jian so startled by his presence. The newcomer's smile grew even brighter. "Little Jian, there's no need to be so excited upon seeing your brother Su." The man before her was none other than Su, the boy next door from Bai Jian's childhood, though. More accurately, he was a girl in their youth. They had played together, catching fish and shrimp in a small river, only to find the water unexpectedly deep, soaking their clothes. Ultimately, they had to remove their outer garments and dry them by the fire. "Brother Su, your chest is so full. Are you hiding some treasure?" Little Jian asked innocently, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. Little Su glanced down at herself, taking Bai Jian's hand. "Little Jian, remember, this secret must not be told to anyone." Little Jian obediently agreed. Normally, children forget things easily at a young age. However, after Su moved from the capital, she had consistently presented herself as a boy, and the townsfolk only knew of one young master. This secret was something Bai Jian unearthed from the original owner's memories. "Brother Su, what brings you here?" Bai Jian's face lit up with joy as she linked her arm with hers, expressing how much she had missed her after 5 long years. And Su, with her fair and radiant complexion, possessed a certain masculine charm and grace. She reached out to gently pat Bai Jian's head, and it dawned on Bai Jian that Su had been in Mei Village for several days already. With her penchant for unraveling mysteries, the moment she heard of strange occurrences in the area, she rushed over without delay. Although Su had not formally studied martial arts, her skills were undeniably formidable. "After 5 years apart, my dear little Jian has grown even more enchanting. I find myself unable to resist my feelings upon seeing her." Just as she affectionately caressed Bai Jian's head, she noticed a man pulling Bai Jian behind him. His expression dark and brooding. Su tilted her head, raising an eyebrow at the person behind Yuan. "Is this your beloved?" Understanding the implication in her gaze, Bai Jian nodded in response. "When out in the world, do not get too close to unfamiliar men. What did your master teach you?" Yuan shot a glare at Bai Jian, who was exchanging flirtatious glances with other men. "But there are no unfamiliar men here." Bai Jian replied, momentarily bewildered by Yuan's words, before suddenly smacking her forehead as a realization struck her. She promptly introduced the two-master. "This is my childhood friend Su. Brother Su, this is my master from Tianqiong sect." Yuan. Initially, hearing that she was Bai Jian's childhood companion seemed inconsequential, but the title Brother Su struck a nerve, darkening someone's expression to the point it could be likened to ink. And Su, with a playful smile, brushed her fingers against her lips and turned to Yuan, saying, "So you are my little Jin's master. What a pleasure to meet you, Dada." It seems her little companion is planning something. Bai Jian, with her slightly swollen lips, couldn't help but smile secretly at Su, giving her a thumbs up. "Pleasure." Yuan spat out the word with evident reluctance. Observing the tension between the two upon their first meeting, Bai Jian quickly intervened, leading them back to a farmhouse. A group of disciples awaited them inside, and as the three entered, Su wore a gentle smile while following Bai Jian, in stark contrast to Yuan's icy demeanor. "Master, the disciples have inquired around the village, and there are currently no anomalies." Hu, the straightforward and somewhat dim-witted disciple, approached Yuan and remarked, "Master, have you caught a chill? Your complexion looks dreadful." "Why, Yuan? Who can throw this oaf out?" The two women ahead frequently glanced back at Yuan, with Bai Jian appearing somewhat enlightened. Su, with a teasing smile, added, "Your master might be feeling unwell at the moment." Hu scratched his head, glancing curiously at the handsome man before him, and asked, "Why is master feeling unwell?" Other disciples tugged at his arms, signaling him to cease questioning, lest they invoke disaster. Meanwhile, Yuan pressed his lips together, his dark expression returning to normal. Ignoring the curious gazes, he sought out a clean room. With a swift motion, he closed the wooden door with a wave of his sleeve, sending dust swirling down. Such fury! Bai Jian bit her lip in secret, glancing at the shut door, swallowing hard. Had she gone too far? Her master seemed genuinely angry. She had a nagging feeling that her future would not bode well. Su observed the scene with a radiant smile, patting Hu's shoulder playfully. As the Buddha says, one must not speak of it. Hu glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder. Despite being a man, it was the most exquisite hand he had ever seen. Plump, fair, and pristine. His gaze was so intense that Su quickly withdrew her fingers, her earlobes tinged with pink. "May I inquire your name?" "Kind sir?" Hu grinned, scratching the back of his head. Ansu raised her gaze to the tall, sturdy man before her, with a bronzed complexion that exuded masculinity. She coughed lightly, her fist at her mouth. I am Ansu, pleased to make your acquaintance. Just as she finished introducing herself, a disciple beside Ahu gasped. Why, you are the renowned Ansu, the one known for solving cases, right? I'm such a fan. The disciple eagerly shoved Ahu aside to grasp Ansu's arm. Starry-eyed, Ahu scowled, while Ansu felt quite embarrassed. Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Jian stepped in to intervene, pulling Ansu aside. I didn't expect you to be so famous, with so many little fans following you around. Bai Jian teased, poking Ansu's arm. Ansu raised an eyebrow. Maintain a low profile, maintain a low profile. Once everyone had introduced themselves, they quickly grew familiar with one another. Ansu recounted the peculiar happenings she had discovered in Wuyue village. It turned out that the village's elderly women transformed into young and beautiful maidens come nightfall. Strangely, the village was ablaze with lights at night, attracting young men from all around, even more bustling than the previous Suexiang Eloyud, at dawn. All the men vanished, leaving behind the elderly women who reverted to their original forms. After a long day of travel, everyone was exhausted and decided to rest for the night, planning to resume their discussions the following day. Bai Jian arranged for Ansu's room to be next to hers, allowing them the opportunity to chat and unwind. After all, Ansu was not a cultivator and began to feel drowsy as the hour grew late. Ansu, get some rest early. Let us investigate together tomorrow. All right, little Jian, you too. Bai Jian glanced at the yawning girl, ushering her outside while closing the door behind her. However, as she turned into the adjacent room, she discovered someone else inside. With long eyelashes fluttering nervously, she clutched her clothing at her chest and bit her lower lip. Master, what brings you here? The man lounged on her bed, his clothing partially disheveled, revealing his fair, cool skin and hinting at his sculpted chest. With a slight smile, he beckoned Bai Jian closer with a finger. Come here, darling. Yi Yuan rarely smiled, and this was the first time Bai Jian had witnessed such a sight. No, it was the second time. The last had been in that spring dream where he had captivated her, holding her tightly and kissing her, tearing at her clothes. The mere thought sent a shiver down Bai Jian's spine. The handsome man before her was utterly irresistible, as she obediently approached. Before she could reach the edge of the bed, Yi Yuan swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Such a little vixen, today I'm nearly dying of jealousy. And you don't even come to comfort me? While speaking, he bit gently at Bai Jian's neck, venting his jealousy. Bai Jian's eyes, misty with emotion, sparkled with mischief as she gently pushed the man away. Comfort you? Which part of you should I comfort? Her smile was enchanting, her voice temptingly sweet. Wai Yuan, bracing himself on either side of her head, gazed down at the girl beneath him, who was smiling so charmingly, and silently exhaled. His little girl was indeed clever. He hadn't anticipated she would catch on to his true feelings so quickly. That was inconsequential, as long as she understood my affection for her. That was enough. With eyes filled with deep affection, he saw only her exquisite features reflected back at him. Just as he leaned down to capture Bai Jian's red lips in a kiss, he hesitated at the last moment, staring in astonishment at the girl beneath him. Bai Jian, with a teasing smile, wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips slightly parted in invitation. Jian also harbors feelings for her master. Yi Yuan clearly saw her delicate tongue teasingly flicking within her fragrant mouth. His throat involuntarily tightened. Before he could react, Bai Jian had firmly grasped his neck, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. A glint of cunning flickered in Bai Jian's eyes, unnoticed by the dazed man. Master, now I have you. From the beginning, she had sensed something amiss with her master, and now she was certain. Whether it was a manifestation of inner demons or a dual personality, she still did not know. However, wasn't this all rather amusing? The heated sensation left Yi Yuan momentarily disoriented, a sweetness he had dreamt of countless times. This first-hand experience made his once dormant heart race anew, sending ripples coursing through him. Dissatisfied with his momentary distraction, Bai Jian bit down hard on his lip. Hiss! Yi Yuan snapped back to reality, gazing into her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with mischief. At that moment, his competitive spirit flared within him. He seized Bai Jian's hands, pinning them above her head, and his passionate lips descended upon hers with abandon, only releasing her when she struggled for breath. Master, do you know what you are doing? Bai Jian panted softly, her voice tinged with a hint of a whine, clearly having been thoroughly teased. The man's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. In an instant, his lips curled into a sly smile as he licked away the lingering sweetness from the corner of his mouth. He clicked his tongue, Seems like that coward got the upper hand, Bai Jian. Just a moment ago, he was an entirely different person. Can we not have a little fun anymore? Yi Yuan, displeased with Bai Jian's expression, leaned down to nip at her swollen lips once more. Little vixen, now you belong to me. You must not think of that wooden master of yours. As the woman spoke, her voice was soft and laced with a hint of playful charm. Yi Yuan's laughter was even more unrestrained, embodying a seductive allure that was utterly captivating. He reclined slightly to one side, propping his head up with one hand. His attire was disheveled from their recent intimate encounter, which only served to enhance his bewitching demeanor. With his other hand, he grasped Bai Jian's delicate fingers, bringing them to his lips for a gentle nibble. I only feel jealous over the little enchantress, he mused, his tongue lightly tracing her fingertips. When will this little enchantress be willing to consummate our union? A sense of impatience flickered within him, yet it was evident that Bai Jian's affection for him remained shallow. He yearned for her to love him wholeheartedly. Bai Jian was taken aback, her mind racing. Did I just imagine that? Consummation? This seems to be progressing rather swiftly. Although she had just conveyed her feelings, and her master was aware of it, she felt an underlying resistance within herself, as for the alluring man before her. His affection appeared to stem merely from a desire to possess her. With eyes as luminous as the moon, Bai Jian gazed inscrutably at the man beside her. She withdrew her hand, lifting it to trace the contours of Yi Yuan's brow, particularly captivated by the charming dimple in his smile. When you truly fall in love with me, we shall become partners on this path, cultivating together and witnessing the world's splendor. Does that sound agreeable? These words were spoken not only to Yi Yuan but also to herself. After all, she wished to be with him for the long haul, not merely to revel in this fleeting tenderness. Bai Yuan's long eyelashes fluttered momentarily as he pressed his lips tightly together. Staring at the woman beside him, that moment, it felt as if he barely recognized her. He seemed solely intent on possessing her, never contemplating the deeper implications, yet Bai Jian's words stirred something within him. As his inner demon, it merely sought to help Yi Yuan attain his deepest desires, amplifying his bewitching nature. Yet he found himself drawn to this seemingly innocent and mischievous girl, who was, in truth, quite perceptive. Yi Yuan placed a hand over his heart, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. I am not him. I merely exist for him. Once he truly comprehends the path, I shall likely cease to exist. The man's mood plummeted, and Bai Jian, taken aback, sat up, cradling his face in her hands before planting a sincere kiss on his lips. Confused by his thoughts, she couldn't comprehend why he felt that way. They were, after all, one and the same, merely lacking a full amalgamation of selves. This kiss was tentative for both, and as Bai Jian studied his face earnestly, she declared, You are him, and he is you. I love only you. Her declaration momentarily stilled Yi Yuan's heart, before he returned to his usual cheerful demeanor. When did this little enchantress become so skilled at soothing others? He pulled Bai Jian into his embrace, and they reclined once more to be good. Rest with me for a while. The small room was enveloped in silence. Bai Jian nestled in his arms, murmuring in agreement, and closed her eyes with a gentle smile. Surely, her master would understand. All these years without a breakthrough had merely been a matter of one final step before transcending, and it seemed she had halted at this juncture. The following morning, everyone prepared themselves and gathered in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of their companions. Bai Jian yawned and rubbed her shoulders, having spent the night in Yi Yuan's embrace, feeling utterly exhausted. An Su, noticing her state, approached with a mischievous grin. Did you have a delightful time last night? I heard everything. In her half-awake state, Bai Jian had heard her own voice and another male voice that sounded eerily familiar. Wasn't that her cold, stoic master? Jealousy brewed within her. Had he truly discarded her so easily after their night together? She nearly choked on a grape, hastily spitting it out and shooting a glare at An Su. What nonsense are you spouting? I went to bed early last night and know not of what you speak. Instinctively, she touched her nose, her eyes darting around until they landed on the man beneath a nearby tree. How infuriating! Her master, having awoken early, regarded her with an expression of indifference before rising from the bed and striding out without a word. That scoundrel had taken advantage of her and then turned his back. He wasn't even as straightforward as her inner demon. Stop staring. He's not going to run away, An Su remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. Bai Jian, unperturbed, shrugged. Humph, he may be angry, but I am equally displeased. She resolved to find a way to provoke his utmost fury. Were it not for the fact that she had asked Xiao Yuan to investigate, She would never have known that the calamity Yi Yuan faced was not a love trial, but one that threatened the very fabric of existence, demanding self-sacrifice. Now, due to her presence as a transient character, the trajectory of the world had shifted. 3 months later, on the 23rd day of the 9th lunar month, Yi Yuan was destined to transcend. She must ensure he did not fall into darkness. Though the inner demon appeared harmless, its true nature was unpredictable. Returning from her reverie, Bai Jian grasped Insu's arm and strode forth confidently. Ah, indeed, each encounter seemed to deepen her affections. Wan Cixi scoffed derisively, only to catch sight of Qi Qing's envious gaze, which intensified the resentment on her face. Why did so many men favor Bai Jian? What was so extraordinary about her? Qi Qing withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, only to notice Wan Cixi's crestfallen expression. He had been curious about how Yi Yuan managed to split a tree in two. What did you just say, Wan Shimi? He inquired, intrigued. As the man leaned closer, Wan Cixi quickly masked her hostility, blushing as she looked at him. Senior brother, why don't you carry the sachet I gifted you? She observed the exquisite jade pendant at his waist, noting the absence of her meticulously embroidered sachet. She assumed Qi Qing understood her intentions, as the sachet was meant for someone cherished. Qi Qing pursed his lips, casting a glance at Wan Cixi, his eyes glimmering with inscrutable light. If he recalled correctly, that garish morning glory sachet had already been discarded. He smiled gently. The one gifted by Shimi Cixi is the finest. As a senior brother, I must treasure it well. How could I possibly disregard your heartfelt intentions? Qi Qing possessed a remarkable talent for charming young women. Within mere moments, Wan Cixi was shyly covering her face, playfully punching his chest. You always tease me, but for now, I shall trust you. Her melodious voice, tinged with warmth, momentarily caught Qi Qing off guard. Besides her decent looks, it was her voice that captivated him. Soft and soothing, akin to a delightful melody that relaxed his entire being. All right, senior brother won't tease you anymore, Qi Qing stated, turning to his fellow disciples. Let us hasten our departure and swiftly seek out the evil spirits, ridding the world of their menace. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, senior brother. As the group emerged, they found no sign of Bai Jian and the others and decided to search elsewhere. Meanwhile, to the east of Wuyue village, a vast lake lay, its waters crystal clear, revealing the fish and shrimp within. Bai Jian, unable to locate Yi Yuan, accompanied Insu to this area. A sudden splash drew her attention, and she tugged at Insu's arm. Pointing toward the trees to the east. Insu, let us investigate that direction. There may be unexpected discoveries. Insu glanced in the direction she indicated, noting the increasingly loud sound of water. Caution was advisable. She gently restrained Bai Jian's arm, signaling her to remain vigilant against potential dangers. Bai Jian nodded, drawing a long sword from her side, and cautiously ventured into the forest. The sound of water grew louder, accompanied by an eerie, haunting melody. Guests, since you have arrived, please come forth. Bai Jian and Insu stood back to back, scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice. Their faces bore expressions of wariness as they remained alert to the slightest movement. Ha ha ha, stop searching. Simply continue east. The laughter gradually faded, and the fog surrounding the forest dissipated. They beheld a water-curtained door swinging wide open by the lake. Exchanging glances, Bai Jian and Insu stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold, the scenery transformed entirely. It was a pitch-black night, with a village adorned in red lanterns and bustling with young maidens. Bai Jian turned to glimpse the entrance through which they had just come. But there was no visible water-curtained door. Oh no, we may have entered the realm of a demon, she warned Insu, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. Be cautious. Your spiritual energy is low. With a reassuring pat on Insu's shoulder, she frowned deeply. Insu chuckled lightly. Do not worry. I can protect myself. The two maintained their focus as they cautiously navigated through the crowd, where the villagers displayed an unsettling calmness. Offering no excessive glances or scrutiny, sisters, come quickly. There stands a handsome gentleman, clad in flowing white garments, exuding an ethereal aura. Most importantly, his appearance is striking, coldly exquisite. I must marry this man. He is mine, and no one is permitted to contest my claim. Suddenly, the maidens, as if driven mad, raced toward a certain direction. Bai Jian. She had never witnessed such a scene before. It terrified her. Bai Jian grasped Insu's arm, dodging left and right to avoid being collided with by the maidens. Once they had all dispersed, she finally exhaled in relief. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her hands resting on her waist as she gasped for breath. Beside her, And Su smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Jian, are you certain you want to rescue your master? Based on the descriptions from those maidens, the man in white was most likely Bai Jian's master. Upon hearing this, the previously panting woman leaped 3 meters high in shock. Bai Jian pushed through the throng of maidens, shouting loudly, Master, I come to save you. Chapter 92. Cold Master X Adorable Trouble Magnet, 20. With one hand, she grabbed a maiden and tossed her aside. Continuously pressing into the crowd, Su watched in astonishment, her eyes wide. This fighting spirit was remarkable. She swallowed hard, silently applauding Bai Jian, for it seemed this little girl had long been smitten with her master. Where is Bai Jian? Just as Su contemplated comfortably observing the spectacle from the side, a familiar voice sounded from behind her, and the smile on her face slowly faded. Turning her head, she saw it was Yi Yuan. Who then? Was that figure in the crowd? Master! Ah, who are you? Bai Jian's shrill cry diverted their attention. There she was, clutching a man in white, her mouth agape in astonishment, offering an awkward smile. Ha, my apologies, I mistook you for someone else. Bai Jian attempted to withdraw, but the man seized her arm, preventing her escape. The embarrassment of mistaking someone was exacerbated by the throng of maidens watching. Bai Jian's fair cheeks gradually turned crimson, her large, glistening eyes darting around, finally spotting her master beyond the crowd. However, Yi Yuan's gaze upon her was icy, laced with barely concealed anger. Little girl, do you think you can provoke me and simply walk away? The man gripping her arm spoke, a smirk playing on his lips as he followed Bai Jian's gaze to Yi Yuan, his smile deepening. Spirit energy and demonic energy coexisting? I have indeed found a rare treasure. Xiling forcefully pulled Bai Jian into his embrace, but before he could secure her waist, she cried out, let go. Struggling against him, it became evident that her spiritual energy was far too weak to contend with a formidable demon. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept toward them, nearly striking Xiling. Seizing the opportunity, he released Bai Jian, retreating several steps while laughing heartily. Isn't it just the 11th elder of the Tianqiong sect? You show no mercy against demons. I wonder if you are equally decisive when it comes to your own affairs. Though the man was indeed handsome, the greed gleaming in his fox-like eyes made him quite unlikable. Bai Jian cast him a glance, quickly seeking refuge behind her master as Yi Yuan approached. This no longer concerned the gentleman. Why Yi Yuan, astute as ever, understood the implications of Xiling's words. However, this was a matter of his own, and no outsider needed to interfere. At this moment, the girl behind him drew near, and this instinctive trust and closeness momentarily caught Yi Yuan off guard. Xiling, noticing this, grinned even more charmingly. I wonder if Elder Yi Yuan can part with his affections. I wish to take this girl behind you as my wife. No. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Yuan flatly rejected him, extending his sleeve to shield Bai Jian's face from further view. As he had anticipated. With a flick of his wrist, Xiling conjured a mirror in the sky, pointing to the disciples of the Tianqiong sect ensnared within water bubbles. Oh, not willing. He laughed wickedly, observing Yi Yuan's darkening expression. If exchanging their lives is the price, how do you feel about that? He reveled in watching mortals grapple with choices, knowing that each option would inevitably lead to suffering for one party. Bai Jian gazed at the water mirror above, her smile gradually deepening. What divine intervention! Initially, she had intended to enlist Su's help, but this was even better. With the tribulation drawing near, time was of the essence. Master, may I speak a word that may or may not be prudent? Xiao Yuan, hiding at the door of a small dark room, gazed longingly at Bai Jian, unsure whether to voice her thought. Bai Jian pursed her pink lips. Looking at the timid Xiao Yuan and sighed, speak. Was she truly that terrifying? Why was Xiao Yuan so frightened? Xiao Yuan pointed at Yi Yuan, pouting. If Master were to know you provoke his utmost fury in such a manner. Even if he attained immortality, he might go mad. Yesterday, she sensed Bai Jian's intentions but had never imagined her master would dare to act upon them. Hearing that Yi Yuan might indeed lose his mind, Bai Jian paused in contemplation. Was her approach truly a bit ruthless? Chapter 93. Cold Master X Adorable Trouble Magnet, 21. Bai Jian returned to reality, lifting her gaze to Xiling with a more discerning eye. In the mirror, she observed her fellow disciples ensnared in the water bubbles, sighing inwardly. How useless they were, so easily captured by malevolent forces. She glanced at Yi Yuan's expression and sighed again, stepping out from behind him. I am willing, Bai Jian declared. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yuan froze momentarily, Turning to stare at her as if he could not believe those words had emerged from her lips, the girl advanced. And he attempted to grasp her hand but found himself immobilized. Xiling had not anticipated this sensible little girl would make such a quick decision. With a wave of his hand, a long cloth wrapped around Bai Jian's waist. Pulling her to his side, in that case, I shall be wed in 3 days. Elder Yi Yuan, do remember to attend. Ha ha ha. All the maidens and the vibrant scene vanished, leaving Yi Yuan and Ensu back at the lakeside. As if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion, the man stood still, his gaze cast downward, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Yet Ensu felt a palpable change in him. 3 days hence. In Wuyue village, festive red lanterns adorned every corner, and the elderly women transformed into youthful maidens by day. Within the largest residence at the eastern end of the village, Bai Jian lounged in a rocking chair. Munching on grapes. Little girl, you truly possess a heart of ice. I wonder if your master will go mad upon discovering your actions. Xiling sat nearby, sipping wine, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed the relaxed girl. Neither had donned celebratory attire. Bai Jian spat out the grape skins, sitting upright in her chair. You need only assist me with this task, and in return, I shall grant you the cultivation method you desire. Xiling, a spirit of the purple lotus residing on the cliffs, was not entirely malevolent. To protect the village maidens, he had set this boundary. By day, the maidens aged into old women, and by night, they returned to their youthful forms. If they found true love, they could leave the village. This was merely a conversation Bai Jian had sought with him out of boredom. Thankfully, he had not considered turning to darkness. Then let us make a simple exchange. You, little girl, have impressed me. Once I successfully navigate my tribulation, I will remember your kindness. Xiling chuckled mischievously, rubbing his fingers together, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the wise had foretold his celestial fate, and it proved true. Bai Jian rolled her eyes at him, gesturing toward the bustling maidens. The time is drawing near. Let us begin. With a flick of her wrist, both of their garments transformed into celebratory red robes. Xiling took one end of the red silk, while Bai Jian grasped the other, the two slowly making their way toward the main hall. On either side stood the curious maidens, along with the captured disciples of the Tianqiong sect. Their numbers considerable. Bai Jian, veiled beneath the red gauze, searched desperately for her master, yet found no sign of him. Did Yi Yuan truly wish for her to marry another? And Su, amidst the crowd, clutched Ahu's arm anxiously. Where has master gone? If he does not arrive soon, Xiao Jian will truly marry. Ahu, noticing her small hand gripping his arm, chuckled mischievously, seizing the opportunity to touch her. Fear not, young lady. Your master will definitely come with that. He reached out again to Su. Had he truly just taken advantage of her? In the main hall, Bai Jian and Xiling stood on either side, the matchmaker holding a red handkerchief nearby. The newlyweds? Bow to heaven and earth, the matchmaker's bright voice rang out, but before her words could fully settle, a white figure dashed in, swiftly abducting Bai Jian while releasing a cloud of smoke. When the haze cleared, the bride had vanished. Xiling shrugged, chuckling, well, the show is over. Everyone may eat and drink as they please. The maidens, accustomed to this turn of events, knew Xiling had informed them that this joyous occasion was a ruse. The disciples of the Tianqiong sect, however, exchanged bewildered glances. Ultimately, the maidens clarified the situation, and they all sat together to feast in a bamboo grove on the outskirts. The man brought Bai Jian to a small bamboo cottage. Gently placing her on a bamboo bed, before she could utter a word, he lifted her red veil and kissed her. Madness, obsession, possession. Bai Jian was almost suffocated by his kiss, relentlessly pounding on his chest, which finally drew Yi Yuan's attention to the forcefulness of his actions. Why? Why do you wish to marry him? You clearly professed your heart belonged to me. You are mine, my own. Yi Yuan, consumed by a hint of madness, oscillated between seductive laughter and a cold, somber demeanor. His gaze was fixated on Bai Jian, demanding an explanation, yet he found her lips pressed tightly together, refusing to speak. In that moment, he felt a flicker of despair. Jianer, please reason with me. I have fallen for you. My body and soul are wholly yours. Look, Yi Yuan grasped her hand, guiding it to his heart, fearful she might not believe him, even shedding his outer garment to emphasize his sincerity. For 3 days he had sequestered himself, consumed by thoughts of Bai Jian's every smile and frown. He could not bear to be without her. Bai Jian furrowed her brow tightly, gazing at her hand caught in his. Sighing inwardly, Yi Yuan, please calm down. If she remained silent any longer, he might truly go mad. especially when she noticed the redness in the corners of his eyes. Her heart ached slightly for him. Yi Yuan's face lit up with joy, pressing her small hand against his chest. Jinner, you finally wish to reason with me. I am quite calm. See? I am very composed. His eyes sparkled with mirth. His trembling voice laced with a hint of plea. He feared he might succumb to the urge to confine her, to have her with him forever. Bai Jian lifted her head, gently arching her body to plant a soothing kiss on his forehead. Yi Yuan, can you promise me one thing? Her large, watery eyes, framed by delicate lashes, blinked earnestly. Bai Yuan sat quietly on the bed, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, inviting her to rest her head against him. They embraced, and for a moment, he seemed to regain his former icy composure. His cold fingers enveloped her small hand, caressing it tenderly. I promise, Jinner. Yi Yuan's unprecedented seriousness was a vow to her. Bai Jian felt a pang in her heart but soon smiled radiantly. Nestled in his embrace, she gazed up at his perfectly sculpted jawline. Bai Yuan, you must promise me, no matter what happens in the future, you must not succumb to darkness. I wish to see you transcend and become a celestial being. Her voice carried an unusual firmness that momentarily startled Yi Yuan. He lowered his head, his dark eyes locking onto hers as he questioned, why does Jinner believe I would fall to darkness? In truth, his inner turmoil was hurt. As long as Bai Jian remained by his side, he would not be ensnared by his inner demons. They were intertwined, sharing the same roots, and he felt every emotion deeply. Thus, he had no desire for his inner turmoil to dissipate, for it only intensified his feelings for her. Do not be so serious, master. You are now my man. I merely seek a promise. Bai Jian transformed back into her lively, mischievous self, bouncing out of his embrace to pinch his cheek playfully. This affectionate gesture brought an involuntary smile to Yi Yuan's lips. Very well, whatever Jinner desires, I shall grant. He fondly ruffled her hair. But then a thought crossed his mind, and his expression turned cold. You still haven't explained to me why you wish to marry that demon. Oh no, this was spiraling out of control. Bai Jian silently scolded herself, her mind racing to concoct a solution. He, dear master, you're in for it. Beware of the master. The little round figure of Xiao Yuan peeked out just in time, darting into a small dark room before Bai Jian could swat at it. Rubbing her nose, she glanced at Yi Yuan, whose eyes were filled with a teasing smile, and promptly led him to the courtyard. Master, I only wish to understand your heart, and now I see it holds me. Her sparkling eyes glimmered like stars as she took his hand and approached a centuries-old tree. Master, let us vow before the 4 seas and 8 realms, as eternal companions. Bai Yuan paused, looking up at the majestic tree, his heart racing. All right, he replied softly. This was a vow to Bai Jian, as well as a promise to his own heart. With a flick of his wrist, a hearth appeared before the tree, adorned with divine altars and 2 cups of clear wine. He spun around, donning a red ceremonial robe. Bai Jian smiled brightly and reached out her small hand, which Yi Yuan took in his. Together, they knelt before the altars. I, Yi Yuan, vow before my heart to be Bai Jian's eternal companion, never betraying her, loving her from beginning to end. I, Bai Jian, vow before my heart to be Yi Yuan's eternal companion, never betraying him, loving him from beginning to end. In unison, they pledged before the heavens, lifting the cups of wine and slowly pouring the contents onto the ground. After rising, Yi Yuan helped her to her feet, and they returned to the small bamboo house. The flickering red candles cast a warm glow on their faces. In that moment, Yi Yuan felt a flicker of anxiety, his fists clenched, palms clammy with sweat. Bai Jian pressed her lips tightly together, her fluttering eyes revealing her own nervousness. Bai Yuan approached and sat on the edge of the bed. Turning to face Bai Jian, Jinner, I won't. 200 years had passed, and he was still an innocent young man, unfamiliar with the pleasures of intimacy. At that moment, he wished his inner demons would hurry up and teach him. Bai Jian, shouldn't this be something one intuitively understands? Asking me to teach you seems rather inadequate. She licked her lips, sighed. Master, have you ever heard the saying? If fate permits, we shall meet again. Upon hearing her words, his expression darkened, as if ink were dripping from his face. Bai Yuan's mood soured instantly, gripping Bai Jian's shoulders. I can do it. He gradually pushed her back onto the bed, his body hovering over hers, pulling the quilt to cover them both. Bai Jian? What about our clothing? She widened her eyes, glancing at their bare bodies. Silly girl, I possess magic. Removing a garment is no challenge at all, Yi Yuan replied with a faint smile, since confessing his feelings. Bai Jian noticed he had taken to smiling more, especially when he smiled gently, his previously cold demeanor fading away. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Yuan leaned down and sealed her lips with his. His kiss was tentative, cautious, fearful that if he were too rough, he might make her cry. The temperature rose, and within the small bamboo house, their hearts drew closer with each breath. As passion deepened, it became difficult to restrain. Perhaps this is how it was meant to be. Suddenly, Yuan halted, and Bai Jian tilted her head to regard him. What should we do? He was drenched in sweat, unsure of how to proceed, a fire igniting within him. Bai Jian sighed, rolling her eyes. She conjured a manual on dual cultivation, flipping to the first page. You should follow this for now. Yuan glanced at it casually, and in an instant, clarity dawned upon him. He took her small hand and placed it on his shoulder. Bai Jian realized that one should never casually teach a man to indulge, lest one finds themselves unable to rise from bed for 3 days. At some point, she drifted into slumber. The man on the bed gently held her, occasionally pressing a kiss to her forehead, gazing affectionately at her sleeping visage. Time slipped away, and finally, Bai Jian, in a hazy state, felt herself being cradled, immersed in warm spring water. Yuan looked down with a smile at the girl nestled in his arms, affectionately caressing her face. Jianer, my heart yearns for you. He lowered his voice as he spoke, and the sleeping girl in his embrace pouted slightly, murmuring a soft response, as if acknowledging him. Yuan smiled tenderly, holding her tighter until Bai Jian squirmed in dissatisfaction, prompting him to release her just a tad. He helped her cleanse her body, and as he did, a rush of warmth surged within him. Bai Jian yawned, gradually waking in her sleepy haze. She inadvertently grasped. Yuan's expression shifted to one of mixed pain and desire as he spoke. Jianer, please release me. We can continue later. His voice was hoarse, low, imbued with an indescribable allure. Release you? Bai Jian opened her eyes, her gaze clouded with confusion. Just a squeeze. Oh dear. She giggled and immediately let go. Can I say it was unintentional? Just moments ago, she dreamt of harvesting lotus roots from the water. This year's crop had thrived, so large and white. She had exerted immense effort to pull one up when Yuan's voice startled her awake. Now that she was awake, she had just finished reviewing the manual you provided, perfect for trying something new. Yuan, with a teasing smile, scooped her up, and Bai Jian let out a surprised squeal, quickly wrapping her arms around his neck. For the past 3 days, they had scarcely left the cozy bamboo house and warm spring pool, and Bai Jian truly experienced what it meant to indulge to the point of satiation. Upon returning to the estate, the disciples of Tianqiong's sect awaited them, and Su, noticing Bai Jian's radiant glow, a mix of shyness and satisfaction, likely deduced that the young girl had successfully captivated her master. Suddenly, a figure in purple lunged forward. Yuan instinctively wrapped his arms around Bai Jian's waist, stepping back 3 paces. Little girl, where's my cultivation manual? You can't just use it and throw it away, can you? I'm lonely and pitiful, with no one to love. Discarding it feels like collecting scraps. Xiling, clutching a handkerchief, began to sing a little tune, her voice echoing with playful lament. Bai Jian, Yuan. All disciples of the Tianqiong sect. In the courtyard, an unprecedented silence enveloped the scene. Had it not been for a few crows that flew by, cawing twice and shattering the stillness, the atmosphere would have been exceedingly awkward. Yuan massaged his brow, reflecting that had it not been for his dear Jianer revealing the truth, he would have long since captured this demon. Out of consideration for his loyal servant, Yuan produced a tome suitable for demon cultivation from his sleeve and tossed it at Ziling's feet. Ziling discarded the handkerchief in her grasp and leapt into the embrace of the tome, exclaiming, to accomplish great deeds, one needs the heart method. I'm on my way to becoming an immortal, la la la. Bai Jian, unable to endure the cacophony of someone whose singing was even more grating than her own, snapped her fingers, rendering Ziling mute. Hush. You may take your heart method and leave. She made a gesture with her lips, and with another wave of her hand, Ziling vanished from sight. Yuan gazed at Bai Jian with an affectionate expression, finding her playful antics utterly endearing. Suddenly, all eyes in the courtyard were drawn to the two of them. Master Uncle, what is the nature of your relationship with junior sister? Ahu, straightforward by nature, expressed his curiosity regarding their 3-day disappearance. No sooner had he posed the question than Su smacked his forehead, secretly pinching his arm, and continually signaling him with his eyes. What a blockhead. Yuan took Bai Jian's small hand in his demeanor gentle and laced with a hint of amusement. As everyone can see, Jinner and I have become partners in the Tao. Upon our return to the Tianqiong sect, we shall hold a grand ceremony. Bai Jian offered an awkward smile, nodding graciously in agreement. The other disciples were momentarily taken aback before extending their congratulations to the pair, finding nothing amiss. Wan Cc, unable to tolerate anyone surpassing her, immediately interjected, "Your actions contravene the sect's regulations. Tianqiong sect forbids master-disciple relationships." Her expression was one of discomfort, especially after having indulged in a bit too much wine at the banquet 2 days prior, where she had attempted to express her feelings to Qi Qing, only to be met with rejection. He had claimed to already have someone he cherished. She had initially assumed that the woman who could tame a notorious flirt would be someone far superior to herself, only to discover it was Bai Jian. In that moment, she felt a surge of madness. Seizing the opportunity while Qi Qing was intoxicated, she had slipped a substance into his incense burner, leading to a moment of intimacy between them. To her dismay, upon waking the next day, Qi Qing had denied any accountability, stating, "You may be my woman, but my partner in the Tao can only be hurt." Qi Qing scoffed, donning his garments and casting a disdainful glance at the entranced woman on the bed. He had been with countless women, yet he had no intention of taking responsibility for each one. The thought of these memories twisted Wan Cic's features into a snarl, her voice sharp and piercing. "If the world were to learn of this, you would tarnish the reputation of the Tianqiong sect and bring disgrace upon the sect leader. You are sinners." The others recoiled at her shrill tone. Wai Yuan furrowed his brow, promptly shielding Bai Jian behind him, his eyes glinting with cold mockery. "Sect rules and regulations? Let me tell you, I am the very embodiment of the rules." The Tianqiong sect was founded by his father, following his father's demise. The leadership had been passed to him, but he had chosen to cast it aside, handing it to his senior brother instead. Those so-called rules were merely documents he had drafted out of boredom. Qi Qing, as the eldest disciple of the first peak, if you cannot even manage your junior siblings, you shall share the punishment with her. 30 lashes each. To defy authority, show disrespect to your elders, and disregard decorum. Each of these offenses warrants punishment within the Tianqiong sect. Qi Qing's gaze shifted from Bai Jian, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. It seemed she had chosen Yi Yuan over him, despite his belief that he was the most outstanding among them. With a respectful bow, Qi Qing acquiesced, "Disciple obeys." Thus, in the courtyard, both Qi Qing and Wan Cici knelt upon the ground, who, with his straightforward demeanor, wielded the disciplinary whip without hesitation. Each strike left crimson marks upon their white garments. Bai Jian, seated nearby at a stone table, sipped her tea, lifting her gaze curiously at Yi Yuan. "Master, surely Qi Shixiang's punishment cannot be this severe." Upon hearing her concern for Qi Qing, Yi Yuan's jealousy flared. He huffed, "Is my dear Jinner feeling pity? Should I assume you intend to deliver him medicine later?" His reasoning for punishing Qi Qing was clear. He had repeatedly harassed the female disciples of the Tianqiong sect without taking responsibility, thus tarnishing the reputation of the Sword Immortal. This initial punishment served as a minor reprimand, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Bai Jian immediately shook her head, adamantly stating, "No, no, no. Aside from Master, I feel no pity for anyone." Teske. Such a big bowl of jealousy. How she missed her once aloof and stoic master. Yi Yuan sipped his tea, the liquid glistening on his lips, casting a tantalizing allure. Bai Jian halted her swaying head, captivated by the scene before her. If Jinner continues to gaze, Master might truly lose control. Yi Yuan playfully pinched her nose, offering a serene smile. He then turned his attention to the recently punished Qi Qing, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. His Jinner could only feel pity for him. No other man would dare to claim even a fraction of her affection. Chapter 96. The Cool Master X, the Adorable Troublemaker. 24. Bai Jian affectionately rubbed her nose, casting an unsatisfied glare at the man beside her. Before returning to her fruit, Ahu approached, hands clasped in salute. "Master Uncle, the 30 lashes have been administered. What shall we do next?" He took a step back, allowing Yi Yuan to see the bloodied state of the two behind him. However, Yi Yuan raised a hand to shield Bai Jian's eyes, unwilling for her to witness such a gruesome sight. Bai Jian munched on grapes. A cold palm suddenly covered her eyes. "What's going on?" She instinctively blinked, her long lashes brushing against Yi Yuan's palm, causing a ticklish sensation. Wai Yuan pressed his lips together, a faint blush creeping up to his earlobes. Clearing his throat, he instructed, "Take them down to tend to their wounds. We shall depart for the capital tomorrow. In the meantime, everyone should meditate and rest." who signaled to several fellow disciples to assist in carrying Qi and Wan Cc back to their quarters. Ensuring they received treatment as well, the other disciples gradually dispersed from the courtyard, and Su shrugged and sauntered over, sitting casually beside Bai Jian. Before her hand could touch Bai Jian's shoulder, she felt a chilling glare directed at her. She lifted her gaze to meet Yi Yuan's dark expression and smirked provocatively. "Little Jian, it seems your master is the virtuous type. Perhaps Brother Su should find you another." As Bai Jian popped the last grape into her mouth, she nearly choked in shock. Placing her hand to her ear, she queried, "What, are you joking with me?" She thought she must have misheard. Stealing a glance at Yi Yuan, she found him watching her with a teasing grin. If she did not respond, this great jealous one would surely unleash his wrath to Su. "You might want to keep your comments to a minimum," Bai Jian whispered in her ear. "Master is aware of your identity as a woman, and I've informed him." Had it not been for Yi Yuan dredging up past grievances and listing her transgressions one by one, any misstep in her response would have led to her being subjected to the same punishments outlined in the scroll. Ultimately, for the sake of her well-being, she had to apologize to her little companion, and Su. She had known it. This little girl was utterly ungrateful, and Su immediately stood up, forcing a smile. "I suddenly feel rather fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. You all carry on." Before departing, she shot a glare at Bai Jian, perhaps incensed by her, and walked away without paying attention to her surroundings. Just then, Ahu emerged from the house, and they collided, both teetering precariously on the brink of falling. Ahu quickly cast a spell, wrapping his arms around Su's slender waist and spinning in place. The two locked eyes, and before they knew it, petals began to fall from the sky. Bai Jian retracted her hand that had been poised to cast a spell, leading Yi Yuan back inside. That moment, it was best not to play the role of a third wheel. Though Ahu was straightforward and robust, his handsome visage was certainly commendable. Feeling the softness in his embrace, his heart raced uncontrollably, and in his nervousness, he inadvertently tightened his grip, and Su's lips twitched. Her cheeks flushed as she promptly pushed him away, delivering a light slap. "Pervert!" Ahu covered his left cheek, gazing in confusion at the retreating figure, raising his right hand to inspect it. "Soft, a woman? What have I just done?" He smacked his forehead and hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard, intent on pursuing Su. Inside the house, warm tea was poured from a kettle into a crystal-clear glass, where a single tea leaf floated gracefully in the pale liquid. Wei Yuan lifted the cup to his lips, gently blowing the leaf aside before taking a small sip. He raised his gaze towards the window, where the little girl perched with her small bottom in the air, gazing intently outside. He shook his head, filled with affection. "Is your back no longer sore?" Yi Yuan teased, eliciting an eye roll from Bai Jian. She stormed over, snatching the glass from his hand and gulping down the tea. The two leaves clung to her lips, and as she pouted, she blew them onto Yi Yuan's forehead. Bai Jian, with a mischievous laugh, declared, "Ha ha ha, it's not my fault. Who told you to sit opposite me?" She brushed the tea leaves from Yi Yuan's forehead, and before Bai Jian could react, he scooped her up and carried her towards the bed. As he laid her upon the covers, Bai Jian grasped his collar tightly, anxiety etched on her face. "Can I take a day to rest? My body is truly about to give out." She blinked her eyes in a pitiful manner, resembling a forlorn little rabbit, prompting Yi Yuan to chuckle heartily. Wei Yuan gently pinched her cheek. "It's time to rest. What are you thinking about?" Bai Jian secretly sighed in relief, so it was merely for a moment of rest. "Oh dear, master, after eating meat, is this all that fills your mind?" Xiao Yuanyu and could not help but voice her complaints. Then she pulled out a bunch of freshly purchased large apples and began to crunch on them with abandon. Bai Jian, can she really discard this divine pet? How infuriating! Aside from complaining, she has hardly accomplished anything substantial. "Good, close your eyes. I will accompany you for a brief respite." Bai Jian snapped back to reality, only to discover she was already lying on the bed, with Yi Yuan beside her, holding her in his embrace. After cultivating, most of the time was spent in meditation and fasting, but after 3 days and nights, Bai Jian indeed felt a bit weary. She murmured softly and quickly drifted into slumber. Wei Yuan lowered his gaze with a gentle smile, watching the woman asleep in his arms, his fingers delicately tracing her brows and eyes. Subsequently, he retrieved that book and continued to peruse its pages. In the bustling capital city, the streets were alive with the clamor of vehicles and the ceaseless calls of vendors. Bai Jian arrived at the city gate. She was instantly captivated by the lively scene, pulling on Su's wrist as they made their way to a ready-to-wear shop. The others paused, awaiting their return, while Yi Yuan stood with one hand behind his back, gazing at the clothing store with a subtle smile in his eyes. "Master Yi, you've come to the capital," asked the host. "Why not let the brothers stay in my royal mansion? It would save them the expense of lodging in an inn, which can be somewhat inconvenient when traveling." Qi adjusted his shoulder, which ached faintly, wearing a forced smile. In truth, he looked forward to the prospect of everyone residing in the royal mansion, as it would afford him numerous opportunities to interact with Bai Jian, perhaps leading her to recognize his worth and reconsider her bond with Yi Yuan. Initially, he simply sought to be near Bai Jian, drawn in by the mischievous girl. Now, however, he craved everything that belonged to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan cast an inscrutable glance in his direction, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ahu, you and your brothers head to the mansion first. I wish to stay behind and accompany Jinner for some shopping." With a flick of his sleeve, he stepped into the clothing store. Just moments ago, Qing's avarice had been laid bare. How dare he covet Jinner? Yi Yuan would ensure he learned the true meaning of suffering. "Yes, disciple will arrange that." Ahu scratched his head, a pout forming on his lips. He too wished to accompany Ensu as they shopped. After their last conversation, Ensu had confided in him about the identity of the girl. Ahu cast a forlorn glance at the familiar figure in the clothing store, turning back thrice as he made his way toward the royal mansion. Chapter 97. The Cool Master and the Adorable Troublemaker, 25. Wow. This fairy dress is splendid, especially the intricate embroidery. Upon entering, Bai Jian was instantly drawn to a light orange garment. Reaching out to touch it, the shopkeeper, beaming with a warm smile, approached with a slight bow. "This young lady has an exquisite eye. This is a newly imported fabric from the western regions, crafted by 50 embroiderers over a span of 49 days. What a masterful sales pitch," Bai Jian, initially harboring a mere desire to purchase, now yearned to don the dress immediately. Ensu, beside her, also reached out to feel the fabric, which was soft and silky, as delicate as a cicada's wing, particularly the handcrafted embroidery, a true masterpiece. A smile crept onto her lips. "Little Jian, this suits you perfectly. I shall buy it for you as a gift for our long-overdue reunion." As soon as Ensu finished speaking, she pulled out a small pouch of spirit stones to pay the shopkeeper, only to find a large bag of spirit stones, presumably worth tens of thousands, suddenly appear before her. She looked up in surprise at the newcomer, her lips twitching in disbelief, and hurriedly stepped aside. Her master was indeed peculiar. He even felt jealous over a woman's affections. Ensu merely wished to buy Bai Jian a fairy dress, yet he had rushed to pay, spending several times the amount. "TSK, how impressive it is to have wealth. Thank you, young master." The shopkeeper grinned widely, accepting the hefty bag of spirit stones from Yi Yuan, enough to sustain the shop for months without needing to open. Yi Yuan nodded lightly, his smile warm as he approached Bai Jian. "Jinner, your taste is always impeccable. This dress suits you splendidly. I have purchased it for you. Do try it on quickly." He gently pulled Bai Jian closer to him. Ensu observed his subtle actions, face-palming in exasperation. Such possessiveness, was it a blessing or a curse for Bai Jian to have entangled herself with this man? Really? Bai Jian's face blossomed with joy as she looked up at Yi Yuan. If master said it looked good, then it must indeed be so. She promptly headed to the fitting room, preferring to conceal her magical abilities in public, instead of simply casting a spell to change her attire. Yi Yuan settled into a nearby chair, seemingly conjuring a cup of tea from nowhere, leisurely savoring it. After a brief interval, the young woman emerged from the fitting room. Yi Yuan raised his gaze, his dark eyes shimmering, standing as he momentarily lost his focus. The light orange dress was vibrant and playful, complemented by her rabbit ear hairstyle and simple jade earrings. Especially as she shyly approached, Yi Yuan felt his heart cease its rhythmic beat. His Jinner was simply too beautiful. Suddenly, he wished to prevent her from stepping outside, to shield her beauty from the eyes of others. So beautiful. Ensu praised Bai Jian enthusiastically. Bai Jian covered her mouth with a handkerchief and giggled. "Hee, I think so too." Both women frequently turned their attention to Yi Yuan, eager for him to voice some words, only to find him frozen in place, staring at Bai Jian as though awestruck. The shopkeeper shook his head in resignation, nudging Yi Yuan's arm. "Young master, your wife is asking if she looks beautiful." This young master was indeed pure-hearted. Although his wife was a vision of celestial beauty, it was the first time the shopkeeper had witnessed someone gaze at his wife in such a manner, with ears flushed red. "Huh?" Yi Yuan snapped back to reality, looking somewhat dazed. "Jinner, you are truly beautiful." The clothing store was filled with laughter and chatter. That moment, a luxurious carriage passed by, from which a man clad in resplendent golden attire lowered the curtain of the carriage window. He toyed with a jade ring in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Ziyu, go find out where that fairy resides. Chapter 98. The Cool Master and the Adorable Troublemaker, 26, Ziyu, who was preparing tea for the man, paused slightly, glancing toward the clothing store through the window. She hesitated before respectfully responding. Your Highness, the maid will investigate immediately. The man, noticing her lackluster demeanor, smirked coldly, snapping his fingers, producing a vial of medicine that he tossed at Ziyu's feet. This is your mortal husband's life-prolonging elixir. As long as you serve me well, I shall not neglect you. The white jade vial rolled several times on the ground before Ziyu picked it up with teary eyes, repeatedly bowing to the elegantly dressed man. Ultimately, she transformed into a wisp of purple-black mist, vanishing from sight. Sunlight filtered through the carriage window, casting its rays upon the man's pale lips. He gazed at the spot where Ziyu had disappeared, his lips curling with disdain. Useless beings. None of you can accomplish even the simplest of tasks. The carriage slowly faded from view on the bustling street. As Yuan exited the clothing store, he frowned, looking towards the east. If he was not mistaken, there had been a particularly powerful demonic aura just moments ago. When he attempted to use a spell to probe further, the aura vanished without a trace. Master, what are you thinking about? Bai Jian tapped his arm, bringing the distracted man back to reality. Wai Yuan turned to her, gently shaking his head. It's nothing. Let us return first. Having just arrived in the capital, it was best to settle in before coming out to explore in a couple of days. Bai Jian glanced at her disinterested master and then at the preoccupied Su, shrugging her shoulders in agreement to head back. The group made their way toward the royal mansion, while a lithe figure perched atop the clothing store's roof watched them intently. She turned and leaped down, invisibly following in their wake. The capital was vast, and it took nearly an hour for them to return to the royal mansion. The guards promptly stepped forward to greet them. Esteemed immortals, please enter. Fortunately, Qi Qing had informed them in advance. Otherwise, they would have had to wait outside under the scorching sun. Just as they stepped through the grand entrance of the mansion, Bai Jian suddenly halted, glancing toward a nearby alley. There was someone there, and Su turned to see Bai Jian standing still and asked in confusion, Little Jian, why aren't you coming in? Hearing her call, Bai Jian turned back with a radiant smile and walked over. I am coming. As the others entered, the invisible Ziyu also revealed herself, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated that these individuals possessed such profound spiritual power. She had nearly been discovered. Quickly, she stealthily flew inside, transforming into a maid of the royal mansion to gather information about that woman from earlier. Having been here for a day, she was astonished to learn that the emperor had fallen ill. Prompting Qi Qing to take Yuan into the palace to assist the emperor, bored, Bai Jian lounged in a rocking chair, munching on nuts and fruits while admiring the koi in the pond. Miss Bai, shall we take a stroll outside? A maid approached from behind, suggesting, I have heard that a new Yinzhuang building has opened in the capital, filled with high-quality cosmetics. You would surely love it. Bai Jian paused slightly, a mysterious smile creeping onto her face. She tossed the lychee she was holding into the water, watching the fish scramble for it, her smile deepening. Since you wish for me to go, let us go take a look together. Bai Jian tilted the maid's chin, drawing closer. The two were nearly face to face, exchanging gazes. The maid felt a trickle of sweat run down her back, forcing a sheepish smile. I shall arrange that for you right away. Chapter 99. The Cool Master and the Adorable Troublemaker, 27. Bai Jian released her grip on the maid's chin, and the maid hurriedly departed, likely to prepare something or to notify someone. She approached the edge of the pond and gently touched a rather foolish koi fish. The fish had taken the bait. It was time to reel it in. As she spoke, she flicked the koi on its head, watching it excitedly spin in place, prompting Bai Jian to burst into laughter. Rising to her feet, she slowly dried the water from her hands. That maid was no simpleton. She had been incessantly asking questions throughout the day, truly believing her to be foolish. The heavy scent of fox lingering on her was quite unrefined. She dared to act as a spy? At the entrance of the royal mansion, an understated yet luxurious carriage awaited. The maid smiled slightly, assisting Bai Jian into the carriage. Bai Jian lightly lifted the curtain and bowed as she entered. The carriage swayed as it made its way toward the marketplace. On the second floor of Yinxiang Tower, a man donned in a deep indigo robe adorned with golden embroidery stood quietly by the window, holding a brush fan while observing the bustling street below. My lord, his subordinate knelt before him. The mission has failed. We have only managed to gather a mere fragment of the Taoist essence. The man turned, dismissing the black-clad figure with a wave of his hand. Useless. The black-clad man rolled on the ground thrice, coughing up a pool of blood. Straightening up, he lowered his head. My lord, had it not been for the interference of the Tianqiong sect Yuan, Xian would have been captured, and I would not have failed the mission. I implore you for another chance. The man gestured for him to rise, his fingers idly toying with the black jade vial. Yi Yuan? He scoffed. Isn't he the Taoist who treated the old emperor this morning? I did not expect him to possess such formidable skills, daring enough to thwart my plans. A melodious chime of jade pendants echoed from afar. The man glanced outside and spotted the royal carriage, presuming his little fairy was nearing. You may leave for now. Once I have secured the fairy, we shall deal with Yi Yuan. The black-clad man rose and glanced downstairs, catching sight of Bai Jian disembarking from the carriage. His eyes widened in surprise, and upon observing his lord's expression, he suppressed his thoughts, deciding to inform him in a couple of days. Yes, my subordinate takes his leave. The black-clad man vanished from sight. Downstairs, as Bai Jian stepped into Yinxiang Tower, the overwhelming fragrance of powders and perfumes almost rendered her faint. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she instinctively held her breath. The scent was intoxicating, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Upon noticing the arrival of a distinguished guest, the shopkeeper hurried over. Miss, are you here to see the new cosmetics? As Bai Jian entered, a large figure rushed toward her, startling her back a couple of steps. She offered a somewhat awkward smile. Perhaps. The maid behind her immediately exchanged glances with the shopkeeper, who promptly understood her intent. He gestured for her to follow. The finest goods are on the second floor. Allow me to have someone escort you up. Bai Jian nodded gently and ascended the staircase, a sly smile creeping onto her lips when she was out of sight of the two behind her. The door to the room swung open. The subtle scent of sandalwood intertwined with a familiar fragrance enveloped her. Concealing all emotions from her gaze, Bai Jian stepped inside with a charming smile. Followed closely by her maid, as the door closed, she calmly raised her eyes to the man standing by the window. Might I inquire about your purpose here? Bai Jian cut straight to the chase. Surprising the man momentarily, he gently waved his ink-painted fan, turning to face her. Despite her simple violet long dress, it did little to mask her captivating aura. Oh, not be afraid, Miss Bai. I am Qi Huan, the Crown Prince, here to extend an invitation to get to know you better. Qi Huan flashed a seemingly charming smile as he naturally seated himself at the table. Oh, is that so? Bai Jian waved her sleeve, causing the maid to revert to her original appearance, chuckling lightly. How shall I explain this, then? A spy assigned to monitor my every move? Ziyue touched her face, frozen in place. Throughout this exchange, Qi Huan's gaze remained fixed on Bai Jian's cheek. As if oblivious to Ziyue's presence, he lifted a cup of clear wine to his lips. Taking a couple of sips, he waved his hand, dismissing Ziyue, and chuckled softly. Ah, Miss Bai, you are indeed astute. Such a fairy would only endear him further. Bai Jian furrowed her brow, moving to sit at the table. Were it not for her awareness of his identity and the aura he exuded, she would have preferred to stay away. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time. As dusk approached, Qi Huan felt it inappropriate to be too direct and instructed Ziyue to escort her back to the royal mansion. Miss Bai, I shall visit you at the Nine Princes mansion in a couple of days. Bai Jian merely nodded in acknowledgement. Farewell. Qi Huan rose, smiling as he saw her off. Once the door closed again, the black-clad man reappeared, kneeling down. My lord, it appears that Bai Jian is indeed a disciple of Yi Yuan. You cannot get too close. Qi Huan's smile gradually faded as he turned to glare at the black-clad man. Did it not seem like Bai Jian was quite fond of me just now? If I were to put in a little more effort, we could become a pair of celestial lovers, which would be quite delightful. He closed the ink fan and tapped it lightly in his palm. What I desire is mine. The black-clad man opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately held his tongue. He understood his lord's extraordinary capabilities, even matching Yi Yuan in strength. Yet he feared that Bai Jian's cunning nature could lead his master astray. As for the affairs in the tower, you have returned. Handle them for me in the meantime. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Just as the black-clad man was about to depart, Qi Huan called him back. The disciples of the Tianqiong sect possess considerable spiritual power. In 2 months, I shall attempt the final breakthrough of my secret technique. Let them serve as sacrificial offerings. Qi Huan laughed heartily, envisioning the day he would dominate both the human and demon realms. The black-clad man knelt. Your subordinate congratulates you on your approaching mastery, destined to reign over both realms. Meanwhile, Bai Jian sat in the carriage, rubbing her stiffened cheeks in irritation. Master, are you truly going to do this? After Yi Yuan ascended, The heavenly realm sent him to vanquish demons and eliminate the overlord of both worlds. While Qi Huan had yet to achieve mastery and could only match Yi Yuan. Should he succeed, he would likely be unbeatable. Little Yuan had secretly employed a small spell to glimpse the unfolding story beyond the original plot, hastily reporting back to Bai Jian. She gently patted its head with a smile. Master is but one step away from transcending. Consider this as aiding him. Chapter 100. The Cool Master and the Adorable Troublemaker. 28. The greatest obstacle is the inner demon. This move is indeed perilous. I hope it does not go awry. Bai Jian withdrew her hand from little Yuan's head, letting out a quiet sigh as a glimmer of light flickered in her captivating eyes. Little Yuan sighed. I hope he will not harbor resentment toward you, a mere spirit pet. It could not meddle in the master's decisions. Oh, fret not. He will not. You must believe in your master, Bai Jian replied, playfully flicking its forehead before reclining on the soft cushion of the carriage. Feigning ANAP.AT the entrance of the royal mansion. Yi Yuan had just alighted from the carriage. Qi Qing followed closely behind, hesitating to speak. Why Yi Yuan discerned his unspoken thoughts. Your Majesty's illness is nothing to worry about. Just follow the prescription I provided for a month, and he shall recover. The human body, devoid of cultivation, was inherently frail, compounded by the Emperor's indulgence and desires, which had long since deteriorated his health. The medicines merely served to nourish him, prolonging his life for a few years. Qi Qing bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for the medicine. This was the first time he had expressed such sincere gratitude. Yi Yuan nodded, his gaze catching the figure of Bai Jian descending from the carriage, prompting him to step forward and grasp her hand. Why are you out alone, Jianer? He inquired, puzzled. The faint scent of sandalwood wafted into Yi Yuan's nostrils as his dark eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light. His lips pressed tightly together. Have you gone to see other men? Ah Su and Ah Hu went shopping, Bai Jian yawned. Naturally leaning against his arm, I was bored. So I made a trip to Yinxiang Tower to see the new cosmetics. Yi Yuan instinctively wrapped his arm around her shoulders as they walked into the royal mansion, feeling his previously tense heart relax slightly, as long as it wasn't the scent of other men. Yi Yuan playfully tapped her nose. Next time, I shall accompany you. As they passed by Qi Qing, the left-behind man seethed with frustration. How could he, a grown man, not notice? The guards at the entrance noticed Qi Qing standing there for quite some time and curiously asked, My lord, aren't you going in? Being reminded of his awkwardness made him feel self-conscious. Though you think I am unaware of how to enter? Qi Qing snapped, angrily brushing aside his sleeves as he entered. The guards exchanged glances, silently critiquing. After 5 years of seclusion and cultivation, his temper remains unchanged. Oh, so Jianer was seeing the crown prince? Yi Yuan lay back on the bed with a half-smile, twirling a strand of her hair around his finger. Bai Jian covered her swollen lips, gazing at him in disbelief. This is it, I've been tricked. She immediately nestled into his embrace. Master, you truly are quite the schemer. Seizing the moment while she was dazed from his kiss, he inquired about her day, curious about whom she had met. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled into an increasingly enchanting smile. Had Bai Jian not been aware of the distinction between him and the heart demon, she might have truly been deceived. The two contrasting natures were adeptly elucidated by their master. Were it not for her knowledge, one might easily assume that he and the heart demon had merged into one. So, Jianer, should you not coax me? Yi Yuan's voice dropped, laced with a hint of jealousy and a sense of grievance, as he gazed pitifully at the woman in his arms. Coax him? How could she? Bai Jian found herself utterly bewildered by Yi Yuan's ploy. Before she could respond, she realized that her garments had mysteriously vanished. Wait a moment, you cannot mean this kind of coaxing, she stammered, nervously pointing at his face. Then at her own, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yi Yuan pressed down on her shoulders, his expression forlorn. Jianer, it has been 3 days. Do you truly not desire it? He had devoted himself to rigorous training, tirelessly studying to master all 108 techniques from the tome. He merely sought an opportunity to put them into practice. Bai Jian blinked, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She extended a finger, softly murmuring, just this once, okay? Yi Yuan's gaze flickered, a mischievous smile concealed within. Once? Thus, it begins. Whether it would cease was another matter entirely. Very well, I shall heed Jianer, he replied with a gentle smile. Bai Jian realized that one should never mention once or twice to a man, for he would surely compel you to plead for more in the latter half of the night. Bai Jian languidly reclined in the bath barrel conjured by Yi Yuan, allowing him to wash her body. She felt utterly disinclined to lift even a finger. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, staring at Yi Yuan, inquiring, "It seems this room lacks soundproofing. Could we? It's all your fault." The words unspoken, she splashed water at him. It wasn't until Yi Yuan's white garments were soaked, clinging to him, that she finally smiled in satisfaction. The translucent fabric revealed glimpses of his flawless abs beneath. "Little temptress, do wipe away your drool." Yi Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, letting out a weary sigh. Bai Jian chuckled, pretending to wipe non-existent drool from the corner of her mouth. He discarded his own garments onto the floor and joined her in the bath barrel, which accommodated two. As Yi Yuan's arm extended, Bai Jian found herself pressed against him, the heat of their skin and the rapid thumping of their hearts palpable. She placed her hand on his chest, shaking her head fervently. "No more, someone might hear us." She had come to understand that this man's stamina was far from ordinary. Wai Yuan gazed at her, her spirit still unflagging, her misty eyes seemingly torn between refusal and invitation. Igniting his inner desires. "Jenner, are you intending to tease me and then abandon me?" "No. MMM." Just as Bai Jian opened her mouth to respond, he sealed it with a kiss, swallowing all her words. The warm water began to splash around them, and Yi Yuan squinted, casting a cold smile towards the fleeting figure outside the door. Initially, he had erected a barrier, ensuring that no one could hear them. Just moments ago, sensing someone approaching Bai Jian's courtyard, he intentionally lowered the barrier. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, continuing to fervently kiss and entwine with Bai Jian. Outside the door, a man retreated several steps, his furious gaze fixed on the closed door, where the continuous soft moans echoed mockingly in his ears. Qi Qing had intended to express his feelings to Bai Jian once more. Little did he know that upon arrival, he would overhear her lavishing affection on another man. How utterly ridiculous, he stormed out of the courtyard, only to collide with Wan Cici in the back garden. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" "Wait a moment." Wan Cici's eyes widened in terror, while Qi Qing, as if driven mad, began tearing at her garments. Binding her eyes with his belt, the two found themselves on the grassy patch of the garden. She could even hear the patrolling guards passing nearby. "Get lost!" Qi Qing shouted angrily at the group. Wan Cici momentarily froze. Overwhelmed by humiliation, tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the belt.